Chapter 1, Holy Shit. Goldfinger. Jiang Chen, let's break up. You can't give me the life I want, and I can't put all my life's happiness on a loser like you. So, let's stop here. Shilan City. In the old town, in a dilapidated small courtyard. Lu Ruian dragged a suitcase in her hand and wore a standard OL outfit, which perfectly showed her S-shaped curves, her perky buttocks, and her long black legs. Jiang Chen held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at his girlfriend of 3 years in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. If the ex comes back, the current one will lose. Just think of all the emotional investment I've made over the past 3 years as wasted. Lu Ruian and Jiang Chen are college classmates. But during her college years, Lu Ruian's boyfriend was not Jiang Chen, but her white moonlight Yang Fan. In his senior year, Yang Fan was going to study abroad and broke up with Lu Ruian. That night, Lu Ruian found Jiang Chen crying and asked him if he was willing to be her boyfriend. Jiang Chen, who had been secretly in love with Lu Ruian for 4 years, agreed without hesitation. Over the next 3 years, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruian officially established a romantic relationship. They moved in together and even prepared to get married. However, at this time, Yang Fan suddenly returned to China. Lu Ruian also began to lose focus frequently. Jiang Chen woke up several times in the middle of the night and found that Lu Ruian, who was lying next to him, was secretly chatting with Yang Fan on WeChat. Even one time, Lu Ruian came home drunk. When she was hugging Jiang Chen and having a deep conversation, she unconsciously called out Yang Fan's name. Therefore, Jiang Chen had long anticipated that he and Lu Ruian would break up sooner or later. As expected, this day has finally come. Ha, isn't it your white moonlight that has returned to China? You just want to rekindle your relationship with Yang Fan because he's rich now? Lu Ruian, if you were a little more honest, I would still think highly of you, but your disgusting face now only makes me feel even more disgusted. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, a look of panic flashed across Lu Ruian's face. Did she think she hit it well? Little did she know that Jiang Chen had already seen through the little thing about her rekindled relationship with Yang Fan. However, after a brief panic, Lu Ruian quickly calmed down. She just smiled contemptuously at Jiang Chen and said, "That's right. Just last night, Yang Fan agreed to my pursuit, and we got back together. But, so what? Yang Fan is richer and more promising than you now. If I don't choose him, do I have to suffer with a poor loser like you for the rest of my life?" Looking at Lu Ruian's mocking expression, Jiang Chen suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Lu Ruian, I don't want to say any more nonsense to you. Now please, get out." He. Lu Ruian sneered, then dragged her suitcase and left the yard without looking back. In the room, Jiang Chen lit another cigarette for himself and looked up at the empty ceiling, his thoughts flying to who knows where. Yang Fan is a returnee from overseas. I heard that he became a senior executive in a large company and his monthly salary starts at least 100,000 yuan. After graduating from university, Jiang Chen couldn't find a suitable job, so he simply became a delivery boy. Because Jiang Chen wanted to marry Lu Ruian, he had been working hard as a deliveryman day and night for the past 3 years, rain or shine, and he could earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. But with such a small salary, I can't afford any house in Shilan City. In addition, Lu Ruian is a woman who pursues material and quality. The little money Jiang Chen earns every month is basically spent by her, leaving nothing at all. But Jiang Chen didn't feel much heartache or resentment. Although Lu Ruian is a scumbag, materialistic, vain, and a green tea. But it is undeniable that she is indeed very beautiful, has a great figure, is eloquent, and has strong martial arts skills. Jiang Chen just thought of it as spending money to raise a canary for 3 years, it was worth it. Now that Lu Ruian has left him, Jiang Chen actually feels relieved. Because he didn't have to work so hard to save money for the bride price, nor did he have to work so hard to deliver food. The burden on his shoulders was lifted, and he felt an indescribable pleasure. As for love, I love your love for Mamaimahua. Without love, can I not live anymore? Ding. Detected that the host has sealed his heart and locked his love, activating the lottery system immediately. Ding. The system is initializing, please wait. Ding. Host Jiang Chen has successfully bound to the lottery system. For specific instructions, please check the introduction on the main page. At this moment, a series of electronic prompts sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was a little confused. He thought he was hallucinating. However, Just after he rubbed his eyes, a 3D virtual projection appeared in his field of vision. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws available, 3. Inventory, empty. This is a large virtual turntable with a pointer and buttons. There are also 5 cartoon patterns drawn on the turntable: gold coins, cards, bottles, books, and question marks. Each cartoon pattern corresponds to a different color and area, and the size ranges of the 5 areas are different. Gold coins has the largest area, occupying almost half of the turntable. Card has the second largest area, occupying almost a quarter of the turntable. Bottles occupy the third largest area. Books occupies the fourth largest area. The area of the question mark is the smallest, occupying only a tiny bit of the entire turntable and not even as thick as a little finger. Simply put, gold coins, cards, bottles, books, question marks. Fuck! Jiang Chen exclaimed immediately and rubbed his eyes quickly. When he discovered, this 3D virtual projection was still floating in front of his eyes. The next second, Jiang Chen's blood began to boil. Damn it! My buddy actually got a golden finger? It's sent. As an old bookworm, Jiang Chen has read at least 8,000 online novels, if not 10,000. What is a system? What is Goldfinger? How could he not know? He just never expected that the golden finger fictionalized in online novels would actually fall on him one day. Nothing more to say. Let us quickly study how to use this system. System, where is the instruction manual? Show it to me now. As Jiang Chen silently recited the sentence in his mind, a new page popped up in his field of vision the next second. Lottery System User Manual. 1. The host will automatically receive 3 lottery opportunities every day. The lottery opportunities that are not used up on the same day can be accumulated and used on the next day. 2. Prizes won in lucky draws will be automatically stored in the system inventory. The host can use his mind to open the inventory and perform specific operations. 3. The system inventory can only store system-generated prizes, and cannot store real-world items. 4. The final right of interpretation of the lucky draw belongs to this system. If there are any major changes, the host will be notified as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Let us draw a lottery. In the room. It only took Jiang Chen a minute to become familiar with how to use the system. Hey! Let's draw a prize and have some fun. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable started to move. That's right. It's not the wheel that's spinning, it's the needle that's rotating. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, there was a slight click sound, and the pointer stopped steadily in an area with a cartoon gold coin painted on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Dragon Country coins. Ding! Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Ding! 10 million Dragon Country currency has been transferred to the host's bank account. This system guarantees that all sources of funds are reasonable and legal and will not cause any trouble to the host. Jiang Chen suddenly heard a series of system notification sounds in his ears, and the next second, his phone received a transfer message from the bank. Longhua Bank, your account with the last number 5418 completed the transfer transaction of Xiagua currency 10,000,000 at 10:10 on July 7th, and the balance is 10,520.48. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze. He never expected that he would become a multi-millionaire immediately after just moving his hand and randomly drawing a prize. Is this a dream? Whoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly pinched himself hard, and a sharp pain came, making him grimace. Damn! A little heavier. It hurts so much. Call. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, and his originally dull face soon revealed an expression of ecstasy. Since the system is so generous, how can I let it down? There are 2 more chances to draw today. Nothing more to say. Continue the lottery. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button again with his mind, and the pointer on the turntable began to move again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a click sound, the pointer stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Ferrari LaFerrari. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Before Jiang Chen could react, he felt a file bag suddenly appear in his hand. Swish! With a hint of curiosity and astonishment, Jiang Chen opened the file bag. Unexpectedly, there was a Ferrari car key, a vehicle registration certificate, a car purchase invoice, a tax invoice, an insurance policy, etc. Jiang Chen picked up the vehicle registration certificate and flipped it open. His name and license plate number appeared on it, Lane.JC666. Oh my god. This time, the system acts faster. In just a blink of an eye, it completed all the formalities for Jiang Chen, and also delivered the car keys, vehicle registration, purchase invoice, insurance policy, etc. to his hands. Nothing more to say. I must give this system a 5-star rating, give it a thumbs up. By the way, Brother Tonzi, where is my Ferrari LaFerrari parked? Ding! The host's Ferrari LaFerrari is currently parked in a nearby underground parking lot. The specific location has been sent to your phone. Thanks, Brother Tonzi. Ding! You're welcome. Jiang Chen did not rush to look for the Ferrari LaFerrari, but opened the lottery page again and clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish! The pointer started moving rapidly again. This is the last chance to draw a lottery today. Jiang Chen suddenly became nervous. His eyes were fixed on the pointer, and he couldn't help praying in his heart, Heaven and earth, please help Lu Ruian to show up soon and bless me to win the jackpot. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Perhaps Jiang Chen's prayers were really answered. The pointer slowly passed through the gold coin area and then continued to move in the G card area. Hey! Judging from the situation, it seems to be true. The pointer is obviously weak and will never make a big circle and stop at the gold coin area. But will the pointer finally stop at the E card area? Or will it slowly move over and stop at the bottle area? It's hard to predict. Blat. At this moment, the pointer made a slight sound, and finally passed through the card area and stopped at the edge of the bottle area. That's right. It's in the bottle area. Although it was just touching the edges and corners, it was undeniable that the pointer stopped in the bottle area. In the order of gold coins, cards, bottles, books, ? The smaller the area, the higher the level of the prize. The bottle should be the third prize, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of potion. Swish! A bottle of red potion suddenly jumped out from the turntable, and then the potion was quickly put into the system inventory. What is this? Medicine? What is this thing used for? Jiang Chen quickly used his mind to open the system inventory, and the next second, a page similar to a game backpack popped up. This backpack has about 100 compartments. In the first grid of the first row, there was a bottle of red potion. Gene medicine. After taking it, you can transform genes, strengthen your body, and greatly improve your strength, agility, physical strength, spirit, vitality, and other attributes. What the hell? A drug that can modify genes and strengthen the body? Is this a science fiction movie? So magical? Swish! Jiang Chen moved his mind, and the genetic medicine instantly appeared in his hand. Next, Jiang Chen unscrewed the bottle cap without saying anything and poured the liquid into his mouth. Gulu, gurgle, gurgle. I have to say, the genetic medicine tastes really good, sour and sweet, just like drinking yogurt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen just drank up the genetic medicine and burped. The next second, his expression turned ugly. It's so hot. It feels like there is a fire burning inside my body. No. It's not just burning, it's about to explode on the spot. Thunderbolt. At this moment, Jiang Chen was horrified to find that all the bones in his body were making popping sounds. This is not over yet. In just a blink of an eye, every muscle in Jiang Chen's body began to twist wildly. Ah! It hurts. What the hell is this shitty genetic medicine? It hurts so much that it almost kills me. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he curled up into a ball, rolling around on the bed. I don't know how much time passed. Jiang Chen's eyelids became heavier, his heartbeat became weaker, and even his vision gradually turned white. Finished. Am I going to die? But I just got the golden finger and haven't officially embarked on a life of counterattack. If I die like this, I will be unwilling. No. I can't die. I want to survive. Suddenly, an extremely strong desire to survive emerged in Jiang Chen's heart. I saw his eyes roll back, his neck twisted, and then he fainted on the bed. Chapter 3 Big Thunder Beauty. Afternoon. Jiang Chen's room. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window and directly fell on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen frowned, then slowly opened his eyes. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, Jiang Chen suddenly started and sat up from the bed. I'm not dead? I survived? I successfully completed the genetic modification and my body was strengthened? Whoosh! Jiang Chen jumped out of bed and rushed to the closet in 2 steps. This old-fashioned mahogany wardrobe has a dressing mirror embedded in the door. As soon as Jiang Chen came in front of the mirror, he froze in place. Fuck! Is this still me? You don't know until you take a photo. You'll be shocked when you do. Jiang Chen in the mirror has completely changed. Although his face is still the same, his temperament has undergone a drastic change. If we say that Jiang Chen before was a sunny and handsome big boy. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked like a gentleman who was as gentle as jade, graceful, elegant, and had an extraordinary temperament. To put it simply, Jiang Chen went from being a little handsome guy to a super handsome guy. This is not over yet. Not only did Jiang Chen's temperament change, but his originally thin body also became very strong. His well-proportioned muscles and tones look quite attractive. Especially the 8 abdominal muscles, which are simply walking hormones and a deadly weapon of temptation for women. In addition, Jiang Chen felt as if he had endless energy in his body. His energy, spirit, and mind became extremely full, and he wanted to run a marathon right away. What the hell? Is this the benefit of genetic medicine? The effect is amazing. In order to verify how strong his body was, Jiang Chen immediately started moving around in the room. Whoosh! With a slight jump, his head almost touched the ceiling. Swish! I tried weightlifting and was able to lift the mahogany wardrobe with one hand. Swish, swish, swish. I did 200 push-ups in one breath without taking a break, and not even a drop of sweat fell from my body. Powerful. It's really too strong. Jiang Chen felt that his current body was simply a human tank, a prehistoric beast, an armored soldier, an aircraft carrier. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen took a nice bath and changed into a set of clean casual clothes. I picked up my phone from the bedside and checked the time. Unexpectedly, it is already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, Jiang Chen had just slept in bed for a full 6 hours. Swish! Jiang Chen took his cell phone and wallet, as well as a document bag containing the car keys and relevant car purchase documents, and prepared to go out to find his car. Squeak! The moment he pushed open the door, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a woman in the yard, squatting by the sink washing clothes. Huh? Why is she still here? Lu Ruian has already moved away. As Lu Ruian's best friend, why doesn't she follow Lu Ruian? After a slight pause, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped and walked towards the woman. The woman who was washing clothes was named Su Yao, 25 years old, and was Lu Ruian's college roommate. Because this shabby little courtyard is in a remote location, the rent is very cheap. After graduating from college, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruian rented the west room, while Su Yao rented the east room. If you calculate it this way, Jiang Chen and Su Yao have been neighbors for 3 years. Let us get back to the topic. Su Yao has a pretty face like a foxy girl. She had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes and a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which added a touch of tenderness to her already charming face. A charming vixen. Her looks are already extremely outstanding, and her body is also quite hot. A pair of eye-catching headlights, at least 36D or above. Combined with the slender waist like a willow swaying in the wind, it gives people a strong sense of thin branches with rich fruits hanging on them. One word, so big. This is not over yet. It would be fine if she had big breasts, a thin waist and a peach-shaped but Su Yao also had a pair of long legs that countless women envied. From the neck down are legs. I'm talking about legs like Su Yao. However, birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Chen knew very well that Su Yao and Lu Ruian were the same type of people, they were both gold diggers. However, Lu Ruian hid her materialistic nature very well, while Su Yao had the word materialistic written clearly on her face. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that Su Yao once said a classic saying, "I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." Over the years, Su Yao has always wanted to find a rich boyfriend and has always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a wealthy wife envied by countless women. But where are there so many rich second generations in this world? Since Su Yao entered society, with the increase of experience, she has gradually recognized the reality. She has no background and no ability, so it is almost impossible for her to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. So, Su Yao's dream has basically been shattered. But she soon had a new dream. Since I can't be a rich wife, I'll just be a mistress to a rich young man. These days, people laugh at the poor rather than the rich. As long as she has endless money, Su Yao doesn't care whether she has a legitimate status or not. Little splash, why didn't you move out with Ruian? Jiang Chen walked to Su Yao's side, looked her up and down unscrupulously, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This face and this figure are much better than Ruian. Why was I so blind that I insisted on hanging myself on Ruian's crooked tree and gave up such a big forest outside? It's not worth it. The weather in Shilan City in July is already extremely hot. Today, Su Yao wore a white camisole top and white hot pants. None of this is the point. The point is, Su Yao is really talented. She wore that little white camisole in a way that made it look so tight that it seemed as if it was about to burst out. Every time Su Yao rubbed her clothes, the eye-catching headlights would tremble several times. Jiang Chen, who are you calling a little splash? I gave you face, didn't I? If you dare, try to yell again? When Su Yao heard the name Little Splasher, her fur instantly exploded, just like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. Bang! She threw the clothes in her hand into the basin, then turned around and looked at Jiang Chen murderously. However, the next second, Su Yao froze in place. She stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open, as if she had seen a ghost, with an incredible expression on her face. Fuck! Jiang Chen, did you go for plastic surgery? After a long time, Su Yao exclaimed and finally came to her senses. Your sister's face. Look at my face, does it look like it has been touched by a scalpel? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully and gave Su Yao a mocking look. Then why did you suddenly become so handsome? Su Yao shook off the water droplets on her hands, took a few quick steps to Jiang Chen's front, and then stared at Jiang Chen's face from a close distance. This time, Su Yao looked very seriously and carefully, and even wanted to reach out and pinch Jiang Chen's face. Swish! Jiang Chen grabbed Su Yao's wrist in time and said with disgust, "Don't get the soap bubbles on your hands on my face." Mean. Su Yao's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and then she withdrew her little hand covered with foam. Little guy, I'm giving you a chance to be with a rich guy now, do you want it? Jiang Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously, and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you still dare to call me a little kid, you. When Su Yao heard the name Little Splasher, she immediately got angry again. But just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly froze in place. Jiang Chen, what did you say just now? You wanted to introduce me to a tall, rich, and handsome guy? He. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. I know a super rich young man from a wealthy family. Do you want to drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house, buy bags and luxury goods, and have endless pocket money every month? My friend, a second-generation super rich man, is not only young, handsome, and rich, but also very generous. As long as you call me Baba, I will introduce him to you. Chapter 4 Easy to Control. In the yard. Su Yao seemed a little absent-minded. I saw her holding a bright red dress and rubbing it repeatedly in a basin of water, not noticing that the dress was almost torn to pieces. Jiang Chen stood quietly beside Su Yao. My eyes were also attracted by the bright red dress. It looks like 2 bowls of food. Can it at least hold 2 kilograms of rice? Swish, swish, swish. As Su Yao was washing, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She turned around and asked with a hint of vigilance on her face, Jiang Chen, you were dumped by Ruian, and you were mentally stimulated, so you came all the way here to play a trick on me, right? Su Yao, you are such a stupid woman with big breasts and no brains. Jiang Chen smiled with disdain and said, it's not like you dumped me. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Why would I want to play tricks on you? So what you just said is true. Su Yao stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to tell from his eyes whether he was lying or not. Swish. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain anything, but took out the Ferrari key from the file bag. Little splash, look at what this is. Jiang Chen held the Ferrari keys and waved them in front of Su Yao, with a naughty smile on his face. Ferrari? Su Yao recognized the Ferrari logo at a glance. Her eyes lit up first, and then a hint of suspicion flashed across her face. Jiang Chen, your car key, could it be a lighter? What the hell? Is it a lighter? Can't you check it yourself? Show me now. Little splash, wipe your hands first, don't dirty my car keys. Su Yao's attention was all attracted by the car keys. She seemed to have automatically ignored the fact that Jiang Chen called her little splasher again. Look. This is the benefit of having money. Under the temptation of money, even if Su Yao was once a proud school belle, she has to lower her head obediently at this moment. Hey! It really is the key to a Ferrari. Jiang Chen, is this the car that your rich second-generation friend lent you? Where is the car parked? Take me to see it. Su Yao finally showed an expression of surprise on her face. She was seen holding the Ferrari key tightly, not only refusing to return the key to Jiang Chen, but also yelling at Jiang Chen to take her to see the car. Damn! It's really a small piece of merchandise. When I heard the word luxury supercar, my eyes lit up brighter than searchlights and my saliva almost flowed out. Little guy, I still say the same thing, as long as you call me boss. I'll drive this Ferrari LaFerrari and take you out for a spin, and by the way, I'll introduce you to that super rich second-generation friend. Jiang Chen took advantage of Su Yao's inattention and immediately snatched back the Ferrari's car keys, then took out a tissue and wiped the car keys with disgust on his face. What? You said this car is one of the 3 great sports cars in the sports car world, the Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, and worth 22.5 million Dragon Country dollars? Su Yao opened her eyes wide, opened her mouth, and stood there blankly, with a look of shock on her face. She didn't even react when Jiang Chen took away her car keys. Yes, it's the Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen put the car keys in his pocket, then pretended to take out his phone to check the time, and said, "My super rich second-generation buddy has invited me to dinner tonight. I think it's getting late." Whoosh! Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Su Yao rushed to his side and hugged his arms tightly with both hands. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen was startled and was about to push Su Yao away, but he suddenly felt 2 huge soft things on his arms. At this moment, Jiang Chen calmed down. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Next, Jiang Chen looked stunned. Su Yao first hugged his arm, shook it gently a few times, then bit her lips lightly and shouted in a coquettish voice, "Baba! Little guy, you are so ticklish." Jiang Chen shook his arms calmly, as if testing the quality and performance of the headlights. Finally, we come to a conclusion: the goods are genuine and the price is fair, no deception. Definitely not a fake. Swish! Unexpectedly, Su Yao suddenly let go of Jiang Chen's arm. She raised her eyebrows, glared and said, "Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. I have already called you as you requested, that's it. Tonight, you must take me to meet your rich second-generation friend." Silence, no words. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Yao with a smile. Su Yao thought Jiang Chen was playing a trick on her. Just when she couldn't help but want to get mad, Jiang Chen said calmly, "Are you going to meet my friend dressed like this? Don't you need to change clothes and put on some prettier makeup?" Ah. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this. I quickly looked down, and although I didn't see my toes, I realized that my current outfit was indeed not suitable for going out. "Jiang Chen, wait for me, I'll go back to the house and change my clothes." After Su Yao threw down these words, she turned around and ran into her room. Perhaps she was worried that Jiang Chen would stand her up, so Su Yao opened the door again right after she closed it, and then poked her head out from behind the door and said to Jiang Chen in a fierce voice, "You must wait for me in the yard obediently and don't stand me up, otherwise, I will make you pay." After saying this, Su Yao closed the door with a bang. Snap! Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself. He knew that it took a long time for a woman to put on makeup and dress up, and Su Yao would definitely not come out of the room in less than an hour. Then, Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and started browsing the internet. After careful consideration, he booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel online. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential suite, 88,888 yuan per night. Book for a week straight away. Place your order. Ding ling ling. Jiang Chen had just completed the online payment, and not long after, he received a call from the hotel on his mobile phone. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang? Yes, I'm Jiang Chen. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Chen. You can call me Butler Bai or Manager Bai. A very pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. I just heard her chattering a lot, roughly asking Jiang Chen whether he needed the hotel to send a car to pick him up, whether he needed the hotel to arrange dinner for Jiang Chen in advance, etc. For all guests staying in the presidential suite, the hotel will send an exclusive butler to provide 24-hour service. Jiang Chen refused the hotel's car pickup service and asked Bai Qianqian to prepare a booth in advance at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Royal International Hotel. It's obvious. Tonight, Jiang Chen is going to hunt Su Yao. Who makes her Lu Ruian's good friend? My ex-girlfriend's best friend. It's exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 5. Why are you pretending to be so noble? 5 p.m. Su Yao finally came out of the room. What caught Jiang Chen's eyes was that Su Yao not only put on a delicate makeup, but also changed into a super hot mom's skirt. A head of long wavy hair, casually draped over the shoulders. The cool makeup matched with the charming eyes show her unique royal sister temperament. A halter neck and off-shoulder dress, the black fabric forms a sharp contrast with the snow-white skin. The skirt is very slim-fitting, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled sandals with red nail polish on her 10 toes, exuding endless temptation. Does it look good? Su Yao, carrying a black bag, walked in front of Jiang Chen with a very natural cat step, twisting her slender waist, and even reached out to touch her hair. Well, very tempting, I give you full marks. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, turned around and walked out of the yard. Hey! Wait for me. What are your legs for? Can't you catch up on your own? Jiang Chen, whose family is your friend from? How come I didn't know before that you have such a rich friend? There are so many things you don't know, why should I tell you all of them? In this way, Jiang Chen and Su Yao quarreled all the way. Su Yao is very unhappy with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen is very disdainful of Su Yao. But these two people walked together. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. They looked like a pair of young lovers who were quarreling, causing passers-by on the street to turn around and salute them. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen took Su Yao to an underground parking lot. From a distance, I saw an extremely dazzling red sports car parked in front. Ferrari LaFerrari. One of the three most legendary cars in the sports car world, the Ferrari LaFerrari, with a global limit of 499 units and a value of 22.5 million Chinese yuan, is just parked there quietly. This unique luxury supercar has a streamlined body and novel design, and its paint is as smooth as a mirror. No matter from which angle you look at it, it exudes alluring charm. Swish! Jiang Chen took out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. Ding ding! The next second, the two headlights of the Ferrari LaFerrari flashed twice very coolly, and two crisp horn sounds were made. The door is unlocked. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner ecstasy and walked over quickly. But he had just opened the car door, and before he could get in, he was stunned by a scream. Ah! It's really a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen, stop right there. Su Yao suddenly walked over in her high heels, stopped Jiang Chen, who was about to get in the car, and stuffed her cell phone into his hand. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen subconsciously took Su Yao's phone and asked blankly. Hurry up and take 2 photos for me. I want to post them on WeChat Moments. After Su Yao said this, she immediately walked to the front of the Ferrari LaFerrari and posed in a sexy and seductive manner. Jiang Chen. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen showed an impatient expression on his face. It was agreed that only 2 photos would be taken, but Jiang Chen took dozens of photos of Su Yao in a row, but this woman still felt it was not enough. Then, Jiang Chen had a cold face and threw the phone directly to Su Yao, then got into the driving seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Feeling the luxurious and grand decoration inside the car, Jiang Chen's mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. Ha ha! What a cool sports car! From now on, this car belongs to me. Close the door, fasten your seatbelt, adjust your seat and mirrors. Jiang Chen strictly followed the steps taught by the driving school instructor, adjusted everything, and then carefully pressed the start button. Boom! All I heard was a low and arrogant exhaust sound, which instantly echoed in the underground parking lot. Feeling the slight vibration of the car body, the Ferrari LaFerrari seemed to come alive, and Jiang Chen's blood suddenly boiled. Crack! At this moment, the passenger door was suddenly opened and Su Yao rushed in angrily. Jiang Chen, you want to die? I asked you to take 2 more photos for me, but you are so impatient? No wonder Lu Ruian wants to break up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened. Little splash, I gave you face, didn't I? Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Su Yao coldly. Jiang Chen, did you take the wrong medicine today? Who gave you the guts to call me a little splasher all the time? If you dare to scream again, I will peel off your skin. Su Yao finally couldn't help but lost her temper. She didn't know how many times Jiang Chen called her little splash during this afternoon. Even a clayman has a temper, not to mention that Su Yao was once the campus belle of Xilan University, and she has a sense of pride and coldness in her bones. So, how could she tolerate Jiang Chen humiliating her again and again? Su Yao, get out of here. I've changed my mind now. I won't take a little idiot like you to dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as you can. Jiang Chen doesn't indulge Su Yao at all. He has been a coward for 3 whole years. Over the past 3 years, he has been obedient to Ruian. Oh no! It should be said to be humble, submissive, and willing to compromise. What's the result? Jiang Chen lost miserably. After breaking up with Ruian, Jiang Chen felt like he was reborn, so how could he possibly make the same mistake again? Although Su Yao is pretty, Jiang Chen just wants to have fun. He can't push himself into the fire pit for a gold digger. Jiang Chen, you dare to yell at me? And tell me to get out? Do you think that if you introduce me to a rich young man, I will have to please you in every way and bow down to you? Who do you take me for? Su Yao was obviously very angry. She was staring at Jiang Chen with gnashed teeth, and her 36D headlights were also rising and falling, trembling with her rapid breathing. Su Yao, why are you pretending to be so noble in front of me? Who was it that said with such confidence that he would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Jiang Chen smiled with disdain. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. Su Yao's face turned red and then pale. Her lips trembled several times, as if she was trying to find something to refute Jiang Chen. But when she looked up, she suddenly saw Jiang Chen smoking, and Su Yao immediately scolded, "Jiang Chen, put out the cigarette for me quickly, I hate the smell of cigarettes." "I smoke, it's none of your business." Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yao, then took a deep puff of his cigarette and blew all the smoke onto Su Yao's face. "Jiang Chen, you want to die." Su Yao covered her mouth and nose, frowned, and said with disgust, "Don't forget, this is not your car, but the car lent to you by your tall, rich, and handsome friend. You smoke in his car. If the ash falls and burns the decoration inside the car, can you afford to pay for it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was immediately amused. Swish! Jiang Chen threw the file bag containing the vehicle driving license, purchase invoice, insurance policy, and other information directly to Su Yao without saying a word. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly, who owns this car?" After Jiang Chen said this, he stepped on the accelerator without caring whether Su Yao had fastened her seatbelt or not. Boom! The Ferrari LaFerrari let out a crazy roar, took off instantly, and then drove quickly towards the exit of the parking lot. Chapter 6: Su Yao's Girlfriends. Boom boom boom. A bright red Ferrari LaFerrari was speeding along the road. Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, controlled the steering wheel with one hand and operated the central control screen with the other hand, seemingly opening the player and selecting a song. Soon, a soothing music came from the car stereo. Su Yao, sitting in the passenger seat, held a vehicle registration certificate in her hand. Her charming peach blossom eyes stared at the name and photo on the registration certificate, with a shocked expression on her face. "Jiang Chen, is this car really yours?" After a long time, Su Yao finally came back to her senses. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen without blinking, with an expression of shock and disbelief on her face. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Is there someone else's name written on the driving license? Are the car purchase invoice, car purchase contract, and insurance policy all fake?" Jiang Chen snorted coldly, continued to control the steering wheel with one hand, and reached out to the passenger seat with his other hand and placed it on Su Yao's legs. "You." Su Yao blushed and dodged subconsciously. "Don't move. We are all adults, can't you be more sensible?" As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was immediately furious. But Su Yao was about to lose her temper when she suddenly realized something. She bit her lips tightly and swallowed back all the words she wanted to say. "Jiang Chen, how did you get the money to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari?" Before figuring out the situation, Su Yao decided to keep silent for the time being. Isn't it just letting Jiang Chen touch his thighs a few times? It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat anyway. If Jiang Chen is really a hidden rich second generation. If I offend him, I miss a great opportunity in vain? What's more, Jiang Chen is particularly handsome today, and his whole body exudes a fascinating aura. It won't be a loss to let him touch you a few times. Ha, Dad accidentally inherited a fortune, and now he's considered a rich man. Jiang Chen chuckled, and at the same time, he hooked his right finger and began to study Su Yao's skirt. Jiang Chen, be gentle, don't ruin my skirt. If you break it, I'll compensate you with 10. That's what you said. As long as you are good, Dad will buy you a street. After a blushing moment, Su Yao gradually adapted to this state, and her body slowly relaxed. She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and asked, Jiang Chen, aren't you an orphan? Where can I inherit the inheritance? I have a grandfather who does business overseas. He made a lot of money, but he got seriously ill and was dying. So, before he died, he sent someone back to his country to find me and left all his property to me. Jiang Chen made up a story at random. Anyway, Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, so it's impossible to tell whether it's real or fake. What's more, Su Yao only cares about money and is not very interested in the story itself. As expected, Su Yao immediately asked with shining eyes, Jiang Chen, how much inheritance did you inherit? Is this Ferrari also part of the inheritance? None of your business. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Hey! Brother Jiang Chen, just tell me. Su Yao gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look, and a flattering smile appeared on her delicate and charming face. It's no use calling me brother, you have to call me Baba. After Jiang Chen said this seriously, he immediately retracted his right hand and stopped studying Su Yao's skirt. After all, when driving, safety comes first. You can study the little mother's skirt at any time, there is no need to rush now. Baba, just tell me, I'm really curious. Su Yao, the once proud school beauty, is really willing to throw away her dignity for money. Not only did she move closer to Jiang Chen, but she also reached out and hugged his arm, gently shaking it a few times. She displayed the coquettish manner of a little woman to the fullest. Guess for yourself. Don't bother me while I'm driving. After Jiang Chen said this, he immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to pay any more attention to Su Yao. Seeing this scene, Su Yao couldn't help pouting, and let go of Jiang Chen's arm sullenly, while secretly cursing in her heart, stingy guy. However, not long after, Su Yao's mood became cheerful again. Because she carefully selected a few photos of herself taking with the Ferrari and posted them directly to her moments. At this moment, the number of likes and replies to her post has reached 99 plus. In addition, Su Yao also has a group of close friends. At this moment, this group of girlfriends has become excited, and everyone is tagging Su Yao. Swish! Su Yao ignored the comments in the circle of friends, and immediately opened the group of girlfriends. You lily at Su Yao, Yao, this is a Ferrari. When did you meet such a rich young man? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao, have you found a boyfriend? Luli at Su Yao, Yao, when will you bring your tall, rich and handsome boyfriend out to meet the sisters? Tang Ro at Su Yao, Yao, you are wearing such sexy clothes today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend later? Lu Ruian at Su Yao, Yao, when did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know anything about it? That's right. Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Lu Ruian is also in this group of close friends. Perhaps feeling a little guilty, Su Yao almost subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen beside her when she saw the message Lu Ruian sent in the group. Tada! I saw her holding her phone, quickly editing a message and sending it to her girlfriend's group. Su Yao at everyone, today is my first date with him. After a while, I will bring him out for everyone to meet. I have to say that although Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, she is still a little scheming. She did not expose Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen is Lu Ruian's ex-boyfriend, and almost everyone in this group of best friends knows Jiang Chen. She knows better than anyone what kind of people Su Yao's girlfriends are. If everyone knew that Jiang Chen inherited a large fortune, these girlfriends would definitely have evil thoughts. By then, wouldn't they have added a large group of competitors for no reason? In addition, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Lu Ruian is also in this group. As the saying goes, if the ex looks back, the current one will lose. Based on Su Yao's understanding of Lu Ruian, if Lu Ruian knew that Jiang Chen was rich now, she would definitely regret it and would definitely want to get back together with Jiang Chen. No! Jiang Chen can only belong to me. Even if Lu Ruian is my best friend, I can't let Jiang Chen go. Tada! Su Yao continued to hold her phone and chat happily with everyone in the girlfriends group, but she refused to reveal any information about Jiang Chen. At the same time, Su Yao couldn't help but guess in her heart. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen inherit? The sports car alone is worth 22.5 million. So the inheritance he inherited must be at least over 100 million, right? Or maybe billions? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Hiss. A billionaire at only 25 years old. This is the Prince Charming in many women's minds. Nothing more to say. I'm determined to hold on to Jiang Chen. Humph. Chapter 7, Post to Moments. 6 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Jiang Chen had just gotten out of the car when a woman in a hotel uniform came up to him. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, with a pretty face but a rather plump figure. She has a classic oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Her hair is gently tied up at the back of her head, and she exudes a charming feminine charm in her capableness. Maybe her appearance is not as stunning as Su Yao's, but she is definitely a beautiful woman who is worth looking at, especially the charm of a mature woman, which is something that women of Su Yao's age do not have. She was wearing a black mid-sleeved women's suit on the upper body and a hip skirt of the same color on the lower body. Her plump legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of patent leather high heels on her feet. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian gave a professional smile to Jiang Chen, who had just got off the car, and extended a hand. Hello, Butler Bai. Jiang Chen casually shook hands with Bai Qianqian, and felt that her palm was slightly cool, tender, and soft, as if it had no bones. Just at this moment, Su Yao walked to Jiang Chen's side. This woman not only held Jiang Chen's arm, but also looked at Bai Qianqian with a vigilant look. Bai Qianqian ignored Su Yao's gaze and continued to smile and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We have arranged a booth with a great view for you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Okay, then I'll trouble Butler Bai to lead the way. You're welcome. This is my duty. Bai Qianqian turned around and began to lead the way. Jiang Chen's gaze fell uncontrollably on Bai Qianqian's hip skirt. No way. Bai Qianqian's figure is so plump. The thick curves are wrapped up by the skirt, giving people a plump and beautiful feeling, very tempting. If Su Yao has an hourglass figure, then Bai Qianqian has a standard pear-shaped figure. All I can say is that these two different types of body shapes have their own advantages, right? Bai Qianqian is definitely a diligent housekeeper. In the elevator, she kept introducing the functions of each floor of the hotel to Jiang Chen. For example, gym, indoor swimming pool, chess and card room, KTV, SPA health center, billiard room. Until this moment. Su Yao only then realized that Jiang Chen had booked a presidential suite in this hotel, and he had booked it for 7 days in one go. The presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel costs 88,888 yuan for one night, so a 7-day stay will cost more than 600,000 yuan. Thinking that Jiang Chen spent more than 600,000 just to stay in a hotel for a few days, Su Yao was shocked and felt a pang of pain in her heart. What a prodigal son. This is more than 600,000 Dragon Country coins. You can buy a low-end version of Porsche 718. If you have money and don't know where to spend it, you can give it to me. Soon. Under the guidance of Bai Qianqian, Jiang Chen and Su Yao came to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. After Jiang Chen took the menu, he ordered the most expensive king crab, Australian lobster, geoduck, and an unknown large conch. Finally, Jiang Chen also checked a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 Dragon Country currency on the wine page. The main point is, don't want the best, just the most expensive. Crack. 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 After all the dishes were served, Su Yao immediately took out her mobile phone and took pictures of the dishes frantically. Especially the bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. From opening the bottle, to decanting, then pouring into a red wine glass, and finally picking up the glass to taste slowly. Su Yao did not miss any step and took dozens of photos frantically to prove that she had indeed drunk this bottle of red wine. Next. Su Yao carefully selected a few photos, posted them on WeChat Moments, and added a melodramatic caption. There is meat on the table, wine in the cup, the moon is in the sky, and he is beside me. As soon as this circle of friends was sent out, Su Yao's WeChat exploded again. Especially Su Yao's girlfriends group. The group of girlfriends who had tagged her crazily in the afternoon jumped out again at this moment. You Lily at Su Yao, damn. This is a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Yao Yao, did you really hook up with a super rich second generation? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, Are you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Dynasty International Hotel? Luli at Su Yao, I have never eaten such a sumptuous meal. Yao Yao, when will you take me with you? Tang Ro at Su Yao, Yao Yao, I want to have a big meal too, take me along too. Lu Ruian at Su Yao, Yao Yao, did you really find a rich second-generation boyfriend? Looking at the various inquiry messages sent by her besties, Su Yao's face blossomed into a bright smile, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Su Yao at everyone, sisters, when my brother is free someday, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. As soon as Su Yao sent this message to the group, her girlfriends immediately started to make a fuss. Someone asked Su Yao to expose the photo of this super rich brother directly to her girlfriends group so that everyone can witness his style. Some people also reminded Su Yao that there are too many scammers these days, and asked her to be careful and not be deceived by others. Some people also suggested that they should find Su Yao and check it in person. And the person who proposed to check Su Yao was Lu Ruian. When Su Yao heard that Lu Ruian was coming to see her, she was so scared that she quickly replied with a message. Su Yao at Lu Ruian, Ruian, this is my first date with him, please don't ruin my date. Lu Ruian at Su Yao, you think too much. How could I possibly ruin your good fortune? I was just worried that you were being cheated, so I wanted to help you check. Su Yao, oh. Don't worry, he is definitely not a liar. Lu Ruian, Yao Yao, there are too many liars these days, and they are too good at disguising themselves. How do you know he is not a liar? Seeing the message sent by Lu Ruian, Su Yao suddenly became anxious. If Lu Ruian found out that this rich brother was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knows what would happen? No. Before Jiang Chen is dealt with, Lu Ruian must not be allowed to know that Jiang Chen is this super rich brother. Tada! Su Yao didn't even have time to eat, and immediately replied quickly with her phone in hand. Su Yao, the LaFerrari's vehicle registration, the purchase invoice, and the insurance policy all have his name and ID number written on them. Su Yao, he paid 300,000 yuan for the bottle of Lafite wine he ordered just now with a credit card. Su Yao, he has booked a presidential suite at the Dynasty International Hotel for 7 days and has paid more than 600,000 in advance. Su Yao, the most important thing is that I have known him for almost 7 years and I know his character very well. He is definitely not a liar. After this series of messages were sent out, Su Yao's girlfriends group suddenly became quiet. But after a brief silence, the group of girlfriends immediately became noisy again. You Lily, wow. Yao Yao, you actually have such a super rich second generation by your side, why didn't you tell us before? Lin Qingxue, Yao Yao, you covered it really tightly. Luli, Yao Yao, you have remained single since college. Are you waiting for the super rich brother? Tang Ro, Yao Yao, come on. You must take down the rich brother. Remember to treat us to a big meal when the time comes. Lu Ruian, Yao Yao, how come I didn't know that you have a super rich brother whom you have known for 7 years? Chapter 8 Lu Ruian's Suspicion. Night. Wells Western Restaurant. Lu Ruian and Yang Fan sat at a window seat. On the table in front of the two of them were 2 medium rare black pepper steaks and a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan. Lu Ruian looked at the ordinary steak and ordinary red wine on the table, and then looked at the photos that Su Yao showed off in the girlfriends group. At this moment, Lu Ruian suddenly felt bored. Women all have a competitive spirit. Although Lu Ruian and Su Yao are good friends, deep down in their hearts, they both subconsciously compare themselves with each other. Su Yao was named the campus beauty at Xilan University, but Lu Ruian was never convinced. She thought that she was no less pretty than Su Yao, so why would everyone choose Su Yao as the school belle instead of her? Is it just because Su Yao's breasts are a little bigger than hers? Men are so superficial. Now, Lu Ruian and her Bai Yue Guang are back together again, and Bai Yue Guang is a returnee who has joined a large company as a senior executive with a starting monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. His future is limitless. This is something worth showing off. But Lu Ruian never expected that Su Yao, who had remained single for many years, would find an even more dazzling and wealthy brother in the blink of an eye. That super rich brother not only drove a sports car worth 22.5 million, but also took Su Yao to a big dinner, stayed in the presidential suite, and even opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000. There is no harm without comparison. Lu Ruian felt that she was once again outshined by Su Yao, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. Jealousy can easily make people lose their minds. On impulse, Lu Ruian sent a WeChat message to Su Yao. She really wanted to see who this rich brother was. She even had a little plan in mind that with her looks, she might be able to snatch this rich brother away from Su Yao. However, Su Yao was obviously on guard against Lu Ruian, and rejected her kind help to check out of the blue. After being rejected, Lu Ruian could not find any other excuses and finally could only choose to remain silent. Ruian, what are you daydreaming about? At this moment, Yang Fan's voice suddenly floated over from across the dining table. Swish! Lu Ruian raised her head and looked at Bai Yueguan, who was sitting opposite her. At this moment, Lu Ruian suddenly realized that Yang Fan was not as handsome as she had imagined. If we only talk about height and appearance, Yang Fan is actually far inferior to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was the recognized school idol of Xilan University back then. Yang Fan is just better off than Jiang Chen financially. He usually dresses well, eats well, and looks good, which naturally gives people a very handsome feeling. Nothing, Su Yao just posted a bunch of photos in the girlfriends group. She seems to have found a boyfriend. Lu Ruian shook her head, getting rid of the random thoughts in her mind, and continued to hold her phone, enlarging the photos that Su Yao had just sent one by one. Is the campus beauty of Suzhou University looking for a boyfriend? Who is he? Is he handsome? Is he financially sound? What surprised Lu Ruian a little was that Yang Fan seemed to be very interested in Su Yao's emotional state. Her boyfriend is a super rich guy. The other party drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, lived in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and took Su Yao to eat at the Dynasty Revolving Restaurant. The red wine they drank was 300,000 yuan a bottle. Lu Ruian was talking when she suddenly stopped. Her eyes suddenly widened and her fingers stopped on an enlarged photo, as if she had discovered something incredible. In the photo, there is a couple booth. The table was filled with delicacies from land and sea, and next to it was a bottle of Lafite worth 300,000 yuan. None of this is the point. The point is that when Su Yao took this photo, she also took the photo of the super rich brother sitting opposite her. Although this rich brother did not show his face, the photo only captured half of his body. But the casual shirt the other person was wearing made Lu Ruian feel very familiar with it. Etc. Jiang Chen seems to have an identical shirt. Could it be that this super rich brother is actually? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How could he be the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned? It must be a coincidence. Xilan City is so big and has such a large population that things like wearing the same clothes happen every day. So, Jiang Chen must have been wearing the same clothes as this super rich brother. Ruian, since Su Yao has found a boyfriend, and you and Su Yao are good friends, how about I host you some other day, and you invite Su Yao and her boyfriend out, and we can all have a meal and get together? Yang Fan picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip of the 3,000 yuan red wine very elegantly, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Okay, I'll send a WeChat message to Yao Yao right away. Lu Ruian nodded. Yang Fan's suggestion helped her find an excuse to meet the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned openly. Lu Ruian, Yao Yao, Yang Fan, and I have discussed this and would like to invite you and your boyfriend to have a meal together. You wouldn't even give me this little courtesy, would you? After this WeChat message was sent, Su Yao replied almost immediately. Su Yao, Ruian, I'm really sorry, my brother has been very busy these past 2 days. He has a lot of things to deal with in the company, and he is also busy signing a contract worth tens of billions. He really can't spare the time. Su Yao, this little brat, can lie without blushing or breathing hard. Signing a contract worth tens of billions? She really dares to brag. But in Su Yao's opinion, Jiang Chen inherited a large sum of money. A sports car alone was worth 22.5 million, so the inheritance must have exceeded 10 billion. Isn't inheriting a legacy worth tens of billions equivalent to signing a contract worth tens of billions? So, she thought that she was not lying, but just changing the concept. Lu Ruian, Yao Yao, when is your boyfriend free? Su Yao, I don't know either. After all, my brother manages a large listed company with tens of thousands of employees, all of whom rely on him for their livelihood. Su Yao, I can't ask him about his work because he promised me that he would be responsible for making money to support the family and I just need to be beautiful. Su Yao, oh. I won't say anymore. My brother wants to eat shrimps. I want to peel them myself and feed them to him. Emoji, shy. Seeing these WeChat messages, Lu Ruian almost vomited blood. Yao Yao, you little cousin. You are showing off your affection in front of me? Eat, eat. You'll die of stuffing, you little bitch. I wish you and your super rich brother, who are allergic to seafood, will depend on each other for life and death. Swish. Ruian angrily closed the chat box with Su Yao, then clicked into the girlfriends group, opened a photo at random, and enlarged it again to view it. However, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. In this photo, the rich brother sitting opposite Su Yao actually showed one hand, and on his wrist was a bracelet with golden letters strung on a red rope. Ruian clearly saw that the two golden letters were J and C. Jiang Chen also has an identical bracelet. Ruian remembered that when Jiang Chen celebrated his birthday last year, he suddenly went to the temple and asked for a red rope. Perhaps because he felt that a red rope was too monotonous, Jiang Chen bought two golden letters online. JC are exactly the first letters of Jiang Chen's name. No way? ISNT, it's such a coincidence? If clothes can be the same, can bracelets also be the same? Besides, Su Yao said that she had known this super rich brother for 7 years and knew his character very well. Ruian, Jiang Chen and Su Yao have been college classmates for 4 years. After graduation, the three of them remained neighbors for another 3 years. If you calculate it this way, the total time is exactly 7 years. Hiss. Could it be that the rich brother Su Yao mentioned is Jiang Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just an orphan without a father or a mother. When he was in college, he relied on working part-time to complete his studies. After graduation, he took a job as a delivery man. How could he be the rich brother? How could he afford to drive a sports car worth $22.5 million, stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and drink red wine worth $300,000 a bottle? In short, this super rich brother definitely cannot be Jiang Chen. There must be someone else. Chapter 9. Is this your first time? 9 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant. After Jiang Chen paid the bill with his credit card, he found out that this meal cost him a full 500,000 yuan. But, seeing that Su Yao's eyes were already a little drunk, her face was flushed, and her steps began to become erratic. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt it very necessary to get the 500,000 back from Su Yao. Swish. As soon as he entered the elevator, Jiang Chen put his arms around Su Yao's slender waist. Su Yao did not resist and leaned into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen, I seem to be drunk, can you take me home? As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen immediately understood that the little guy was pretending to be drunk. You know that your father has booked a presidential suite in this hotel, but you still want your father to take you home. If this isn't pretending to be drunk, then what are you pretending to be? Since you are drunk, I will take you back to your room to rest. Jiang Chen held Su Yao's hand and moved it down, then patted her buttocks lightly. It was obvious that Su Yao's pretty face turned red, her body suddenly tensed up, the confusion in her eyes instantly disappeared, and a hint of tension flashed between her brows. Jiang Chen doesn't care what Su Yao thinks. I've ridden in Dad's sports car, eaten Dad's seafood dinner, and drunk Dad's Lafite red wine. I have to serve Dad well tonight. I don't know, is the bed in the presidential suite big? Is the bed hard? Can I swim in the bathtub? Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, welcome home. Jiang Chen hugged Su Yao and just arrived at the door of the presidential suite. He saw the housekeeper Bai Qianqian who had been waiting for a long time. Crack. Bai Qianqian opened the door, led Jiang Chen and Su Yao in, and then introduced the layout of the presidential suite to them. In the living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are eye-catching. Standing in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, you can have a panoramic view of all the nearby buildings, giving you a feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the mountains. In addition, the decoration of the living room is also quite luxurious, with several exaggerated sofas, which almost put the word luxury directly on it. On the left side of the living room is the presidential bedroom, and on the right side is the first lady's bedroom. Both bedrooms have their own bathroom and dressing room. Outside the presidential bedroom, there is a huge open-air balcony with lounge chairs, parasols, hanging swings, etc. But Bai Qianqian is a very perceptive woman. She suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that Jiang Chen was hugging Su Yao, biting and touching her, so she immediately stopped the introduction and hurried out of the presidential suite. This time, no one came to disturb Jiang Chen and Su Yao anymore. Swish. The skirt Su Yao was wearing was really inconvenient to take off. Fortunately, Su Yao seemed to be half-hearted and did not resist much. After Jiang Chen studied it carefully, he quickly mastered the technique of taking off his stepmother's skirt. An hour later. Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh. Su Yao lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. Little Splash Man, how come this is your first time? Jiang Chen sighed softly, reached out to lift the quilt and took a look. A bright red plum blossom mark suddenly appeared on the white sheets. Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped crying immediately. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Chen's profile, saying fiercely, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? How can it not be my first time? Silence, no words. Jiang Chen trembled his lips and didn't know what to say for a long time. He never expected that a 24K pure gold digger like Su Yao would still keep her virginity until now. This is a bit troublesome. Not easy to handle. Headache. Jiang Chen, don't you want to admit it? At this moment, Su Yao's voice floated over again, and Jiang Chen suddenly felt his head getting bigger. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his mobile phone, gritted his teeth and said to Su Yao, Little Splash, just name a price, how much do you want? What? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately became furious. She stared at Jiang Chen angrily and said, Jiang Chen, who do you think I am? A gold digger? The reason why I have always kept my virginity is that I want to give the cleanest and most perfect self to my future husband who will love and pamper me. You took away my most important thing, and now you just want to pay me some money and let it go? Are you still a man? Do you still have any sense of responsibility as a man? Listening to Su Yao's babble of abuse and looking at her increasingly agitated emotions, Jiang Chen's eyelids could not help but tremble slightly, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Stop pretending, you're not tired, but I'm annoyed. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned for a moment, and then she became even more excited. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today. Before Su Yao could finish her words, Jiang Chen hugged her and stretched out his hand, slapping her buttocks 3 times. Snap. 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 After 3 crisp sounds, Su Yao was frightened and shut her mouth. But she huddled in Jiang Chen's arms, trembling, frowning, tears in her eyes, and an expression of grievance on her face. What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? Seeing that Su Yao had calmed down, Jiang Chen communicated with her calmly. I want you to marry me. Su Yao didn't even think about it and immediately made an excessive request. No. Jiang Chen rejected her request without even thinking about it. Why? Because I never planned to get married in my life. You. Except for this request, I can agree to everything else. Silence, no words. The room suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just raised his head slightly, as if staring at the ceiling above his head in a daze. Su Yao continued to shrink in Jiang Chen's arms, but her eyes kept rolling around, as if she was planning something. After a moment, Su Yao suddenly asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, you don't want to marry me because you still have Lu Ruian in your heart? He. Jiang Chen sneered and said, I have a serious mental obsession with cleanliness. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has been turned back to. I will never touch a dirty woman again. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. She suddenly hugged Jiang Chen and said lovingly, Jiang Chen, I'm not Lu Ruian. I won't be fickle, and I won't be fickle. Since you are my first man, I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Look, I gave you my most precious first time as a woman. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Su Yao deliberately used a gentle voice and a pitiful look to seduce Jiang Chen, as if she was determined to marry Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen won tea by it now. He thought for a moment and said, Little man, I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, you can be my girlfriend, and I will support you in the future. As long as you are good, I can try my best to meet all your material needs. But let me be frank with you, you will definitely not be my only girlfriend. Second, I will give you a large sum of money at once as compensation to you. From now on, we will no longer be friends and owe each other nothing. Choose one of the 2. There is no third choice. Choose for yourself. Chapter 10 I Want to Be Big. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The city lights and starlight complement each other, creating a dreamy night scene. Inside the presidential suite, Su Yao's sobbing continued. But she cried for a long time, her eyes were almost swollen from crying, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent, as if he was determined not to pay any attention to her. Jiang Chen, you are a scumbag. Perhaps because she saw that this trick didn't work on Jiang Chen, Su Yao simply stopped pretending and glared at Jiang Chen angrily. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been tortured to death by her hundreds of times by now. You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your good friend Lu Ruian. Jiang Chen laughed and said, it was she who made me realize that love is the cheapest thing and sincerity is worthless. Besides, there is no emotional foundation between us. You want my money, I want your sex, we each get what we want, it's just a deal. Even if I give you a marriage contract, as long as I am not willing to spend money on you, you can't get any benefit from me. On the contrary, if you become my lover or girlfriend, and are well behaved and obedient, and don't make me angry, then I can spend as much money as I want on you. Money. Do you want it? You don't want it, there are a lot of women waiting in line outside who want it. Quiet. The room was quiet. Although Jiang Chen's long speech was full of twisted ideas, it silenced Su Yao. Su Yao was seen biting her lips tightly, her long eyelashes were trembling, and her face was full of complicated expressions. Half a day later, Su Yao suddenly sighed and said with resentment, Jiang Chen, since I gave you my first time, can you agree to my 2 requests? What's your request? Tell me first. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yao with a smile. First, if you regret it someday and want to find a woman to marry, have children, and start a family, you can't marry any other woman, you can only marry me. In other words, I want to be your only candidate for wife. Phew. When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Wife candidate? Is it still possible to play like this? What on earth is going on in the little guy's head? But Jiang Chen was just stunned for a moment, then he stroked his chin and said, if that day ever comes, I will consider you. I don't want you to consider it, I want you to agree. Su Yao raised her eyebrows, glared, and showed a fierce expression again, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. Okay, I can agree to your request. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Su Yao's face finally broke into a bright smile. Next. Su Yao stroked her hair and said seriously, second, I want to be your real girlfriend, and I allow you to have other women outside, but no matter how many women you have outside in the future, they can only be considered mistresses. As long as I am alive, they will always be my concubines. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He felt that his thinking seemed to be completely unable to keep up with Su Yao's pace. Do you think this is a palace fighting drama? As long as I am alive, you will always be my concubines? Do you really think of yourself as the queen? But the 2 requests raised by Su Yao seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen at all. First of all, Jiang Chen would never get married, so Su Yao had no chance to marry Jiang Chen. Then, whether the girlfriend is the legitimate one or a mistress, maybe this is very important to Su Yao, but it is not important at all to Jiang Chen. Okay, I can agree to both of your requests. Jiang Chen nodded, and then added, however, I also want to make a request to you. What do you want? Su Yao blinked and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Loyalty. Jiang Chen slowly uttered these 2 words, then narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, little man, if you betray me one day, I will not give you any chance, I will kill you with my own hands. Well. Su Yao was immediately startled and couldn't help shivering. Just now, she clearly saw a flash of cold murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. That's right. It's murderous intent. She had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Chen's words. There seemed to be a voice in her heart constantly warning her not to test Jiang Chen's bottom line. If you really betray Jiang Chen will definitely kill you without hesitation. Husband. Su Yao suddenly used the clip sound. She hugged Jiang Chen coquettishly, with a weak and pitiful expression on her face, I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Don't worry, I will never betray you. Ha, remember what you said tonight. Jiang Chen nodded with a fake smile, then rolled out of bed and walked straight towards the bathroom. Hubby, where are you going? When Su Yao saw Jiang Chen suddenly get out of bed, she panicked and quickly struggled to get up from the bed. I'm going to take a shower, do you want to come with me? Jiang Chen stopped walking, turned around and gave Su Yao a naughty look. At this moment, Su Yao was stunned. It would have been fine if Jiang Chen didn't get up. When he got up, his strong body was revealed in front of Su Yao. Her wheat-colored skin glows charmingly under the light. The well-proportioned muscles, the explosive waist, the 8 abdominal muscles and the mermaid line all fascinated Su Yao deeply. None of this is the point. But Jiang Chen also has a handsome face that is so handsome that it takes all women's breath away. The best little wolf dog. He is simply a walking hormone, an arsonist of hearts, a man as beautiful as jade, and a unique young man in the world. Hubby, wait for me. Su Yao threw away all her reserve in an instant, quickly opened the quilt, and then limped off the bed. However, before Su Yao could stand firm, the next second, Jiang Chen quickly approached her, and then hugged her in his arms like a princess. Little Splash, you're not feeling well, so let daddy hold you. Jiang Chen's warm breath touched Su Yao's ears, and immediately made her two little ears turn red. Su Yao nodded shyly and hugged Jiang Chen tighter. Su Yao was no longer so resistant to Jiang Chen's stubborn call her Little Splasher. Instead, she felt a little happy. Little Splasher. Ha, what a friendly name. Jiang Chen only calls me Little Splash, this is his unique name for me. This is enough to prove that I have a different position in Jiang Chen's heart. Anyway, from now on, I will be Jiang Chen's Little Splasher, and no other woman can monopolize this title. Whoever dares to steal, I will be angry with him. Chapter 11, Posting to Moments at Midnight. Midnight. Inside the presidential suite. Su Yao was sweating profusely and was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Her whole body was like a puddle of mud. She curled up lazily in Jiang Chen's arms and finally fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen stroked Su Yao's hair, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then gently pulled his arm out from under her neck. Perhaps it was because he slept for 6 hours during the day, or perhaps it was because the genetic medicine completely transformed his body, but at this moment Jiang Chen was very energetic and not sleepy at all. Swish! Jiang Chen was stunned for a while, then he picked up the phone thrown on the bedside table and opened WeChat Moments out of boredom. Ta-da! Jiang Chen casually flipped through the WeChat Moments and found that Su Yao had posted a lot of updates. First, Su Yao is showing off the appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Second, Su Yao is showing off the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third one is Su Yao's seafood dinner at Zuenawenko Revolving Restaurant. In the fourth post, Su Yao was showing off a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan, and wrote, "There is meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon is in the sky, and he is beside me." Article 5, Su Yao is in the presidential suite of Zuenawenko Hotel. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Little Jianrun is so vain. She wanted to tell the world about her date with Jiang Chen last night, and even wanted to label herself as the girlfriend of a super rich man. But Su Yao was obviously a little cautious when posting these photos, and Jiang Chen's face was not shown in any of the photos. Maybe he was worried about making Jiang Chen angry? After all, she sent out photos of Jiang Chen without his permission. What if this behavior angered Jiang Chen? How could she get the support of this rich brother in the future? Suddenly, a new update in Jiang Chen's circle of friends caught his attention. It was sent by Ruian. The picture shows a man and a woman lying on the bed in a hotel, leaning against each other tightly, both of them showing a tired but sweet smile. Although the two men were covered with quilts, their shoulders and arms were exposed. Coupled with the messy sheets around them, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that a fierce battle must have just taken place between the two. That's right. These two people are Yang Fan and Ruian. In addition, the post reads, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can live happily for the rest of our lives." Even though it's 1 o'clock in the morning. However, a lot of comments soon appeared under this post on WeChat Moments. "You Lily, Ruian, why are you together with Yang Fan? Lin Qingxue, Ruian, you broke up with Jiang Chen? Luli, Ruian, I heard a while ago that you and Jiang Chen were planning to get married. How come in the blink of an eye, you are now dating Yang Fan again? Tangro, oh my god. What happened? What is the situation now?" Ruian, unified reply, "Thank you for your concern, I have broken up with Jiang Chen, Yang Fan is my boyfriend now, I hope everyone can bless us." He. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Ruian had just broken up with him in the morning, but she couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed in the evening, and even posted a WeChat Moments message in the middle of the night to make an official announcement. This Nima. The seamless technology is so powerful. The beer is awesome. Jiang Chen did not comment on Ruian's post. He just put down his phone and opened the main page of the lottery system with his mind. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. According to the rules of the lottery system, once midnight passes every day, the 3 lottery opportunities for the next day will be refreshed immediately. It is already around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Chen naturally got 3 new chances to draw the lottery. Looking at the lucky wheel in sight, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, with a slight click sound, the pointer stopped steadily in an area with a cartoon gold coin painted on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa. Swish! A file bag suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. There was actually a red property certificate inside. Jiang Chen took out the property certificate and flipped it open. His name and the specific address of the villa appeared on it: Villa Number 1, Fenghuang Villa, Yuhu District, Xilan City. Oh shit! It turned out to be a villa in Phoenix Villa. Phoenix Villa is a famous wealthy residential area in Xilan City. It is rumored that the lowest priced villa there is worth more than 100 million yuan. What's more, Jiang Chen drew Villa Number 1, which is the king of villas in Phoenix Villa, and its value has increased several times. Nothing more to say. Brother Tongzi, please accept my greeting. You are awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw the file bag aside, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. The pointer on the turntable began to move again. 3 seconds later, the pointer turned a big circle, slowly passed through the gold coin area, and finally stopped steadily in the card area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dog-licking card. Swish! A card suddenly popped up on the turntable. There seemed to be a pug holding a meat bone on it. Then, the card was put into the system inventory. What is this? Dog-licking card? What is this thing used for? Jiang Chen quickly used his mind to open the system inventory and soon found the card in his backpack. Dog-licking card. After using this card, you can get a random 100 times rebate by actively giving money, transferring money, or spending to a woman. Note, this card can only be used once. Oh shit. Is this called a dog-licking card? Brother Tongzi, do you have any misunderstanding about the word dog licker? A dog licker is someone who gives without any reward. With this card, you can randomly get 100 times the rebate by spending money on women. How can it be called a bootlicker card? Brother Tongzi, you. It's such an insult to the dogs. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately lifted the quilt and slapped Su Yao on the buttocks. Ah! What's wrong? What happened? Is there a thief in the house? Su Yao, who was attacked, immediately woke up from her sleep. I saw her opening a pair of sleepy eyes, and she sat up from the bed with a whoosh, her face full of nervous expression. Little Splash, what's your card number? Ah? Hurry up and tell me your card number. Dad is going to transfer some pocket money to you. Ah? What? Money, do you want it? Want. Looking at Su Yao, who looked confused but nodded subconsciously, Jiang Chen thought about it and did not use the dog-licking card on the spot. Swish! Jiang Chen turned on the front camera of his phone, then hugged Su Yao in his arms and said, "Little guy, take a few photos with me first. I want to post it on WeChat Moments for the official announcement." Ah? Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across her face. Jiang Chen is going to make an official announcement on WeChat Moments? Jiang Chen is going to openly announce that he and I are in a relationship? Very good. Without any hesitation, Su Yao immediately hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and then cooperated with him to take more than a dozen intimate photos in one breath. Although the two of them were lying on the bed in the hotel without any clothes on, Jiang Chen would definitely not let Su Yao reveal her beauty. Sometimes, being half-hidden is more tempting than being honest. Ta-da! Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, with a caption, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can be happy for the rest of our lives." That's right. Jiang Chen's copywriting and Lu Ruian's copywriting are exactly the same, word for word. Lu Ruian even posted the bed photos on her Moments, without considering the feelings of her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen at all. It can be said that she was deliberately trampling on Jiang Chen's dignity. So, how could Jiang Chen tolerate this? Damn! Lu Ruian, you are such a jerk. Do you think you are the only one who posts on your moments and I don't know how to do it? Look at Su Yao, the campus belle of Shilin University. Her face is prettier than yours, her body is hotter than yours, and she is still a virgin. How can you compare to her? Without you, I will live a more carefree life. Chapter 12, Dog Card and Skill Book. Swish. After Jiang Chen posted that circle of friends, he immediately exited WeChat and opened the mobile banking app. I checked the balance of my bank card and there was still 8,878,304.48 yuan left. Use the liquor card. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and the next second, the dog card, stored in the system inventory, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ding! The host successfully used a dog licking card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time dog licking buff. A small buff icon suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of Jiang Chen's field of vision. He just moved his eyes to the icon, and a line of introduction immediately popped up in front of him. Dog licking buff one time, give money, transfer money, or spend money on women, and you can get a random rebate of 200. Tada! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately transferred 8,878,300 yuan to Su Yao's bank card. The reason why I left 4.48 yuan and did not transfer all the money was because I was worried that the balance in my bank card would be insufficient, which would lead to the failure of the transfer. In short, it is better to be safe than sorry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the licking dog buff and getting a 66-fold rebate. Just when Jiang Chen completed the transfer, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Oh my god! 66 times rebate? Doesn't it mean that I just transferred more than 8.8 million to Su Yao, and in the blink of an eye I can get more than 500 million in return? Ding ding! Jiang Chen was still in a daze when his phone vibrated slightly, and he received a transfer message from the bank. Longhua Bank, your account with the last number 5418 completed the transfer transaction of Xiagua currency 585,967,800.00 at 1:30 on July 8, and the balance is 585,967,804.48. Oh shit! More than 580 million was deposited into the account in seconds. Brother Tonzi is so awesome. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Oh my god. More than 8 million? Husband, why did you transfer so much money to me? Su Yao seemed to have received the bank's transfer message. She held her phone and counted 3 times. Soon, an expression of astonishment and ecstasy appeared on her face. Would. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Su Yao rushed over, hugged him, and kissed him hard on the face. Okay, isn't it just over 8 million? Look at you, you're so ignorant. Next time you go out with me, don't embarrass me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, reached out and pushed Su Yao away, then turned over and got out of bed, putting on his silk pajamas from the hotel. Hubby, where are you going? I'm going to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. You can continue to sleep. Don't worry about me. Oh, then I'll wait for you to come back. Why are you waiting for me to come back? Honey, I want to hold you and sleep together. On the balcony. Jiang Chen lay down on the recliner, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 2 draws have already been held, and Jiang Chen still has 1 chance left today, so he plans to use it up. Swish! He clicked on the main page of the lottery system again, and looking at the lucky wheel in his field of vision, Jiang Chen's mouth corners also curled up into a beautiful arc. Brother Tonzi, give me a big prize. Jiang Chen took a deep puff of his cigarette, then concentrated his mind and clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer on the turntable started to move rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's nervous gaze, the pointer made a big circle and slowed down, then passed through the gold coin area and slowly ran towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey! There's hope! Judging from the situation, I can at least draw a reward above, bottle. Swish, swish, swish. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer first passed through the G card area, then slowly passed through the bottle area, and finally moved little by little in the V book area. It looks like the pointer is heading towards the last area. Come on. Just a little further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. But after the pointer slowly moved for a distance, it seemed to suddenly lose power, and finally stopped in the D books area with a click. That's right. The pointer stopped at the edge of the books area, just a little bit away from the final area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. At this moment, a book jumped out of the lucky wheel. It was a bit like the martial arts secrets in martial arts movies, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically collected into the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Strong curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to open the inventory impatiently. Soon, he saw this mysterious skill book in his backpack. Combat Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, you can automatically comprehend and master various combat skills, making you a master-level fighter in an instant. Oh shit! Is this the reward for the books area? A skill book that can be learned in one go? Brother Tonzi, you are so awesome. Jiang Chen suddenly clenched his fists, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his face was full of excitement. As a man, who hasn't he dreamed of being a martial arts hero when he was young? I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the prosperity of the world. The heart of a young man is always a little frivolous. Now I am at home everywhere. Brother Tonzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used the skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, a strange memory that was no less familiar than Jiang Chen suddenly flooded into his mind. Fighting is a combat sport that aims to defeat or subdue an opponent. It is derived from martial arts. Fighting is a violent aesthetic that combines strength, wisdom, technology, and endurance. Fighting can basically be divided into boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, traditional martial arts, confrontation, and grappling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it seemed as if only a moment had passed. When Jiang Chen completely digested this memory, his eyes changed drastically. Become extra sharp. Even 2 cold rays that seemed to be real were shot out. This feeling is just like the peerless masters in the movies, who can make the enemy tremble with fear and their legs go weak with just a glance. Click. 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 Jiang Chen casually clenched his fist, and his finger bones immediately made several crisp sounds. Hoo! Hoo! He casually threw 2 punches into the air, and the loud bangs made by his fists breaking through the air scared Jiang Chen himself. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up, stretch his muscles, and practice a set of boxing techniques on the balcony for fun, suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps behind me. Then, a fragrant breeze blew over. Chapter 13, 7 Fairies of Xilan University. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt itchy on his face, as if there were ants crawling on it. Swish! Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and scratched his face, then turned over and continued to sleep. However, not long after, I felt an itchy sensation on my face again. Jiang Chen opened his hazy eyes, but he didn't expect that the first thing that caught his eyes was a charming and enchanting face. Su Yao. She had a smile on her face, pinching a strand of her hair in her hand, and then tickling Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps it was because she saw Jiang Chen open his eyes that Su Yao finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, then leaned down and quickly kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. What are you doing? Yawn. Jiang Chen yawned loudly, glared at Su Yao in dissatisfaction, then closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Honey, I'm hungry. Call butler Bai and ask her to bring breakfast to your room. Hubby, get up and have breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen is very grumpy when he wakes up. He hates it most when others disturb his sleep, and he also hates it most when others pull him out of bed when he is sleeping soundly. When Su Yao saw Jiang Chen lose his temper, she was so frightened that she dared not utter a word and did not dare to disturb him anymore. Time passes by every second. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but he was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone shaking his arm gently twice. Husband, husband. The sound of Su Yao's clappers came to his ears again, and Jiang Chen was immediately annoyed. Just when Jiang Chen was about to start cursing, Su Yao's voice floated over again. Husband, my group of girlfriends insisted on asking me out shopping today. But I don't want to squeeze into the subway or the bus. Dear husband, can you lend me your car? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and immediately saw Su Yao, who was already dressed neatly and had delicate makeup on her face. Your group of girlfriends? The 7 Fairies of Xilan University? A group of beautiful women instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Su Yao was named the campus beauty of Shillong University that year. But at that time, in addition to Su Yao, there were 6 other beautiful women who were on the candidate list for the school belle. Because Su Yao had a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which gave her a soft and charming feeling, she finally defeated the other 6 beauties with a slight advantage in votes and became the campus belle of Shillong University. However, I don't know which board LSP gave these 7 beauties a resounding nickname, the 7 fairies of Shillong University. Since then, Su Yao's reputation as the school belle has become somewhat weaker, while the reputation of the 7 fairies has become more and more famous. That's right. There are only 7 people in Su Yao's group of close friends, and they are the 7 fairies who were famous in Shillong University back then. None of this is the point. The point is, thanks to Lu Ruian, Zhang Chen has the WeChat accounts of every one of the 7 fairies of Shillong University. Little guy, if I bring all 6 of the 7 fairies from Shillong University home except Lu Ruian, what do you think Lu Ruian's expression will be? When Zhang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned. She stared at Zhang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open in shock. Her lips trembled several times, but she couldn't utter a word. What's wrong? What's that expression on your face? Zhang Chen stretched out his body, then lay sideways on the bed, looking at Su Yao, who was standing beside the bed with interest. Honey, are you kidding me? Su Yao's face looked a little ugly, her voice was a little trembling, and there seemed to be a sense of grievance in her tone. Little Splash, I'm giving you a task now. Zhang Chen climbed up from the bed, and then said to Su Yao seriously, I want you to do whatever it takes to get all your girlfriends to be my girlfriends. Ah? Su Yao was stunned. She bit her lips tightly, her face gradually turned red, and 2 flames of anger shot out of her beautiful eyes, as if she was on the verge of exploding. However, Zhang Chen's next words made her freeze again. If you succeed in getting one, I'll give you 10 million. If you get all 5, I will not only give you 50 million, but I can also give you the Ferrari LaFerrari. I'm just asking you if you'll do this deal? Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. Su Yao stood there blankly, with a shocked expression on her face, as if she was frightened by the price Zhang Chen offered. Half a day later, Su Yao suddenly pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Old husband, are you kidding me? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Do you think I'm joking? Su Yao, if I succeed in one, will you give me 10 million? Zhang Chen, yeah. Su Yao, if I catch them all, will you give me 50 million and a Ferrari LaFerrari? Zhang Chen, yeah. Hubby, just wait for my good news. Yao Yao will definitely not let you down. Come on, little Splash. I'm rooting for you. Honey, then I drove the Ferrari LaFerrari away? Well, go ahead. Su Yao went out happily. Zhang Chen lay back on the bed, ready to take a nap. When Zhang Chen thought of Su Yao's greedy look, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. What's wrong with being a gold digger? As long as her material needs are met, she will be obedient to you and her emotional value will be maximized. Although Lu Ruian is also a gold digger, she is dirty. Zhang Chen has severe misophobia. You can be materialistic, vain, gossipy, and willful, but you must be clean. Once it's dirty, Zhang Chen will never touch you even if you are a fairy in the sky. Ding ling ling. Not long after Zhang Chen lay down, his cell phone rang urgently, interrupting his sweet dream. Damn. Which bastard? Don't you know that disturbing other people as sleep is an immoral behavior? Swish. Zhang Chen stretched one hand out from under the quilt, fumbled on the bedside table, and took out the phone. Caller ID, Lu Ruian. When he saw his ex-girlfriend's name, Zhang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hello? As soon as Zhang Chen answered the phone, Lu Ruian's angry voice came from the other end, Zhang Chen, you bastard. Let me ask you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Lu Ruian, are you mentally ill? Who I am with is none of your business. Zhang Chen, how dare you yell at me? Who gave you the courage? Let me ask you, did you go to the hotel with Su Yao to get a room last night? Lu Ruian, you are really sick. We have already broken up, who I go to the hotel with is none of your business. Zhang Chen. Bang. Zhang Chen decisively hung up the phone, then blocked and deleted Lu Ruian's phone number, and then blocked and deleted her WeChat as well. It seems that it is not appropriate. Zhang Chen thought about it, then blocked and deleted all of Lu Ruian's contact information. He even changed the login password of the iQIYI app membership account. Now that we have broken up, we must break up cleanly. Procrastination and indecision are not Jiang Chen's style. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. Jiang Chen will never touch a dirty woman again. Chapter 14. Su Yao shows off her wealth. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After Jiang Chen blocked and deleted all of Lu Ruian's contact information, he casually opened his WeChat. It was not until this moment that he realized that his circle of friends had exploded. The update that Jiang Chen posted last night has been liked by countless friends, and the number of messages in the comments section has reached 99 plus. Lu Gang, holy shit. Jiang Chen, you are amazing. You are actually dating the campus beauty of Su Yao University? Li Chang, Jiang Chen, aren't you planning to marry Lu Ruian recently? How come you're dating the campus beauty of Su Yao University in the blink of an eye? Yang Tao, wow. The beauty from Su Yao University has a great figure. Jiang Chen, you are so lucky. Zhao Wenba, Lu Ruian just announced that she was with Yang Fan, and Jiang Chen announced that he was with Su Yao right after. I just woke up today and ate such a big piece of gossip. My head is still buzzing. Somehow, everyone, please take a look at the circle of friends of the campus beauty of Su Yao University. It turns out that Jiang Chen is a hidden rich second generation. Most of the comments in the comments section are from Jiang Chen's college classmates. Among them, many classmates are mutual friends of Jiang Chen, Lu Ruian, and Su Yao. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruian have been together for 3 years and are planning to get married soon. Many of their college classmates know about this. However, last night, Lu Ruian posted an update on WeChat Moments, followed by another update on WeChat Moments by Jiang Chen. Not only did both parties' WeChat Moments become a buzz, but the university class group, which had been quiet for 3 years, also exploded. Swish. Jiang Chen curiously scrolled through his WeChat Moments and soon saw that Su Yao had also posted an update last night. Su Yao sent a total of 9 photos. There are photos of Jiang Chen driving a Ferrari LaFerrari and her sitting in the passenger seat. There is a photo of the hotel housekeeper by Qianqian coming to greet Jiang Chen when he got off the car. There is a photo of Jiang Chen sitting at the dining table and clinking glasses with Su Yao. There are photos of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite and standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the night view. There is also an intimate photo of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying on the bed in the hotel, cuddling and hugging each other. In addition, Su Yao also included an official announcement. Mr. Jiang, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life, emoji, shy, emoji, shy, emoji, shy. Certainly. Su Yao's post on WeChat Moments was also liked and commented on by countless friends. Especially Su Yao's group of good girlfriends, 5 of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, they were the ones who shouted the loudest in the comment section. Because Jiang Chen had blocked and deleted Lu Ruian's WeChat, he naturally couldn't see Lu Ruian's message in the comment section. But even if you use your toes to guess, you can guess that Lu Ruian must be very angry. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly glanced through the comments section and seemed to find them a bit boring, so he exited WeChat and turned his phone to silent mode. After doing all this, Jiang Chen lay down on the big bed, which was more than 3 meters wide, hugged the pillow and continued to sleep soundly. Jiang Chen hasn't slept in for 3 years. This time, I must make up for the 3 years of lazy sleep. The other side. Su Yao was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, speeding on the road. Along the way, Su Yao was in an exceptionally happy mood. Because no matter where she goes, she can become the focus of the whole audience, and I don't know how many passers-by's attention she has attracted. Wow! What a cool sports car, what a beautiful lady. Look over there. Ferrari LaFerrari. The lady driving the car turned out to be a beautiful lady. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Miss, I'm 18 years old, 180 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs. I like sports very much, and my physical strength and explosive power are both amazing. Sister, do you need a little brother? I can be your little puppy. As soon as Su Yao parked her Ferrari LaFerrari near a square, several bold men came up to chat with her. However, Su Yao raised her eyebrows, her face instantly turned extremely cold, and her whole body exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance, and then she rejected all these men. Looking at the backs of the men leaving in despair, a hint of sarcasm and disdain appeared on Su Yao's face. A bunch of poor losers dare to set their sights on me? What kind of person is it if you don't even take a piss and look at yourself? You ugly bastards are not even as good as one of Jiang Chen's toes. My eyes are not blind yet. Instead of my super rich brother, are you going to choose you poor losers who dream of living off you all day? Ugh! Get away from me! Don't dirty my eyes. Su Yao used to be a proud school beauty. She was used to being pursued by others and was also used to rejecting others' pursuit. So, no matter which man approached her to chat with her, Su Yao would coldly say get lost, simply, directly and rudely rejecting these fools who had no self-awareness. Tada! Next, Su Yao walked with a very natural cat step, a confident smile on her face, her head held high, and strode into a nearby cafe. Yao Yao, you're here? As soon as Su Yao walked into the cafe, she saw her group of girlfriends sitting around a table by the window, and everyone waved at her. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I am late. Su Yao walked over with a smile, and as soon as she sat down, she noticed two cold gazes coming from the opposite side. Looking up, Su Yao suddenly became happy. Who else could the woman sitting right opposite her be if not Lu Ruian? Yao Yao, is that LaFerrari at the door really Jiang Chen's? When did Jiang Chen become so rich? Yao Yao, are you really together with Jiang Chen? Yao Yao, did Jiang Chen really take you to a big dinner last night? Did you two really stay in the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel for a night? Faced with the numerous inquiries from her besties, Su Yao just answered a few questions casually and then called the waiter from the cafe over. Excuse me, ma'am, what kind of coffee would you like? The waitress walked quickly to Su Yao holding a menu, and then handed the menu to Su Yao respectfully. Su Yao opened the menu and ordered a cup of coffee. When she handed the menu back to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly took out a bank card from her bag and said to the waitress with a smile, I'll pay for all the consumption here today. Fuck. Yao Yao, you're actually showing off in front of us? Yao Yao, you are so hypocritical. How much money did Jiang Chen give you? How could he allow a proud school beauty like you to willingly climb into his bed? TSK. Just because you have money means you are arrogant. Yao Yao, tell me the truth, is Jiang Chen a hidden second-generation rich man? Yes. Tell us quickly, how did Jiang Chen suddenly become so rich? Not only Su Yao's girlfriends were curious, but Lu Ruian was also very curious. Lu Ruian asked herself who Jiang Chen was, and no one knew him better than her. She had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and Jiang Chen worked hard every day delivering food. The money he earned every month would not exceed 20,000 at best. And Jiang Chen would give her his salary every month, and would only keep a few hundred yuan for himself for living expenses. Lu Ruian was never willing to believe that Jiang Chen, who had struggled at the bottom of society and worked himself to death like an ox or a horse, could be a hidden super-rich second generation. How is that possible? Which super-rich second generation would put himself in such a difficult position? Isn't this simply sick? So, when her besties asked about Su Yao, Lu Ruian bit her lips tightly, clenched her hands into fists, and stared at Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be expecting to hear from Su Yao that Jiang Chen was not some rich second generation, and that all this was a deliberate joke between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. However, reality gave Lu Ruian a hard slap in the face. In fact, Jiang Chen is not an orphan. He has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich man. The moment Su Yao told the truth, Lu Ruian's face turned pale instantly, and she stood there in a daze, her head buzzing, and she completely lost the ability to think. How so? Is Jiang Chen really a super-rich second generation? Did I just miss out on this incredible wealth? No. I don't believe it. It's all fake. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I just broke up with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen immediately transformed himself into a super-rich second generation. Even TV dramas don't dare to film it like this. All of this must have been a conspiracy between Jiang Chen and Su Yao to deceive everyone. It must be like this. Chapter 15 Get Out. Lu Ruian. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen slept until he woke up naturally, climbed out of bed, stretched himself, and felt extremely relaxed all over. One word, awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and checked the time. He didn't expect that it was almost 12 noon. In addition, there were dozens of missed calls on his phone. He opened his phone and flipped through the pages casually. Jiang Chen then realized that his phone was almost blown up in just one morning. Most of these missed calls were from Jiang Chen's college classmates, and there were also a few from unfamiliar numbers. In particular, a number ending in 5438 called Jiang Chen more than 20 times. At this moment, Jiang Chen received another call on his mobile phone, which was the number ending in 5438. Because Jiang Chen had switched his phone to silent mode, there was no vibration or ringing. He could only stare at the screen to see that a call was coming in. Swish. Jiang Chen casually pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you finally answered my call. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a very familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh shit. Lu Ruian. It turns out that this 438 is you. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. His good mood from having a good sleep was ruined by this phone call. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, so. Can I meet with you so we can sit down and talk calmly, okay? This time, Lu Ruian did not yell at Jiang Chen. Instead, she lowered her posture and spoke in a particularly gentle tone, as if she was very cautious and afraid to upset Jiang Chen. Damn! Splashing people means splashing people. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruian have been together for 3 whole years. Lu Ruian has always been domineering towards Jiang Chen. Not only does she treat Jiang Chen like an ox or a horse, but she also rarely looks at Jiang Chen in a good manner. Now, Jiang Chen has money in his pocket. He drove a luxury car, lived in a presidential suite, ate a big meal, drank red wine worth 300,000 yuan a bottle, took the former school beauty Su Yao to bed, and even generously gave Su Yao more than 8 million yuan in pocket money. Lu Ruian is obviously jealous. Jiang Chen thought that Lu Ruian was naturally aloof and cold to everyone. Now it seems that it's not that Lu Ruian is not gentle, but that Lu Ruian thinks Jiang Chen is not worthy of her gentle treatment at all. Lu Ruian, we have broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. I think there's nothing more to talk about between us. Jiang Chen's tone was very flat, as if he was talking to a stranger, neither happy nor sad, without any ripples. No. There was a sudden scream from the other end of the phone, and Lu Ruian's tone became hurried. Jiang Chen, it's not like that, can you listen to my explanation? Explain? Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and said in a mocking tone, Lu Ruian, please make one thing clear to me. We have broken up. You were the one who took the initiative to bring up the breakup. We no longer have any relationship. You don't have to explain anything to me, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Silence, no words. Lu Ruian was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, and suddenly asked again, Jiang Chen, we have been together for 3 years. Are you really letting go of our relationship? Please. For the past 3 years, I have been the only one who has given everything, and you have only enjoyed my efforts for you and have never loved me. Lu Ruian, don't you feel ashamed to say these words now? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you because you are a complete splatterer. You. Lu Ruian, don't call me anymore. I'm afraid Yao Yao will be jealous. After all, she is my girlfriend now. Bang. After Jiang Chen finished his last sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. Spicy next door. There are splashing people every year, but this year there are especially many. If it wasn't because Jiang Chen was rich, would Lu Ruian speak to him in such a humble manner? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen was rich, would Lu Ruian, who had already thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms, come back to find him? 3 years of selfless dedication could not keep Lu Ruian's heart. Once she has money, her heart will return? Since he could buy a woman's heart with money, why didn't Jiang Chen pick a beautiful, well-built, clean, gentle, considerate, well-behaved and obedient woman? Why would you pick up this old shoe of Lu Ruian? Swish. Jiang Chen threw his phone aside, then turned over and stretched again. As if he felt a little thirsty, Jiang Chen didn't even wear pajamas. He was only wearing a pair of large shorts. He just walked over and opened the bedroom door. Crack. As the door opened, Jiang Chen took a step toward the outside, but the next second, he caught a glimpse of someone standing in the living room out of the corner of his eye. Swish. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and saw a mature and plump figure. Mr. Jiang, are you up? Bai Qianqian stood awkwardly in the living room, with her hands crossed in front of her, while bowing slightly to Jiang Chen. But when her eyes swept over Jiang Chen, her pretty face immediately turned slightly red, and there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. I'll go. Jiang Chen screamed with an exaggerated expression, then covered his body, took a step back to the bedroom, and closed the door with a bang. Bai Qianqian. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened again, and Jiang Chen walked out wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian immediately stepped forward and explained, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Miss Su told me this morning to wake you up before noon and then supervise you to eat lunch. I was just about to wake you up, but I heard you talking on the phone in the bedroom, so I waited in the living room for a while. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry. Bai Qianqian bowed to Jiang Chen again, looking a little nervous, with a hint of blush still seeming to remain on her pretty face. Although Bai Qianqian only took a glimpse just now, Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles, inverted triangle back, dog waist, 8-pack abs, mermaid line. There was also the huge capital that was hidden by the shorts but could not be hidden, and it all came into her sight. Bai Qianqian could swear on a clear conscience that Jiang Chen was the most handsome and best-looking little wolfdog she had ever seen in her life. Even she, an old married lady, couldn't help but feel a little moved. If a young girl saw what happened just now, she would definitely scream in shock. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, and then added, Fortunately, I was wearing a pair of shorts, otherwise, it would be like being a hooligan in front of you. What Jiang Chen said is true. This is the law of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless there is a reason, if a man dares to take off his clothes in front of a woman, the woman will definitely sue him. Puff. Bai Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing, and seemed to think that this was a bit impolite, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Jiang, you are so humorous. It was obviously my fault, how can you say you were a hooligan? If you really want to count, I should be playing tricks on you. When Bai Qianqian said this, she seemed to realize something and her voice stopped abruptly. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her beautiful face was instantly covered with blush. Someone once said that heartbeat often happens in an instant. Although Jiang Chen had sealed his heart and locked away his love, he had to admit that at the moment when Bai Qianqian blushed just now, he was indeed interested in this woman. A mature and plump young woman, blushing and shy. Really cute. Chapter 16 Single Mom. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal makes you feel as happy as a god. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and then puffed away leisurely. Just at this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly came over. She bent down slightly and asked in a gentle and respectful voice, Mr. Jiang, do you have any travel plans this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. It seems that I won a single-family villa in the 3 draws held late last night. Or, let's go see that villa now. Identify the door in advance so that you won't lose your home later. Butler Bai, please arrange a car for me. I need to go out to do something this afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately put out his cigarette, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom, intending to go back to his room to change clothes before going out. Okay, I'll get the car ready for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, immediately took out a walkie-talkie from behind her and quickly contacted the hotel's driver team. 20 minutes later. The main entrance of the Dynasty International Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing the hotel driver's uniform, white gloves, and a simple smile. He looked like a kind person. Bai Qianqian walked over and opened the car door, then put her hand above the door to prevent Jiang Chen from accidentally hitting his head when getting in the car. Thanks. Jiang Chen thanked him politely and got into the car. You're welcome. This is my job. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly and pretended to close the car door. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly said, Butler Bai, please come with me. I need your help with something. Okay. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. She immediately got into the car and sat next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then secretly looked at Bai Qianqian who was sitting next to him. Mr. Jiang, where are we going now? The voice of driver Lao Zhang suddenly floated over from the front seat. Jiang Chen quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind, and then said to the driver, Lao Zhang, Phoenix Villa. Okay. The driver, Lao Zhang, nodded and then reminded, Mr. Jiang, sit tight, we're leaving now. On the way. Jiang Chen originally planned to play with his phone for a while. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Jiang, are you going to Phoenix Villa to visit a friend? No. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, and replied, I bought a villa in Phoenix Villa. I just went there to get familiar with the house so that I won't lose my way home in the future. After saying this, Jiang Chen opened the document bag he was carrying, took out the property certificate inside, and handed it directly to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian subconsciously took the property certificate, flipped it open and took a look, and immediately froze in place. Phoenix Villa is a famous residence for wealthy people in Xilan City. The cheapest villa there costs more than 100 million Dragon Country currency, and the price of villas in better locations is even more than doubled. Bai Qianqian knew that Zhang Chen was very rich. Although Zhang Chen was dressed very casually, he drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, lived in the presidential suite, and spent 500,000 on a casual meal. He was obviously a wealthy young man. But Bai Qianqian could never have imagined that Zhang Chen actually bought Villa number 1 in Phoenix Villa. This is the king of buildings in Phoenix Villa. Rumor has it that the price of this villa has been raised to a sky-high price of 1 billion dragon dollars, but there are still many wealthy people who are fighting for it. Unexpectedly, the owner of this villa is sitting next to Bai Qianqian at this moment, and he is so young and handsome. If Bai Qianqian said that she was not moved at all when faced with such a young, promising, and high-quality man, she would definitely be lying. "Butler Bai, are you married?" Just at this moment, Zhang Chen's voice floated over from the side. Bai Qianqian quickly closed the property certificate, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. Bai Qianqian stroked her hair, her lips trembled, and she said in a self-abased tone, "Mr. Jiang, I am a divorced woman with a 5-year-old daughter." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly. Divorced woman? Single mother? I really like children, especially kindergartners. They are so cute. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and did not discriminate against or laugh at Bai Qianqian just because she was a single mother. Yeah? Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up slightly, but soon dimmed again. I saw her lips trembling several times, and she looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't, as if there was something she couldn't say. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen asked curiously, "Butler Bai, what's wrong with you?" Nothing. Bai Qianqian glanced at Zhang Chen, then immediately looked away, with an expression of confusion and hesitation on her face. Although Zhang Chen was very curious, he didn't want to force Bai Qianqian to tell him since she didn't want to tell him. But just when Zhang Chen took out his phone and was about to watch some short videos, Bai Qianqian's voice suddenly came over again. Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for a favor?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen quickly raised his head and looked at Bai Qianqian, who was biting her lips, clenching her fists, and her face was flushed. "What's up?" Zhang Chen put down his phone and tried to make his voice gentle. Because as soon as he saw Bai Qianqian's struggling and hesitant look, he knew that this woman must have encountered some difficulties. Swish. Perhaps sensing Zhang Chen's kindness, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red and she said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang, my daughter is seriously ill. The doctor said it's aplastic anemia and can only be cured with a bone marrow transplant." Hearing this, Zhang Chen's expression did not change, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He was just thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to get in touch with Bai Qianqian's daughter first, try to win the child's favor, and then win the child's mother in one fell swoop. Now it seems that this plan is no longer useful. People have offered to deliver the food to my door, so why wouldn't I accept it? How much does it cost? Zhang Chen's brief words fell into Bai Qianqian's ears, like the sound of nature, and instantly gave this single mother hope. "Mr. Jiang, I." Perhaps she was too excited, Bai Qianqian didn't know how to express her gratitude for a moment, and she even started to stutter. The doctor said that the surgery will cost at least $500,000. As Bai Qianqian spoke, her voice became lower and lower, and her head drooped, as if she felt that the amount of money was too large. Zhang Chen had no relationship with her, so why would he lend her money? However, Zhang Chen took out his phone and said to Bai Qianqian, "Send me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you directly." Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, then burst into tears of joy and said, "Mr. Jiang, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you." "You're welcome." Zhang Chen's face remained calm, but a smirk quickly flashed across his eyes. "Pay back the money? Who asked you to pay back the money? We are all adults now, can't we understand some rules?" Chapter 17. Ruian is jealous and crazy. IFC Shopping Mall. In Xilan City, this is definitely one of the best international high-end shopping malls. The mall not only has various top domestic brand stores, but also gathers dozens of world-class brand flagship stores. Basically, you can find any luxury store you can think of here. It can be said that this shopping mall is the shopping paradise that all the spendthrift women in Xilan City dream of. Ruian's mood at this moment was very complicated. At noon, Su Yao first treated her besties to a big meal, and then couldn't wait to bring everyone to the mall. Next, Su Yao kept shopping in various luxury stores. Ruian and her other girlfriends could only look at Su Yao with envy and jealousy as she kept swiping her card, and some even had to act as Su Yao's bag carriers. Fortunately, Su Yao is quite generous. She walked into the LV store, waved her hand, and bought a bag for each of her 6 girlfriends. Ruian got a rose handbag, and when she looked at the price on the tag, it turned out to be 128,888 yuan. The bags that several of my other girlfriends got were all in about the same price range. In other words, Su Yao gave out more than 700,000 without even blinking an eye. One word: arrogant. Certainly. Ruian also deeply understood that Su Yao was now spending Jiang Chen's money. If she had not broken up with Jiang Chen, then the woman who was spending like crazy in various luxury stores at this moment, not treating money as money at all, spending money like water, and being arrogant and unreasonable should be her. Swish. Ruian held the rose handbag in her hands and secretly observed the expressions on her girlfriends' faces. Suddenly, they found that their eyes were shining, as if they were all deeply shocked by Su Yao's domineering behavior. Regret. Extremely regretful. Ruian felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. She learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen had never known that he had a wealthy grandfather. On the day she broke up with Jiang Chen, this wealthy grandfather contacted Jiang Chen. How could this be such a coincidence? Why didn't this wealthy grandfather contact Jiang Chen one day earlier? Just after she broke up with Jiang Chen, she immediately found Jiang Chen? Is it destined by God that she cannot accept such enormous wealth and can only watch helplessly as it is handed over to others? Ruian was unwilling to give up, so she took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and immediately called Jiang Chen, wanting to reconcile with him. However, Jiang Chen scolded her mercilessly and made it clear that he would never forgive her. At this moment, Ruian was really panicked. She thought that after being with Jiang Chen for 3 years, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How could he just say he didn't love her anymore? Also, she just made a mistake that all women in the world are prone to make, so why didn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She could promise that she would cut off all contact with Yang Fan in the future, and then be Jiang Chen's little wife wholeheartedly, and be doubly good to Jiang Chen. Why didn't Jiang Chen give her a chance? Men are truly without conscience. I stayed with him for 3 whole years, spending all of a woman's most precious youth on him. Result. In the end, I didn't get any benefit at all. On the contrary, Su Yao, this little vixen, did nothing but climbed into Jiang Chen's bed once, and was spoiled to the sky by Jiang Chen. He drives a luxury car, drinks Lafite, lives in a presidential suite, and buys all kinds of luxury goods he wants. His nose is almost up to the sky. Why? Why can Su Yao enjoy all this? Why can't I, Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, enjoy all of this? Instead, I can only follow Su Yao silently, watching Su Yao show off, and even have to act as Su Yao's bag girl? Ding ling ling. At this moment, Ruian's cell phone rang. Caller ID, Yang Fan. As soon as Ruian saw Yang Fan's name, a hint of annoyance immediately flashed through her heart. Last night. If she hadn't drunk too much and wasn't a little confused, how could she have followed Yang Fan to the hotel in a daze? If it wasn't for the fact that she had sex with Yang Fan, the rice had already been cooked, plus Yang Fan's sweet words. How could she possibly make an official announcement on WeChat Moments in the middle of the night? If she hadn't posted that circle of friends, Jiang Chen would never have known that she had slept with Yang Fan. Even. As long as Ruian wasn't so anxious, and broke up with Jiang Chen a day later, or accepted Yang Fan's invitation a day later, or went to the hotel with Yang Fan a day later, things wouldn't have come to this. Then there must be room for redemption between her and Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Ruian became even more irritated. She hung up Yang Fan's call without saying a word, and at the same time, she felt a lot of resentment towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, you bastard, since you have already gone abroad, why do you want to come back? Just come back, why did you contact me secretly? It was you who proposed the breakup in the first place, and now you're begging me to get back together. How could I have been so foolish as to agree to it? Jiang Chen was so good to me and had taken great care of me over the past 3 years. How could I be so blind that I couldn't see it? Am I really a splashy person like Jiang Chen said? Ding ding. At this moment, Ruian received a short message on WeChat from Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby, what are you busy with? I called you, why didn't you answer? Seeing this WeChat message, Ruian's eyelids trembled slightly. I saw her holding the phone and typing a few words, then deleting them, then typing a few more words, and then deleting them again. After repeating this process over and over again, Ruian finally finished editing a WeChat message and sent it out. Ruian, I'm in a meeting, so it's inconvenient to answer the phone. Yang Fan, oh, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll contact you later. Looking at the second WeChat message sent by Yang Fan, Ruian held the phone blankly, her eyes gradually losing focus, her thoughts flying to who knows where, and she didn't react for a long time. Ruian, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. At this moment, a clear voice came from the front. Ruian looked up suddenly, and saw Su Yao leading a group of girlfriends, swaggering into a women's underwear store. See, Gilson. The Chinese name is Gilson. Number 1 among the world's top 10 luxury women's underwear brands. Rumor has it that the cheapest piece of underwear in this store costs tens of thousands, and the most expensive one even costs hundreds of thousands. Swish. At this moment, Ruian's eyes turned red. Why? Why can a little girl like Su Yao wear high-end underwear worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why can I only wear ordinary underwear that costs a few hundred yuan? Are Su Yao's breasts more valuable than others? Is Su Yao's little garden inlaid with diamonds? How much money did Jiang Chen give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug look. Ah. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 18, Our Responsibility. The Other Side. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bai Qianqian received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from Jiang Chen, and her eyes immediately turned red. During this period, she borrowed money from everywhere, almost all her relatives and friends, but no one was willing to lend her money. However, she just mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and he immediately transferred the money to her. You know, she and Jiang Chen had only known each other for one day, and they were not even friends. It was this stranger who, after hearing that her daughter was seriously ill, transferred 500,000 yuan to her without saying a word, and didn't even ask her to write an IOU. Although this amount of money is nothing to Jiang Chen, to Bai Qianqian, it is her daughter's life-saving money. So, how could Bai Qianqian not be moved? Next, Bai Qianqian transferred the money to her parents in the hospital and urged her parents to pay the surgery fee quickly so that the doctor could arrange surgery for her daughter as soon as possible. After doing all this, Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face full of gratitude, and she once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Jiang Chen. Butler Bai, I am a little curious. Please forgive me for asking. Jiang Chen didn't want to ask more questions, but he was very curious, and he was also very interested in Bai Qianqian, so he asked out the questions in his mind. Logically speaking, as a butler in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, your monthly salary should be quite high, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you should have been able to get a share of the property, right? Let's take a step back and say that if your child is sick, his father is obliged to pay for his treatment. Doesn't that mean he doesn't care about his child? To sum up, I am particularly curious, how come you can't even get together 500,000 yuan for surgery? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian immediately showed a bitter expression on her face. She stroked her hair, sighed softly and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have fallen to this point? What do you mean? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. He just turned sideways and looked at Bai Qianqian with curiosity. His eyes were like little stars, sparkling and twinkling. Puff! Bai Qianqian was originally in a low mood, but when she saw Jiang Chen's curious look, she was immediately amused. This is a woman with a very low sense of humor. Women with low sense of humor are usually simple and kind, not scheming, not cunning, and more optimistic. However, such a woman is also very fragile inside. Call. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then slowly said, My ex-husband was the boss of a small company. He had a car, a house, and savings at the time. His financial situation was pretty good. But after I married him, I found out that he really likes gambling. At first, he just went there to play mahjong, and the stakes were not high, so I didn't take it seriously. After I became pregnant, he started staying out all night, renting a room with his friends and gambling all day and all night. After I gave birth to my daughter, I found out that he gambled more and more. Not only did he lose all his family property, but he also owed a large amount of high-interest loans. Speaking of this, Bai Qianqian's eyes became red again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, gambling is really a deadly thing. Call. Taking another deep breath, Bai Qianqian continued, what I never expected was that not only did he not listen to my advice, he also continued to borrow money to gamble, and even in order to deal with the creditors who came to collect their debts, he even pushed me out and wanted me to sleep with them so as to offset part of the interest. Luckily I called the police in advance, otherwise. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse, fuck. Is your ex-husband possessed? Is this something a human would do? He's worse than an animal. Bai Qianqian's tears finally rolled down from her. It has to be said that after Jiang Chen changed butler Bai to sister Qianqian, the distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. Bai Qianqian even deceived herself into thinking that since Jiang Chen called her sister, then wasn't it normal for a sister to lean on her brother's arms for a while? Then, after hesitating for a moment, Bai Qianqian did not struggle out of Jiang Chen's arms, allowing Jiang Chen to continue holding her, while also greedily enjoying the warmth that Jiang Chen's arms brought her. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I didn't need to bear any of his debts, but he had already lost all his property, so I didn't get any of his property. I thought I would have nothing to do with him from now on, but one day, he secretly took my bank card under the pretext of visiting my daughter and took away all the money in the card. When I found out, I called the police right away, but he had already run away with all my savings and disappeared without a trace. Later, my daughter became seriously ill, and I had to borrow money from everywhere, but none of my relatives or friends were willing to lend me money. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little pity for Bai Qianqian. A gambling husband, a sick baby, cold-blooded relatives, and a broken woman. All right. Such a woman urgently needs a responsible, capable, secure man to heal her inner wounds. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen just meets these conditions. Nothing more to say. Saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Let me complete this difficult task. Chapter 19 Personal Butler. Phoenix Villa. The main entrance of Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen simply stuck his head out of the car window and swiped his face at the access control system from a distance, and the iron gate in front of him opened automatically. This is a 5-story single-family villa, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The entire villa covers an area of definitely more than 5,000 square meters, of which the building area is at least 2,000 square meters. There is a large garden in the front yard of the villa, and a small fountain square in the middle of the garden. There is a heated swimming pool in the backyard, and next to it is a lawn for barbecues, with several tents on the lawn. There is a tennis court on the left side of the villa, and a separately built garage and a helicopter pad on the right. How can this be a villa? It's clearly a small manor. In addition, the furniture, electrical appliances, daily necessities, etc. for the entire villa are all available. The overall decoration of the villa is also in the modern style that Jiang Chen likes very much. 3F, master bedroom, second bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multifunction hall, public bathroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public bathroom, nanny room, tea room, gym. 1F, maid's room, laundry room, storage room, tool room, utility room. 2F, sauna room, massage room, small cinema, small KTV, billiard room, etc. This villa is so huge and has 2 elevators installed. It took Jiang Chen more than an hour to visit all the rooms. After touring the villa, Jiang Chen came to the living room on the first floor and sat on the sofa. Sister Qianqian, how many servants should I hire to take care of such a large villa? Looking at the empty villa, Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and suddenly began to worry about his wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend staying here, I think we only need to hire 8 maids to take care of the whole villa. Bai Qianqian analyzed it carefully with her professional perspective and gave a relatively pertinent answer. Sister Qianqian, from now on, when there are no outsiders around, you should just call me by my name, right? It's too strange to keep calling him Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Qianqian with a strange expression. Just now in the car, the two were hugging each other, looking so intimate. Unexpectedly, after getting off the car, Bai Qianqian immediately distanced herself from Jiang Chen and put on a serious working attitude. Oh well. Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Perhaps because she felt that Jiang Chen was approachable and did not have any bad habits of a dandy, she bravely called out, Jiang Chen. Sister Qianqian, how about you become my housekeeper? I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, how about that? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Qianqian seriously, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ah! Bai Qianqian stood there in a daze. Although she obtained a professional butler certificate and joined the Imperial International Hotel, becoming the exclusive butler of the presidential suite, her monthly salary was only around 15,000 yuan. Jiang Chen asked for a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan right away. So, the first thought that came to Bai Qianqian's mind was that Jiang Chen wanted to keep her. Coincidentally, at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over again. Sister Qianqian, if you think your salary is too low, I can still increase it. A monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, plus bonuses and red envelopes during festivals, how about that? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian became even more certain that Jiang Chen just wanted to keep her. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. Bai Qianqian has been working in this industry for many years, and she also knows that there are many unspoken rules in this industry. How could an ordinary housekeeper get such a high salary? Only those housekeepers who provide special services to their masters can get such high salaries. In the past, Bai Qianqian always stuck to her bottom line and would never take shortcuts. But after the divorce, Bai Qianqian not only had to raise her young daughter alone, but also had to take care of her elderly parents. As a woman, she really couldn't hold on any longer, so she gradually came up with the idea of taking shortcuts. But Bai Qianqian has very high standards. Although she usually comes into contact with many wealthy people, most of them are middle-aged greasy men with big bellies, greasy hair, and fat ears. Such a man would only make her feel disgusted, and she couldn't bring herself to talk to him at all. As for those young rich second generations, Bai Qianqian had relatively little contact with them. Even if she met one or two of them occasionally, they would not look down on her. After all, the young rich second generation are surrounded by beautiful women, all kinds of women, and she is already 30 years old this year, and a divorced woman, she can't compare with those young and beautiful girls at all. So, Bai Qianqian has never been able to take this shortcut successfully. Now that the opportunity has come, Jiang Chen has extended an olive branch to her, which makes Bai Qianqian feel excited but also a little scared. After all, she has been a good girl since she was a child. She has always abided by her duties after marriage and even kept herself clean after divorce. She has never done such a shameful thing. What to do? Should I agree to Jiang Chen? Bai Qianqian had to admit that Jiang Chen was young, handsome, rich, generous, gentle, and kind. It could be said that every one of his strengths was extremely attractive to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian also understood that once she missed this opportunity, she would probably never encounter such an opportunity again. Then, after a little hesitation, Bai Qianqian quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, then bit her lip, nodded with a blushing face and said, "Okay, I can be your personal butler." When saying the words personal butler, Bai Qianqian's voice became lower and lower, her pretty face became redder and redder, and even her eyes were almost tearful. Very good. Jiang Chen grinned and didn't notice the strange expression on Bai Qianqian's face. Because Jiang Chen had no idea about the market, he thought that the butlers in the melodramatic TV series about overbearing CEOs seemed very awesome, so he thought that the salaries of butlers should be very high. Therefore, Jiang Chen tentatively offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. But Bai Qianqian did not agree immediately. Instead, she stood there and hesitated. Jiang Chen thought that she thought the salary was too low, so he quickly raised it to 200,000. Swish! In order to avoid any more trouble, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and directly transferred 2.4 million yuan to Bai Qianqian's bank card. Sister Qianqian, I will advance you 1 year's salary. From now on, you are mine. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned at first, and then quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, you don't have to advance me so much salary. Also, I just borrowed 500,000 from you, and I must pay you back." Who knows? Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently and replied, "It's okay, I didn't intend to ask you to pay it back. Since you are my personal butler now, the 500,000 yuan I lent you before, just think of it as an early year-end bonus for you." Quiet. The living room was quiet. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt her nose sore and her eyes hot, and she almost couldn't control her tears from flowing out. Turn out to be. Jiang Chen had no intention of asking her to pay back the 500,000 yuan. She is just a divorced woman with a burden by her side. She is so old, she is not at all comparable to the young girls, and she is not worthy of the handsome and rich Jiang Chen. How could she deserve Jiang Chen's favor? At this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly had a shameful thought. Since Jiang Chen is so good to me, I must perform well and try to satisfy him. Chapter 20: The Hottie Next Door. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. Jiang Chen did not plan to move into the villa immediately. After all, he had booked a presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel for 7 days. The rent is more than 600,000 yuan. If you don't live there, wouldn't it be a waste? In addition, it also takes time for Bai Chanqian to hire maids, gardeners, cooks, etc. for the villa. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to officially move into the villa 5 days later. Master Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now? After Bai Chanqian agreed to be Jiang Chen's personal butler, she changed the way she addressed him from Mr. Jiang to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen didn't care, it was just a name after all. If possible, he would prefer the mature and plump older sister next to him to call him dad. It's still early, let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. After Jiang Chen said this, Bai Chanqian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But, thinking that she was about to become Jiang Chen's personal butler, Bai Chanqian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly. Boom! The driver, Lao Zhang, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove quickly towards the front gate. However, an accident happened. Just as the car drove out of the gate, a big red sports car suddenly came speeding from the left. Squeak! The driver, Lao Zhang, reacted quickly, stepped on the brakes and brought the car to an abrupt stop. Squeak! Fortunately, the sports car driver reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes immediately. In the end, the two cars collided with each other only 0.1 meters apart. Crack! The driver, Lao Zhang, was still a little frightened, but the door of the sports car suddenly opened, and then a hot girl jumped out of the car. This hottie looks only 17 or 18 years old. She has a pure and cute appearance, but her body is extremely hot. The hottie was wearing a black sleeveless tight top, revealing her delicate shoulders and slender waist. The headlights, which are at least 36D, seem to be about to burst out by this tight top, and the abdominal vest line is also clearly visible. She was wearing a pair of black leather shorts and a pair of black mid-calf leather boots. Her pair of snow-white long legs exposed to the air was a feast for the eyes. Baby-faced giant lamp. This was the first impression the hottie gave to Jiang Chen. Tada! The hot girl came over angrily, patted the driver's window of the Rolls-Royce, and said swearingly, "Hey! How do you drive? Do you know that you almost hit me just now?" The driver, Lao Zhang, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and said to Jiang Chen embarrassedly, "Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. I will solve this matter immediately." After saying this, the driver, Lao Zhang, quickly opened the car door and got out, then kept bending and nodding to apologize to the hottie. No way. The driver, Lao Zhang, knew very well that anyone who could live in Phoenix Villa must be rich or noble. He is just a small driver and can't afford to offend anyone here. So, even though it was not his fault just now, he could only swallow his anger and then admit his mistake and apologize to the other party. However, the hottie seemed to be in a bad mood today. Even when facing Lao Zhang, who nodded and apologized sincerely, she still refused to give in. Knock, knock, knock. The hot girl came over and knocked on the back window of the Rolls-Royce, as if she wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Mad. Jiang Chen's temper flared up all of a sudden. He cursed under his breath, then immediately opened the car door and walked out. You. The hot girl was about to yell, but when she saw a super handsome guy getting out of the car, she froze in place. Little sister, my driver has already apologized to you. Besides, he was not responsible for what happened just now. What else do you want? Jiang Chen glared at the hottie with dissatisfaction, and made up his mind that if this little girl dared to say something else, he would pin her on his legs and spank her hard. If your adults don't educate you, then let society educate you. Are you my new neighbor? What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that the hottie did not continue to curse, but instead showed an expression of great interest to Jiang Chen. Neighbors? Who are your neighbors? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. The hot girl pointed to villa number 2 not far away, and then said to Jiang Chen, I live there, you live here, aren't we neighbors? Hey! Little girl, since you know I'm your neighbor, and you just scolded my driver aggressively, didn't your parents teach you that neighbors should live in harmony and help each other? Jiang Chen didn't know what he said wrong. The hottie's expression, which had just turned from cloudy to sunny, now turned from sunny to cloudy again. What my parents taught me is none of your business. The hottie glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then crossed her arms and asked in an extremely arrogant manner, let me ask you, what does your family do? Why can you live in villa number 1? How come I have never seen you in the upper-class celebrity circle of the entire Shilan city? Jiang Chen was so angry that he laughed at the hottie's attitude. Is this an interrogation of a prisoner? Do you know how to be polite? It seems that this little girl is really a girl who lacks discipline. Jiang Chen looked at the hot girl calmly, then looked at the Porsche 918 behind her, and then looked at villa number 2 not far away. His brain immediately started working rapidly. It's obvious. All signs indicate that the little girl in front of him is a spoiled and domineering young lady. If Jiang Chen didn't handle this matter properly, and offended the little girl in front of him, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. But after Jiang Chen broke up with Lu Ruian, he learned to straighten up and become a man who would rather break than bend. At this moment, if he was asked to surrender to a little girl, he simply couldn't do it. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? At this moment, the hottie's voice floated over again. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Little girl, listen to me. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, making a series of crackling sounds, and then said with a fake smile, I am the leader of Nyoto Bay in Shilan City, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher. I am grateful to my brothers in the underworld for respecting me and calling me Lord Butcher. Little girl, what kind of business are you in? Tell me your name now. I, the Butcher, never kill nameless people. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's ferocious expression and murderous eyes that scared the hottie in front of him. The girl subconsciously took 2 steps back, her face full of shock and a hint of panic in her eyes. You are the boss of the Black Society? When the hottie said this, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. I didn't expect that the identity I made up would be believed by the hot girl. Should I say she is naive? Or should I say she is stupid? But Jiang Chen was laughing so hard in his heart, but his facial expression did not change at all, he still looked ferocious. That's right. When I was 12, I was slashing people on the street with a machete. When I was 18, I unified Nyoto Bay. The blood on my hands is more than the rice you have eaten. Little girl, I advise you not to anger me, otherwise I will sell you to the Red Romantic nightclub and let you. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the hot girl suddenly screamed, turned around and ran towards her Porsche 918. Open the door, get in the car, close the door. Ignite, start, and go. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the hot girl didn't even dare to fart, and then drove away from there at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen. Chapter 21, Encountering Robbers on the Road. Phoenix Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the gate of the villa area. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the car, was just about to take out his phone to play for a while when he heard Bai Chanxian's weak questioning voice. Master Jiang, are you really in the underworld? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen put down his phone and said with a smile, Sister Chanxian, can't you see that I was just scaring that little girl? Call. I could clearly hear Bai Chanxian let out a long sigh. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Bai Chanxian put her little hands on her chest and patted them gently a few times, and her originally frowned brows also relaxed. Master Jiang, what you said just now was so convincing that I almost believed it. As if she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Chanxian shyly smoothed her hair against her cheek, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. He. Jiang Chen smiled gently, then explained, Natuan is a famous vegetable market in the old city. I used to buy vegetables there often. I bargained hard for almost every stall. So, those stall owners all call me the leader of Natuan. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Chanxian couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed for a while, then asked curiously, what about Rainy Night Butcher? Is that also your nickname? No. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then said seriously, there is a butcher named Xiao in the Natuan vegetable market. Every time he kills pigs, it rains, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his name for a bit, but I didn't expect it to work so well. Puff. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Bai Chanxian laughed again, and even louder than before. As she smiled, the pair of 36D headlights on her chest also rose and fell, trembling. Jiang Chen's attention was instantly attracted to it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bai Chanxian was laughing when she suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen's eyes. After a slight pause, Bai Chanxian subconsciously looked down in the direction Jiang Chen was looking, and then her pretty face turned red. Master Jiang, you. Bai Chanxian quickly sat up straight, but before she could finish her words, she heard the sound of a sudden break. At the same time, the driver, Lao Zhang, seemed to have suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the whole car turned left sharply. Due to inertia, Bai Qianqian fell towards Zhang Chen and finally fell into his arms. What a coincidence! Zhang Chen subconsciously raised one hand with his 5 fingers spread out, as if he wanted to grab the handrail next to him to steady his body. But Bai Qianqian, however, took the first step and threw herself into his arms. Zhang Chen naturally couldn't grab the handrail. So big. Barbie is so elastic. Not inferior to Su Yao at all. As soon as this thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, the next second, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. Mr. Jiang, it seems that you were in a car accident just now. The driver Lao Zhang's voice came from the front seat. At this moment, Bai Qianqian was like a frightened little rabbit, and she broke free from Zhang Chen's arms with a whoosh. She sat back in her seat, lowered her head, and hurriedly adjusted her clothes. But Zhang Chen clearly saw that Bai Qianqian's pretty face was covered with red blush, so red that it was almost bleeding. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This young master just accidentally gave you a payun pong. You are a mother now, why are you still like a little girl, blushing and shy all the time? Swish. Zhang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't look at the blushing and shy Bai Qianqian anymore. Instead, he turned around and looked towards the back of the car. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. I saw a bright red Porsche 918 colliding with a silver gray van on the road behind. From Zhang Chen's angle, he could clearly see that the door of the van was suddenly opened, and then a group of men with their faces covered jumped out of the car. Immediately afterwards, the group of masked men rushed forward and surrounded the Porsche 918. This is not over yet. I saw a masked man opening the door of a Porsche 918 very roughly, and then dragging a hot little girl out of the car. That's right. This little girl is the hottie who had a conflict with Zhang Chen just now. And those masked men were obviously robbers at first glance. Kidnapping? The rich girl was kidnapped? Just as this thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, he saw the hot girl being grabbed by the hair by the masked man, who then dragged her into the van. Just at this moment, the hottie didn't know where she got the courage from, but she suddenly kicked the masked man in the crotch, causing him to scream and kneel on the ground in extreme pain. Taking this opportunity, the hottie suddenly ran away. Perhaps because she was in a panic, the hot girl fell down the slope beside the road. But the strong desire to survive made the hot girl ignore the pain in her body. She stood up immediately and ran towards a small woods beside the road. Seeing that the hottie was trying to escape, the group of masked robbers jumped off the road and quickly chased after her. Fuck! Are they filming a movie? After witnessing such a wonderful show, the first thought that came to Zhang Chen's mind was that this must be a movie. However, when Zhang Chen looked around and didn't find any camera, he suddenly reacted. Oh my god! This is not a movie. The hot girl was really kidnapped. Master Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Qianqian also witnessed everything that just happened. She quickly took out her cell phone and quickly entered the police number, but did not press the dial button immediately. Instead, she asked Zhang Chen for his opinion first. Sister Qianqian, call the police, I'll go over and take a look at the situation. After Zhang Chen said this, he got out of the car immediately and rushed towards the direction where the hottie ran away at an extremely fast speed. Master Jiang. Don't go, it's dangerous. Bai Qianqian really wanted to stop Zhang Chen and prevent him from getting involved in this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers on the opposite side, all of them were burly and strong men, and it was not known whether they had weapons in their hands. Zhang Chen was the only one on his side, and he was unarmed. 1 against 5. How could Zhang Chen possibly be a match for the robbers? Isn't this just seeking death? But Zhang Chen's movements were so fast that in the blink of an eye he ran into the nearby woods and disappeared without a trace. When Bai Qianqian saw this scene, her heart jumped into her throat. She hesitated for a while, then turned to the driver, Lao Zhang, and said, Lao Zhang, call the police. I'll catch up and see what's going on. After saying this, Bai Qianqian ignored the driver Lao Zhang's dissuasion, gritted her teeth, jumped down the slope, and ran towards the grove. Driver Lao Zhang. Chapter 22 Pentakill. You, don't come over here. Get out of here. As soon as Zhang Chen ran into the grove, he heard the hot girl scolding coming from the front. Whoosh. Zhang Chen quickly slowed down his pace, held his breath, and moved quickly and silently towards the direction where the sound came from. Going around a big tree. crouching behind a bush, pushing aside the weeds that blocked my view. Jiang Chen finally saw the backs of the 5 masked men and the hot girl who was surrounded by them. At this moment, the hottie looked quite embarrassed. She was leaning against a big tree, her clothes were torn by the branches, and her long, snow-white legs had several bright red scratches. Faced with the robber's siege, the hottie's face was filled with fear. She was holding a branch with trembling arms and waving it desperately at the 5 masked men. Ha 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 ha. My little beauty, I advise you not to waste your energy and just follow us obediently. If you're willing to cooperate with us, I promise I won't touch a hair on your head. If you continue to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless to you. Listening to the robber's laughter, the hottie's face became more and more panicked. Suddenly, the hottie seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she shouted loudly, "My eldest brother is the leader of Nyoto Bay, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher, and everyone on the street respectfully calls him Lord Butcher. You dare to kidnap me, aren't you afraid that my eldest brother will be angry? As long as my eldest brother gives the order, 100,000 of my brothers will come immediately and grind you to dust." Quiet. It's so quiet in the grove. The 5 masked robbers all froze in place. They just stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths opened, looking at the hot girl who was bragging as if she was an idiot. If the masks weren't blocking their faces, we would probably be able to see some very interesting expressions on their faces, right? Jiang Chen, who was hiding aside, was now tickling his toes in embarrassment. I really want to dig a hole right here, bury myself in it, and reincarnate on the spot. Little hottie, the title of the boss of Nyoto Bay can only scare silly girls like you. In front of this group of desperate criminals, titles like the leader of Nyoto Bay and the butcher of the Rainy Night are really useless. Besides, you are such a good braggart. What's more, he said that 100,000 of his brothers would come immediately and grind them to dust? The entire Natuan vegetable market, combined, has less than 100,000 people. Even if I wanted to get someone for you, I wouldn't be able to find that many people even if I looked through my entire address book. What a shame. I am too embarrassed to come out and admit that I am the boss of Nyoto Bay. Have fun by yourself. Just pretend that I have never been here. I left quietly, waving my sleeves without taking a single cloud with me. Ah! Suddenly, a scream interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw the masked robber leading the group. He snatched the branch from the hottie's hand and grabbed her neck. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood began to boil. Fight! Jiang Chen loves fighting the most. But he hasn't fought for many years. I vaguely remember the last fight I had, which was probably when I was a freshman in college. One night, Jiang Chen was happily walking on the way back to school when he suddenly saw a girl being harassed by 2 drunk men in an alley. At that time, the girl's clothes were torn, revealing her sexy lace underwear. So Jiang Chen rushed up without hesitation, and had a hearty fight with the other party, beating both drunkards to the ground. That feeling is so wonderful. Unfortunately, it was too dark that night and I couldn't see the girl's breasts clearly. Oh no. I couldn't see the girl's face clearly. Moreover, the girl seemed to have something urgent to do at the time. She just said thank you to Jiang Chen and left in a hurry. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Rather than being a hero saving a damsel in distress, fighting excites him more. As an orphan without a father or a mother, Jiang Chen had to compete with wild dogs for food since he was a child. After entering the orphanage, in order to avoid being bullied by other children, Jiang Chen was either fighting or on the way to fight all day long. The gene of violence has long been deeply engraved in Jiang Chen's bones. It can be said that it is a miracle that Jiang Chen can survive until now. Let us get back to the topic. Jiang Chen first took the gene potion and then learned fighting mastery. He couldn't wait to find someone to have a good fight with. With such a good opportunity before him, how could he miss it? Let go of that girl. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Jiang Chen made a brilliant appearance. Swish, swish, swish. What surprised Jiang Chen was that as soon as he jumped out, the 5 masked robbers in front of him immediately pulled out a dagger from their pockets and pointed it at Jiang Chen's head. Awkward. Capital embarrassment. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, then asked weakly, "Well, if I said I was in the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this little brat come from? How dare you ruin Grandpa's good deeds? Are you looking for death?" The leading masked robber suddenly shouted, then raised a dagger and made an attacking gesture towards his companions. The next second, except for the masked leader, the other 4 robbers raised their daggers and stabbed at Jiang Chen. Swish. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen slid sideways and avoided the attack of the first robber. Swish. Subconsciously, Jiang Chen chopped the robber on the back of his neck with his knife, knocking him unconscious. Then, Jiang Chen bent down as if he had eyes behind him and narrowly avoided the attack of the second robber. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen bent down and immediately used a sweeping kick, knocking the second robber to the ground. Bang! While the third and fourth robbers were not close yet, Jiang Chen decisively kicked out with a whip kick, hitting the second robber hard in the face. Ouch! The second robber screamed and was kicked away by Jiang Chen. He fell heavily not far away and passed out. Double kill. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful double kill. I have to say, Jiang Chen's movements were really fast. It was not until this moment that the third and fourth robbers approached Jiang Chen, both holding daggers. One stabbed Jiang Chen in the head and the other stabbed Jiang Chen in the stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did a backflip to avoid the dagger that was stabbing at his head, and took the opportunity to perform a hook kick to kick away the dagger that was stabbing at his stomach. After landing, Jiang Chen did not give the other party any chance to breathe. He jumped up directly from the spot, rotated 360 degrees in the air, and kicked the two robbers in the face with a super powerful sweep. Puff! Puff! The two robbers vomited blood, turned 720 degrees on the spot, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful quad kill in just a few seconds. But a pentakill is right in front of him. How could Jiang Chen miss such a great opportunity? Whoosh! While the leading robber was still in a daze, Jiang Chen rushed in front of him in an instant with lightning speed. Right hook! Bang! Jiang Chen's fist hit the robber leader's left cheek hard, deforming his face. In the slow-motion video, you can clearly see that the robber leader opened his mouth wide, two broken teeth fell out of his mouth, and his jaw was dislocated. Immediately afterwards, the robber leader flew to the side. Bang! After a dull thud, the leader of the robbers fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Penta kill. Jiang Chen finally got what he wanted and completed a beautiful pentakill. He raised his head proudly, with a cold and arrogant look in his eyes, as if the entire Canyon of Kings was under his feet. In one word, it's so cool. Chapter 23 Brother Butcher, Don't Run. Small woods. A breeze blew by, and the leaves rustled. Jiang Chen glanced at the five robbers lying on the ground and confirmed that they had all been knocked unconscious. Then he turned his head and looked at the hot girl next to him. Right now. The hottie was completely frozen in place. She just stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. The expression on her face was as wonderful as it could be. Little girl, next time you meet a bad guy, don't mention my name again. Brother, I have many enemies outside. If you meet my enemy, it will only hurt you if you tell me my name. Do you understand? Jiang Chen pretended to scold the hottie and then prepared to leave. However, as soon as Jiang Chen turned around, he immediately saw a mature and plump woman standing under a tree not far ahead. The woman widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. The expression on her face was exactly the same as that of the hot girl. Sister Qianqian, why are you here too? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then walked in front of Bai Qianqian and waved his hand in front of her. It was not until this moment that Bai Qianqian came back to her senses from her shock. Master Jiang, your skills are too amazing. Bai Qianqian first glanced at the five robbers lying on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Chen, who looked relaxed. A blush immediately appeared on her pretty face, and a gleam of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. They are just a few petty thieves. I can easily crush them with just one finger. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pretend to be better. No way. Bai Qianqian's eyes almost looked tearful when she looked at him. If Jiang Chen doesn't pretend to be cool at this time, when will he do so? Can a man who doesn't pretend to be cool be called a man? Brother Butcher, wait a minute, wait for me. Seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian preparing to leave the grove, the hottie finally came back to her senses from her shock. Tada! The hot girl chased after him vigorously, stretched out her hand to grab Jiang Chen's arm, and then said breathlessly, Brother Butcher, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Just now, at Phoenix Villa. I'm sorry. Although the hottie spoke intermittently, Jiang Chen still understood what she meant from a few key words. The hottie was thanking him for saving her life and apologizing to him at the same time. Okay, I accept your apology. If you're fine, go home quickly. If another group of robbers comes to kidnap you, I won't save you. Jiang Chen didn't want to get too entangled with this kind of rich lady. Can you get kidnapped just by going out? God knows how many enemies their family has. Although Jiang Chen obtained a lottery system, he just wanted to lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life to the fullest. If you get involved with a rich girl like this, you will definitely get into trouble. Jiang Chen is not afraid of things, but he is afraid of trouble. So, after saying this, Jiang Chen immediately turned around and left, not giving the hottie the slightest bit of good looks from beginning to end. Little hottie. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to the car and did not ask the driver, Lao Zhang, to drive immediately. I saw him sitting quietly in the car, silently watching the situation behind the road through the rearview mirror. At this moment, the hottie was back on the road. She picked up a cell phone from the passenger seat of the Porsche 918 and quickly made a call. Not long after, a rapid roar of cars came from far away. Jiang Chen clearly saw that on the road leading to Phoenix Villa, there were more than a dozen black cars speeding. Squeak! 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 Soon, more than a dozen cars stopped on the side of the road. After the doors opened, a group of bodyguards in suits jumped out. Miss, are you okay? Ah! Miss, are you hurt? Damn it! Where are those robbers? How dare they touch our eldest daughter? I'm going to kill them right now. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that the hottie was completely safe. Then, Jiang Chen immediately said to the driver, Lao Zhang, drive, go directly to the First People's Hospital of the city. Okay. The driver, Lao Zhang, immediately started the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward at lightning speed. This scene also fell into the eyes of the hottie. Looking at the taillights of the Rolls-Royce gradually moving away, the hottie suddenly felt her eyes a little moist. Is Butcher Brother worried about my safety? He didn't leave until my bodyguards came over, and then he left with peace of mind. Although the Butcher Brother looks fierce on the surface, he has a gentle heart hidden beneath his fierce appearance. Besides, Butcher Brother is really handsome. Unfortunately, I don't even know the Butcher Brother's name. But it doesn't matter. I have already written down the Butcher Brother's license plate number. I will ask someone to check it later and I will know the brother's name. Hey! Butcher Brother, do you think you can get away? Don't forget, we are neighbors and we will definitely interact often in the future. An hour later. The First People's Hospital of the city. Jiang Chen saw Bai Qianqian's daughter in an ordinary ward. On the way here, Jiang Chen learned from the conversation that Bai Qianqian's daughter's name was Bai Rui, and her nickname was Xinxin. Xinxin is very cute, especially her big watery eyes, which seem like the purest spring water in the world. However, Xinxin, who was lying on the hospital bed at this moment, had a pale face and looked very weak and haggard. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was suffering from illness. An elderly couple was guarding the bed. Jiang Chen only took a glance and knew that they must be Bai Qianqian's parents. Mother! Seeing Bai Qianqian walk into the ward, Xinxin's eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately stretched out her two little hands towards her. Bai Qianqian took a few quick steps to the bedside, carefully picked up her daughter, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Mom, who is this uncle? Xinxin quickly noticed Jiang Chen standing aside with two fruit baskets in his hands. Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then smiled and introduced Jiang Chen's identity to her parents and daughter. When they heard that Jiang Chen was now Bai Qianqian's boss, and that he had given Bai Qianqian a year's salary and bonus in advance, so that they had enough money to treat Xin and no longer had to beg for medical expenses. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's parents almost knelt down to Jiang Chen. Xin also blinked her cute big eyes and said sweetly to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled and touched Xinxin's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to stay in the ward and play with little girl Xinxin for a while, but his cell phone rang at this moment. Caller ID, Yao baby. Seeing this note, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What's going on? How come there is a new baby Yao in this young master's address book? Could it be that Su Yao secretly used my phone to change the name? Hello? Jiang Chen immediately walked out of the ward and answered the phone with a rather unhappy look on his face. Husband. As expected, Su Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Little splash, did you take my phone last night and secretly change your note name? Oh. Husband, it's just a nickname, don't be so stingy. You, forget it, this won't happen again. I knew that my husband loves me the most, hee hee. Listening to Su Yao's laughter on the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head and asked, little guy, what's the matter with calling me at this time? Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, husband, when will you return to the hotel? I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Oh no. It won't be a surprise if I tell you about it. Honey, please come back soon. I promise to surprise you. Okay, I'll be right back. Hubby, I'm waiting for you. Moa. Chapter 20 for the surprise prepared by Su Yao. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen did not leave the hospital immediately. He first went to the nurse's station, then to the cashier's office, and transferred Xin directly to a high-end ward, and also deposited a sum of hospital fees into her account. After doing all this, Jiang Chen did not tell Bai Qianqian, but went to the parking lot alone and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Chen originally wanted to leave the hospital quietly so that Bai Qianqian could have more time to accompany Xin. But the car had just started when Bai Qianqian appeared out of nowhere and stopped the car. Crack! Bai Qianqian opened the car door expressionlessly, got in quickly, and sat down next to Jiang Chen. Lao Zhang, please put down the baffle. I have some private matters to discuss with Jiang Xiao. Bai Qianqian gave an instruction to the driver, Lao Zhang, who immediately smiled and nodded, then lowered the baffle in the middle of the car. The back seats of a Rolls-Royce offer excellent privacy. Especially after lowering the baffle, the front and back rows form two isolated spaces. Boom! The driver, Lao Zhang, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce drove out of the hospital. Jiang Chen secretly glanced at Bai Qianqian beside him, and finally couldn't help but asked curiously, Sister Qianqian, what are you doing? Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, Bai Qianqian suddenly rushed over and hugged him, then started crying. Woo woo! Jiang Chen, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, woo woo. Looking at Bai Qianqian who was crying, smelling her strong feminine fragrance, feeling her slightly trembling body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hug her, then stretched out a hand and patted her back gently. Don't cry, everything will be fine. I believe that with the current medical technology, the hospital will be able to cure Xin's illness. Don't worry, Xin will be fine. With Jiang Chen's gentle comfort, Bai Qianqian's mood gradually calmed down. However, the atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Jiang Chen did not let go of Bai Qianqian and still half hugged and half embraced her. Bai Qianqian did not take the initiative to break free, and she leaned quietly in Jiang Chen's arms, but her pretty face had already turned extremely red, and her beautiful eyes were full of embarrassment. Looking at the shy and lovely elder sister in his arms, Jiang Chen suddenly raised one hand for some unknown reason. Swish! Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, and her pretty face instantly turned red to her neck. However, she did not push Jiang Chen away. Instead, she leaned her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder and closed her eyes nervously and shyly. Quiet. It was quiet in the car. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and Bai Qianqian didn't say anything either. The two of them seemed to have telepathic communication and remained silent. About 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel. Seeing that the car had already entered the underground parking lot, Bai Qianqian suddenly said softly, Mr. Jiang, we're here. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded and took his hand out. Whoosh. Bai Qianqian immediately sat back in her seat, then lowered her head and began to tidy up her clothes with a blushing face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and praised casually, Sister Qianqian, you have a great figure. Swish. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck, and even her two cute little ears were covered with a layer of charming red. TSK TSK. You are already a mother, but you are so shy like a little girl? It's so cute. The entrance to the presidential suite. Bai Qianqian seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to face Su Yao. She just greeted Jiang Chen and then turned and left in a hurry. Crack. Jiang Chen used the room card to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the living room was covered with rose petals. In the middle, there was a huge heart-shaped pattern made of candles. In the middle of the heart-shaped pattern were various gift bags. Surprise! At this moment, Su Yao suddenly appeared from the side. She just threw the rose petals in her hand into the air, then rushed over and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. Would. Su Yao kissed Jiang Chen on the face, then let him go, then took 2 steps back and turned in front of Jiang Chen. Husband, do you think I'm beautiful? Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at Su Yao, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. What a vixen! So naughty! At this moment, Su Yao's super hot mom dress has been replaced with a burgundy suspender dress. The skirt is very slim-fitting, perfectly outlining her curvy figure, and it is also a backless style, which focuses on sexiness. A head of long wavy hair, casually draped over the shoulders. The makeup on her face is delicate and charming, showing off her natural charm almost perfectly. A set of pigeon blood ruby jewelry made her look particularly charming. She was wearing a pair of red high heels, exuding a strong sense of temptation. Little Splash Man, this is your surprise for me? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, reached out and hugged Su Yao in his arms, then kissed her flaming red lips. Hug and kiss. A full 10 minutes later, the two separated, breathless. Hubby, come and see the gift I bought for you first. Su Yao suddenly smiled charmingly, pulled Jiang Chen to the center of the heart-shaped pattern, then pointed at the pile of gifts with an expectant expression on her face. He. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing how attentive Su Yao was, he cooperated with her and opened the gifts one by one. In the dozen or so gift bags, there are suits, shirts, leather shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, sneakers. All men's clothes. Moreover, these clothes are all relatively expensive luxury brands. More importantly, Jiang Chen tried on a few pieces of clothing and they fit him perfectly. It was obvious that Su Yao must have secretly measured Jiang Chen's body size, so she dared to buy so many clothes and shoes for him. Honey, I also bought you a mobile phone. Take a look. Do you like it? Su Yao took out an unopened mobile phone box from the middle of the pair of gift bags as if she was presenting a treasure. What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that this mobile phone turned out to be the limited edition of Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a flying lion and Pichot priced at 42,800 yuan. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that this phone was limited to only 16 units nationwide. I don't know how Su Yao bought this phone. It must have taken a lot of thought, right? Yao, I like the gift you prepared. For the first time, Jiang Chen used a very serious tone and softly called out Su Yao's nickname, instead of calling her Little Splash as he did before. This moment. Su Yao suddenly froze in place, her long eyelashes seemed to tremble, and then a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Honey, I have prepared a bigger surprise for you. Su Yao walked over and gently put her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, with a mysterious expression on her face. Really? There's a surprise? In order to cooperate with Su Yao, Jiang Chen deliberately showed an expectant expression. Pa! Su Yao clapped her hands and shouted at the closed bedroom door, Man, come out. Crack! Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman, biting her lips lightly and with a bit of shyness on her face, walked out of the room shyly. Jiang Chen. Chapter 25 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Chen, long time no see. The beauty who came out of the bedroom made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Her black satin-like hair was casually tied into a bun, with 2 strands of hair on her cheeks gently blowing in the wind, adding a touch of alluring charm. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, peach blossom eyes, and a graceful look. The red lips are coated with a layer of nude lipstick, which looks mature and moist, exuding an alluring scent. She was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her beautiful and crystal neck, sexy collarbone, and round and white shoulders. However, Jiang Chen took a step back with a look of horror on his face. He stared at the beauty in front of him with an incredible look and shouted, Fuck! Are you the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman? Quiet. The living room was quiet. There was an obvious flash of embarrassment on Zhao Sherman's face, and the look she gave Jiang Chen was full of resentment. I saw her trembling her lips and was about to say something. But Jiang Chen took the lead and said, Zhao Sherman, Su Yao and I have something private to discuss, please wait for a moment. After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately pulled Su Yao into the secondary bedroom next door, and then closed the door with a bang. Zhao Sherman. In the room. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Su Yao seriously. But before he could speak, Su Yao asked with a smile, Husband, I brought Man back to you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Tick. A drop of cold sweat suddenly flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, I have thought that the person you brought back could be the flirtatious dancer you Lily, the pig man Tangro, the little green tea girl Luli, or even a lump of ice Lin Xingxue. But I never expected that you would bring back the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Chen, then rolled her eyes and asked, Husband, why did you give each of my girlfriends such an ugly nickname? Am I wrong? Jiang Chen frowned and explained, You Lily is the beauty of the dance department. After graduation, she became a female anchor. She dances like a train in the live broadcast room every day. If this isn't a flirtatious dancer, then what is it? That idiot Tang Ro imitated others in online dating and thought her online dating partner was a rich second-generation man. In the end, she didn't even meet her boyfriend and was defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars. Tell me, is she pig man? Luli, that gold digger, competes with a bunch of fake socialites every day, even for a pair of Balenciaga stockings. She wants to make herself a socialite and seduce the second-generation rich. If she's not a green tea, then what is she? And Lin Xingxue, who always has a cold face and a look that says she doesn't want anyone to get close to her. Sometimes I wonder if she has misogyny against men? Or is she just a lesbian? Let's talk about Zhao Sherman, the president of our Shilin University Wushu Club. She beats people up at every turn. There are at least 800 male students who have been beaten up by her. If she is not a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, then what is she? At this point, a strange expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face, as if he was thinking of some painful memories, and there was even a hint of resentment in his eyes. Hubby, I remember, you seem to have been beaten by Zhao Sherman, too. Are you still holding a grudge against her? When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly said, What do you mean I was beaten by Zhao Sherman? I was just letting her go. After all, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If we really fight, I can easily beat her with one hand. Yeah? Su Yao looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, then took the initiative to hug Jiang Chen, and patted him on the back a few times. Husband, you were wrong back then. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. The scene from that year involuntarily emerged in my mind. It was a sunny morning, and the sound of pigeon whistles accompanied the wake-up call, but the world was not peaceful, and even in peacetime there were turbulent events. When Jiang Chen was a freshman in college, he fell in love with Lu Ruian at first sight. In order to win the goddess over, he would run to buy breakfast for Lu Ruian every morning. That day, Jiang Chen had just walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory with breakfast, when suddenly a sexy lace underwear fell from upstairs. As luck would have it, the underwear hit Jiang Chen on the head. You know, if your head is hit by underwear, you will have long-lasting bad luck. Jiang Chen was so angry that he immediately held the underwear and started cursing at the girls' dormitory building. Result: the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman ran down aggressively. Seeing Jiang Chen pinching her underwear with a ferocious look, Zhao Sherman actually thought Jiang Chen was a thief who stole her underwear. Then, Jiang Chen versus Zhao Sherman. In the first round, Jiang Chen was thrown to the ground by Zhao Sherman with an over-the-shoulder throw. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sherman opened fire at full force and gave Jiang Chen a beating. Jiang Chen swore that he had been fighting since he was a child, and that was the first time he lost to a girl, and it was a miserable defeat without any ability to fight back. Fortunately, at this time, several female witnesses ran over and explained for Jiang Chen, proving that Jiang Chen was not the thief who stole the underwear and everything was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Sherman realized that she had hit the wrong person, and immediately apologized to Jiang Chen sincerely, and also offered to compensate for the medical expenses. Damn it! Is this a medical expense issue? It would have been fine if she didn't mention the medical expenses. As soon as she mentioned the medical expenses, Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a little girl who was raped. He felt wronged, angry, hateful, unwilling. He even wanted to die. What a shame! What a shame! This is the pain that Jiang Chen has kept in his heart for his entire life, and it can never be erased. Now, Jiang Chen met Zhao Sherman again. The past that was buried deep in my heart was immediately awakened, which led to such an intense reaction. The nickname of Mother Tyrannosaurus is well deserved. Zhao Sherman is a brainless, violent girl with big breasts. Oh, by the way, husband. Since they all have nicknames, what nickname did you give me? Su Yao's question suddenly came to his ears, and Jiang Chen's thoughts were instantly interrupted. He didn't even think about it and blurted out, "Scratch the fox." Ah. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and quickly let go of Jiang Chen, then stared straight into his eyes, and a look of anger quickly appeared on her face. Why do you ask me to scratch a fox? Where did I scratch? Did I seduce your uncle or climb into your father's bed? You look like a foxy girl, and you have the same last name as King Zhou's concubine Su Daji, and you flirt with others all day long, so? Jiang Chen, why don't you just die? I was just joking, why are you so easily amused? I'm angry. If you are angry, hold it in. Do you still want to turn against Tian Gang? Chapter 26. Let us fight first. In the room, Su Yao hugged Jiang Chen angrily and bit his shoulder. Perhaps because she was worried about hurting Jiang Chen, Su Yao did not bite him very hard. She just did it for the sake of showing her dissatisfaction. It seems like he thought of something. Su Yao just let go and immediately asked again, Husband, what nickname did you give Lu Ruian? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and pinched Su Yao's cheek, and said with a fake smile, At first, I didn't give her any nickname, but later, I gave her a nickname Little Dragon Girl. I knew that at that time you only had Lu Ruian in your eyes. You even gave her such a nice nickname. Su Yao glared at Jiang Chen angrily, with a jealous expression on her face, obviously dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's double standards. He. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, ignoring Su Yao's jealous look, and continued, I also gave Yang Fan a nickname. Putting their nicknames together, they just make a perfect pair. Yeah? Su Yao was immediately interested and asked curiously, Husband, what nickname did you give Yang Fan? Yin Shiping. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned. Then, Su Yao laughed out loud, hugged Jiang Chen and said, Hubby, you're so funny. Xiao Long Van Yin Shiping. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Su Yao has a broad mind. When she laughs, her heart always rises and falls, trembles, becomes fierce and earth-shaking. It's summer. Jiang Chen and Su Yao were wearing very thin clothes. The two hugged each other tightly again, so sparks flew quickly. But Jiang Chen still had some questions in his mind, and before Su Yao could play with fire, he immediately asked, Yao, in my impression, Zhao Sherman is not a gold digger, how could she be fooled by you? Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped laughing immediately. She pouted and said with disdain, Honey, I went shopping with my girlfriends today and tried to find out what they were thinking. Do you know what their reactions were? What's the reaction? Jiang Chen blinked, a hint of curiosity showing on his face. Snort. Su Yao snorted coldly and said, I'll ask them straight to the point, who is willing to be your little wife, I can give her 5 million. Etc. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Su Yao and asked in astonishment, I gave you 10 million, and you gave them 5 million. Just like that, you made a net profit of 5 million. Isn't it too easy for you as a middleman? Oh. Husband, don't worry about these details. Su Yao used her coquettish skills again, hugged Jiang Chen and shook him gently, saying, We are looking at the result. Didn't I bring you a beautiful woman? Bang. Jiang Chen stretched out a hand and patted Su Yao's buttocks, then said with a smile, You only brought back one of the 7 fairies of Shilan University, and you still dare to take credit for it? Speaking of this, I get angry. Su Yao bit her lip and said angrily, When those little hooves heard 5 million, their eyes lit up. But Lily, Ruru, Lily and Xingxue were all pretending to be noble. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the remaining few, I plan to leave them alone. After so many years of being best friends, don't I know what their personalities are? When the time comes, they will come to me crying and begging, hee. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked again, Is Zhao Sherman short of money recently? She sold herself out like this for 5 million? Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously asked back, Husband, don't you know that something happened in Man's family? What happened? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao immediately replied, Didn't Man's parents open a supermarket? Last year, a fire suddenly broke out in the supermarket, and almost all the goods inside were burned. Man's family owes a lot of money because of this. Later, in order to pay off her family's debts, Man went to work as a coach at a fitness center. As a result, she met a lustful student who not only touched her but also wanted Man to be his mistress. Man got so angry that she beat the student into the hospital. As a result, Man is now in a huge debt. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's doubts were all resolved. Putting aside the factor of violence, Jiang Chen had to admit that Zhao Sherman was indeed a rare beauty. Receive? Still not accepting? Isn't this just nonsense? Our teacher taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Zhao Sherman is in trouble and Jiang Chen happens to be able to help her, why should he just stand by and watch? As I said before, saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Dragon country law, all women over the age of 18 are collectively referred to as women. Crack. Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door and walked out holding Su Yao's hand. At this moment, Zhao Sherman was standing quietly in the living room. She was seen pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands, her pretty face flushed slightly, her eyes wandering, and she looked a little nervous. Zhao Sherman, I want to fight with you. When Jiang Chen said this, not only Zhao Sherman was stunned, but even Su Yao was startled. While what? Zhao Sherman suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrongly. If you beat me, I can give you 5 million, but I won't force you to be my lover. You can leave at any time, and I won't stop you. Jiang Chen has wanted to beat Zhao Sherman for a long time. Now, this little bitch came to my door on her own initiative. If I don't beat him now, when will I? So, what if I lose? Although Zhao Sherman was very proud of her own fighting ability, she still asked cautiously. If you lose, I will give you 5 million, but you must be my lover and call me daddy. Jiang Chen carved the word shameless directly on his face. A tree without bark is doomed to die. If you have no shame, you are invincible. You. Zhao Sherman raised her eyebrows and was about to lose her temper, but suddenly she thought of her recent situation, and she immediately stopped like a deflated ball. How about it? Do you want to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Sherman with a half smile, as if he had her in his grasp. Okay, I promise you. Zhao Sherman didn't hesitate too much. She just looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look and then agreed. If she wins, Zhao Sherman can get 5 million. If she loses, she can still get 5 million. If you fight, you get money. If you don't fight, you get no money. Zhao Sherman has no choice at all. What's more, Zhao Sherman originally came here to curry favor with Jiang Chen. Now there is an opportunity to get money without sacrificing her body. How could she miss it? But Zhao Sherman hesitated again. She knew exactly what Jiang Chen's fighting ability was. Back then, she only used 30% of her strength to pin Jiang Chen to the ground and beat him up. Over the years, even though Jiang Chen has been secretly practicing fighting skills, Zhao Sherman has also been practicing martial arts and she is also growing rapidly. Therefore, Zhao Sherman didn't think Jiang Chen could beat her. Should I add a little water later? If I hurt him, that little girl Yao Yao will definitely come after me. For Yao Yao's sake, I'd better be gentle and try not to hit him in the face. Chapter 27 Jiang Chen vs Zhao Sherman. Dynasty International Hotel. Fitness center, boxing room. Since few guests staying in the hotel use the boxing room, all the equipment in the room is almost brand new. Jiang Chen, who had already changed into a set of sportswear, stretched his muscles a little and then climbed onto the boxing ring. Whoosh! What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Zhao Sherman actually supported herself on the edge of the ring with one hand, then performed a beautiful front flip, climbed over the railing very gracefully, and finally landed lightly on the ring. Oh shit! This woman is still trying to be cool even when she is about to die? When dad gets angry later, you won't be able to cry. Jiang Chen stood casually on the stage, squinting his eyes and looking at Zhao Sherman from head to toe. I have to say, this woman has a really nice figure. At this moment, Zhao Sherman was wearing a black sports vest, showing off her round shoulders, delicate collarbones, striking headlights, a slender waist, and clear waistlines. She was wearing a pair of gray yoga pants, with an extremely plump buttocks, a belly without a trace of fat, plump and toned thighs, and slender and long calves. Swish! Jiang Chen was still admiring Zhao Sherman's good figure, but he didn't expect that the other party had no martial ethics and attacked him impatiently without even saying hello. Zhao Sherman used a small grappling move, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's shoulder. But before Zhao Sherman's palm touched Jiang Chen, her right leg suddenly shook, and she kicked out with a whip kick, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's lower body. A feint? Make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Fake move? Want to cheat on your dad's feelings? He. What a scumbag she is. Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and immediately took a steady horse stance. Then, ignoring Zhao Sherman's kick, he threw a heavy punch directly towards the headlights of Zhao Sherman's car. Faced with Jiang Chen's shameless fighting style, Zhao Sherman was not surprised but happy. Drink! Zhao Sherman let out a delicate cry and crossed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She also ignored Jiang Chen's punch and then increased the strength of her kick, as if she wanted to knock Jiang Chen to the ground in one fell swoop. I have to say, Zhao Sherman and Jiang Chen's styles are very similar. Both of them gave up on defense and focused on pursuing the ultimate offensive power, both wanting to knock out the other with one move. And both of them are quite conceited. The winner had not yet been decided, but both Jiang Chen and Zhao Sherman had a smug smile on their faces. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time. Jiang Chen's fist hit Zhao Shiman's forearm hard, and Zhao Shiman's whip kick also hit Jiang Chen's calf hard. However, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Zhao Shiman's face. She felt like she had kicked on an iron plate. Not only could she not move Jiang Chen at all, but her right leg also felt a huge recoil force. In addition, the punch that Jiang Chen delivered to her forearm seemed to carry the force of thunder and lightning, directly blasting her away. This is not over yet. While Zhao Shiman's body was still flying backwards, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted this situation. He immediately dodged and rushed forward, then used a powerful grappling move to grab Zhao Shiman's shoulder. Drink! Zhao Sherman was shocked and terrified, and quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding Jiang Chen's clutches. But how could Jiang Chen let her go so easily? Jiang Chen, who had taken the gene medicine, had been reborn, his marrow cleansed and his meridians strengthened. His physical fitness had long surpassed the limits of human beings. How could a little Zhao Sherman possibly escape his clutches? Whoosh! Jiang Chen bent his legs slightly, then pushed hard, and the whole person rushed in front of Zhao Sherman like a bullet. At this moment, Zhao Shiman's face finally changed drastically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reaction, defense, attack, etc. all far exceeded her expectations. Zhao Sherman could never have dreamed that the boy who was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard by her has now grown into a fighting master who scares her. How so? Why did Jiang Chen grow so fast? This is unscientific. In a flash, Zhao Sherman gritted her teeth, twisted her body forcefully in midair, and then kicked out again, lashing out from bottom to top of Jiang Chen's crotch. No way! Zhao Sherman had no choice but to resort to this trick. If Jiang Chen got close to her, with his terrifying strength, he could just grab her with his grasping hands. She will definitely lose. Fuck! Zhao Sherman, how dare you use the kick that will kill your father? Jiang Chen seemed to be startled. I saw him cursing while he stopped moving forward, then inhaled, tightened his abdomen, and stuck out his butt. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen actually made a capital C and narrowly avoided Zhao Shiman's toes. Hearing Jiang Chen scolding, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but blushing. However, this is in the ring. The two sides are engaged in a fierce fight. No matter what move you make, as long as you can defeat the opponent, it is a good move. Drink! Zhao Sherman was definitely a ruthless little person. Seeing Jiang Chen avoided her attack, she simply increased the power of her whip kick and kicked towards Jiang Chen's chin. Since I can't kick you below, I'll kick you above. In short, the whip kick has already been thrown out. You can take care of the lower part, but can you still take care of the upper part? Humph! Let us see how you can hide this time. The corners of Zhao Shiman's mouth slightly raised again, as if she was quite satisfied with her quick wit in this amazing move. However, the next second, Zhao Sherman was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled, then thrust his waist forward and tilted his head back suddenly. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen's body was just a capital C, but in the blink of an eye it turned into a shape. This set of moves. It seems a little familiar. After all, Jiang Chen had practiced it countless times when he was in bed. Swish! Zhao Shiman's toes almost brushed Jiang Chen's nose. A strong gust of wind from the leg not only ruffled Jiang Chen's hair, but also ignited the anger in his heart. Spicy next door. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think your father is a sick cat? Whoosh! After Jiang Chen dodged Zhao Shiman's whip kick, he took advantage of the opponent's old moves and immediately took a big step forward, bringing him and Zhao Sherman within zero distance. At the same time, Jiang Chen's left hand grabbed over like lightning, grabbed Zhao Shiman's raised right leg, and pinched her ankle tightly. Quiet! There was silence on the ring. Zhao Sherman stood on the ring with her left foot alone, raised her right foot high, and made a horse posture, leaning her whole body on Jiang Chen. Su Yao and Bai Chanshan, who were watching the fight below the ring, were all stunned. They never expected that Jiang Chen and Zhao Sherman would create an unexpected shape while fighting. What is this doing? Couldn't you two pay a little more attention? This style is indecent. You, let me go. Suddenly, Zhao Sherman shouted in shame and anger, her pretty face almost red to her neck. Why should I let you go? Not only did Jiang Chen not let go of Zhao Sherman, he also pinched her ankles and pulled them up hard, making her sit in a split position, strictly maintaining the standard 180 degrees. You, a hooligan. Hey! You actually called me a gangster? Who just used the kick that killed my offspring? I think you are the gangster. I had no choice. I have no choice now. Chapter 28 Convinced. On the ring. Zhao Sherman, who was furious, suddenly launched an attack on Jiang Chen again. Although her right foot was held high by Jiang Chen, she suddenly raised her left leg and hit Jiang Chen's head hard. Swish! Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her move, and quickly raised his right arm to block her attack. Drink! Zhao Sherman cried out again, and her left leg followed Jiang Chen's arm and wrapped around his neck. At the same time, Zhao Sherman stretched out her hands like lightning, hugged Jiang Chen's head tightly, and then rode her whole body on Jiang Chen's shoulders. That's right. Zhao Sherman rode on Jiang Chen's face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had to let go of Zhao Sherman's right foot, then pinched her waist with both hands, trying to pull her down. But after Zhao Sherman's left foot regained its freedom, she immediately wrapped it around him. Her 2 feet instantly formed a lock that firmly locked Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. Su Yao and Bai Chanshan, who were watching the fight below the ring, both widened their eyes and opened their mouths, with shocked and weird expressions on their faces. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to pay more attention? Why are you two getting more and more excessive? After saying so much, only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Chen, who was locked by Zhao Sherman, subconsciously took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, he was almost broken by the strong feminine scent. Oh, see. You are all water. Oh, horse. You have 4 legs. Beauty. You are so beautiful. There is a mouth under the nose. Drink. Jiang Chen carried Zhao Sherman on his back and came to the edge of the ring in one step. He bent his legs slightly and jumped directly onto the fence of the ring. Then, in the astonished eyes of Su Yao and Bai Chanshan, with the help of the elasticity of the fence, Jiang Chen suddenly jumped into the air, then head down and feet up, and slammed heavily onto the floor of the ring with Zhao Sherman. Ah! Ah! Su Yao and Bai Chanshan couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene. Jiang Chen jumped too high. If he really hit the ground, Zhao Sherman would probably be seriously injured, or even lose her life. Certainly. Zhao Sherman also realized that the situation was not good. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to fall to the ground, Zhao Sherman decisively loosened her legs and kicked Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the rebound force from kicking Jiang Chen, Zhao Sherman instantly broke away from Jiang Chen's control and jumped to the other side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her actions again. After landing, Jiang Chen pushed his hands onto the floor, did a front flip, and pounced towards Zhao Sherman. Snap! As soon as Zhao Sherman's feet touched the ground, a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jiang Chen! He is here! Jiang Chen raised his right foot and kicked Zhao Sherman hard on the buttocks with the sole of his size 45 shoe. Ah! Zhao Sherman screamed, her body lost balance uncontrollably, and then she fell heavily to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. This is not over yet. After kicking Zhao Sherman away, Jiang Chen rushed over without stopping and sat on her back. Zhao Sherman, you lose. Hurry up and call daddy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc, and at the same time he quickly raised his right hand and slapped Zhao Sherman's buttocks hard. Bang! After a crisp sound, Zhao Sherman suddenly froze in place. Then, her pretty face turned red. Night falls. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor, revolving restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered another table of expensive seafood dinner, and then opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Crack! 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 What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that not only Su Yao, but also Zhao Sherman took out her cell phone. The two women took photos crazily, then edited them and posted them on WeChat Moments. Not long after, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman's phones received the ding-ding-ding sound of WeChat notifications almost at the same time. The group of 7 fairies' best friends exploded again. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao, did you really trick Man back home and make her Jiang Chen's concubine? Luli at Zhao Sherman, Man, did Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ro at Su Yao, sister Yao, please support me. Lin Xingxue at Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, are young people nowadays so extravagant? My worldview has been shattered. Looking at the various messages in the girlfriends group, Su Yao looked calm, but Zhao Shimon's cheeks were a little hot. She never dreamed that one day she would become someone else's mistress, and that she would be the one to take the initiative. But just now, Jiang Chen and Su Yao transferred 5 million to Zhao Sherman respectively. Looking at the balance of 10 million in the bank card, Zhao Sherman, who was originally a little troubled, suddenly felt relieved. What's wrong with the concubine? Since ancient times, a wife is not as good as a concubine. The husband loves his concubine more. What's more, with this 10 million, my parents won't have to bear huge debts, and they can also reopen a bigger supermarket. As long as nothing unexpected happens, my parents will be able to enjoy their old age and no longer have to worry about money. As for love, Zhao Sherman is very open-minded. It doesn't matter whether a man loves you or not. As long as I am willing to spend money on you, that's enough. What's more, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so powerful, rich, and so generous to women. Such an outstanding man is simply the perfect lover in Zhao Sherman's mind. Tada! Zhao Sherman secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting opposite her, blushed, held her phone, and quickly sent a message to her girlfriend's group. Zhao Sherman, it was not until today that I realized that Jiang Chen is full of shining points. I am happy to be his lover. Su Yao at Zhao Sherman, call me sister. Zhao Sherman at Su Yao, sister. Su Yao, hey! Good sister, I will protect you from now on. Zhao Sherman, thank you, sister. After this conversation between Su Yao and Zhao Sherman appeared, all the girlfriends in the group exclaimed WTF. As if to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao actually posted the video of Jiang Chen and Zhao Shimon's battle directly to her girlfriend's group. A few minutes later, the group of girlfriends was in an uproar again. You Lily, oh my god. Is this still the Jiang Chen I know? Luli, when did Jiang Chen become so powerful? Tang Ro, no wonder Man is so convinced, it turns out she was convinced by someone. Lin Xingxue, Jiang Chen has changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize him. You Lily, speaking of which, Jiang Chen looks really handsome when he fights in the ring. Luli at you Lily, are you moved? You Lily at Luli, don't talk nonsense, I just admire him. Luli, pretend. Tang Ro, keep pretending. Lin Xingxue, keep pretending. You Lily, you guys. Luli, haha. Tang Ro, haha. +1. Lin Xingxue, haha. +2. Chapter 29 Annoyed Ruian. The city lights are dim at night. In a rental house of less than 20 square meters, Ruian, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom while wiping her half-dry hair. At this moment, she was only wearing a sexy lace nightgown, and her petite shoulders, delicate collarbones, slender legs, and a large area of snow-white skin on her chest were all exposed to the air. Swish! Ruian sat down on the edge of the bed, and the lines of her extremely plump buttocks were immediately outlined by the lace nightgown. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who was originally lying on the bed, immediately turned over and sat up, quickly moved over, and hugged Ruian tightly from behind. Ruian, you smell so good. Yang Fan buried his head under Ruian's neck, sniffed hard, with a greedy and intoxicated expression on his face. Don't touch me, you stink of sweat, go take a shower. Ruian frowned and immediately pushed Yang Fan away, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Okay, I'll go take a shower now. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, jumped off the bed immediately, and rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. As the bathroom door was closed, the sound of a shower spraying water soon came from inside, and the disgust on Ruian's face seemed to become even stronger. This crowded and narrow rental house was dark and damp, with old furniture and traces of mold on the walls. There were even smelly socks and dirty shorts thrown around by Yang Fan on the bedside and sofa. This is completely different from what Ruian imagined. She thought that since Yang Fan had become an executive of a large company and was a returnee from overseas, he should live in a more upscale neighborhood. Result: the place where Yang Fan lives now is not even as good as the shabby yard that Jiang Chen rents. In Yang Fan's words, he had just returned to China and had not yet found a suitable place to live, so he rented this house to stay temporarily. But Yang Fan has already promised that he will return this small house tomorrow and rent a big house in a high-end community. That's why Lu Ruian endured it temporarily. Swish. Lu Ruian just lay down on the bed, picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The girlfriends group is very lively. The number of unread messages accumulated in the chat box actually reached more than 200. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ruian quickly started to scroll up, and after several minutes, she finally found the first message that Yu Lily had sent tonight. Next, Lu Ruian carefully read these unread messages one by one. However, not long after, Lu Ruian's face turned ugly. She could never have imagined that Zhao Sherman would degenerate into depravity and become Jiang Chen's lover. Even the group photo of Zhao Sherman and Su Yao, the group photo of Zhao Sherman and Jiang Chen, and the group photo of Jiang Chen hugging his girlfriends were all posted to the girlfriends group. The three of them look quite harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ruian quickly exited, looked through Su Yao's circle of friends, and then looked through Zhao Shimon's circle of friends. Result. She was disgusted again. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were both showing off in their circle of friends, showing off the seafood dinner they had tonight, the high-end red wine they drank, and the presidential suite they stayed in. What made Lu Ruian envious and jealous the most was that Su Yao posted the transfer record of Jiang Chen to her, a full 10 million. Zhao Sherman posted the transfer records of Su Yao and Jiang Chen to her respectively, 5 million, a total of 10 million. It was not until this moment that Lu Ruian suddenly realized that she seemed to have greatly underestimated Jiang Chen's wealth. Transferring 5 million and 10 million at any time. Even Su Yao, who had just followed Jiang Chen, could easily transfer 5 million. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen get? How much money does he have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Sherman? How come I don't have a share in this overwhelming wealth? Bang! Lu Ruian turned off her phone angrily, then threw it aside. Then she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Crack! At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly opened, and Yang Fan, who was naked, ran out in a hurry. Whoosh! Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed, hugged Lu Ruian, and kissed her red lips without saying a word. What are you doing? Lu Ruian pushed Yang Fan away fiercely and said with a very cold face, I'm tired today and don't want to come. After saying this, Lu Ruian turned sideways without even looking at Yang Fan's expression, leaving him with a cold back. Like smoke. Yang Fan, unwilling to give in, gritted his teeth and tried to touch Lu Ruian's shoulder. Result. But he was met with a scolding from Lu Ruian. Yang Fan, I've already told you, I'm very tired today. Can't you be considerate of me? Do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? You were never like this before. You never pushed me before. Why are you like this now? Hearing Lu Ruian's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face turned red and white, and he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then took the initiative to apologize to Lu Ruian. Ruian, I'm sorry, since you are tired today, you should rest early. Lu Ruian responded indifferently and continued to sleep with her back to Yang Fan, and then there was no further words. Swish. Yang Fan suppressed his inner impulse, looked at Lu Ruian's back with a longing look, and then lay down gently beside her. That night, Lu Ruian couldn't sleep. Yang Fan also suffered from insomnia. Jiang Chen, Zhao Sherman, and Su Yao also suffered from insomnia. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh. Zhao Sherman lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. Man, how come, it's your first time too? Jiang Chen sighed softly, looking at the bright red plum blossom mark on the bedsheet. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman stopped crying immediately. She turned around, stared at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a very casual woman? That's not what I meant. What I meant was... Forget it, just treat it as if I was farting and didn't say anything. Jiang Chen rubbed his face irritably, then took a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Snap. Just when Jiang Chen had just lit the cigarette, there was a slight noise beside him. Zhao Sherman took an ashtray from the bedside table on the other side. Next, Zhao Sherman held the ashtray in both hands and carefully brought it to Jiang Chen, as if to make it easier for Jiang Chen to flick the ashes. Call. Jiang Chen blew out a smoke ring, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then he asked Zhao Shiman, Man, what are your plans next? What other plans are there? Zhao Shiman rolled her eyes and said with a look of resentment on her face, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. From now on, I will follow you wherever you go. Don't think of getting rid of me. Jiang Chen. Chapter 30. It's time for the lottery again. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up slowly from his sleep and suddenly felt something soft and tender in his arms. When I opened my eyes, I immediately saw a stunningly beautiful face. Her cool temperament coupled with charming eyes show her unique royal sister temperament. What a cool and beautiful rose. At this moment, Zhao Shiman was supporting her head with one hand, with a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth, and looking at Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes. At the same time, Jiang Chen also clearly sensed that there was a tender little hand in the quilt, stroking his 8 abdominal muscles. Good morning, husband. Perhaps because she saw Jiang Chen opened his eyes, Zhao Shiman quickly withdrew her hand from the quilt and greeted him sweetly good morning. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Zhao Shiman put her arms around him and rested her little head on his chest. Good morning. Jiang Chen smiled and put his arm around Zhao Shiman's shoulders, holding her in his arms. Feeling the body temperature of the beauty and the fragrance scent coming from the quilt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss Zhao Shiman on the forehead. Honey, I'm hungry. What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Zhao Shiman, who was always known for her violence, actually curled up in his arms and acted coquettishly. With her rosy face and cuddly look, she looks just like a newly married young bride. Crack! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Su Yao, wearing only a lace nightgown, walked in so carelessly. Little bastard, if you're hungry, get up quickly. I'll take you to have breakfast. It's so early in the morning, and as soon as I woke up, I hugged my husband and started to feel itchy. Didn't you have enough last night? Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. But after a brief silence, Zhao Shiman suddenly screamed, and like a frightened little rabbit, she shrank into the quilt in an instant. Hey! Man, why are you still pretending to be innocent in front of me? Hurry up and get up. You, as the younger sister, will have to serve tea to me, the elder sister, later. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Yao said as she climbed onto the bed. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, Su Yao pulled back the quilt and slipped in with a swish. Then, there was a stir in the bed. Zhao Shiman's exclamation and laughter were also heard. You little rascal, wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Yao, stop, giggle, it itches. Call me sister. Sister, hee, I was wrong, please stop tickling me. Are you getting up? Rise. Just like that, Zhao Shiman was pulled out of bed by Su Yao. While Zhao Shiman was putting on her clothes, Su Yao crawled to Jiang Chen's side, leaned over and kissed him on the face, and said in a very gentle tone. Honey, I took the little rascal away and promised not to let her disturb your late sleep. We're not going anywhere today. Let's just rest in the hotel for a day. When you wake up, I'll order you something to eat. Su Yao remembered Jiang Chen's habit of sleeping in, so she chose this time to pull Zhao Shiman out of his bed. All right. Putting aside her materialistic nature, Su Yao is actually quite good in all aspects. At least she can provide Jiang Chen with high emotional value and will not make Jiang Chen feel even the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Certainly. Jiang Chen also understood that if he was not rich, generous, and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao might not necessarily show such a sensible side to him. To sum up, men must have money. Only when you have money will a woman show you her most gentle and best side. Crack. Looking at Su Yao and Zhao Shiman walking out of the bedroom quietly and closing the door gently, they looked as if they were afraid of disturbing Jiang Chen's late sleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mouth corners curled up into a beautiful arc. Hee. The money was well spent. At least, Jiang Chen felt that his emotional value was maximized. One word, comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly lost his sleepiness. He simply got up, sat against the head of the bed, and lit a cigarette for himself. That's right. Today is another new day. It's time to draw the lottery. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately thought about it and clicked on the system main page. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. Nothing more to say. If you are in a good mood, your luck will naturally be good. Start the whole process. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer made a soft click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Immediately afterwards, a black bank card jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million bounties. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen opened the inventory very skillfully, and soon saw the black card in his backpack. Black Card Rewards. This card is an electronic virtual bank card, containing 100 million Dragon Country currency, but can only be used for rewards on live broadcasts. Note, the host can get double the real money rebate by using the rewards. After reading the detailed introduction of this black card, Jiang Chen, perhaps because he had just woken up and his mind was still a little confused, could not figure out the specific effect of this black card for a moment. But after Jiang Chen finished smoking a cigarette, his mind became clear and he finally understood the use of this black card. Simply put, Jiang Chen uses the money in this black card to reward various anchors on the live broadcast platform, and he can get double the rebate. If all the 100 million bounties are used up, Jiang Chen can get a cashback of 200 million. The system saw that Jiang Chen had accepted another beauty, so it took the initiative to send money. How thoughtful. Brother Tongzi, thank you. Jiang Chen closed the system inventory with a smile, and then returned to the main page of the lottery. This time, he rubbed his hands vigorously until his palms began to feel warm, then he clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer suddenly made a light click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a high-end residential building. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Before Jiang Chen could react, he suddenly felt his arms sink. A plastic bag suddenly appeared in front of him, and the bag was filled with red real estate certificates. Oh my god! Why are there so many property certificates? What did the system prompt just now? One high-end residential building? Are you sure it's one building, not one unit? Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly looked through the property certificates in his arms, but he didn't expect that his name was written on all of them. Building 1, Xingqing No. 1 Mansion, Xingfu Road, Xilan City? 30 floors? There are 4 households on each floor, so a total of 120 houses? Is every house a 200 square meter apartment? How much would it cost to buy an entire building? Swish. Jiang Chen quickly searched the internet on his mobile phone. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion is located near the most prosperous commercial street in Xilan City, where housing prices have been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, each of the 120 houses Jiang Chen currently owns is worth more than 20 million. Then the total price of the 120 houses has exceeded 2.4 billion. Oh shit. Got rich overnight. Chapter 31 Online Dating Card. In the room. Jiang Chen held 120 red property certificates in his arms, but a confused expression appeared on his face. The first idea that came to his mind was to rent out all these houses. The rent collected every month alone would allow him to live a lavish life. But think about it. He is not short of money at all now. He still has a balance of 570 million in his card and he doesn't know how to spend it. Just now, Jiang Chen won a bounty of 100 million. If he uses up the bounty, he can get a cashback of 200 million. What's more, the system has 3 chances to draw lots every day, and Jiang Chen might be able to draw even more wealth. So, the pattern needs to be expanded. What's the fuss about such a small rent? Sprinkle some water. You know, Jiang Chen is actually a very lazy person. He is the kind of lazy guy who lies in bed and doesn't want to move. He prefers the woman to move on top while he turns on the energy saving mode. How could he have the time and energy to rent out these 120 houses, bargain with the tenants, collect rent every month, and deal with the tenants' various demands during this period? Damn! It's troublesome just thinking about it. It's not worth it at all to run around and work so hard just for such a little rent. What is Jiang Chen's purpose? Just eat and wait for death, lie down completely, enjoy life, and never go to work. Collecting rent is also like working. Jiang Chen could not tolerate this. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw a bag of property certificates aside, and then focused his attention on the lucky draw wheel. I've won gold coins twice in a row. There is only one chance left in the lottery today, can't you give me a big prize? Do I have to chant a spell to win a better prize? Swish. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a while, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. When the pointer started to move rapidly, Jiang Chen immediately chanted, "Heaven and earth, please bless me and help me win the grand prize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer finally slowed down. This time, the pointer actually passed through the gold coin area, and then slowly moved towards the remaining 4 areas. Got it. At least a reward of card or above. Lu Ruian is still in heaven. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be like dead and protect Jiang Chen all the time. This is what a qualified ex-girlfriend is. Blat. Before Jiang Chen could be happy, the pointer stopped at the card area after crawling a short distance. Then, a pink card with a heart drawn on it jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an online dating card. A system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen opened the inventory with great curiosity and soon saw the card in his backpack. Online dating card. After using this card, you can get a rich girlfriend who you have been dating online for 3 years. Note, this card can only be used once. Phew! Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Brother Tonzi, what do you mean? I admit that I am handsome, in good health and have a good appetite, but I am not short of money at all now, so why do I need a rich girlfriend? If it was the day before yesterday, when I had just obtained the system and had drawn this card in the first round, I might have hesitated, or I might have used this card. After all, it's not shameful to make a living by relying on your looks. Who can resist money? But my buddy is now the super rich brother in the eyes of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. You can't use your rich sister's money to support these 2 little kids, right? This is so immoral. System, I want to use this online dating card. Jiang Chen said the most confident words and used the card on the spot. He wanted to see how rich this rich sister was. If someone is richer than him, Jiang Chen doesn't mind living off her. If you're not as rich as him, then sorry, get out of here right now. Swish. The online dating card in the inventory turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, an electronic prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a rich girlfriend who he has been dating for 3 years. Please check your QQ. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange memory flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. This memory told Jiang Chen that on the day he graduated from college, he met a female netizen on QQ. Because the 2 of them got along well, they soon developed feelings for each other and even boldly tried to engage in online romance. Result. It's out of control. This love lasted for 3 whole years. The 2 of them call each other husband and wife on QQ in a very sweet way, and in their daily chats, they share interesting things in life with each other and confide in each other the troubles they encounter in life. Get to know each other, fall in love, understand each other, cherish each other. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this absurd online romance is not only mixed with the elements of love, but also mixed with the mutual consideration between close friends. As the saying goes, a song breaks one's heart. Where can one find a soulmate in this world? Damn. I have to admit that Brother Tonzi's methods are really amazing. After Jiang Chen digested this memory, he suddenly felt that the 3 years he spent with Lu Ruian seemed to have been fated. No. To be precise, this newly emerged 3-year online romance directly covers the 3-year real-life relationship between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruian. Jiang Chen was a little confused for a moment. In the past 3 years, was he in a relationship with Lu Ruian, or was he having an online romance with this rich sister? But overall, this online romance left a deeper impression on Jiang Chen. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Lu Ruian's shadow seemed to have faded a lot, and a certain obsession hidden in the deepest part of his mind seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Brother Tonzi, are you trying to find different ways to heal my wounded heart? I'm not a fragile person. How can a man grow into a towering tree without experiencing the blows of wind and rain? But thank you very much anyway. Although you don't talk much, I can feel that you are a considerate and good system. I must give you a 5-star rating and like it like crazy. Ding ding. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated and a crisp QQ message alert sound was emitted. Jiang Chen quickly picked up his phone and opened the mobile version of QQ, which he hadn't logged into for 800 years. Unexpectedly, he saw a short message from a girl in the pinned message column. No. Not sister, should be called auntie. The avatar used by the other party is a pot of blooming orchids, and her QQ name is. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. Why is it called Flowers Bloom and Fortune Comes? Originally, Jiang Chen still had a little fantasy, thinking that not every rich lady was an old aunt who was older, out of shape, and had wrinkles all over her face. But when he saw this online name, the last bit of his fantasy was shattered. As we all know, Huakai Fugue is a nickname that is particularly favored by middle-aged women. Jiang Chen is only 25 years old this year. He's still a child. He is still young. He still has plenty of youth and unlimited possibilities in the future. How could he die at the hands of an old lady at such a young age? Separate. Must score. Even if Jesus comes, it won't work. That's what I said. Chapter 32, Super Thunder. Mature and beautiful auntie. Huakai Fugue, husband, what are you busy with? Huakai Fugue, I want to talk to you about what we agreed on before. Are you free now? Looking at the two messages just sent by his rich girlfriend, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked through the chat history. However, the chat history is blank. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Su Yao bought him a new phone yesterday, so there was naturally no chat history on the QQ on the new phone. As for Jiang Chen's old phone, throw it away. Now that you have a new phone worth more than 40,000 yuan, who would still keep the broken phone that was given away as a gift when you topped up your phone bill? It's over, it's over. Without the chat history, how would I know what we talked about before? A drop of cold sweat immediately flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. The memory just now only roughly told Jiang Chen about his online love experience with this rich sister. As for some specific details, Brother Tonzi did not explain it clearly, so Jiang Chen naturally didn't know either. Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought for a while, then replied a message to Huakai Fugue. Manti Angxingchen, no problem, I'm free now. Jiang Chen's original online name was A Sky Full of Stars Is Not As Good As You, but perhaps he felt that the name was too smarmy, so he deleted the last 3 characters, leaving only the 4 characters A Sky Full of Stars. A few seconds later, the rich sister replied with a message. Huakai Fugue, husband, you told me before that you have been practicing martial arts since childhood and are proficient in various fighting skills. Beating 10 people by yourself is just a basic operation. Your skills are even better than those of the special forces. Is this true? Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He just learned combat mastery yesterday. However, judging from Huakai Fugue's tone, Jiang Chen had boasted to her a long time ago that he was a good fighter. All right. Men all like to brag. If a man doesn't brag, can he still be called a man? Manti Angxingchen, well, my skills are indeed very impressive. After Jiang Chen sent this message, his rich girlfriend actually sent him several messages in succession. Huakai Fugue, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. For so many years, I have always hoped to find a strong man to rely on, because such a man can protect me and give me enough sense of security. Now I finally found it. Emoji, shy. Huakai Fugue, husband, let us meet in person. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. What's going on? Didn't we agree to break up? How come we ended up meeting in person while chatting? Tada! Jiang Chen quickly held his phone and typed out a long paragraph about breaking up. Perhaps he felt that these words were a bit too cold-blooded and heartless. After all, he had been in an online relationship with the other party for 3 years. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard, right? Then Jiang Chen deleted this paragraph again, then racked his brains to edit a long paragraph of euphemistic words. The meaning is still the same, break up. However, before Jiang Chen sent this message to Huakai Fugue, the other party sent him several more messages. Huakai Fugue, husband, we have been together for 3 years, and you still don't know what I look like? Huakai Fugue, since we have decided to meet in person, I will send you some recent photos of me. Emoji, shy. Flowers in full bloom, picture, picture, picture. At this moment, Jiang Chen's curiosity was suddenly aroused. He just stretched out his hand and clicked on a photo of blooming flowers. The next second, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This woman is very nice. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. Her temperament is mature and cool, but there is also a hint of gentleness in her coolness, and a hint of intelligence in her gentleness. Her long brown-black hair was braided into a long and thick pigtail, casually draped over her shoulders, looking very easy to hold. Her skin is very fair and there is not a single wrinkle on her face. She must pay great attention to skin care, so she looks less than 30 years old, like a girl of 27 or 28 years old. But, according to the memory that Brother Tongzi imposed on Jiang Chen, this rich sister was a widow, her real age was 37, and she had a daughter who just turned 18. There is absolutely no mistake. But, judging from the photos, Huakai Fugue doesn't look like a 37-year-old old aunt at all, but rather like a young lady who was only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. I can only say that rich ladies really know how to take care of themselves. Let us get back to the topic. In the photo, Huakai Fugue is wearing a blue tight dress and standing sideways by the sea. The skirt perfectly outlines her mature and plump figure. What does it mean that one more point means fat, and one less point means thin? It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the ceiling of the slightly plump world. Suddenly, Jiang Chen envied Huakai Fugue's daughter. The little girl must have never been hungry since she was a child, because her mother's grain bag was so full. Such a beautiful, well-built, and elegant young aunt, her daughter is already 18 years old? Why does Jiang Chen seem a little bit unconvinced? But the facts are right in front of us. Huakai Fugue in the photo obviously looks less than 30 years old, and at most 27 or 28 years old. Etc. Could this woman be using pictures from the internet? Or, have these photos been severely photoshopped by her, with serious filters and beautification added? When he thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. What he hates most in his life is photo fraud. Especially those girls who have photoshopped their faces and figures so severely deformed that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. This is a blatant scam. Could it be that Huakai Fugue is this kind of person? Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately made a video call to Huakai Fugue. He wants to expose counterfeiting. He wants to uncover the true face of flowers in bloom and wealth comes. He wants to reveal the monster's true form. Beep. I thought Huakai Fugue would refuse this video call, but I never expected that the other party would answer it within seconds. Next second. On Jiang Chen's mobile phone screen, a super beautiful young aunt appeared, who was mature and plump, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and a cool, gentle, and intellectual temperament. That's right. Huakai Fugue looks exactly like in person and in the photo. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is still extremely fair and there is no trace of wrinkles on her face. Jiang Chen was stunned by Huakai Fugue lying lazily on the sofa. It was simply too dangerous. Ha! Honey, how come you've become so handsome? I've only seen your photos from 3 years ago. I didn't expect that you've turned into such a handsome guy now. I'm really surprised. By the way, why did you suddenly send me a video? Are you ready to meet me in person? The sound of flowers blooming and flourishing is very pleasant. It's the kind of deep and charming royal sister's voice. I still don't know what your real name is? Jiang Chen was really a little embarrassed. After all, he was just thinking about breaking up, and he absolutely couldn't let that happen to the old lady. But now it seems that this is not an old aunt at all. It's obviously my big baby. No more breaking up. Whoever divides is a big fool. Chapter 33, In-Depth Study. In the room. Jiang Chen, lying on the bed, originally planned to change his posture and continue the video chat with Huakai Fugue. After all, he was not wearing any clothes now, only covering his lower body with a quilt, and his upper body was bare-chested. However, when Jiang Chen turned over, his hand slipped accidentally and his phone fell on the bed. By the time Jiang Chen picked up the phone, the video call had been interrupted, and Huakai Fugue also sent an inquiry message. Huakai Fugue, husband, why did you suddenly hang up the video call? Manti Angxingchen, sorry, my hand slipped and my phone fell on the bed. Huakai Fugue, you must have thought that the photos I just sent you were all fake or photoshopped, so you wanted to see my real appearance through video, right? Emoji, snickering. Manti Angxingchen, indeed, mainly because you said before that you were 37 years old, and you have a daughter who just turned 18. This is too different from you in the photo, so I have to doubt it. I understand. People who have met me don't believe that I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. After Jiang Chen sent the last message, Huakai Fugue did not reply for a long time. I don't know what she was doing. Maybe something happened suddenly and she didn't have time to reply to Jiang Chen's message? Just when Jiang Chen was about to get up, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice, and a message about Huakai Fugue came in. Huakai Fugue, let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Xiaoyu, I am 37 years old this year, I am a widower, and I have a daughter who just turned 18. I am currently the general manager of a listed company. I have a house, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, I have only had you as my boyfriend. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Looking at the long self-introduction sent by Qin Xiaoyu, especially the last sentence, she said that since her husband passed away, she had only had one boyfriend, Jiang Chen. It was this sentence that made Jiang Chen feel that Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have a sense of resentment. How? Just because you've only had me as a boyfriend, do you want me to be responsible for you? In other words, Qin Xiaoyu was telling me in a disguised way that after her husband passed away, she had remained chaste and had never had an affair? Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought about it. Anyway, he was a scumbag. One scumbag was a scumbag, two scumbags were also scumbags, and more scumbags were still scumbags. Don't let down good girls, and don't waste bad girls. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give all girls a warm home. Manti Angxingchen, my name is Jiang Chen, I am 25 years old, and I am currently retired. I have a house, a car, and savings. I basically don't have to worry about food and drink in this life, and I don't need you to support me. Huakai Fugue, what? Retired at 25? Husband, are you kidding me? Manti Angxingchen, this is called early retirement. I will just lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life. Huakai Fugue, then your family conditions must be very good? Starry Sky, I am an orphan. Huakai Fugue, I'm sorry, I don't know your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, and then added each other as WeChat friends. Since we are planning to meet in person, it would be inappropriate to continue chatting on QQ. Ding ding. As soon as I added the WeChat friend, Qin Xiaoyu immediately sent me a WeChat message. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, there is actually one thing I have hidden from you, which is our relationship. I haven't told my daughter yet. I am worried that she will not be able to accept this fact and may even strongly oppose us being together. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. Qin Xiaoyu, how about this, I will have a good talk with my daughter tonight. If she has no objection, we can be together openly. Jiang Chen, what if she disagrees? Qin Xiaoyu, then we can just be together secretly without her knowing. Emoji, covering mouth and laughing. Jiang Chen, I see. Regardless of whether your daughter agrees or not, you are determined to be with me, right? Qin Xiaoyu, husband, don't you want to meet me in person? Looking at the last WeChat message in the chat box, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed Qin Xiaoyu's mature and beautiful face, her extremely plump figure, and the pair of imposing 38F headlights. Squeak. Jiang Chen quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, then quickly typed a reply to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, I want to. Qin Xiaoyu, haha, why don't you call me wife first? Jiang Chen, wife. Emoji, kiss. Qin Xiaoyu, my little husband, you are so good. Emoji, kiss. Jiang Chen, why do you add a small word before husband? Qin Xiaoyu, you are only 25 years old, 12 years younger than me. Isn't that considered young? Jiang Chen, mine is very big, do you want to try it? Qin Xiaoyu, hey. I've been dating you for 3 years, but I only discovered today that you're a little pervert. Seeing this WeChat message, a look of disdain suddenly flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Just now when he was on a video call with Qin Xiaoyu, the moment Qin Xiaoyu saw him shirtless, her eyes immediately widened like bells, and she shot out a lightning-like shrewdness. Who is the little pervert? Why don't you look in the mirror? The saliva at the corners of your mouth is almost dripping. Now you're turning the tables and accusing me of being a pervert? Ha, women. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I decided to change my ways, give up sex immediately, and go to Shaolin Temple to become a monk. From now on, I will devote myself to Buddhism and never have any improper thoughts about love between men and women again. Qin Xiaoyu, you dare. Jiang Chen, ha, just a joke. Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, you are my man now. Without my permission, you cannot become a monk. Do you understand? Jiang Chen, wow. The domineering female CEO fell in love with me? Xin Xiaoyu, wrong, it should be called the CEO sister is beautiful and cool, and the little wolfdog brother can't escape. Emoji, snickering. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt particularly happy and relaxed when chatting with Xin Xiaoyu. He had no worries and said whatever he wanted to say. And Xin Xiaoyu could always follow his topic and chat with him happily. Is this the legendary confidant? This song breaks my heart. Where in this world can I find a soulmate? Xin Xiaoyu, husband, let's meet. I want to get to know you better, and at the same time, let you get to know me better. Emoji, grinning. Jiang Chen, how deep? Emoji, smirk. Xin Xiaoyu, share a song with you, the moon represents my heart. Looking at the song shared by Xin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen subconsciously clicked the play button. Soon, a soothing music came from the phone. Jiang Chen held the phone in his hand, leaned against the head of the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to listen attentively. You ask me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You ask me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are unwavering, my love is unchanging, the moon represents my heart. Chapter 34, Iceberg Goddess, Lin Qingxue. Is this love? After finishing his chat with Xin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sighed and said, I love your love for Mamai Mohua. After sighing alone for a while, Jiang Chen was just about to get up when his cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Qingxue. When Jiang Chen saw this name, his first reaction was, did she dial the wrong number? Although Jiang Chen had Lin Qingxue's contact information and had added her as a friend on WeChat, he had had almost no contact with Lin Qingxue over the years. Lin Qingxue, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, known as the Iceberg Goddess, suddenly called my buddy. What is going on? Could it be that she is like Zhao Sherman, coming here to join me on her own initiative? But why was it Lin Qingxue? Jiang Chen would not be surprised if any of the sexy dancer Yu Lily, the green tea girl Luli, or the pig man Tangro called him. Only when Lin Qingxue, a lump of ice, called Jiang Chen made him drop his jaw in surprise. Isn't she misogynistic? Isn't she a lesbian, or a lesbian? Isn't she very cold? Did she also compromise with reality? Swish. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen finally answered the call. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. The tone was a little strange, as if mixed with a hint of embarrassment and a sense of relief. But Lin Qingxue's voice is definitely that of a cold and aloof queen. When people hear it, they feel that she is high and mighty, pure and innocent, sacred, and cannot be desecrated. Maybe this woman is too cold and aloof, which makes it easy for men to want to conquer her. Iceberg Goddess. Oh no! It's just a piece of ice. It's really as good as its reputation. Hey! It's Bing Bing. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Jiang Chen smiled crookedly, with an air of the returning Dragon King. Bing. Bing Bing? Who is Bing Bing? Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Qingxue. The voice on the other end of the phone paused noticeably, as if mixed with a sense of dissatisfaction, but the voice was suppressing its anger, as if it did not dare to offend Jiang Chen easily. I know you are Lin Qingxue. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't this nickname nice? You. Yeah, that sounds good. Hearing the gnashing of teeth coming from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Bing Bing, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chen, this is the case. You should know that I am now the account manager of China Merchants Bank Private Bank. I'm calling you today to introduce you to the private banking business of our China Merchants Bank. Our private bank, China Merchants Bank, has the largest number of customers among all the major domestic banks and is recognized as providing the best services. Lin Qingxue said a lot of nonsense on the phone, which can be summed up in one sentence: I want to poach you and make you my client. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and listened to Lin Qingxue's story on the phone. A cold and beautiful figure could not help but emerge in his mind. I vaguely remember Lu Ruian once mentioned that after Lin Qingxue graduated, he went to work in the banking system. Unexpectedly, she is now a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank. The so-called private bank is not a bank opened by an individual, but a service model specially developed by the bank to attract high-asset wealthy people. Simply put, it is the bank's high-level VIP customer service. Compared with ordinary branches, private banks have higher authority, more resources, and a wider range of services. To give a simple example, for example, when it comes to depositing money, the deposit interest rate for ordinary customers is fixed. The interest rate for current deposits of the four major banks is about 0.35%, and the interest rate for time deposits for 1 year is only about 1.5%. For private banking clients, deposit interest rates are negotiable, and generally the lowest rate is above 2.5%. The more deposits you have, the higher the interest rate. In addition, private banks will provide customers with many benefits and more services. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that in order to become a client of the private banking of the four major domestic banks, personal deposits had to be at least 5 million and maintained for a certain period of time. China Merchants Bank has the highest threshold. Personal assets must reach more than 10 million to become their private banking customers. But Jiang Chen's money was clearly deposited in Longhua Bank. No matter which bank it would implement strict confidentiality measures for its customers. Here comes the question. As a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank, how did Lin Qingxue find out that Jiang Chen's deposits in Longhua Bank had exceeded 10 million? Bang! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. The day before yesterday, Su Yao showed off her wealth and her circle of friends. She had a Ferrari LaFerrari, a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a presidential suite. Just yesterday, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, two little splashy girls, posted Jiang Chen's transfer records on their moments. Lin Qingxue is not blind. Are you going to give up such a big and high-quality client like this instead of poaching it? Jiang Chen, are you listening to me? At this moment, Lin Qingxue's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and a cool and handsome smile immediately appeared on his face. Bing Bing, I also want to be your client, but I'm very busy now and I really don't have time. Since Jiang Chen sealed his heart and locked his love, he is transformed from a bootlicker to a scumbag. How could he kneel down and lick Lin Qingxue without any bottom line just because she is an iceberg goddess? Please. The one who needs help now is Lin Qingxue. Why does she dare to speak to me in such a condescending tone? How dare she be dissatisfied with this young master? Silence, no words. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and soon Lin Qingxue's voice was heard again. Jiang Chen, if you don't have time to come to our bank, I can come to your house and serve you in person. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. This time, Lin Qingxue lowered her posture, her tone was no longer cold, her voice became gentler, and even had a hint of flattery. That's right. This is the attitude of asking for help. What ice goddess? Can you try freezing it? See if this young master still cares about you? Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite Number 1. I should be free before noon, but I may not be able to be free after noon. Jiang Chen looked at the time, then gave Lin Qingxue an address and pointed out that he was only free in the morning. It is now 10:30 a.m. So, there is not much time left for Lin Qingxue. If she wanted to poach Jiang Chen, a big client, she had to act immediately, rush over, and personally go to Jiang Chen's house to negotiate. There was no other choice. Okay, I'll come to you right away. Lin Qingxue didn't dare to complain at all. After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Jiang Chen chuckled, then got out of bed, put on a hotel robe, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked into the spacious living room. However, the living room was silent and there was no sign of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. Instead, from a corridor connecting to the living room, faint sounds of women's laughter could be heard. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen walked along the corridor and came to an empty hall. Unexpectedly, this is actually an indoor swimming pool. At this moment, two sexy beauties in bikinis are playing in the swimming pool, bursting into laughter like silver bells from time to time. Oh shit. Two mermaids? Swimming is such a fun thing, why don't you ask Dad to join you? Jiang Chen wanted to change into a pair of swimming trunks, but then he thought, there is no one here anyway, why wear swimming trunks? It's too redundant. Then, Jiang Chen took off his bathrobe, letting the bitter tea seeds fall to the side. Then he dived into the swimming pool and swam quickly towards the two mermaids. Chapter 35 Personal Financial Secretary. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Next to the indoor swimming pool, there is a spa room. At this moment, Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the massage bed, with his eyes half closed, his brows relaxed, and a cool and handsome smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman knelt on either side of Jiang Chen and gave him a very gentle massage. It was just a simple massage at first, but after a while, Jiang Chen insisted on saying something like a watermelon massage. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were both confused and didn't understand at all. Fortunately, Jiang Chen taught them very patiently, and the process was not complicated. Moreover, the two girls had great talents and excellent comprehension. So, Jiang Chen only gave a little pointers, and Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were able to learn it almost immediately. Looking at the two stunning beauties, with shy faces and seductive eyes, massaging him, Jiang Chen's soul almost floated to the clouds. Good girlfriends, for life. Advance together, retreat together, break through together, fly together. Share the good times and share the bad times. Good. Happy times are always short. Jiang Chen was still immersed in the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself when the housekeeper by Qianshan suddenly knocked on the door and told Jiang Chen that there was a lady named Lin outside who wanted to see him. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen came to the living room after getting dressed. Bai Qianshan opened the door and let in a woman in a navy blue business suit. The woman had long hair tied up behind her head, revealing a delicate and cool face. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which softened the lines of her facial features. The curvy figure, wrapped in the professional suit, perfectly outlines the S-shaped lines. Coupled with the hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she looks more mature and seductive. Ouch. Not bad. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 3 years, the former ice goddess turned out to be a girl with glasses. This temperament seems to be even more stunning than when she was in college. Although she still looks cold, she exudes an intellectual and elegant aura. To sum it up in one word, she has matured. Bing bing, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa and extended a hand towards Lin Xingxue. The moment Lin Xingxue saw Jiang Chen, her face was calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Things are different now. Jiang Chen, now, has been completely transformed because of taking the gene potion. His handsomeness has long surpassed the limits of human beings. Although Lin Xingxue is known as the iceberg goddess, she is just a mortal after all, not a real goddess. So, how could she possibly resist Jiang Chen's charm? Jiang Chen, long time no see, you seem to have changed a lot. Lin Xingxue shook Jiang Chen's hand and a faint smile appeared on her face. People always change, and you've changed a lot. As if by some strange coincidence, the moment Lin Xingxue opened her hand, Jiang Chen suddenly used his index and middle fingers to gently scratch the palm of her hand. At the same time, Jiang Chen also blinked at Lin Xingxue, and a cool and handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xingxue was slightly stunned, and just glanced at Jiang Chen lightly, then calmly withdrew her white and tender little hand. Although her face was calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed that there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in the depths of her eyes. This discovery immediately aroused Jiang Chen's great interest. Who said Lin Xingxue is afraid of men? Who said she was a lesbian? A lesbian? A lily? Look at her reaction now, she is obviously a normal woman. It's just that she is a little colder, hides things a little deeper, and puts on a bit more airs. To sum it up in one sentence, she's very good at pretending. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Xingxue sat on the sofa, and Bai Qianshan immediately made 2 cups of tea. After Bai Qianshan left, Lin Xingxue first picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then couldn't wait to get to the point. Jiang Chen, you also know the reason why I came here today, so I won't beat around the bush. I have just been promoted to a private bank account manager, and I need to improve my performance, so I would like to seek your help. If you can choose me as your financial advisor, I will do my best to help you manage your assets. After listening to Lin Xingxue's story, Jiang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup, drank a sip of tea slowly, and started to think secretly in his mind. The first wife Su Yao, the second wife Zhao Sherman, the housekeeper Bai Qianshan, and the rich sister Qin Xiaoyu who had been in an online relationship for 3 years and just wanted to meet in person today. If another girl with glasses comes, will I be able to handle it? After all, this young master only has 2 kidneys. As the saying goes, there is no land that is ruined, only cows that are tired to death. Damn. Never mind. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. This young master has made a bold statement before that he would capture all the 7 fairies of Xilan University, except the other 6 fairies except Lu Ruian. A real man should do what he says. No matter how much you boast, you must make it come true, even if it means crying. Bing bing, what benefits can I enjoy by becoming your customer? Jiang Chen put down the teacup and looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile. Lin Qingxue slightly closed her legs, crossed her hands on her legs, and asked instead of answering, Jiang Chen, how much money do you expect to deposit in our bank? Our bank's customers are divided into 3 levels: private banking customers with more than 10 million deposits, senior private banking customers with more than 50 million deposits, and special private banking customers with more than 100 million deposits. The benefits that private banking clients of each level can apply for are different. After listening to Lin Qingxue's words, Jiang Chen took out the savings card of Longhua Bank and threw it casually on the coffee table. I still have about 570 million in this card. As long as you can satisfy me, I can let you manage this money. Quiet. The living room was quiet. After Jiang Chen said the number of 570 million, Lin Qingxue's icy face immediately showed a look of shock. Lin Qingxue thought Jiang Chen was very rich. But she never expected that Jiang Chen would just throw out an ordinary savings card, and there would be more than 570 million Dragon Country currency in it. The cash alone is more than 570 million, so how terrifying would Jiang Chen's assets be? What's more, this is just the money in one bank card. Who knows if Jiang Chen has other bank cards? At this moment, Lin Qingxue finally understood. Why did Su Yao climb onto Jiang Chen's bed without hesitation? Why did Zhao Sherman also climb onto Jiang Chen's bed after Su Yao? For a rich and handsome young man like Jiang Chen, any normal woman would want to get into his bed. Jiang Chen, if you can deposit this money into our bank, I can guarantee you a deposit interest rate of at least 4%. Secondly, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary and form a personal financial management team of at least 4 people to serve you 24 hours a day. No matter what your needs are, I will do my best to satisfy you and provide you with a full range of personalized private customized services. Chapter 36 turns out to be a scheming bitch. Lin Qingxue is very sincere. Without any nonsense, she directly introduced all the benefits to Jiang Chen. Only. Her last sentence, whatever you need, I will do my best to satisfy you, sounds like it has another meaning. I wonder if Jiang Chen is thinking in the wrong direction. Or did Lin Qingxue hint at this on purpose? Or, just ask her directly? Personal financial secretary? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary. Lin Qingxue nodded, her face still calm. Maybe because she had just said too many words in one breath, she suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Lin Qingxue suddenly reached out and picked up the teacup, and brought it to her mouth very gracefully. Jiang Chen blinked, then stroked his chin and asked, is it the kind of secretary who does things when there are things to do, and does that when there are no other things? Puff. Lin Qingxue had just taken a drink of the tea when she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's question and immediately spat out the whole mouthful of tea. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen was sitting opposite Lin Qingxue. This mouthful of tea sprayed out and immediately turned Jiang Chen into a drowned chicken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. When Lin Qingxue saw that Jiang Chen was in trouble, she hurriedly put down her teacup, and then quickly pulled out a few tissues from the paper box on the coffee table. Then, Lin Qingxue quickly stood up and walked to Jiang Chen, and began to wipe him in a hurry. The busier you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Maybe she was too anxious. Lin Qingxue tripped and lost her balance immediately. The direction she fell happened to be where Jiang Chen was sitting. Puff. Just like that, Lin Qingxue sat squarely in Jiang Chen's arms, and subconsciously put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The living room fell into silence again. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze, and Lin Qingxue also stood there in a daze. It was as if time had been paused at this moment. Are you throwing yourself into my arms? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and the look he gave Lin Qingxue suddenly became strange. I didn't. Lin Qingxue's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she struggled, trying to jump out of Jiang Chen's arms. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her freeze again. It's confirmed. Bing Bing, you are so bad. Phew. Lin Qingxue almost vomited blood. Just when Lin Qingxue was about to explain, something even more depressing happened. Fuck. Qingxue, what are you doing? You actually seduced my husband openly in front of me? At some point, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, who had already finished their shower and changed their clothes, walked out of the bedroom hand in hand. But the moment they pushed open the door, they immediately saw Lin Qingxue sitting on Jiang Chen's lap with her hands around Jiang Chen's neck. From their angle, Lin Qingshua's movement of struggling to stand up looked like she was forcefully kissing Jiang Chen. Who is Su Yao? She is Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, and she also calls herself Jiang Chen's queen. She even shouted out the extremely domineering saying, "As long as I am alive, you will always be my concubines." At this moment, I suddenly saw a vixen seducing her man. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Tada! Su Yao immediately let go of Zhao Shiman's hand, then walked quickly towards Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue in a pair of high-heeled shoes. Whoosh! Perhaps because she was guilty, Lin Qingxue jumped up from Jiang Chen's arms like lightning, then quickly walked to the side, putting some distance between herself and Jiang Chen. In the end, Lin Qingxue stood there at a loss, looking at Su Yao with embarrassment. Swish! Su Yao walked over and sat down next to Jiang Chen, then clasped her arms across her chest and looked at Lin Qingxue with a bad face. Yao Yao, things are not what you think. Lin Qingxue tried to explain, but Su Yao didn't give her a chance to explain, and immediately interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Qingxue, I don't care what happened between you and Jiang Chen, I just want to say one thing to you. You, what do you want to say? Lin Qingshue's face turned red and white, and the 10 toes hidden in her high heels were curled up in embarrassment. Taking something without asking is like stealing, but giving something when asked is like giving. As soon as Su Yao said this, Lin Qingshue's eyes suddenly widened. Her icy face that had never melted for thousands of years now looked like a monkey's, but so red that water was about to drip out. What does it mean to take something without asking and be considered stealing? When using other people's things, you must first ask and obtain the other party's consent, otherwise it is equivalent to stealing. What does it mean that every request will be granted? If you make a request to someone and they generously satisfy you, this behavior is equivalent to a gift to you. Su Yao's meaning has been expressed very clearly. She could reward Jiang Chen to Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue must remember her kindness. But Lin Qingxue seduced Jiang Chen without Su Yao's consent. This is an act of theft, which Su Yao absolutely cannot tolerate. In other words, Su Yao has already determined that Lin Qingxue is seducing Jiang Chen, or in other words, Su Yao has already determined that Lin Qingxue has ill intentions towards Jiang Chen. Lin Qingxue can't wash herself clean even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Lin Qingxue did not explain or argue anything, but took the initiative to apologize to Su Yao and admitted her mistake. Oh shit. Is Lin Qingxue admitting that she has evil intentions towards this young master? Did she fall into my arms on purpose just now? What a scheming bitch. Looking at Lin Qingxue's pretty face, which still had a trace of blush on it, Jiang Chen suddenly began to believe some of what Su Yao had said. When those little rascals heard the 5 million, their eyes lit up. But Lily, Ruru, Lily and Qingxue were all pretending to be noble. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the remaining few, I plan to leave them alone. After so many years of being best friends, don't I know what their personalities are? When the time comes, they will come to me crying and begging, hee hee. All right. Jiang Chen had to admit that he had indeed beautified the 7 fairies of Xilan University in the past. What goddess? What fairy? What school beauty? It's just covered with a beautiful appearance, but in fact it's still a mortal body with a mortal heart. As long as one is immortal, he or she has 7 emotions and 6 desires. A mortal without desires is no longer a human being and can ascend to become an immortal. Besides, he who keeps company with vermilion becomes red, and he who keeps company with ink becomes black. If they didn't have similar interests, how could the 7 fairies of Xilan University get along with each other and become good friends? Su Yao is labeled as materialistic and vain. Zhao Sherman's labels are materialistic and violent. Lu Ruian's labels are materialistic and a bad woman. Obviously, the remaining ones are definitely not much better. In addition, they must have a common label that prompted them to play together and finally become good friends. This common label is materialism. The 7 fairies of Xilan University should be renamed Sunday. 7 shameless gold diggers? Ha 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 ha. This nickname is really cool. Chapter 37 I'm envious. Qingxue, considering our friendship for so many years, I can forgive you this time. But you have to remember. I will never tolerate the same thing happening again. Su Yao looked very angry and scolded Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was like a child who had made a mistake, standing there at a loss, silently enduring Su Yao's anger. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hand and hugged Su Yao in his arms, and said with a smile, Yao, that's enough, I still have something to talk to Bing, so don't make a fuss anymore. Hubby, you're actually speaking for her? You have to understand that I'm your real girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes and gave Jiang Chen a cold look. Jiang Chen didn't indulge Su Yao at all. He immediately pushed her out of his arms, and then said with a smile, I can change my official girlfriend at any time. I think Bing is pretty good. She is good at financial management and can help me manage my assets. This time, Su Yao was a little panicked. Oh. Husband. Su Yao quickly reached out and hugged Jiang Chen's arm, and pressed her body tightly against him. Then she put on a flattering smile and said, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? Silence, no words. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to give Su Yao the cold shoulder. Su Yao carefully observed Jiang Chen's facial expression, then bit her lip and gently shook Jiang Chen's arm. Dad, I was wrong, don't be angry with Yao, okay? Jiang Chen. Zhao Shiman. Lin Qingxue. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression seemed to ease a little, Su Yao quickly winked at Zhao Shiman. Zhao Shiman walked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and sat down on the other side of Jiang Chen. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders and legs respectively. The two little tricks tried their best to make Jiang Chen happy. Bing, I can give you a chance. Jiang Chen didn't care that Lin Qingxue was present. He hugged Su Yao with his left hand and Zhao Shiman with his right hand, with a beautiful smile on his face. Jiang Chen's words were ambiguous. He said he could give Lin Qingxue a chance, but he did not specify whether this opportunity was to give his money to Lin Qingxue to manage, or to give Lin Qingxue a chance to hook up with a rich man? Or maybe Jiang Chen was making a double entendre. But Lin Qingxue's eyes flashed with joy. She bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your recognition. I will definitely not let you down. Hearing Lin Qingxue change her way of addressing him to Mr. Jiang and her attitude becoming much more respectful than before, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Chen pointed at the bank card on the coffee table and said to Lin Qingxue, please contact Longbo Bank for me and transfer all the money to your China Merchants Bank. If you want to deposit money, the bank will definitely welcome you with open arms. But withdrawing money may not be smooth. Especially for large withdrawals and transfers, banks will definitely procrastinate for a while. After all, every day you keep your money in their bank will earn you an extra day's profit. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lin Qingxue sat back on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen, then took out a document from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. Please sign this authorization form, and I can get everything done for you before 6 p.m. today. Jiang Chen took the document, checked it carefully, and after confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name casually. Ding ling ling. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Zhao Shiman was closest to the phone, so she reached out and picked up the receiver, put it to her ear and listened for a while, then turned around and said to Jiang Chen, Husband, Butler Bai asked you if you want to prepare lunch? Jiang Chen did not answer, but turned to Lin Qingxue and said, Bing, it's noon now, why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded generously, her eyes swept back and forth between Su Yao and Zhao Shiman, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Su Yao calls Jiang Chen husband, and Zhao Shiman also calls Jiang Chen husband. These two little bastards seem to be getting along very well. So should I still get involved? No. If I just participate in it so abruptly, Jiang Chen will definitely not take me seriously. Even Jiang Chen might think that I am a vase. It would be better for you to be Jiang Chen's personal financial secretary first, manage his assets and prove your own value, so that you can be taken seriously. After making up her mind, Lin Qingxue immediately adjusted her attitude, and then carefully put the document that Jiang Chen had just signed into her briefcase. Jiang Chen's South savings are close to 600 million. He also drives a Ferrari worth 22.5 million, drinks red wine worth 300,000 a bottle, eats a meal worth more than 100,000 yuan, and lives in a presidential suite worth 88,888 yuan a night. He used to be the campus idol of Xilan University. He is now more handsome than before, and makes women more obsessed with him. How could Lin Qingxue miss such a man? While Bai Chanxian was arranging lunch, Jiang Chen walked into the bedroom and took out the bag of property certificates. Swish! Jiang Chen threw a bag of property certificates onto the coffee table. Honey, what is this? Su Yao picked up a property certificate curiously, opened it and immediately showed a surprised expression on her face. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but Su Yao put down the property certificate in her hand, then picked up the second property certificate, and then the third, fourth, and fifth. Hubby, these houses are all yours? After a long time, Su Yao held a pile of property certificates and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. Her charming peach blossom eyes were as bright as the flashlights in the bar. Jiang Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, I will now give you and Man a task. You two should rent out these houses. The rent collected every month will be your pocket money. Quiet. The living room was quiet. But after a brief silence, two different cheers immediately rang out. Ah! Hubby, I love you so much. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman rushed over almost at the same time, one holding Jiang Chen's left hand and the other holding Jiang Chen's right hand, and then kissed Jiang Chen hard on the left and right cheeks respectively. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxue was shocked and her eyes almost turned red with envy. This is the house of Xingqing No. 1 mansion. The housing prices there have been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter, and each house is a large flat with an area of more than 200 square meters. Jiang Chen actually bought an entire building. A total of 120 houses. Even if each house costs only 20 million, it would cost at least 2.4 billion to buy an entire building. None of this is the point. The point is, the rent of houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion is not cheap. Even with the most conservative estimate, the monthly rent for each house will definitely not be less than 15,000. If I could rent out all these 120 houses, I would still be able to earn 1.8 million every month even if I just lay at home and do nothing. Jiang Chen just said that the rent would be given to Yao Yao and Man as pocket money. In other words, Yao Yao and Man can get at least 900,000 every month. This is 900,000. Every month. And it's just pocket money. How could Lin Xingxue not be envious? She was almost going crazy with envy. Dad, I want to be a landlady too. Give me a chance. I will definitely be good. Chapter 38 I want to be her child's father. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Lin Xingxue finally witnessed Jiang Chen's arrogance with her own eyes. The lunch consisted of 9 dishes, most of which were classic dishes from Xilan City, and the rest were expensive seafood. In addition, Jiang Chen also opened a bottle of Romane Conti. Lin Xingxue secretly checked on the internet and found out that this bottle of 2005 Romane Conti dry red wine actually costs 279,800 yuan. That's not the point. The point is, Lin Xingxue has been paying attention to Su Yao's circle of friends these 2 days. Su Yao has been following Jiang Chen for the past 2 days, eating every meal so luxuriously, and drinking a bottle of red wine worth about 300,000 yuan at every meal. Just eating, he has already eaten millions. This amount of money is enough to buy a commercial house near the 4th Ring Road in Xilan City with full payment. What a luxury! Crack! 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 Under Jiang Chen's slightly surprised eyes, Lin Xingxue took out her cell phone expressionlessly and took photos of the table full of delicacies. Especially the bottle of Romane Conti, she almost sold it out of the water. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen saw the latest updates posted by Lin Xingxue on WeChat Moments. Lin Xingxue, thank you for Mr. Jiang's hospitality, emoticon, thumbs up. Picture.png, picture.png, picture.png. After lunch. Lin Xingxue left in a hurry carrying her briefcase. She had to get Jiang Chen's affairs done before 6 p.m. to prove her ability to do things. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman carried the bag of property certificates, took Jiang Chen's Ferrari keys, and happily went to find the real estate agency. As for Jiang Chen, he is lazy. He doesn't want to go out in the hot sun in the middle of the day. Wouldn't it be nice to lie in the hotel, enjoy the air conditioning, play mobile games, or watch videos? When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest, eat, drink, have fun instead of working. Ta-da! Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the sofa. Just as he was about to open his phone to watch a short video, he heard the sound of high heels walking. When I looked up, I saw Bai Qianqian walking over with a plate of fruit. Sister Qianqian, when is Xinxin's surgery scheduled? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Bai Qianqian's daughter was still in hospital. The hospital said that they would arrange the surgery as soon as possible, but the specific time of the surgery seemed to have not been decided yet. Master Jiang, I was just about to tell you about this. Bai Qianqian put the fruit plate on the coffee table, then turned around and stroked her hair shyly. The hospital called me this morning and said my daughter's surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chen quickly checked the time on his phone. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In 1 hour, Xin will have surgery. Swish. Jiang Chen glared at Bai Qianqian in dissatisfaction, then stood up and said, Sister Qianqian, prepare a car for me immediately. Master Jiang, are you going out? Bai Qianqian asked as she picked up the walkie-talkie hanging behind her waist. Well, let's go to the first people's hospital of the city. I have to see with my own eyes that Xin is fine before I can completely put my mind at ease. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce set out from the Royal International Hotel and headed straight for the first people's hospital of the city. The driver in charge is still Lao Zhang. As soon as Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian got in the car, Lao Zhang lowered the partition in the middle of the car, creating an absolutely private space for the two of them. The vehicle is moving. Bai Qianqian put her legs together and crossed her hands on her legs, but her 10 fingers were rubbing restlessly and there was a worried expression on her face. Swish. Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand, gently hugged Bai Qianqian in his arms, and said softly, Sister Qianqian, don't worry, I asked Xinxin's attending doctor yesterday. The doctor said that Xinxin's surgery is not risky, has a high success rate, and basically no accidents will occur. I believe that Xinxin will get better after the surgery. Hearing Jiang Chen's comfort, Bai Qianqian's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm embrace, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder and whispered, Mr. Jiang, thank you. With such close contact, Jiang Chen could only feel the fragrance of a mature woman rushing into his nostrils. Suddenly, Jiang Chen asked in a negotiating tone, Sister Qianqian, I actually like Xinxin very much. I want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Is that okay? Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and blurted out almost subconsciously, Mr. Jiang, how can this be possible? Who are you? How can Xinxin be worthy of being your goddaughter? Sister Qianqian. Before Bai Qianqian could finish her words, Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt her. Jiang Chen said with a serious face, people are not divided into high and low. I just have a little more money than others. How can I become a noble person? Xinxin is so cute, well-behaved, obedient and sensible. I really like her and I really want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Jiang Chen was not lying to Bai Qianqian. The first time he saw Xinxin in the hospital yesterday, he inexplicably fell in love with this little girl. At that time, Xinxin was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. She was obviously suffering from illness, but she still showed a sweet smile to everyone. The little girl seemed to be using this method to tell her mother, grandfather, and grandmother that she was fine and they didn't need to worry about her. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was touched by something. Xinxin, who is only 5 years old, is so sensible and so pitiful. Silence, no words. The carriage suddenly became quiet. Bai Qianqian didn't know whether she was thinking of her daughter or something else, her eyes were slightly red and her face was full of sadness. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qianqian, thought for a moment and said, Sister Qianqian, how about this? When Xinxin finishes the surgery, I will go and ask her in person if she is willing to be my goddaughter. When the time comes, whether you agree or not, I will be her godfather. When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian's nose suddenly felt sore and she couldn't control her tears anymore. Master Jiang, why are you so nice to me? Bai Qianqian seemed to be moved by Jiang Chen, and tears kept flowing. Jiang Chen didn't know what she had been through over the years. In Jiang Chen's opinion, he just helped Bai Qianqian a little, but he didn't expect that Bai Qianqian was so moved. Nothing more to say. As I said before, saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Done. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed twice, then said seriously, because I am a very responsible man. Since I am the mother of the child, I should be the father of the child. Puff. Bai Qianqian was crying her heart out, but when she heard Jiang Chen's twisted and evil ideas, she immediately burst into laughter. After laughing, Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly turned red. She used her small fist to gently punch Jiang Chen's chest, and said in a coquettish tone, You didn't just hug me, you also touched me. Hee, then you should be the child's father. Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out one hand and passed it under Bai Qianqian's knees. He then put his other hand around Bai Qianqian's back and, with a little force, lifted her up onto his legs. Bing! Bai Qianqian let out a soft cry and quickly shrank her head into Jiang Chen's arms. Her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes the mature and gentle Bai Qianqian, who blushes and is shy like a little woman. Then, With Bai Qianxian's eyes about to tear, Jiang Chen reached out and unbuttoned the third button on her shirt. The first button was unfastened, the second button had already broken, and the third button was tragically tied by Jiang Chen. Bai Qianxian blushed, said nothing, and leaned quietly in Jiang Chen's arms, like a gentle and virtuous young wife, allowing her husband to bully her at will. The main point was that she was willing to do it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The child's mother is so good. Chapter 39. This is definitely my biological mother. The other side. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman came to the hotel's underground parking lot. From a distance, you can see the Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the corner. There's no way, this sports car is just too dazzling. The cool shape, sexy lines, and natural luxurious temperament make it stand out in the entire underground parking lot. It is hard not to attract people's attention. Man, take some pictures for me first. The skirt I'm wearing today will definitely go well with this supercar. Su Yao handed her cell phone to Zhao Sherman, then walked over and lay on the front of the car, posing in a sexy and seductive posture. Crack. 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 Zhao Sherman was also in high spirits. She raised her phone and took a lot of photos of Su Yao, and from time to time she would give instructions on what poses Su Yao should pose. After Su Yao finished shooting, Zhao Sherman took over. The two little guys were laughing and posing, as if they wished they could be made into specimens and nailed to the hood of the Ferrari LaFerrari. That's it? The campus beauty of Xilan University? That's all I've achieved. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a white BMW drove over. Perhaps because it saw Su Yao and Zhao Sherman taking pictures around the Ferrari, the BMW suddenly stopped, the driver's window was slowly rolled down, and a fat and big-eared man poked his head out. Hello? Two beauties, can I be your friend? The man's eyes were filled with evil as he glanced back and forth between Su Yao and Zhao Sherman several times, his mouth almost drooling. Su Yao is the campus beauty of Xilan University. Zhao Sherman is also pretty, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. These two little ones are both top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. The BMW man had some money, and when he suddenly met such a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but want to go up and chat with her. Besides, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were taking photos around the luxury car to show off. In the eyes of the BMW man, they were obviously gold diggers. A woman like this can be easily won over in minutes as long as the sponsor can afford the money. My two beauties, no matter how good the Ferrari is, it's useless if it's not yours. How about, you two follow me? As long as you can make me happy, I will give you this BMW, how about it? The BMW man acted as if he was saying I'm very rich and generous. In his opinion, his BMW worth 300,000 yuan was enough to win over the two gold diggers in front of him. However, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman looked at each other, and then both looked at the BMW man with contempt. Swish! Su Yao pressed the car key in her hand, and the next second, the lights of the Ferrari LaFerrari flashed twice, and there was a beep sound of the car door unlocking. Fuck! The BMW man suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. This is the Ferrari LaFerrari. Only 499 units are produced worldwide, and the price of the bare car alone is 22.5 million. It has now been discontinued. A second-hand Ferrari LaFerrari on the black market has been sold for more than 30 million. How is that possible? How could these two gold diggers be the owners of this car? Could it be that I was mistaken, and these two women are actually noble ladies from wealthy families? Swish! Su Yao and Zhao Sherman got into the Ferrari LaFerrari one after another. After closing the door, Su Yao rolled down the window. Fatty, you have no money and you want to learn how to pick up girls? The money I earn from unloading a wheel is worth all your wealth. A loser is a loser. He can only drive a shabby BMW for the rest of his life. Su Yao fiercely gave the BMW man a middle finger, then started the sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. BMW man. On the way. Zhao Shimon's cell phone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, and her brows immediately frowned slightly. Man, who's calling? Su Yao held the steering wheel with both hands and glanced towards Zhao Sherman. My mom called. Zhao Sherman sighed helplessly and immediately answered the call. As Zhao Sherman expected, as soon as the call was connected, she heard her mother's questioning voice from the other end. Man, you transferred 5 million to my bank card this morning. I want to ask you, where did this money come from? Did you do something bad outside? Man, although our family has suffered a disaster and owes a lot of money, and you are trying to find a way to pay off the debt, but we must not do anything illegal or criminal. Zhao Sherman was a little annoyed by her mother's nagging on the phone, so she quickly interrupted and said, Mom, this money was given to me by my boyfriend. Ah? Man, when did you find a boyfriend? No. Even if you find a boyfriend, how could he possibly give you so much money at once? Your boyfriend's money didn't come from the wind. No. Man, are you dating a rich guy? Otherwise, why would he give you so much money? Man, you are so confused. How could you sell yourself for money? No one knows a girl better than her mother. Zhao Sherman just said one sentence and her mother immediately guessed the truth. Listening to her mother crying on the phone, Zhao Sherman gritted her teeth and said quickly, Mom, wait, I'll send you a picture of my boyfriend. After saying this, Zhao Sherman immediately hung up the phone. She quickly opened WeChat, found a few photos of her and Jiang Chen in her phone album, and sent them to her mother. After a while, Zhao Shimon's mother actually replied to several WeChat messages in a row. The good times, man, is this really your boyfriend? He's really handsome. By the way, what is the name of my future son-in-law? When will you bring him home to show us? Good times, where does my good son-in-law work? How much does he earn? Is his family rich? Is he good to you? Years of peace, man, how long have you been together? When are you going to get married? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? The years are quiet and good, man, just give birth without worry, Mom can help you take care of the baby. Phew. Zhao Sherman almost vomited blood. She just sent a few photos to her mother, but she didn't expect that her mother was actually fantasizing about holding her grandson. No need to think, this is definitely her biological mother. Tada! Zhao Sherman quickly picked up her phone, edited a long WeChat message and sent it to her mother. What she meant was probably that she was still young, she and Jiang Chen had just started together, their relationship had just begun, and neither of them had any plans to get married for the time being. In short, Zhao Sherman tried her best to persuade and finally got the matter over with. Finally, Zhao Shimon's mother gave a few special instructions. The years are quiet, man, when you are with Jiang Chen, you must put away your temper and never bully Jiang Chen. I don't know what your father was thinking? When you were young, he didn't send you to learn dancing or musical instruments, but sent you to learn martial arts? What era is this? What is the point of a girl learning martial arts? The good times, I warn you, if you dare to use force against Jiang Chen and scare my good son-in-law away, I will break your legs. Zhao Sherman. Chapter 40 Little Green Tea Luli. Half an hour later. A LaFerrari was parked outside a cafe. Yao, man, this way. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had just walked into the cafe when a clear shout suddenly came from a window seat not far to their left. Xiao Lizi, how come you're so fast that you got here before us? Su Yao was slightly stunned, then took Zhao Shimon's hand and walked over. I saw a woman with a stunning appearance and figure sitting in the window seat. The woman had an oval face that was worthy of an internet celebrity, with picturesque eyebrows, long hair like a waterfall, fair skin, and a graceful look. She wore a black mid-sleeved blazer with no shirt underneath. She only wore a black bra top, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin on her chest and two delicate collarbones on both sides. She wore a pair of black cropped trousers and a pair of stiletto high heels. The slender waist, towering breasts, and full curve of the hips are perfectly outlined by this professional suit. That's right. She is one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. She spends the whole day sharing bills with a bunch of fake socialites, hoping to hook up with a rich second-generation man. She is called Luli, a little green tea girl, by Jiang Chen. Currently, Luli works in a real estate agency. Because Luli received a call from Su Yao half an hour ago, she hurried to this cafe. Yao, you said you would give me 120 brand new houses, and they are all large flats in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. Is this true or not? Are you kidding me? Luli asked impatiently without waiting for Su Yao and Zhao Sherman to order coffee. 120 brand new houses, what does this represent? As long as Luli keeps these properties in her hands and doesn't share them with anyone, she can pocket the agency fees for the 120 houses for herself. Besides, this is the house of Xingqing No. 1 mansion. As far as Luli knows, there is no real estate agency in the entire Xilan city that can get the housing resources of Xingqing No. 1 mansion. If Luli can get these properties, it will be enough to prove her strong connections and channels. It will also enhance her reputation in the industry and attract more and better customers. In short, if this matter is accomplished, it will only benefit Luli, with no disadvantages. Swish. Su Yao didn't waste any words and directly threw a bag of property certificates in front of Luli. Then she waved to the waiter casually and ordered a cup of coffee for herself and Zhao Sherman. Luli quickly looked through the property certificate on the table. When she saw that Jiang Chen's name was written on every property certificate, and every house was a large flat of over 200 square meters. At this moment, Luli's eyes turned red with envy. Oh my god! Jiang Chen is really a hidden super rich second generation? Luli couldn't help but rub his eyes, and his thoughts immediately became active. She had suspected Jiang Chen and Su Yao before. After all, Jiang Chen's story is too melodramatic. The real young master was lost outside, and was found by his family many years later. Then he inherited a large inheritance and became a wealthy young man that everyone envied. Such plots appear in almost all romance novels. So, after Luli learned that Jiang Chen became rich overnight, the first thought that came to her mind was that it must be fake. Just imagine this. Jiang Chen was kicked out by Ruian in the morning, and became a wealthy young man in the afternoon. No matter how you look at it, it seems like Jiang Chen set up this trap on purpose in order to irritate Ruian and mock her for being blind. As for the luxury cars, red wine, presidential suites, transfer records, etc. that Su Yao posted on her moments, the videos can all be replaced with AI faces, so naturally the pictures can also be photoshopped. Later, Su Yao went shopping with a group of girlfriends. Luli would rather suspect that Su Yao was hooking up with some rich man than believe that the money belonged to Jiang Chen. However, just today, Luli saw with her own eyes that all of the 120 property certificates had Jiang Chen's name on them, and she suddenly came to her senses. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, and when I turned around, he was standing in the dim light. It turns out that the rich young man she had been looking for was right beside her. Ah! How so? If I had known Jiang Chen's true identity earlier, I would have snatched Jiang Chen from Ruian at all costs. Besides, Su Yao, this little slut, really got a great bargain. Jiang Chen had just broken up with Ruian in the morning, and Su Yao got on Jiang Chen's Ferrari in the afternoon. As soon as it got dark, she immediately climbed onto Jiang Chen's bed. The speed is so fast that it doesn't give others any chance at all. Woo woo! My super rich brother, you are confused. In terms of appearance and figure, I am actually no worse than Su Yao, and I can also cook, wash clothes, massage, and do yoga. I can be a lady in the living room, a lady in the kitchen, a lady in bed. Why were you seduced by Su Yao, this vixen? If you choose me as your girlfriend, I will definitely treat you like a father and will never let you have any unpleasant experience. Well, am I destined to not be able to handle the wealth that comes my way? Or, if you can't do big, then just do small? After all, Yao Yao didn't seem to mind it, and Man had already taken action and successfully became Jiang Chen's concubine. There is no time to hesitate any longer. Yao Yao has become Jiang Chen's first concubine, and Man has become Jiang Chen's second concubine. If I continue to hesitate, the position of the third concubine may be taken away by another woman. Tada! After making up her mind, Luli actually took out her cell phone in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman and quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Chen. Luli, brother Jiang Chen, I have actually liked you for a long time. I have had a crush on you since you were in college. Now that you and Ruian have broken up, can I be your girlfriend? That's right. Luli did not give up. She also wants to try hard to see if she can become Jiang Chen's official girlfriend. Xiao Lizi, who are you sending WeChat messages to? While sipping her coffee, Su Yao glanced at Luli's phone, and a cold light seemed to flash in her beautiful eyes. Well. As if feeling a little guilty, Luli's hands trembled slightly and she almost dropped her phone. Luli's eyes turned, and she immediately showed a flattering smile, and asked, Yao Yao, you told us yesterday that whoever is willing to be Jiang Chen's concubine will be given 5 million by you. Does this promise still count? Su Yao looked at Luli with a half smile, then put down the coffee cup in her hand, folded her arms across her chest, and said slowly, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, yesterday's promise is only valid yesterday, and it will not expire. Ah? Luli was dumbfounded. Coincidentally at this time, Jiang Chen also replied to Luli's WeChat message. Jiang Chen, my current girlfriend is Su Yao, she is your best friend, are you sure you want to steal her away? When Lu Li saw this WeChat message, an expression uglier than crying suddenly appeared on her face. She quickly lowered her head and quickly edited 2 WeChat messages to reply to Jiang Chen. Lu Li, Su Yao is my best friend, so I want to steal her boyfriend, but I want to be your lover. Emoji, shy. Lu Li, brother Jiang Chen, can you give me a chance? I promise I will listen to you. Emoji, pitiful. Jiang Chen, I'm very busy now. You can ask Su Yao directly. She has the final say on whether to give you a chance or not. Lu Li. Chapter 41 Ex-girlfriend vs current girlfriend. Ding ling ling. Lu Li was still in a daze when a call suddenly came in on her cell phone. Caller ID, Lu Ruian. Lu Li came back to his senses and subconsciously raised his head to glance at Su Yao, who was sitting opposite him. At this moment, Su Yao was chatting and laughing with Zhao Sherman. Occasionally, she raised her hand to stroke her hair, revealing the Bulgari earrings on her ears and the Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What made Lu Li most envious was that the latest LV bag that Su Yao was carrying cost as much as 500,000. How can this be a bag? This person is walking around carrying a Ma Bao carriage with him. Su Yao, this little naughty girl, was lucky enough to get close to Jiang Chen, and now she has become a phoenix from a sparrow flying up a tree. Swish. In front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lu Li answered the call from Lu Ruian. Hello? Ruian, is there something wrong? You want to rent a house? Now. I'm at the Time Mark Cafe. Yao Yao and Man Man are here too. What? You and Yang Fan are nearby? Come over now? After hanging up the phone, Lu Li suddenly became a little uneasy, and her eyes frequently looked at Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, who were sitting opposite her. Li Zi, who called you just now? What's that expression on your face? Su Yao pretended to know nothing and asked this question deliberately. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lu Li's face. She pursed her lips and said carefully, Yao Yao, Ruian called me just now and said that she and Yang Fan are nearby, and said that they will come to see us later. Are Ruian and Yang Fan going to buy a house from you? Su Yao smiled gently, without any embarrassment on her face. Instead, Zhao Sherman, who was sitting next to her, had a strange look in her eyes. It's not about buying a house, it's about renting a house. Lu Li shook her head and said with a strange look on her face, Ruian said she had been looking for a house for the whole morning, but couldn't find one she liked, so she wanted me to help her find a suitable house. Isn't Yang Fan a returnee? Isn't he a senior executive at the Qin Group? I remember that his family conditions are pretty good, and he should have his own house in Shilan City. Why did he bring Lu Ruian out to rent a house? Although Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, she is not completely stupid and she immediately sees the crux of the problem. When she said this, Zhao Sherman and Lu Li both frowned, and both women showed puzzled expressions on their faces. During his college years, Yang Fan was considered a well-known rich second generation in the school. I heard that his parents opened a company with assets worth hundreds of millions. It was precisely because of this that Lu Ruian rejected the pursuit of the school hunk Jiang Chen and turned into the arms of Yang Fan. None of this is the point. The point is, since Yang Fan's family is so rich, why did he bring Lu Ruian out to rent a house? Could it be that Yang Fan's family doesn't agree with them being together? So, they secretly rented a house and lived together? Ding dong. At this moment, the door of the cafe was pushed open from the outside, and the wind chimes hanging on the door made a crisp sound. Then, a man and a woman appeared in the cafe. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, clear eyes, a cold temperament, and was wearing a pure white dress. She really looked a bit like Xia Longnu in the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. The man looked a bit ordinary. Although he was wearing a well-cut suit and his hair was well-groomed, his appearance, height and temperament were average. He really looked a bit like Yin Jiping in the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. Puff. When Su Yao thought of Xia Longnu and Yin Jiping, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen is so bad. Such nicknames can be thought of. What a talented person. Looking at the strange looks from Zhao Sherman and Lu Li, Su Yao's pretty face blushed slightly. She quickly picked up the coffee on the table and used the action of drinking coffee to hide her embarrassment. Yao Yao, Man Man, Li Zi, are you all here? Lu Ruian walked over and greeted Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, and Lu Li with a smile. At the same time, Lu Ruian's gaze also stayed on Su Yao. When she saw Su Yao dressed luxuriously and had the latest LV bag on the table, it seemed as if she was deliberately showing off. Lu Ruian's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, and her eyes became dim and unclear. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli, long time no see. At this moment, Yang Fan also came over and greeted everyone with a smile. However, when Yang Fan's eyes fell on Su Yao, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up. Swish! Lu Ruian didn't notice Yang Fan's expression. She just sat down next to Luli, which was right opposite Su Yao. There were only 4 chairs for a coffee table. Seeing that there were no empty seats, Yang Fan moved a chair from the side and sat on the side of the coffee table, which was in the aisle. The situation at the scene was that Su Yao and Zhao Sherman sat on the left, and Luli and Lu Ruian sat on the right. Among them, Zhao Sherman and Luli sat by the window. Su Yao and Lu Ruian sat in seats next to the aisle. Yang Fan was sitting alone in the aisle, with Su Yao on his left and Lu Ruian on his right. Quiet. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ruian sat upright in her seat, staring straight at Su Yao opposite her, her face calm. Su Yao also sat upright in her seat, staring straight at Lu Ruian opposite her, her face calm. The atmosphere seems a bit awkward. Although Su Yao and Lu Ruian did not say a word, Zhao Sherman and Luli seemed to see a spark flash in the air. Ex-girlfriend vs current girlfriend? A war is about to break out? Is this place about to become a horrific battlefield? A little scared. Su Yao, I didn't realize you were so rich. You can't afford this outfit without $1 million or 800,000. Are you the daughter of a wealthy family in Shilan City? Yang Fan didn't know what had happened during this period. He didn't even have the WeChat accounts of Zhang Chen and Su Yao. In addition, Lu Ruian didn't tell him that Zhang Chen had become rich overnight. So, Yang Fan didn't know that Su Yao was now Zhang Chen's girlfriend. What they don't know is that Su Yao was able to rise to the top and become a phoenix thanks to Zhang Chen. Silence, no words. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao, "Which rich family are you from?" the 4 women at the table all showed strange expressions. "Ha, I'm not some rich lady." Su Yao was the first to react. She smiled lightly, glanced at Lu Ruian across from her, and said, "I'm just lucky. I found a boyfriend who loves me, pampers me, and is willing to spend money on me." Boom! At this moment, Zhao Sherman and Luli seemed to hear a thunderous explosion. The war has begun. The war has finally begun. Su Yao, Zhang Chen's current girlfriend, was the first to throw a bomb at the enemy. Lu Ruian, Zhang Chen's ex-girlfriend, how should she deal with it? Etc. Should we move the chair further away first to avoid being accidentally injured later? After all, this is a horrific battle. If the 2 women go crazy, the destructive power will definitely be no less than a small earthquake. Hello? Is this an emergency center? Can I book an ambulance in advance? Someone is going to get hurt here. Seriously. In need of immediate rescue. Chapter 42, First Round of Confrontation. Cafes. There was silence at the table. There was a flash of astonishment in Yang Fan's eyes, as if he had not expected that Su Yao really found a rich boyfriend. Although Lu Ruian had mentioned this to Yang Fan before, Yang Fan always remained skeptical. After all, when she was in college, many wealthy young men pursued Su Yao, but Su Yao didn't like any of them and rejected them all. Yang Fan thought that Su Yao did not value money and was a fresh and refined woman. Result: the campus beauty of Su Yao University was finally won over by a rich man. It can only be said that it's not that Su Yao looks down on those rich young men, but the price offered by the other party is not enough. As long as the price is high enough, any school beauty, goddess, or fresh and refined fairy, one tea they all kneel down and submit in the end? Swish! Yang Fan trembled his lips and was about to say something, but unexpectedly Lu Ruian spoke before him. "Yao Yao, we have been best friends for so many years. I haven't offended you in all these years, right?" Lu Ruian's face was calm and her emotions were very stable. Facing Su Yao's sarcastic words, she did not show any trace of anger. "Ruian, what do you mean by this?" Su Yao couldn't help but narrow her eyes. As a good friend for many years, no one knew Lu Ruian's character better than her. Even though Lu Ruian looks calm now, in fact, she is already filled with rage inside. Simply put, the calmer Lu Ruian was, the angrier she felt inside. However, Lu Ruian would not easily show her inner anger on her face. "Yao Yao, don't you understand what I mean?" "Ruian, if you don't tell me, how can I understand what you mean?" "Yao Yao, why are you pretending to be confused? You know exactly what I mean." "Ruian, I'm not pretending to be confused. I really don't understand what you mean." "Yao Yao, it's no fun if you do this. Ruian, why am I so boring? You know exactly what I mean, but you pretend not to understand. Is that interesting? I really don't know what you mean, and I'm not pretending not to understand what you mean. You said I was boring, but I think you're the one who's boring. Charge. Kill. Day. Bang bang bang. Shoot at me. Boom. The head-on confrontation between Lu Ruian and Su Yao left Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Yang Fan all dumbfounded. What's the meaning? What on earth do you two mean? Are you talking about the connection code? Do we have to find a decryption expert to translate your meaning clearly? The atmosphere at the table became increasingly tense. A chill emanated from Su Yao and Lu Ruian's bodies. Zhao Sherman and Lu Li were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They lowered their heads and kept stirring the coffee in the cup with a spoon. Right at this moment, Yang Fan scratched the back of his head, looked at Lu Ruian and Su Yao with suspicion, and then asked, Ruian, Yao, what are you two talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Snap. The tense atmosphere seemed to break suddenly. Su Yao and Lu Ruian retracted their sharp edges almost at the same time, and the two of them looked away from each other. Lu Ruian picked up the coffee, took a sip, and then said to Yang Fan perfunctorily, This is the way we chat with our best friends, don't get involved. Oh. Although Yang Fan felt something was wrong, he still nodded and tried his best to behave like a gentleman. However, Su Yao was not so easy to talk to. She knocked the coffee cup heavily with a spoon, and then said to Yang Fan with a cold face, Yang Fan, I don't know you well, please don't call me Yao in the future, only my closest people can call me that. You can just call me by my name, or... At this point, Su Yao suddenly glanced at Lu Ruian, and then said with a smile, or call me Madame Jiang. Snap. The sound of a toothpick being broken. Don't ask why there are toothpicks in coffee shops. As the plot required, it appeared in Lu Ruian's hands. Swish. Lu Ruian's eyelids twitched violently, and she threw the broken toothpick into the trash can next to her. Yang Fan did not notice Lu Ruian's abnormality, because his eyes were on Su Yao from beginning to end, and he wished he could dig out his eyeballs and nail them directly on Su Yao. Suzhou University Campus Belle, I didn't expect you to be so cool and aloof. You are worthy of being the campus belle of Xilan University. I think you and Ruian are good friends, and I'm Ruian's boyfriend now, so calling you Yao isn't too much, right? Forget it. I apologize to you. I was rude just now. To express my apology, I will host a big dinner tonight for everyone, just as an apology to the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Yang Fan laughed, with a dog-licking expression on his face, as if he had just been scolded coldly by Su Yao and it was just a joke between friends and it was harmless at all. This moment, Lu Ruian suddenly turned her head and looked at Yang Fan. There was a flash of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have not expected that Yang Fan would actually kneel down and lick Su Yao. Certainly. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, and Lu Li all had strange expressions on their faces. The three women looked at Lu Ruian, who had an ugly expression on her face. This made the arrogant Lu Ruian feel even more ashamed and angry. What's the meaning? Your girlfriend is sitting next to you, and you are actually licking another woman? Yang Fan, could you please have some shame? Who do you think Lu Ruian? Seeing that Lu Ruian was about to lose her temper, Lu Li, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, Ruian, didn't you want to ask me to look at a house? How come the topic has gone off track while we were chatting? Lu Li also means well. Because she was worried that the situation would get out of control, she jumped out and wanted to expose everything. However, good intentions can lead to bad consequences. Lu Li took out a stack of information from his briefcase, handed it to Lu Ruian and said, Ruian, these are the quality properties I have. Take a look first. If you find one you like, I can take you to see it directly. Lu Ruian suppressed her anger, glared at Yang Fan inconspicuously, then took the information handed to her by Lu Li and began to flip through it casually. But as soon as Lu Ruian opened the first page of information, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Xingqing number 1 mansion? 120 brand new houses? All of them are 200 square meters? Lizzie, you've been doing pretty well lately, haven't you? How come you were able to get this kind of rare and high-quality housing? That's it, give me a set. Lu Ruian suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Li, who was drinking coffee with joy on her face. Phew! Lu Li almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. It was not until this moment that she realized that she had taken the wrong information and actually gave the 120 houses that Su Yao entrusted her to rent out directly to Lu Ruian. Awkward. It's so embarrassing. If Lu Ruian knew that these houses actually belonged to her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen, I wonder what her expression would be. What to do? Do you want to tell Lu Ruian the truth? But can you tell the truth about the situation at the scene? If I say that, wouldn't that be the same as slapping Lu Ruian in the face? If I don't say it, it would seem like it would be a kind of harm to Lu Ruian. Woohoo! What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 43, second round of confrontation. Ruian, how about I take you to see the house first? If you are satisfied, I will contact the landlord and try to give you the best price. What do you think? Luli finally held back and did not reveal the landlord's information to Lu Ruian. In addition, Luli also wanted to use the excuse of looking at houses to quickly take Lu Ruian and Young Fan away from the cafe. To prevent a conflict between Lu Ruian and Su Yao, which would lead to an irreversible situation. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Swish. Lu Ruian put down the information in her hand, waved her hand casually and said, "No need to go to see the house, just help me contact the landlord and discuss the rent of the house." Ah? Luli was dumbfounded. She never expected that the plot would not go as she expected. We're off track. Perhaps seeing Luli's surprised expression, Lu Ruian took a sip of coffee and explained slowly, "I have seen the house of Xingqing No. 1 mansion on the internet before, and I like the environment there very much. It's a pity that the houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion have always been sold but not rented. I didn't expect that you, Lizzie, could get so many houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. You are really amazing." Lu Ruian is a gold digger who has long dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Naturally, she has done some research on the high-end residential areas in Xilan City. Xingqing No. 1 mansion is a high-end residential community that Lu Ruian yearns for. However, before Luli could speak, a voice that made Lu Ruian feel annoyed came from the other side of the table. "Don't waste your time. I won't rent the house to you." Swish. Lu Ruian suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Yao, who was sitting opposite her with a puzzled look. Ding ding ding. Su Yao was holding a spoon, seemingly stirring the coffee in the cup carelessly, but the curve at the corner of her mouth still revealed Su Yao's inner thoughts at the moment, as if she was forcing back a smile. "Yao Yao, what do you mean?" "Literally. Yao Yao, do you mean that you can decide on behalf of the landlord to reject the tenant?" "Yeah, that's about it." Quiet. The table became quiet again. Lu Ruian narrowed her eyes, looked at Su Yao again, then sneered and asked, "Yao Yao, are you going to tell me that these 120 houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion are all yours?" "Ruian, how can I afford a house in Xingqing No. 1 mansion?" Su Yao smiled gently, and seeing Lu Ruian's expression of as expected, she immediately said, "Although I can't afford it, my husband can afford it." Quiet. The dining table fell silent again. Lu Ruian was stunned for several seconds, then her eyes suddenly widened and she asked in astonishment, "You mean, these 120 houses all belong to Jiang Chen?" "That's right." Su Yao nodded, then she bent down, picked up the bag under the table, and threw the bag of property certificates in front of Lu Ruian. At this moment, Zhao Sherman covered her face. Luli also pretended to look at the scenery outside the window and turned her face to the side. So shameful. Yao Yao, this little naughty girl, starts showing off again. She was obviously trying to anger Lu Ruian on purpose. Close to the face and open wide. Kill people and destroy their hearts. How much resentment and hatred does she have towards Lu Ruian? Aren't we all good friends? Why do you have to tear your face apart, become enemies, and not even leave any wiggle room for a man? Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ruian ignored Su Yao's mocking look, but quickly picked up a property certificate and looked through it carefully. 1, 2, 3. The further they watched, the uglier Lu Ruian's expression became. The further she looked, the more her teeth chattered. Whoosh! Out of curiosity, Yang Fan reached out and picked up a property certificate. When he saw clearly that it was Jiang Chen's name, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. What's the meaning? Why is Jiang Chen's name written on the property certificate? Isn't Jiang Chen an orphan? He earned his university tuition by working part-time. How could a poor guy like him afford a house in Xingqing No. 1 mansion? Moreover, there are 120 houses here, each of which is worth more than 20 million, which definitely adds up to more than 2.4 billion Dragon Country coins. How is that possible? If Jiang Chen was really so rich, how could Lu Ruian break up with him? Wrong. There must be something fishy here. Su Yao University campus bell, these property certificates are all fake, right? Jiang Chen is just an orphan. How could he have the money to buy an entire building in Xingqing No. 1 mansion? Let's take a step back. Even if these houses belong to Jiang Chen, why are the property certificates in your hands? Facing Yang Fan's repeated questioning, Su Yao suddenly couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Su Yao giggling and the headlights on her chest shaking, Yang Fan's eyes almost popped out. Who doesn't like the beautiful delay? However, Su Yao's next words made Yang Fan freeze in place. Yang Fan, didn't Ruian tell you? Jiang Chen is now a rich young man. A residential building is just a drop in the bucket of his assets. And I am now Jiang Chen's fiancé, so I naturally have the right to dispose of the extra real estate under his name. When Su Yao spoke, her nose almost turned up to the sky. Her arrogant face was even more vicious than Snow White's stepmother. In addition, Su Yao also tried her best to flatter herself. At the beginning, she claimed to be Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, but now she has become Jiang Chen's fiancé. The leap is quite big. But when hearing the word fiancé, Lu Ruian finally couldn't help but explode. Bang! Lu Ruian slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Su Yao angrily. The chill emanating from her body could be felt even from 8 blocks away. Quiet. The dining table fell silent once again. Except for Su Yao, everyone looked at Lu Ruian in astonishment. Especially Zhao Sherman and Lu Li, the two girls were ready to stop the fight at any time, for fear that Lu Ruian and Su Yao, the good friends, would start fighting over a disagreement. Yao Yao, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you come with me? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruian actually held back her temper and even asked to go to the bathroom with Su Yao. Okay. Su Yao stood up without changing her expression. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, the two of them walked towards the bathroom hand in hand, as if nothing had happened. I want to go to the bathroom, too. Zhao Sherman seemed a little worried. After a moment's hesitation, she stood up and quickly chased after Lu Ruian and Su Yao. Man, wait for me, I want to go to the bathroom too. Lu Li also quickly stood up and followed Zhao Shiman's footsteps. At last, Yang Fan was the only one left at the table. He was seen sitting in his seat with a gloomy face, tightly holding a real estate certificate with Jiang Chen's name on it in his hand. He was holding it so hard that his knuckles had turned white. After a long time, Yang Fan suddenly loosened his fingers, smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "So, I am the clown." Chapter 44. I loved him for 7 years. Time Mark Cafe. Toilet. Su Yao stood in front of the sink, facing the mirror, holding a Chanel lipstick in her hand, applying it on her lips, and checking to see if her makeup was ruined. At the sink next to her, Lu Ruian turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and then turned off the faucet. Yao Yao, have you been thinking about Jiang Chen for a long time? Lu Ruian's sudden words made Su Yao stop applying lipstick. Quiet. It's so quiet. Su Yao did not answer Lu Ruian immediately. She first pursed her lips in front of the mirror, then covered her lipstick and put it into her LV bag worth 500,000 yuan. Yes, I did fall in love with Jiang Chen a long time ago. Su Yao admitted it openly, and immediately a hint of anger appeared on Lu Ruian's stunningly beautiful face. Su Yao, you are so shameless. Lu Ruian, why am I shameless? Jiang Chen is obviously my boyfriend, but you've had feelings for him for a long time, and you even shamelessly say you love him? What's the difference between you and a mistress? Lu Ruian, you have to understand that I only got together with Jiang Chen after you broke up with him. I have never done anything to let you down. Silence, no words. Lu Ruian trembled her lips, as if she wanted to retort. But Su Yao didn't give her a chance to fight back, and immediately took the lead and said, Lu Ruian, I can tell you clearly that I had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen before he confessed to you for the first time. What? Lu Ruian was stunned on the spot. She squinted her eyes and thought for a while, then asked in astonishment, You mean, you already fell in love with Jiang Chen when you just started your freshman year? That's right. Su Yao nodded again and admitted it openly. She seemed to think that something was wrong with Lu Ruian. She corrected her, It's not that I like Jiang Chen, but that I love Jiang Chen. Like? Lu Ruian was stunned again, and a mocking expression immediately appeared on her face. She said, Su Yao, what kind of person are you? Don't I know it clearly? You are a 24K gold digger. You only love money. How can you say you love Jiang Chen? Besides, you and Jiang Chen had never even met before you went to college. It's impossible that you fell in love with Jiang Chen at first sight, right? Listening to Lu Ruian's undisguised sarcastic words, Su Yao was not angry at all. Instead, she squinted her eyes, as if she was lost in some memories. The scene was quiet for a moment. Su Yao's mouth suddenly raised a beautiful arc, and she slowly said, I do love money, I admit this, but compared to money, I love Jiang Chen more. Yeah? There was a hint of sarcasm on Lu Ruian's face, and she obviously didn't believe what Su Yao said. Su Yao did not continue to dwell on this point, but recalled the past and said slowly, I remember the night when college just started, I went out to buy things alone. On the way back to school, I passed an empty alley. Suddenly, two drunks appeared out of nowhere. They saw that I was alone, and then they blocked me in the alley and started to physically assault me. I was so scared at the time, I shouted desperately, but no one passed by. Hearing this, Lu Ruian's mocking expression suddenly froze on her face. Although Su Yao only told the beginning of a story, she had already vaguely guessed something. As expected. Su Yao paused for a moment, then continued, seeing two drunkards tearing my clothes, I was completely desperate and even had thoughts of committing suicide. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. He was like a brave knight who came down from the sky when I was most desperate and helpless, beat away the bad guys and saved my life. It was at that moment that I was absolutely certain that I had fallen in love with this sunny and handsome boy in front of me. When Su Yao was recounting this memory, there was a happy and sweet smile on her face, and her charming peach blossom eyes were sparkling. Light. Lu Ruian saw the light in Su Yao's eyes. This also made Lu Ruian's face become even uglier. She never dreamed that there was such a bloody story of a hero saving a beauty hidden between Jiang Chen and Su Yao. You know, although the story of a hero saving a beauty is cliché, its lethality to women is undoubtedly the most deadly. So, Lu Ruian had to believe that Su Yao was not lying. She had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen when she just started her freshman year. Su Yao, since you were already attracted to Jiang Chen at that time, why didn't you confess to him? Why didn't you stay with him? You watched Jiang Chen lick me for 4 years, but you remained indifferent. You never even told Jiang Chen about your feelings. What kind of love is this? The more Lu Ruian spoke, the more excited she became. The more she looked at Su Yao, the more she disliked her. She seemed a little hysterical and even roared loudly without caring about her image. Su Yao did not argue with Lu Ruian. She just glanced at Lu Ruian lightly, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. I originally planned to confess my feelings to Jiang Chen the next day. But just when I found Jiang Chen and was about to confess my love to him, he turned around with a bouquet of flowers and loudly confessed his love to you. I felt like I was struck by lightning, and I was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Before Su Yao could finish her words, Lu Ruian burst into laughter. She pointed at Su Yao, laughing so hard that she was out of breath and almost crying, and said, So you feel inferior? Are you afraid? Are you shrinking? Are you afraid to confess your feelings to Jiang Chen again? Are you a deserter of love? Su Yao, you watched Jiang Chen being rejected by me, watched Jiang Chen heartbroken, but you didn't dare to go up to him and comfort him, let alone reveal your feelings to him. Is this what you call love? Silence, no words. Su Yao's expression finally changed a little. She pursed her lips and suddenly slapped herself without any warning, her face full of regret and guilt. I was so out of my mind at the time that I actually thought there was a kind of love called letting go and a kind of love called fulfillment. I see that Jiang Chen likes you so much. You are the only one in his eyes and heart. He can't tolerate any other woman, so I hid this love deep in my heart, hoping to use time to slowly forget it. As a result, it turns out that I am an idiot. I can't forget it. I can't forget it at all. Almost every night, the scene of Jiang Chen swooping down from the sky, beating away those two drunks, and saving me from danger would reappear in my mind again and again. The more you try to forget this memory, the clearer it becomes. The clearer it becomes, the more unforgettable it becomes. Quiet. The bathroom became quiet again. Lu Ruian's expression changed drastically again. The word jealousy was clearly written on her face. She was jealous of what happened between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. She was jealous that Su Yao could take Jiang Chen's money and squander it recklessly. She was even particularly jealous that Su Yao had been secretly in love with Jiang Chen for 7 years, and in the end she was actually with Jiang Chen openly, and the lovers finally got married. Because these are things that Lu Ruian has never had. Lu Ruian suddenly laughed miserably, then asked through gritted teeth, "So, after you graduated from college, you insisted on moving in to be my neighbor, not because of me, your best friend, but because of Jiang Chen?" "That's right. I have loved Jiang Chen for 7 whole years. How could I bear to leave him?" Su Yao stared straight at Lu Ruian. She smiled charmingly, and then said murderously, "I want to thank you. If you hadn't chosen to let me go, how could I have been with Jiang Chen?" Phew! Lu Ruian almost vomited blood. She stared at Su Yao angrily and said in a low voice, "Su Yao, you turned against me for a man today and humiliated me with such vicious words? Don't you care about our friendship for so many years? Lu Ruian, you don't know how much I love Jiang Chen." Su Yao said something out of context, and then slowly explained, "I don't care who it is, as long as they dare to hurt Jiang Chen, they are my enemy. The same goes for this. No matter which woman she is, as long as she can make Jiang Chen happy, make Jiang Chen laugh, and make Jiang Chen feel good, she is my sister, Su Yao. I don't mind how many women Jiang Chen has around him. I only care whether he is happy or not. Is he happy or not? If he is well, it will be my sunny day." Lu Ruian. Chapter 45 4 Golden Flowers. Shilan City. First People's Hospital. Senior Ward. Xinxin's operation was very successful, but the effect of the anesthetic had not yet worn off, so the little girl had been lying on the hospital bed and sleeping. Jiang Chen stayed with Bai Qianqian in the ward for an entire afternoon. He wanted to wait until the little girl woke up and then adopt her as his goddaughter. But it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the little girl still didn't wake up. The doctor came to check on her and finally came to the conclusion the little girl seemed a little tired and was sleeping. This made Jiang Chen, Bai Qianqian, and Bai's father and mother all laugh. After the fun, everyone felt relieved and looked at the little girl with eyes full of pity. Jiang Chen originally planned to stay in the hospital until the little girl woke up, but Bai Qianqian insisted that Jiang Chen go back to the hotel to rest first. After all, Bai Qianqian's parents are in this ward, and it would be very inconvenient for Jiang Chen, an outsider, to stay here. Besides, Jiang Chen always felt guilty when facing Bai's father and mother. Never mind. Come to the hospital to visit the little girl tomorrow. I'll slip away today. Next, Jiang Chen returned to the hotel alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got off the car, a woman in a hotel housekeeper uniform came towards me. The woman looked younger than Bai Qianqian, probably around 27 or 28 years old, with a pretty face and a slim figure. She was considered a beauty with superior looks. Pity. The pair of headlights were only B grade, 2 grades lower than Bai Qianqian's, which weakened their appeal to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am your new housekeeper. My name is Li Qian. I will be the one serving you in place of butler Bai." Li Qian had a professional smile on her face. The moment she saw Jiang Chen's face clearly, a light seemed to flash quickly in her eyes. Jiang Chen just nodded casually and walked into the elevator. Li Qian also hurriedly followed Jiang Chen into the elevator, and then pressed the floor button first. After the elevator door closed, she immediately reported to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend, Miss Su, returned to your room with Miss Zhao and a Miss Lu. 20 minutes ago, a lady named Miss Lin who claimed to be your personal financial secretary came to see you. She is waiting in your room now. 10 minutes ago, a Miss Qin reserved the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel and wanted to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to dinner." Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly and asked quickly, "Miss Qin? Which Miss Qin?" Li Qian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she replied subconsciously, "The only daughter of the chairman of the Qin group, the daughter of the Qin family in Shilan City, Qin Si, Miss Qin." After saying this, Li Qian carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression, Li Qian asked with a little surprise, "Mr. Jiang, don't you know this Miss Qin?" "I don't know him." Jiang Chen shook his head and immediately asked, "Butler Li, do you know why Miss Qin wants to invite me to dinner?" "Well." Li Qian quickly shook her head and replied, "I don't know why Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner. I just received a call from the general manager, and he asked me to tell you that Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly. The elevator just arrived at the 29th floor. He walked out of the elevator and suddenly turned to Li Qian and said, "What time did you arrange to have dinner with me, Miss Qin?" 7 p.m. Okay, please let Butler Lee remind me when the time comes. Okay, Mr. Jiang. In fact, Jiang Chen had already guessed who this Miss Qin was. Recently, there is a woman who has had some interactions with Jiang Chen and has the financial resources to book an entire floor of the revolving restaurant. Who else could it be other than the kidnapped hot chick? Only. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the hot girl was actually the daughter of the Qin family. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the Qin group and the Qin family. He only knew that the Qin family was a wealthy family in Shilan City, and that the Qin group was a chaebol group with a market value of over 100 billion. Having said that, the eldest daughter of the Qin family is awesome. In such a short time, they were able to find out Jiang Chen's identity and that he was staying at the Royal International Hotel. Pity. The little hottie is so young, she is probably just an adult. This is not Jiang Chen's cup of tea. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind having something romantic happen with her. Crack. With all these messy things in his mind, Jiang Chen opened the door of the presidential suite and strode in. As soon as I walked into the living room, I heard the sound of laughter and playfulness. Jiang Chen looked over and saw 4 stunningly beautiful women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, Lin Qingxue. 4 money-worshipping women. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, the slim swallows and the plump rings, all the flowers compete for beauty, each with its own merits. Honey, you're back? The moment they saw Jiang Chen, the 4 golden flowers immediately stopped fighting. Su Yao also quickly stood up, walked quickly to Jiang Chen, and then hugged him like a spoiled child. This scene is just like a loving wife welcoming her husband home from get off work and taking the initiative to give him a loving hug. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Regardless of the presence of outsiders, he immediately hugged Su Yao and gave her a French kiss, and by the way, he punched in on her perky buttocks. After a long time, their lips parted. Su Yao's pretty face flushed slightly, and her pair of charming peach blossom eyes were not only almost stringy, but also rippling with circles of water in her eyes. Next, Jiang Chen hugged Su Yao and sat on the sofa, but his eyes looked at Lu Li, who was sitting next to them, looking a little nervous and uneasy. Jiang Chen, long time no see. Lu Li greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen just nodded casually and then shifted his gaze to Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue noticed Jiang Chen looking at her, and immediately took out an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. Master Jiang, this is your bank card. I have transferred all your savings from Longhua Bank to this card, totaling 575,366,849 yuan. When they heard this number, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman remained calm, and Lin Qingxue did not show much surprise. But Lu Li, who was sitting next to him, suddenly widened her eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen as if she was looking at her father, little stars, shining brightly and twinkling. Jiang Chen picked up the box and opened it. Inside was a black metallic bank card. The card feels cool to the touch, and its texture is obviously different from that of ordinary bank cards. The card number and the cardholder's name and pinyin are also marked in bright gold font. The last 4 numbers are 8. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this card number. Mr. Jiang, this is the card opening gift our bank prepared for you. It's also a token of our appreciation. I hope you like it. Lin Qingxue brought a wooden box from somewhere. When she opened it, she saw dozens of small gold bars neatly arranged inside. Each gold bar is printed with the China Merchants Bank's logo and is marked with 100 grams. A rough count revealed that there were about 30 small gold bars. Jiang Chen did not expect that when he opened a card and account at China Merchants Bank's private bank, the other party would actually give him 30 gold bars. The total value of these gold bars is estimated to be over 2 million. But Jiang Chen thought again. He had deposited more than 570 million yuan in China Merchants Bank. With this huge deposit, the bank could earn countless millions. Nowadays, as long as you have money, banks will curry favor with you. Chapter 46, A Marriage Between Wealthy Families? 7 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. The revolving restaurant on the top floor. Because the entire restaurant was booked by Qin Si, when Jiang Chen arrived at the restaurant as scheduled, there was no guest around. Led by the waitress, Jiang Chen came to a dining table where various tableware had been laid out and a bottle of red wine had been prepared in advance. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Miss Qin will be here soon. After saying this, the waitress gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look, then turned and left with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the empty restaurant. It's too quiet. There's not even a ghost around. I feel a little nervous for some reason. Ding! Ding ding ding! Suddenly, a beautiful piano piece of music was heard in the restaurant. Jiang Chen had heard of this piece of music before. It seemed to be called Wedding in a Dream, a very famous piano piece. Sitting in such a high-end restaurant, overlooking the night view of the city, and listening to a world-famous piano piece, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep puff. This is called appealing to both the elite and the masses. In one word, awesome. Tick, tick, tick. At this moment, the sound of high heels came from far away. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head to look over. The next second, a graceful figure came into his sight. That's right. She is indeed a hottie. Tonight, Xinxi put on a more mature makeup on her face, making her look like a girl in her 20s, and not at all like a little girl of 17 or 18 years old. In addition, Xinxi was also wearing a particularly sexy and hot, black suspender tight dress. It perfectly outlines her S-shaped figure. A head of slightly curled long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a butterfly-shaped black lace hairpin on her head, which added a bit of sexiness to her. A pair of slender beautiful legs, wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings and matched with a pair of diamond-studded high heels, simply interprets sexiness and charm to the extreme. None of this is the point. The point is, Xinxi has a pair of headlights that are no less beautiful than Su Yao's. When she walked, she was almost the same as Su Yao, bouncing from side to side. I want the king of hams, and I want Zizalong jelly. Brother Jiang Chen, we meet again. He. Xinxi seemed very satisfied with her look, especially when she saw Jiang Chen's eyes shining. She couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. You found out my identity so quickly. The eldest lady of the Qin family is really amazing. Jiang Chen stood up and looked Xinxi from head to toe. Finally, he had to admit that cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Brother Jiang Chen, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xinxi, I'm 18 years old, and I'm your neighbor. Xinxi stretched out a hand generously, staring at Jiang Chen with a mischievous smile on his face. Hello, Xinxi. Jiang Chen casually held Xinxi's hand, and without lingering for long, he took his hand back. Although Xinxi was dressed very sexily tonight, Jiang Chen still couldn't muster much interest in her. She is a rich lady. The little princess of the Qin family. If Jiang Chen dumped her, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? The most important thing. He prefers young women to lowly. I sat up in shock from my dying illness and found that the Prime Minister was actually me. The other side. In the dining room of the presidential suite. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li and Lin Xingxue were all sitting around the dining table. Although the table was filled with all kinds of fine wines and delicacies, as well as various snacks and desserts, the four golden flowers seemed a little absent-minded. Perhaps because she was too curious, Lu Li suddenly looked up at Su Yao and asked with courage, Yao, what is the relationship between Jiang Chen and this Miss Qin? Have no idea. Su Yao shook her head expressionlessly, then picked up the goblet in front of her and took a sip of the red wine in the glass. Perhaps it was Lu Li who started the discussion, and Zhao Shiman and Lin Xingxue also joined the discussion. Why would Miss Qin spend so much money to book the entire revolving restaurant just to have dinner with Jiang Chen? Yao, this Miss Qin, could it be that she is pursuing Jiang Chen? I heard that the sons and daughters of wealthy families cannot decide their own marriages, and usually they marry into other families. Jiang Chen is now considered a rich young man. Could it be that Miss Qin wants to marry Jiang Chen? Now that you mention it, I think it's possible. Listening to the chattering of several girlfriends, Su Yao suddenly felt a little panicked. The word marriage was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Su Yao's heart hard. But, although Su Yao's expression changed a little, she quickly adjusted her mood. She gently put down her wineglass, smoothed her hair, and said with a very firm tone, No, Jiang Chen will not marry anyone. Quiet. The table fell silent. Although everyone kept their mouths shut and stopped discussing the topic, everyone's expressions, including Su Yao, were a little solemn, and the atmosphere on the scene was a little depressing. As gold diggers, they have been poisoned by reading romance novels and watching TV dramas for so many years. In their view, intermarriages between wealthy families have become the norm. Many wealthy couples appear to be in love on the surface, but they actually have their own affairs behind the scenes. Businessmen are profit-driven and they often sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of profit. In their eyes, marriage is just a transaction. In fact, some marriages were not made by one's own will, but were chosen out of necessity in order to protect oneself. So, everyone was feeling a little heavy. Su Yao wanted to marry Jiang Chen, but after hearing that Jiang Chen was unwilling to get married, she took the initiative to compromise and became the only candidate for Jiang Chen's wife. Naturally, she didn't want Jiang Chen to marry another woman. As for Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Xingxue, although they were ready to be mistresses, they did not want Jiang Chen to marry another woman. Simply put, if Jiang Chen's wife was Su Yao, as Su Yao's good friend for many years, they would definitely not be deliberately made things difficult for by Su Yao, and Su Yao would also allow them to stay with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were to marry the daughter of a wealthy family, then the fate of these mistresses would definitely be extremely miserable. Because, that's how it's played out in TV dramas. The wife caught the mistress, beat her up on the spot, stripped her clothes, and finally filmed a video and posted it online. Hiss. It's scary just thinking about it. And so, the dinner was spent in a depressing atmosphere. After dinner, housekeeper Li Qian brought several hotel waiters to clean the table. After the waiter left, Su Yao suddenly called Li Qian over and asked, "Butler Li, are Mr. Jiang and Miss Qin still eating upstairs?" When Li Qian heard this, a strange expression immediately appeared on her face. She hesitated for a while, and finally replied honestly, "Miss Su, Mr. Jiang and Miss Qin left the restaurant just 5 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Su Yao frowned slightly and immediately asked, "Where are they going now?" That. Li Qian carefully observed Su Yao's expression, hesitating for a long time, but couldn't explain it clearly. "Hurry up and tell me." Su Yao lost her patience and her tone became particularly sharp, while Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Xingxue all set their eyes on Li Qian. For golden flowers, full of murderous intent. Li Qian suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. Miss Qin, she booked a room in our hotel. After dinner, she immediately took Mr. Jiang back to her room. As soon as Li Qian said this, there was a sound of people gasping in shock at the scene. However, there is no most surprising, only more surprising. Li Qian gritted her teeth and thought to herself, since I have already said it, I might as well say more. Miss Su is Mr. Jiang's girlfriend. If I can please her, it will only benefit me, not harm me. Miss Su, there is one more thing. My colleagues in the hotel's housekeeping department told me that Miss Qin prepared a large number of roses, candles, balloons and other things in her room. In addition, Miss Qin also prepared an exquisite gift box. It seems that she is planning to give Mr. Jiang a surprise. Boom! A bolt from the blue suddenly hit the hearts of the 4 golden flowers. Roses? Candles? Balloons? And a delicate gift box? What's in the box? Could it be an engagement ring? Hiss. Miss Qin first booked the entire restaurant, and then arranged a surprise in the room. Is she going to propose to Jiang Chen? No. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen must not marry Miss Qin. If you dare to steal my man, I don't care if you are a rich girl or not, just get out of my way. Chapter 47, Quick Thought. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite Number 2. Jiang Chen was indeed startled when he followed Qin Si into the room. I saw that the floor of the living room was covered with rose petals, there were many pink and red balloons scattered around, and the ceiling above was hung with ribbons. In addition, a heart-shaped pattern was circled with candles on the floor in the middle of the living room. Fortunately, there was a huge banner in the living room that read, "Thank you Brother Jiang Chen for saving my life." Signed, Qin Si. Seeing this banner, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't a large-scale confession scene, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. "Cici, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Jiang Chen stopped walking and turned to look at Qin Si, who had a mischievous smile on his face. "Brother Jiang Chen, come on. Follow me." Qin Si immediately took Jiang Chen's hand and wanted to lead him to the living room. Jiang Chen was a little hesitant, but Qin Si pulled him into the living room and stood in the middle of the circle of heart-shaped candles. So embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Why do we have to arrange the candles in a heart shape? Square, circle, triangle, irregular polygon, all are fine. You make a heart shape with your hands, and people who don't know the situation would think you are going to confess your love to me on the spot. Brother Jiang Chen, close your eyes first. Qin Si looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, with sparks of excitement and delight in her eyes. "Cici, let me ask you first, are you sure what you're going to give me is a surprise, not a shock?" Jiang Chen showed a trace of a helpless expression on his face. Facing Qin Si's fiery eyes, he always felt a little uneasy. "Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I specially prepared a gift for you. I guarantee that it will surprise you and definitely won't scare you. Close your eyes quickly. Wait until I count to 3 before you can open them. Under Qinxi's constant nagging, Jiang Chen could only close his eyes obediently. He wanted to see what surprise Qinxi had prepared for him. 1, 2, 3. Brother Jiang Chen, you can open your eyes now. As soon as Qinxi finished speaking, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Qinxi was standing in front of him, looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face, holding a very delicate little box in her white and tender hands. Swish! Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Qinxi couldn't wait to open the box and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, this is the gift I prepared for you, a Bugatti Chiron. I hope you like it. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the box. The box had been opened, and inside it actually lay an exquisite car key. Bugatti Chiron? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Qinxi to give him a luxury supercar. This is a Bugatti Chiron. The domestic price has been driven up to over 30 million. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is indeed very generous. She spent a lot of money on a sports car worth 30 million. In one word, domineering. Brother Jiang Chen, I spent a lot of effort to air freight this Bugatti Chiron from abroad overnight. If it weren't for preparing this gift, I would have come to see you last night. Brother Jiang Chen, do you like this gift? Looking at Qinxi's expectant expression, Jiang Chen reached out to take the car keys, smiled and nodded, saying, I like it. Nonsense. Jiang Chen is an honest child. If he likes someone, he likes him. He has nothing to be embarrassed about admitting. What's more, Jiang Chen saved Qinxi's life, so Qinxi gave him a sports car as a thank you gift. One is willing to give, the other is willing to receive, it's consensual, there is nothing wrong with it. However, life is full of surprises. Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Bang! There was a loud noise and the door of the room was suddenly knocked open from outside. Ta-da! Immediately afterwards, 4 stunningly beautiful women swarmed in. Swish! Jiang Chen and Qinxi almost subconsciously turned their heads to look over, and the next second, expressions of astonishment appeared on both of their faces. Quiet. The room was quiet. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Jiang Chen never expected that Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue would barge in at this time. What are they doing? Why does everyone have such a menacing expression on their face? Is this a large-scale capture and annihilation scene? Who are you? Who let you in? After a brief moment of shock, Qinxi's face immediately turned cold. She had put so much thought into preparing a surprise for Jiang Chen, but she didn't expect a group of people to break in and ruin the atmosphere. So, Qinxi was very angry. The consequences are serious. Seeing that Qinxi was about to lose his temper, Jiang Chen quickly asked Su Yao, what are you guys doing? Well. Facing Jiang Chen's questioning, Su Yao immediately showed an embarrassed expression on her face. The situation at the scene is clear at a glance. Jiang Chen was holding an opened box in his hand, which contained an exquisite car key. That's right. It's the car keys. It's not the engagement ring Su Yao imagined. In addition, there was a huge banner in the room that read, Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen, for saving my life. Signed, Qinxi. Su Yao is not blind. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had misunderstood Jiang Chen and Qinxi. At the same time, she was secretly regretting that she was too impulsive. But she had already barged in with a few of her girlfriends, and had pissed off Qinxi. Even if they wanted to cancel the room now, it was too late as things had already happened. What to do? Qinxi is the daughter of the Qin family. If he offends her, will it bring great trouble to Jiang Chen? What if Jiang Chen gets badly hurt because of this incident? Will he abandon me out of anger? They say women with big breasts are brainless. Su Yao does have big breasts and is also very brainless. But at this critical moment, Su Yao came up with an idea. Swish! Su Yao suddenly smiled brilliantly, then crossed her hands in front of her and bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qinxi respectfully. Good evening, sir and madam. I'm technician number 36 of the foot massage parlor in this hotel, Yao Yao. I'm very happy to serve you. Quiet. The room was quiet. After hearing what Su Yao said, Jiang Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. However, this is not over yet. After Su Yao finished speaking, Zhao Shiman also reacted. She imitated Su Yao, with an awkward smile on her face, bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si and said, I am technician number 37, Man, and I am happy to serve you. I'm technician number 38, Xiaoxue, and I'm happy to serve you. I'm technician number 39, Xiaoli, and I'm happy to serve you. Following Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxue and Lu Li also pretended to be technicians and bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si in turn. In the living room, the 4 golden flowers lined up in a row, standing in front of Jiang Chen and Qin Si with a standard posture, and each of them had a professional smile on her face. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Although the 4 golden flowers were very calm, but their trembling eyelashes, their slightly rapid breathing, and the hint of panic in their eyes had already betrayed their nervous hearts. Technician? How could you think of that? If you want to play it this way, great. This young master will not say anything. I will just stand aside and watch quietly to see what other tricks you can come up with. Chapter 48. Only children make choices. We don't have any technicians? Did you make a mistake? Qin Si was slightly stunned when he heard this, turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Sisi, actually they. Jiang Chen trembled his lips and was about to explain. Unexpectedly, Su Yao, who was standing opposite, said first, Isn't this presidential suite number 3? Upon hearing this, Qin Si's face immediately showed a speechless expression. She said with an unhappy look on her face, Please. This is presidential suite number 2. And presidential suite number 3 is downstairs. You provide door-to-door service, can't you look at the house number clearly before coming in? How reckless. Do you believe I will call you to complain? Qin Si instinctively felt a bit of hostility towards the 4 golden flowers. The 4 female technicians in front of me are all very beautiful, with hot bodies, and they are all big beauties. As soon as they came in, they stared at Jiang Chen, their eyes shining, as if they had fallen in love with Jiang Chen at first sight, which made Qin Si feel extremely uncomfortable. A bunch of female foot washing technicians actually dared to set their sights on my brother Jiang Chen? Don't you even consider whether you are worthy of it? Who gave you the courage to stare at brother Jiang Chen with such lustful eyes? If you look again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Humph. Sorry, we went to the wrong room. Sorry to bother you. I'm really sorry. Su Yao seized the opportunity, apologized repeatedly, and immediately stepped back and walked out of the room quickly. Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxue, and Lu Li also reacted quickly. They also followed Su Yao's example, apologizing and backing out of the room. After they left the room one after another, Lu Li, who was the last one to leave, was considerate enough to close the door. Jiang Chen. The room fell silent. Qin Si put away the cold expression on her face, turned around and gave Jiang Chen a sweet smile. The girl was about to say something, but her cell phone rang at this moment. Ding-ling-ling. Qin Si took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, and immediately frowned slightly. But she did not avoid Jiang Chen and answered the call directly. Mom? What's wrong? Oh my. I just finished dinner with my friends. It's only what time now, and you're rushing me to go home? Okay, got it. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Qin Si showed a helpless expression on his face. She looked up at Jiang Chen and said reluctantly, Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, my mother insisted on urging me to go home. It's okay. It's getting late. Your family is really worried about you, a girl, staying out here. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, his heart already blossoming with joy. Go home quickly, little girl, and stop bothering your brother. Your brother has to play poker with his girlfriend tonight and doesn't he have time to pay attention to you? Brother Jiang Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll ask you out to play some other day when I'm free. Okay. Brother Jiang Chen, goodbye. Goodbye. 10 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to presidential suite number 1. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Chen suddenly heard the sound of mahjong being rubbed. When I looked up, I saw a mahjong table in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxue, and Lu Li, for money-worshipping girls, each wearing only a sexy lace suspender pajamas, sat together and played mahjong, laughing and joking. Honey, you're back? Su Yao's voice was exceptionally gentle, but Jiang Chen just nodded without saying a word and walked straight into the master bedroom. Damn it! The little guy is getting more and more daring. He even dares to bring people into the hotel room? If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will tear off the tiles on the roof. Jiang Chen returned to the room, took a shower, lay comfortably on the bed, played a piece of music on his mobile phone, and closed his eyes to enjoy it. Crack! At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and then a figure rushed in. Hubby, I was wrong. Tell me, where did you go wrong? Honey, I shouldn't have brought people into the room and disturbed you from picking up girls. Phew! When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Jiang Chen stared at her and said, "What girl are you dating?" Cece, that little girl, just turned 18 this year. I have no interest in her. What are you thinking about all day long? When Su Yao heard that Jiang Chen had no interest in Qin Si, her eyes immediately lit up. Hubby, I really know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Chapter 49. Mom, I support you. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 2. As soon as Qin Si returned home, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine in her hand. There was a cup of hot tea on the coffee table in front of her, as if she was waiting for her to come home. Mom! Qin Si called out sweetly, then walked over quickly and threw herself into her mother's arms and started acting coquettishly. Cece, you are already 18 years old, why are you still like a child, liking to stick to your mother's arms? Qin Si's mother showed a motherly smile, put down the magazine in her hand, and then rubbed Qin Si's little head lovingly. I have to say, Qin Si's mother looks really young. She and Qin Si sitting together didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but rather like a pair of sisters. Qin Si's mother has fair skin and no signs of aging on her face. However, her temperament is more mature and charming than Qin Si's. She was wearing a loose home outfit and her long hair was tied into a big braid, casually draped over her shoulders. The few strands of hair falling in front of the forehead, coupled with a mature, dignified and slightly cold face, give people a feeling of gentleness, intelligence, nobility and softness. If Jiang Chen was at the scene, he would definitely be shocked. Because Qin Si's mother turned out to be his online girlfriend. That's right. This is the rich lady Qin Xiaoyu, whom Jiang Chen had been dating online for 3 years, after using the online dating card. No, I just want to hold you and stick to your arms. Qin Si hugged Qin Xiaoyu and acted like a spoiled child again. Suddenly, she thought of something and raised her head and asked, Mom, why did you call me home in such a hurry? What's the matter? Qin Xiaoyu was originally smiling, but when she heard her daughter's question, a trace of embarrassment immediately flashed across her face. Cece. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and said, there is something that Mom has been thinking about for a long time, and has been struggling with it for a long time. I'm sorry to tell you now. I hope you don't blame Mom. Mom, what are you hiding from me? Qin Si's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time in all these years that Qin Xiaoyu spoke to her in such a serious tone. So, Qin Si suddenly felt a little nervous. Cece, we have been dependent on each other for so many years. Now that you have grown up, your life has been put on the right track. Basically, your mother doesn't need to worry about you anymore. After Qin Xiaoyu said this, the ominous premonition in Qin Si's heart became stronger and stronger. But Qin Si did not interrupt Qin Xiaoyu's story, but listened attentively with a hint of uneasiness. Cece, you will get married one day in the future, and you will leave your mother one day. I don't want to be a burden to you, I don't want you to worry about me, and I don't want to drag you down. So, Mom plans to find a father for you. The main thing is, after you get married, I can live with your stepfather and support each other until we grow old. Then I won't need you to take care of me or worry about me. Cece, I hope you can understand your mother's good intentions. Hearing this, Qin Si's face showed a hint of surprise at first, then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the surprise on his face turned into relief. It turns out that Mom wants to fall in love. I was scared to death. I thought, my mother wanted to kick me out of the house. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Qin Si comes from a single-parent family and has been without a father since childhood, so she especially understands how difficult it is for her mother. Qin Xiaoyu became pregnant at the age of 18 and gave birth to Qin Si at the age of 19. Qin Si's biological father disappeared without a trace during Qin Xiaoyu's pregnancy. Even after Qin Si was born, until she turned 18, this man never showed up. I can only say that premature love is very harmful. Qin Si knew that her mother hated that man very much and there was no record of him at home. Every time Qin Si asked about her father, Qin Xiaoyu would have a cold face, keep silent, and sometimes even scold Qin Si. Qin Si was afraid of upsetting her mother, so she didn't ask any more questions. Over the years, Qin Xiaoyu raised Qin Si under tremendous pressure, and I don't know how much hardship and sweat she put in. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to feel that she owed Qin Si, so she loved and doted on Qin Si very much, fearing that Qin Si would suffer any grievances. So, even though Qin Si didn't have a father, she never complained about anything. Having a mother who loves her, cares for her and spoils her is enough. Silence, no words. Perhaps because Qin Si didn't say anything for a long time, Qin Xiaoyu thought her daughter had some ideas. Cece, if you don't agree, then forget it. Mom will base everything on your opinion. If you feel embarrassed, I won't consider finding another partner. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed to dim for a moment, but she still showed a motherly smile and looked at Qin Si very dotingly. At this moment, Qin Si's body trembled slightly. A huge feeling of sadness instantly filled her heart. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Xiaoyu always discussed everything with her. Qin Xiaoyu would never force Qin Si to do anything she didn't like. Now, Qin Xiaoyu just wanted to pursue her own happiness, but she actually spoke to Qin Si in such a negotiating tone, which made Qin Si feel even more ashamed and guilty. For so many years, Qin Xiaoyu has remained single and has never been close to any man. Doesn't she want to talk? No. With Qin Xiaoyu's beauty and conditions, the men who pursue her line up from here to abroad, and among them there are many high-quality men with excellent conditions. But, in order to take Qin Si's feelings into consideration, Qin Xiaoyu has remained single until now. Now, Qin Si has grown up, and Qin Xiaoyu has fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother. Qin Xiaoyu just wants to pursue her own happiness now, so Qin Si is naturally happy for her mother from the bottom of her heart. When she was a child, it was her mother who took care of Qin Si's feelings. This time, it was her turn to take care of her mother's feelings. Mom, I didn't say I disagree. Qin Si blinked her big watery eyes, then smiled and said, I support you in pursuing your own happiness and in finding your other half. As long as you are happy, I am happy. Quiet. The living room suddenly became quiet. Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, her eyes immediately turned red, and there seemed to be a trace of tears in her eyes. Cece, thank you, my dear daughter. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and hugged Qin Si in her arms, and Qin Si also opened his arms and hugged Qin Xiaoyu very tightly. There were tears in the eyes of both mother and daughter. The atmosphere is warm. After a while, Qin Si suddenly thought of something and quickly raised his head and asked, Mom, who is your significant other? What's his name? How old is he this year? Is he handsome? Is his family rich? Is he a good person? Ah. Qin Xiaoyu was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then her pretty face turned red. Chapter 50. Oh my gosh. My stepfather is so young? Mom, when did you start dating him? A man who can catch my mother's eye must be very outstanding, right? Qin Si looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a smile. For so many years, mother and daughter have depended on each other, so Qin Si naturally knows her mother's character very well. Since Qin Xiaoyu took the initiative to talk about this matter with Qin Si, it proves that Qin Xiaoyu has found the right person, and it is even possible she is already with this man. Don't fight a battle you're not prepared for. This is Qin Xiaoyu's style. Cece, seeing you support me so much, I feel relieved. Qin Xiaoyu stroked her hair and said shyly, well. Mom and he met online. We have been in an online relationship for 3 years. Ah? Online dating? Qin Si had a look of shock on his face. Thousands of thoughts popped up in her mind, but the only thing she couldn't imagine was that her mother would have an online romance. Cece, do you have any prejudice against online dating? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly became nervous again, as if she was worried that Qin Si would object to this marriage. Oh no! She was worried that Qin Si would object to this online relationship. However, Qin Si was only briefly surprised for a moment, then immediately showed a playful expression again. Mom, I didn't expect you to keep up with the times and even learn how to date online. Online dating is actually pretty good. At least it proves that I, as a stepfather, am also keeping up with the times. You two both have young hearts. Besides, it's easier to find a soulmate through online dating. It's not the kind of fast food love that only looks at the face and you're together. So I think for people your age, online dating is more reliable. When Qin Si said this, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly froze in place. After a while, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly tapped Qin Si's little head, neither lightly nor heavily. Cece, for someone my age, is online dating more reliable? What do you mean by that? Are you disgusted by your mother's age and lack of beauty, and no one wants her in real life, so you can only date online? Su Yao deliberately put on a stern expression and pretended to be very angry. But Su is Su Yao's little cotton padded jacket. The mother and daughter have depended on each other for so many years. How could she not see that her mother was pretending to be angry? Oh, dear mother, how could I dislike you? You are so beautiful, you look like a young lady in her 20s. If we walk down the street, people who don't know us would think we are sisters. What I mean is that your stepfather fell in love with you online. He didn't know you were so beautiful, so he was not attracted by your beauty, but by your inner qualities. Mom, you don't want to find a superficial man who only cares about your appearance, right? Su hugged Su Yao with a smile and started to act coquettishly again. Su Yao shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pinched Su's little face, and a doting expression appeared on her face again. Cici, now there is only one last question left. What's the problem? Well, there's a big age difference between him and me. I'm afraid you can't accept it. How many years apart? 12 years old. Su suddenly froze in place. The little girl subconsciously thought to herself, Mom is 37 years old this year, and the other party is 12 years younger than her, so this stepfather is 49 years old this year? Well. This. The age difference is indeed quite big. But a 49-year-old man can actually make his mother so attracted to him. It shows that his mother must truly love him. Mom, I think as long as two people truly love each other, age is not a problem at all. Besides, in this era, the combination of old man and young wife is too common, and there are many happy and loving couples. It's better for a man to be mature, to be caring and considerate. As long as he's sincere to you, it doesn't matter if he's 12 years older than you. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Su Yao's forehead. She knew that her daughter would definitely have misunderstandings. Su Yao bit her lip lightly, then took Su's hand and quickly explained, Cici, you misunderstood what Mom meant. He and I are 12 years apart, but he is not 12 years older than Mom. But, Mom is 12 years older than him. Quiet. The living room is quiet. Su's smile froze on her face instantly, her eyes were dull, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. The man my mother is looking for is 12 years younger than her? 37 minus 12 years old. Equal to 25 years old? Su counted on his fingers in his mind 3 times and finally confirmed that he was not wrong. His mother actually found a 25-year-old man. At this moment, Su didn't know what to say. Compared to her 25-year-old stepfather, she still thinks her 49-year-old stepfather is more reliable. After all, the other party is only 25 years old. This is too young. Asking her to call a man who is only 7 years older than her stepfather, what kind of joke is this? How can she say that? Besides, if 3 of them go shopping together in the future, would the scene look a bit weird? If the school announces a parent-teacher meeting and the mom doesn't have time, so she asks the stepdad to go. I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. Cici, I know it's hard for you to accept this fact all of a sudden, and Mom can understand your feelings. In fact, at the beginning, Mom didn't think about being with him. After all, he was so young. I was 12 years older than him. But, Mom was very happy chatting with him online. As we chatted, she fell in love with him uncontrollably, and she fell deeper and deeper in love with him, unable to extricate herself. He is a very considerate, gentle, and life-loving person. He is also the man who has moved my mother the most over the years. Although Mom is 12 years older than him, but, like you just said, as long as we are soulmates, youth is not a problem at all. Listening to Su Yao's story, Su felt his head was in a mess. My mother kept speaking for that man, and this obvious favoritism made Su a little jealous. She was originally very supportive of her mother and encouraged bold love. But she never imagined that her mother was so brave. She brought back a 25-year-old man without saying a word, and they had been in an online relationship for 3 years. In other words, the man was harmed by his mother when he was 22 years old. Although sister-brother relationships are very popular nowadays, my mother's relationship has clearly gone beyond the scope of sister-brother. If one must use a name to describe it, Su thought about it and only came up with a more appropriate name: aunt-nephew love. Su is going crazy. However, when Su saw the longing expression on his mother's face and the light in her eyes, his heart softened immediately. Mother has the right to pursue happiness. As a daughter, she has no right to interfere. As long as her mother is happy and joyful, let alone a 25-year-old boy, even if she finds an 18-year-old boy, she, as a daughter, will support her. Mom, as long as you are happy, I support you. After Qin Si realized what was going on, he immediately expressed his attitude to Qin Xiaoyu. Cece, do you agree that mommy should be with him? My baby girl, mommy loves you. I love you, too, mom. Chapter 51, Lottery, Luck Explodes. The next morning, Jiang Chen yawned and got up from the bed. Lin Xingxue and Lu Li, who were still lying on the bed and snoring, had traces of dried tears in the corners of their eyes. The two women had slightly furrowed brows, messy hair, various scars all over their bodies, and their bodies would tremble from time to time. All this seemed to tell the world that they had experienced a very painful ordeal last night. Girls! How can you become a woman without going through the ups and downs? Jiang Chen glanced at the two bright red marks on the bedsheet, then turned over and got out of bed, walking out of the bedroom with a pair of slippers clicking, and came to the spacious living room. At this moment, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had not yet gotten up. Jiang Chen first poured himself a glass of water to replenish some water, then he lay down on the sofa and opened the system main page. A new day has arrived, and it's time for the much-anticipated lucky draw. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, black card bounty. Although it was not his first time to draw a lottery, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited and nervous. It's like going to wash your feet. I ordered a technician and waited for him to come to my room for service. I knew it was the same foot washing process, but I couldn't help but imagine whether the technician was pretty, had a good figure, and had good skills. The main point is just a random thought. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the pointer actually passed the gold coin area and began to crawl towards the remaining 4 areas. In other words, this one has it. At least, the pointer will not stay in the gold coin area. Is this going to be a good start? Under Jiang Chen's nervous and expectant eyes, the pointer slowly passed through the card area, and then with a click, it stopped steadily in the bottle area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of strengthening potion. A system notification sounded in my ears, and a bottle of golden potion suddenly jumped out from the lucky wheel in my field of vision, and was then automatically put into the inventory. Swish! Jiang Chen opened the system inventory without hesitation, and soon saw a bottle of golden potion in the second slot of the backpack. Strengthening potion. After taking it, you can strengthen your kidneys, gain unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited physical strength and other effects, and become the legendary perpetual motion machine. Oh shit! Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. It was obvious that he was frightened by the effect of this bottle of strengthening potion. Strengthen your kidneys? Unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited stamina? The legendary perpetual motion machine? Brother Tonzi, are you sure you are not kidding me? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the bottle of medicine, opened the cap, and poured it into his mouth without saying a word. Gulu, gurgle, gurgle. In order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Chen almost held his breath and drank the whole bottle of potion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a strong warm current emerged from Jiang Chen's lower back. This feeling is indescribably strange. It feels a little warm, soft, light, and itchy. In short, it seems very gentle and not irritating at all. How can I describe this feeling? Just like last night, Lin Xingxue and Lu Li hugged Jiang Chen on the left and right, and then kissed him gently on his waist. That's the feeling. Full of vigor. This feeling came and went quickly. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Chen's 2 burning kidneys gradually cooled down. But Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his originally tired body was instantly full of energy. My waist, which was originally a little sore, was instantly filled with strength. I had already entered a Buddhist time, but immediately I felt like I was possessed by a demon again. Damn it! The legendary perpetual motion machine is really awesome. Drink! Jiang Chen jumped up from the sofa and quickly performed a set of boxing techniques in the living room. Feeling the infinite warmth coming from the 2 kidneys, Jiang Chen's mouth corners were like AK, and he couldn't suppress it anymore. A real man never drinks Shinbao. I have 2 kidneys, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. Another lottery. After being excited for a while, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind again, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable started to move again. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. What surprised Jiang Chen again was the pointer crossed the gold coin area without hesitation and rushed towards the remaining areas with great momentum. Oh shit! This time, there is one again? Could it be that my luck has exploded today and I won 2 games in a row? Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the pointer passed through the cards area, then the bottle area, and then passed through the books area little by little. At last, when the pointer crawled to the question mark area, it seemed to suddenly lose all power, and then stopped with a click. Quiet. Jiang Chen's mind was silent. He never expected that he just drew the lottery randomly and didn't hold much hope at all, but he won the super jackpot. You try to plant flowers but they don't bloom, but you plant willows by accident and they grow into a shade? Sure enough, God is particularly fond of super handsome guys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, the Eye of the Mind. The system prompt sounded in my ears, and a crystal eyeball popped out on the lucky roulette in my sight, and then was automatically put into the inventory. What is this? Auxiliary plug-in? The Mind's Eye? With great curiosity, Jiang Chen quickly opened the system inventory and soon found the crystal eyeball in the second grid of the backpack. Eye of the Mind artifact can be fused with one's own eyes. After fusion, one can see through all basic information of the opposite sex. Note, this artifact has 7 layers of seals, and only the first layer has been unlocked so far. Jiang Chen felt a little dizzy. He took out the Eye of his Mind, played with it in his hand for a while, and then said to himself, how can I merge this eyeball with my eye? As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Would the host like to fuse the artifact, the Mind's Eye? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked carefully, Brother Tongzi, if I fuse this artifact, will it have any side effects on my body? Also, after fusing with the Mind's Eye, will my eyes still function normally? Will I suddenly become blind? In response to Jiang Chen's question, the system immediately responded. Ding! After the host fuses the artifact Mind's Eye, there will be no side effects, nor will it cause any adverse effects on the host's eyes. After listening to Brother Tongzi's explanation, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I choose to fuse the artifact, the Mind's Eye. Swish! As soon as Jiang Chen made his choice, the crystal eyeball in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and drilled into Jiang Chen's left eye at lightning speed. In an instant, a warm current spread in Jiang Chen's left eye socket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the artifact, the Eye of the Mind. Ding! This system has transmitted the manual for using the artifact to the host's mind. Chapter 52, The Mind's Eye. Presidential Suite. In the living room, Jiang Chen sat quietly on the sofa, staring at the floor in front of him. His eyes seemed to have lost focus and he looked as if he was in a daze. In fact, Jiang Chen was digesting the instructions for using the magic weapon given to him by his system. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen suddenly took a deep breath, and his eyes, which had lost focus, instantly regained clarity. Crack! Coincidentally, at this moment, the door of the presidential bedroom on the left side of the living room was suddenly opened. Su Yao, wearing a black lace nightgown with suspenders and a pair of hotel slippers, with her hair uncombed and yawning, walked out of the room. Swish! Jiang Chen quickly shifted his gaze to Su Yao, and the next second, a line of information popped up in his left eye's field of vision. Name, Su Yao. Age, 25. Value, 96. Body size, 96. Big Thunder, 36D+. Driver, 1. Favorability, 100. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face suddenly showed an expression of astonishment. Name, age, appearance, figure, delay, there is no need to explain these information in detail. Driver, this doesn't need much explanation. The last item, favorability, needs a brief explanation. According to the manual for using the artifact given by Brother Tongzi, this favorability represents the target person's favorability towards the host. A favorability level below 20 points represents a passerby. A favorability level of 20-50 points represents ordinary friends. A favorability level of 50-80 points represents very good friends. A favorability of 80 points or more represents admiration. A favorability of 90 points or more indicates passionate love. As for the 100 points of favorability, it represents everlasting love, never betrayal in a lifetime, dependence on each other through life and death, and never leaving each other. So, only Jiang Chen would be surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Yao actually has a 100-point favorability towards him. Isn't money what Xiaoshan loves? Isn't she a 24K pure gold digger? Instead of being a good gold digger, you try to learn how to play with love. Are you crazy? Ding. It is detected that Su Yao's favorability towards the host has reached 100 points, and the host is rewarded with an unsealing talisman. Ding. The unsealing talisman can be used to remove the seal on the artifact. Each unsealing talisman can remove one layer of seal. Ding. The unsealing talisman will be issued to the host at 12 o'clock tonight. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen was stunned. Oh shit. Can we play like this? When your girlfriend's favorability reaches 100 points, the system will reward you with an unsealing talisman to remove the seal on the artifact? Are you forcing me to improve my girlfriend's favorability? But I have already sealed my heart and locked away my love. What kind of favorability should I gain? Isn't it great to just eat and wait for death, lie down and enjoy life? I don't care whether their favorability increases or not. As for removing the seal on the artifact, I have money and women now, I can be as carefree as I want. Why would I need to remove the seal on the artifact? I'm so bored, what do you have to do after eating? Instead of spending your time on eating, drinking, having fun, picking up girls, flirting with girls, and molesting decent women. In short, the unsealing talisman is not very tempting to Jiang Chen, and he will not deliberately improve his girlfriend's favorability for a small unsealing talisman. The main character is a Buddhist player, with no desires or demands, who does whatever he wants. One word, give up. Ha! Honey, why did you get up so early today? Su Yao found Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa, and immediately walked over quickly, then sat next to Jiang Chen, opened her arms and hugged his neck. Jiang Chen used his mind's eye again to look at Su Yao carefully. After confirming that Su Yao's favorability was 100 points and that it was not a misunderstanding, he covered his forehead inside, feeling both amused and helpless. I have already sealed my heart and locked away my love, and you suddenly have 100 points of favorability. What's the purpose of this? Why are you playing true love for no reason? What a headache. Honey, what's wrong with you? Do you have a headache? Noticing Jiang Chen's abnormality, Su Yao stood up immediately. She walked around to the back of the sofa, hugged Jiang Chen's head, put her thumbs on Jiang Chen's temples, and then began to massage gently. Yao Yao. What's wrong? Nothing, you just massaged me very comfortably, your technique is great. Hubby, since I'm so well behaved and obedient, when will you transfer the 20 million to me? I'll transfer the money to you later. Thank you, husband, moi. Su Yao is still the same Su Yao. She is still the 24K pure gold digger as before, without any change. But, considering her 100 points of favorability, Jiang Chen decided to be more generous to her in the future. As long as she is well behaved, what's wrong with buying her a street? Tada! At this moment, another beautiful woman walked out of the president's bedroom. Zhao Sherman. She was also only wearing a lace suspender nightgown. The rounding toned thighs and slender calves stretched out from under the skirt, immediately attracting Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and Zhao Shiman's information immediately appeared in his field of vision. Name, Zhao Sherman. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Body size, 96. Big Thunder, 36D. Driver, 1. Favorability, 90. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. He didn't expect that Zhao Shiman's favorability had reached 90 points. What does it mean? A good gold digger should be a good gold digger and not play with real feelings all the time. If you play with fire and get burned, you will be the one who gets hurt. Hey! You two, showing your affection so early in the morning? I haven't even had breakfast yet, but I ate some dog food first. Zhao Sherman walked over with a giggle, then sat next to Jiang Chen, hugged his arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Man, you are a martial artist, you are stronger than me, why don't you give your husband a head massage? Su Yao seemed a little jealous and actually ordered Zhao Sherman to give Jiang Chen a massage. She walked back to Jiang Chen's side, and then imitated Zhao Sherman, hugged Jiang Chen's arm, and leaned her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Yao, you're exploiting my labor force. Zhao Sherman rolled her eyes at Su Yao, but still stood up, then walked behind the sofa and obediently massaged Jiang Chen's head. That's all. Jiang Chen was affectionate with Su Yao and Zhao Sherman for a while, then said he wanted to take a nap, and walked into Su Yao and Zhao Shiman's bedroom yawning. The presidential suite has 3 bedrooms, the president's bedroom, the wife's bedroom, and the nanny's bedroom. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and Lu Li were still sleeping soundly in the ladies' bedroom. Jiang Chen didn't want to disturb them, nor did he want to sleep in the nanny's bedroom. Coincidentally, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, who were sleeping in the presidential bedroom, woke up, so Jiang Chen simply went to their rooms. But before going back to sleep, Jiang Chen opened the system main page again, intending to use his last chance to draw a lottery today. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 1. Inventory, black card bounty. Artifact, mind's eye. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. What surprised Jiang Chen was that he had won 2 grand prizes today. Logically speaking, his luck should have stopped there. However, life is full of surprises. Unexpectedly, in the third draw, the pointer passed through the gold coin area again and went straight to the remaining 4 areas. Hey! Here we go again. Jiang Chen stared at the pointer and couldn't help but pray silently in his heart. May the heavens and earth bless you, and may Emperor Ruian show his divine power to help your ex-boyfriend win another big prize. Blat! Jiang Chen had just finished reciting this spell when the pointer passed through the Gi cards and bottle areas and stopped steadily in the Gi books area. Ouch! Not bad. Level 2. This award is more in line with Lu Ruian's temperament, so silly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. At this moment, a book jumped out of the lucky wheel. It was a bit like the martial arts secrets in martial arts movies, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically collected into the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Jiang Chen quickly opened the inventory and soon saw this mysterious skill book in the second slot of the backpack. Musical Instrument Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, the host will automatically learn all types of musical instruments in the world where the host is located, allowing the host to instantly become a master performer. Oh shit! Can you learn all the musical instruments? A master performer? This is amazing. I have nothing more to say. I have to give Brother Tonzi a 5-star rating and give him a thumbs up like crazy. From now on, besides spending money, you can also use your talents to pick up girls. Quack. Chapter 53, The Rich Sister Asks Me to Meet. 10 a.m. Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep. After getting up, Jiang Chen came to the living room wearing a hotel bathrobe, and suddenly found that the entire suite was empty. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li were nowhere to be found. But there were 4 notes neatly arranged on the coffee table in the living room. Swish! Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa and reached out to take the 4 notes. The first note was written by Su Yao. Dear husband, Man and I went shopping and took your Bugatti away. However, I left the keys to your Ferrari with you. Husband, don't be angry. When I come back, I promise to give you a big surprise. Signed, love your wife, Yao. Oh shit. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He never expected that Su Yao actually drove away his Bugatti Chiron. You know, Xin Si just gave this car to Jiang Chen last night. Jiang Chen himself has never driven a Bugatti Chiron, and has not even touched the steering wheel. Now, the car was actually driven away by Su Yao? The first time just disappeared like this? But Jiang Chen was not a stingy person. Especially after knowing that Su Yao's favorability towards him had reached 100 points, Jiang Chen's attitude towards her also changed a lot. Since Su Yao will never betray me, and will never leave me, and will never change until death, then spoil it. I still say that as long as she is good, Daddy will buy her a street. Swish! Jiang Chen put down Su Yao's note and picked up the note written by Zhao Sherman. Husband, Yao and I are going shopping. We will come back tonight and give you a big surprise. Signed, Man. Well. Jiang Chen showed a confused expression on his face. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman each wrote a note and repeated the same thing. This is a waste of paper, a waste of ink, and a waste of social resources. Both of these little bastards deserve a beating. Swish. Jiang Chen put down Zhao Shimon's note and picked up the note written by Lin Xingxue. Jiang Chen, I have to go back to the bank today to do some work. If you have anything, you can call me at any time. Signed, Xingxue. Lin Xingxue's note was very formal. Even the opening address used Jiang Chen's full name, without any intimate nickname. The content of the note was also very formal, without any ambiguous language or witty phrases, and it looked very official. But through this small note, Jiang Chen can be sure that Lin Xingxue is a woman who looks serious but is actually sultry on the inside. Because last night, Lin Xingxue called him brother 98 times, husband 136 times, and dad 248 times. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even Lu Li who was sleeping next to him was stunned. Swish. After putting down Lin Xingxue's note, Jiang Chen opened his palm and looked at the note written by Lu Li. Dad, I'm going to resign today. You said you would support me. From now on, I'll be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower, and you'll be responsible for being cruel. Hee hee. Signed, your favorite big pear. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Little green tea is really tempting. A small note, just a few dozen words, between the lines, is filled with a strong sense of itchiness. If Jiang Chen hadn't driven the car himself and experienced it, he would have proved through practice that Lu Li was still a novice. He couldn't help but wonder how many men the little green tea girl had seduced to have such a strong and seductive aura. But the more the little green tea girl tickles, the more Jiang Chen likes it. Young people are brave and aggressive, and they always like to challenge difficult things. There is nothing wrong with that. Ding ding. Just when Jiang Chen put the note down, his phone suddenly vibrated, as if he had received a WeChat message. Swish. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from the wealthy sister Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, I have good news for you. My daughter agrees that we can be together. Emoji, happy. I don't know why, but Jiang Chen always has a guilty feeling. Perhaps this wealthy lady whom Jiang Chen had been dating online for 3 years was not someone he had negotiated with himself, but was obtained directly using a card. Without the process, the result comes directly. It felt like the peaches that the Queen Mother had carefully cultivated were picked by monkeys as soon as they were ripe. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, nothing can stop us now. Are you free tonight? I want to ask you out for a date. Emoji, shy. Jiang Chen was still in a daze when Qin Xiaoyu sent him a second WeChat message. At this moment, even though there were 2 mobile phones between them, Jiang Chen could imagine that Qin Xiaoyu on the other end of WeChat must have an expression of anticipation on her face. Forget it. Isn't it just meeting a female netizen? See you. It's just a meeting. As for meeting in person, there's not even a hint of that yet. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chen, I'm free tonight. You decide the time and place. Qin Xiaoyu, okay, I will send you the room number after I book the restaurant. About 5 minutes later. Qin Xiaoyu sent Jiang Chen a shared location and made an appointment to meet directly in this restaurant at 6:30 in the evening. Jiang Chen opened the map and checked, and found that this Western restaurant called Wells was not far from the Royal International Hotel. Next, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and thought quietly. It's the first time I meet Qin Xiaoyu. Should I prepare a gift for her? After all, she is my girlfriend whom I have been dating online for 3 years, and she calls me husband all the time, so sweetly. As a husband, it seems a bit unreasonable not to prepare a suitable gift when meeting my wife for the first time. But what kind of gift should I prepare for Qin Xiaoyu? The gift was too cheap, as if it was not worthy of her status as a domineering female president. The gift was too expensive, as if it was inappropriate. Oops. It's so troublesome to have a relationship. There are so many things to do. Jiang Chen scratched his head and suddenly remembered that Su Yao used to work in a luxury store, where she usually dealt with noble ladies, young ladies, socialites, mistresses, and so on. You can ask her what gift to choose. Jiang Chen did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately called Su Yao. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before being connected, and Su Yao's slightly charming voice came from the other end. Husband, are you awake? Jiang Chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Yao, I'm giving you a task now. Help me choose a suitable gift for someone. Ah. Hubby, who are you going to give a gift to? A female friend. She is the president of a listed company, 37 years old this year. She is vigorous and decisive, a bit domineering, gentle and intellectual. Her family is very rich. Because today is the first time I meet her, I want to give her a suitable gift. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Su Yao on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then asked, "Husband, what is your budget?" This. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "Above 1 million and below 5 million, just pick a gift at your discretion." "Okay, leave this to me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Well, thanks. Husband, give me the money first, then do the work, hee hee." "Wait, little money grubber, I'll transfer the money to you right away." Chapter 54, The Fake Female Anchor. Snap. Jiang Chen lay on the sofa in the living room and lit a cigarette for himself. He was holding his phone, just about to play a game for a while, when he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a black card in the system inventory. Black Card Rewards. This card is an electronic virtual bank card, containing 100 million Dragon Country currency, but can only be used for rewards on live broadcasts. Note, the host can get double the real money rebate by using the rewards. Since this black card can give double rebates, and I happen to be free today, I might as well make the money first. Swish. Jiang Chen turned on his phone and logged into a live streaming platform called Douya. He used to often watch various young ladies singing and dancing on this live streaming platform, and he was also a white-collar worker who never gave rewards to the anchors, so his account was still a level 0 newbie. "Welcome, my tiger brother." "Brother Tiger, good morning. Did you dream about me, your sister, last night?" As soon as Jiang Chen entered the first live broadcast room, he was given goosebumps by a coquettish female voice. Looking closely, a woman in cool clothes appeared in the live broadcast room. The female anchor has a standard internet celebrity face. She wears a white sports vest on her upper body, gray yoga pants on her lower body, and her hair is tied into a bun. That's not the point. The point is, the female anchor has a very broad mind. At first glance, she is even more capable than Su Yao. Swish. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately opened his mind's eye. The next second, a line of information appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Name, Chen Tingting. Age, 24. Value, 80. Body size, 85 centimeters. Big Thunder, B. Driver, 18. Favorability, 0. After reading this information, a strange expression immediately appeared on Jiang Chen's face. What's going on? This female anchor named Chen Tingting obviously looks big, even more ferocious than Su Yao, so why does the information given by the minds I say be? Etc. Brother Tonzi Wun Ti lied to me, and my mind Si Wun Ti be wrong, so the one who lied could only be this female anchor? Oh shit. Turns out it's fake. No wonder Jiang Chen always felt something was wrong. It was so big and yet so erect. It totally defied physics. In addition, this female anchor has a whopping 18 drivers. There are so many people who share the same ideals. Ah. Thank you, my tiger brother. I love you. Moa. At this moment, 2 confession fireworks suddenly floated in the live broadcast room. On the Douya live broadcast platform, 1 confession firework is equal to 520 yuan, and 2 is equal to 1040 yuan. The female anchor just called out Brother Tiger twice and received gifts worth more than 1,000 yuan. This money is so easy to earn. Brother Tiger, to express my gratitude, let me dance for you. I love you, moi. The sexy female anchor first bowed slightly to the camera, and then danced a social shake to the exciting music. I have to say, the female anchor is really good at faking things. This social shake popped up, and many viewers in the live broadcast room felt a little dizzy. Oh no! It was motion sickness. Swish, swish, swish. After the female anchor finished dancing the social shake, the big brother whose online name was Fighting Tigers Tonight immediately threw out 3 fireworks to confess his love. In just a few minutes, Tingting received a gift worth 2,600 yuan. At this moment, the live broadcast room immediately became lively. Boss, you are confused. With this money, wouldn't it be nice to use it to wash your feet and get a massage? What do you know, the guy upstairs? He's a duke, how could he care about such a small amount of money? The female anchor has such a hot body. If I had money, I would also throw it at her. The anchor woman is so big, almost as big as 2 bowls. Is it real or fake? Whether it's true or not, you have to ask Big Brother on the list, hee hee. Zhang Chen looked at the various comments floating in the live broadcast room and couldn't bear to see his brothers being deceived, so he typed a comment. It's fake. Don't be fooled. Who knows? Zhang Chen had just sent out this barrage, and the next second, his account was banned by the female anchor. Zhang Chen was not the only one who was banned from speaking in the live broadcast room. All the netizens who had just participated in the discussion about whether the female anchor was real or fake were banned from speaking. You have been banned by the anchor for 3 months. Looking at the message reminder on the mobile phone screen, Zhang Chen was not angry, but happy instead. The female anchor is anxious. Feeling guilty. The fact that she banned Zhang Chen's account just proved that she was a fraud. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to leave the live broadcast room, the female anchor Tingting said angrily, "You haters, how dare you question my authenticity? I tell you, this is natural to me, without any adulteration. Brother Tiger, ignore them. These haters just want to gain attention. I have already muted them all." After the female anchor said these words, Fight the Tiger Tonight also followed up with a comment. It's not your turn to comment on our Tingting's figure. If you have money, you can give her gifts. If you don't have money, stop talking nonsense. Because, fighting tigers tonight, is a duke and a nobleman, the comments he sent out were special and particularly conspicuous in the live broadcast room. Brother Tiger, you are so manly. I like you so much. The female anchor Tingting made no secret of her attitude of licking the big brother's boots, with a fawning smile on her face. If anyone disagrees, just give gifts to get on the list, and we'll have a head-on confrontation. You don't spend a penny, but you still talk so much bullshit. You are nothing. Fighting Tigers Tonight posted 2 more comments in a row. The female anchor Tingting's eyes turned into 2 crescents when she smiled, and she seemed to feel more confident because of the support of her big brother. Brother Tiger, don't be angry, do you still want to see me dance? I don't want to watch the dance anymore. My brother recharged 50,000 today. Let's go play PK. I guarantee to win. Brother Tiger is so awesome. Seeing this, Zhang Chen suddenly stayed and did not leave the live broadcast room. This idiot named Fight the Tiger Tonight is so arrogant. Look at what he said. What's the point of a poor loser commenting on a female anchor? What's the point of stopping talking if you don't have money? And yet he has the audacity to say that he is guaranteed to win in a PK? He is just a duke. Who gave him the courage? On the Douya Live broadcast platform, it only costs 20,000 Dragon Country coins to open a duke title. Although the duke's spending power far exceeds 20,000, it will not exceed 1 million at most. Users who can spend more than 1 million have already obtained higher-level noble titles, such as Prince, King, Emperor, etc. Damn it! After charging 50,000 yuan, you expect to win for sure? I guarantee you'll sell fried dough twists. I have a bounty of 100 million in my hand. If you win, how can I survive in the underworld? At this moment, a wicked smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He decided to teach Fight the Tiger Tonight a lesson. Don't be too arrogant. Arrogance will get you struck by lightning. Swish. The female anchor Tingting clicked on the random PK and was quickly matched with an anchor. The screen in the live broadcast room was suddenly split into 2. On the left was the female anchor Tingting, and on the right was a beautiful woman. But the beautiful anchor's eyes were a little red and there was a sad expression on her face, as if she had just cried. She looked pitiful. Zhang Chen originally had a calm expression on his face. But after seeing the face of this beautiful woman clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Oh shit. Can you meet acquaintances while watching a live broadcast? Could this be the legendary monkey poop arranged by God? Never mind. Now that I have met her, I'll let this woman take advantage of me. Chapter 55, The Charming Dancer, You Lily. Miss, how shall we play? When Tingting saw that the female anchor on the line was actually a stunning beauty, her eyes immediately flashed with jealousy. She didn't know whether the other person's delay was real or fake. But she knew very well in her heart that her delay was a fake. So, she is jealous of all the beautiful ladies. Sorry, you can do whatever you want. There aren't many people at home anyway. Although the beautiful anchor was forcing a smile and looked a little sad, her super high looks and hot body were still enough to kill Tingting in seconds. She was wearing a black tight-fitting top. The slender waist can be held in one hand, like a willow tree swaying in the breeze, which is amazing. Look at her makeup again. Her thick, long, black hair was curled into big waves, one side of it casually falling on her shoulder, while the other side was pinned with a hairpin, revealing the delicate diamond earrings on her ears. The faint thin eyebrows seemed to be carefully drawn, and below them were a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. Unfortunately, there was no teardrop mole, which made her less gentle than Su Yao. The small and straight nose, paired with two thin red lips and the corners of the mouth slightly raised, gives people a feeling as if she is smiling seductively. Name, Yu Lily. Age, 25. Value, 94. Body size, 97. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. That's right. This beautiful anchor is one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, the flirtatious dancer as mentioned by Zhangchen Yu Lily. Zhangchen approved of Yu Lily's 94-point appearance and 97-point figure. After all, she was considered a school beauty. But Zhangchen never expected that the number of Yu Lily's drivers was actually 0. What's going on? Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxuet, and Lu Li, they are all virgins. Now, Yu Lily is the same. Could it be? Among the 7 fairies of Xilan University, except Lu Ruian, the other 6 are all clean and chaste girls? Oh shit. The 4 full years of youth in college. What have I missed? He picked up a second-hand worn-out shoe and treated it as a treasure, but in the end she still ran away with someone else. What a big loss. Oh my god. The host on the other side has such good looks, such a good figure, and such a good temperament. It's simply amazing. Why didn't I realize before that Duya has such a sexy and beautiful female anchor? Ah. Such a sexy and beautiful sister, I love you so much. Brothers, I'm going to the live broadcast room across the street. The beautiful lady on the opposite side can easily kill Tingting in 1 second. A large number of barrages suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. At the same time, many friends from Tingting's live broadcast room swarmed into Yu Lily's live broadcast room. Zhangchen also followed everyone into Yu Lily's live broadcast room. I thought that with Yu Lily's looks and figure, her live broadcast room should be very popular, but when I came in, I saw that there were only a dozen or so friends online. No, there's really no one in your live studio. That doesn't make sense. The anchor is so sexy and beautiful, how could there be no one in the live broadcast room? What's going on? Why is my sister's popularity so low? Isn't at a new anchor who just started broadcasting? Oh my god. He is really a new anchor. The account was just created this morning. Haha. We discovered a new world. Looking at the dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Others don't know the situation, but Zhang Chen knows. As soon as Yu Lily graduated from university, she immediately entered the live broadcast industry. Now that 3 years have passed, how could she be a new anchor who has just started broadcasting? Is this her trumpet? But Zhang Chen doesn't have time to think about these problems now. The PK has already begun, and he must recharge quickly. Fortunately, the black card given by the system has been automatically bound to Zhang Chen's Duya account. Zhang Chen simply entered a string of numbers, then clicked OK, and immediately recharged 100 million into his Duya account. However, recharging is not the same as rewarding, so the system has not given Zhang Chen double the rebate. Zhang Chen must give all the 100 million in bounties to the anchor, not a penny less, in order to get double the rebate to his bank card. Dinosaur carrying wolf. Explosive music sounded in the live broadcast room. Zhang Chen looked up and saw that the PK health bar, which was originally 50-50, had undergone a drastic change in an instant. 1040 to 0. In Tingting's live broadcast room opposite, the one who said, "Fight the tiger tonight," sent out 2 confession fireworks, and Yu Lily's health bar was instantly gone. Thank you, Brother Tiger, for the 2 confession fireworks. Tingting loves you. Pan refill. Tingting stood up with a sweet smile on her face, put her hands on her chest, and made a heart-shaped gesture in a very coquettish manner. Nishin. Tingting, I promise to win, and I won't let you lose. Lao Hu posted a barrage in the live broadcast room opposite. Because it was a special barrage, it was very eye-catching. The viewers in Yu Lily's live broadcast room could all see it clearly. Coke with ice send out 5 little hearts. Fish that loves to eat cats send out 10 little hearts. Lao Wang next door send out little hearts x 15. Uncle Lee send out little heart x 20. Although Yu Lily's live broadcast room is not very popular, there are still many fans who sent gifts. But these gifts were the cheapest little hearts, 1 cent each, and they only pulled Eulilia's health bar back by about 1 centimeter. Sister Anchor, I can only help you this much. Sister Anchor, are you new to the show? Sister Anchor, the enemy's firepower is too strong, quickly call your big brother. Looking at the various comments floating in the live broadcast room and the small heart gifts sent by netizens, Eulili was stunned for a moment, and soon an expression of gratitude appeared on her face. Thanks for the gifts from Coke with Ice, Fish Who Loves Cats, Mr. Wang Next Door, and Uncle Lee. You guys spent a lot of money. Eulili stood up, bowed slightly to the screen, and then said embarrassedly, sorry, I disappoint you. I don't have a big brother, so I will definitely lose this time. As soon as Eulili said this, another layer of barrage of comments immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. No way? Such a sexy and beautiful female anchor doesn't have a big brother? Sister Anchor, are you kidding me? This is a new account. It just started broadcasting today. It's normal that there is no big brother. That makes sense. No wonder such a beautiful female anchor has no popularity in her live broadcast room. Big brother, come quickly and save our anchor sister. Time passes by every second. Eulili's PK health bar didn't change at all. Tingting didn't give any more gifts except for 2 confession fireworks. Despite this, Tingting still had the overwhelming momentum, making Eulili breathless. Tingting seemed to think that she had already won the PK, and she actually celebrated in advance. She was even discussing with fighting the tiger tonight what kind of punishment Eulili should complete. On the other hand, Eulili's live broadcast room was deserted. The viewers also seemed to think that Eulili was bound to lose this PK, and they all tacitly shut their mouths and stopped posting comments in the live broadcast room. However, at this moment, a series of gift special effects floated up in Eulili's live broadcast room, instantly blinding the eyes of all the viewers. Starry Sky send out confession fireworks x10. Starry Sky send out confession fireworks x10. Starry Sky send out confession fireworks x10. 1 confession firework is equal to 520 yuan, 10 are equal to 5,200 yuan, and 30 are equal to 15,600 yuan. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Chen gave Eulili 15,600 yuan, which directly raised her PK health bar, and in turn suppressed Tingting on the opposite side. Fuck. Big brother is here. That's fucking awesome. Big Star Boss 666. It's reversed. It's actually reversed. I was just saying, how could such a sexy and beautiful female anchor not have anyone supporting her? Look at the female anchor on the other side. Her jaw is about to drop to the ground in shock. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 56, Millions of Gifts. Brother Tiger, the other side has actually started to fight back. Help me quickly, I don't want to lose this PK. Brother Tiger, come on. Moa. Tingting was anxious. Looking at the PK health bar in the opposite live broadcast room, which actually surpassed hers, Tingting immediately acted coquettishly and cutely to her elder brother, begging in a sweet voice. However, the next second, Tingting discovered that the big brother who gave gifts to Eulili was actually the unknown account that she had just banned Manti Angsingchen. Immediately afterwards, the anxious expression on Tingting's face disappeared instantly, and she even breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the account that I banned just now. I fucking thought it was the hostess big brother from the other side who came. It's just a newbie account. He must have been furious after being banned by me, so he just gave a lot of gifts to the female anchor on the opposite side, hoping to make me regret it. Fuck you. This is looking for a sense of existence. Thinking she understood the truth of the matter, Tingting was no longer so anxious. She was seen saying in a coquettish voice in the live broadcast room, Tiger Dad, help me. The other side is going to beat me to death, woo woo. Do you know who is gaining points on the other side? It's the rookie account that I just banned. He obviously doesn't accept you and wants to confront you head on. I have to say that Tingting, a green tea expert, has brought the tea aroma to the highest level. As soon as these provocative words were spoken, Fight the Tiger Tonight immediately became excited. Ha, a rookie account actually wants to use all your wealth to challenge my pocket money? I'm going to teach him a lesson today. After Brother Tiger posted 2 comments, he immediately gave Tingting gifts. Fight the Tiger Tonight send out confession fireworks x10. Fight the Tiger Tonight send out confession fireworks x10. Fight the Tiger Tonight send out confession fireworks x10. Seeing the fireworks effects floating in the live broadcast room, Tingting stood up excitedly, gesturing to Naishin and shouting loudly, "Thank you, Tiger Dad! Tiger Dad is awesome!" However, Tingting was not happy for just a few seconds. Suddenly he realized that his PK health bar did not increase and was still suppressed by Yulily's PK health bar. When I looked closely, I found that the sky full of stars had actually given Yulily another 30 confession fireworks. On Tingting's side, she used 30 confession fireworks tonight while beating the tiger. On Yulily's side, Zhangchen used another 30 confession fireworks. This means that the PK health bars on both sides have increased by the same amount. But Zhangchen had already given Yulily 30 confession fireworks. Therefore, Tingting's PK health bar still cannot catch up with Yulily's PK health bar. Fuck! How dare a rookie like you act like that in front of me? Tonight, De Lao who also discovered the situation on the other side. He quickly sent out a barrage of comments, and then started to give Tingting gifts crazily. Fight the tiger tonight, send out confession fireworks x10. Fight the tiger tonight, send out confession fireworks x10. Fight the tiger tonight, send out confession fireworks x10. Because there are restrictions on the Douya Live broadcast platform, when users give rewards to the anchor, no matter what kind of gifts they can only give a maximum of 10 at a time, but there is no limit on the number of times. So, Zhang Chen and Jinwan De Lao who gave gifts to the anchor, each time in groups of 10, and then one group at a time. Fighting the tiger tonight, after swiping out gifts worth 15,600 yuan again, he thought he had secured the upper hand, and a proud smile appeared on his face. After all, this was just a small PK, and he had already invested more than 30,000 Dragon Country coins, and the opponent was just a rookie. But I hadn't even had a few seconds to laugh while fighting tiger tonight when the health bar of the female anchor on the opposite side caught up again and surpassed Tingting's PK health bar again. Damn it! Are you still challenging me? I recharged 50,000 yuan today, which is enough for an ordinary person's salary for half a year. I'll kill you. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, Fight the Tiger tonight started giving Tingting gifts crazily again. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Until the platform prompts, your balance is insufficient and you cannot send the gift. Tonight, when he was playing Tiger, he realized that his 50,000 yuan had been used up. That's not the point. The point is, the opposing live broadcast room is still gaining points and has no intention of stopping at all, and the PK health bar has far exceeded that of this side. I was dumbfounded when I fought the tiger tonight. Tingting was also dumbfounded. The fans in Tingting's live broadcast room were also collectively dumbfounded. The other side. Yulily's live broadcast room. The screen is full of exploding fireworks effects. Yulily stood up excitedly, her eyes sparkling, and she bowed repeatedly to the camera, shouting, "Thank you, Brother Xingchen, for the confession fireworks. Brother is awesome. Pan refill." Yulily did not make a heart shape with her hands. Instead, she used her thumb and index finger to make a normal small heart shape and gave it to Zhang Chen who was giving her gifts. Certainly. Yulily didn't know that this little white account named A Sky Full of Stars was actually her college classmate Zhang Chen. Yulily's favorability plus 10. Yulily's favorability plus 10. Yulily's favorability plus 10. Zhang Chen was giving out gifts, and when he looked up by chance, he suddenly discovered that Yulily's favorability was rising wildly. In just a short while, Yulily's favorability level rose directly from 0 to 50 points. Damn it! The 7 fairies of Shilin University are all gold diggers. I just gave a few gifts, but the favorability level soared so quickly? Since you like money so much, why don't you find a rich man? The number of drivers is still 0. Are you waiting for a good price? At this moment, Tingting's score has remained unchanged, while Yulily's score has exceeded 100,000 and is still rising rapidly. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Zhang Chen simply stopped sending confession fireworks and instead sent a carnival. 1 carnival equals 3,000 yuan, 10 equals 30,000 yuan, and 30 equals 90,000 yuan. 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups. Zhang Chen spent 1 million yuan on gifts for Yulily in one go, but suddenly he felt his fingers a little sore, so he stopped. Fuck. This boss is really awesome. Boss Xingchen, 666,666. I gave away 1 million gifts in one go. I met a truly rich guy. The Duke on the opposite side was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a little white guy would pin him to the ground and beat him up. It's so exciting. A large number of viewers flocked to Lily's live broadcast room, most of whom came from Tingting's live broadcast room. Everyone witnessed the screen full of gift special effects with their own eyes, and their eyes almost popped out. Right at this moment, the countdown finally reached 0 and the PK ended. Tingting's score was fixed at 51,268 points, and Lily's score was fixed at 100,0275 points. No suspense. Tingting even lost the bitter tea. Seeing this result, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately sent a few comments on the public channel. Manti Angxingchen, at tonight's tiger fight, didn't you say you'd win? You're so shameless with this little money? You're still a fucking duke? It's all show. Manti Angxingchen, at tonight we are going to fight tigers. If you don't have money, don't show off. If you show off, you will be struck by lightning. Manti Angxingchen at Tingting, you are not a good person either. I just told the truth and you banned me from speaking? Manti Angxingchen at Tingting, I am telling everyone loudly now that your breasts are fake, fake, fake. Important things must be said 3 times. Ha 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 ha. Big star boss, awesome beer. Important things have to be said 3 times? I am dying of laughter. Mr. Xingchen is so funny. Boss Xingchen has a great eye. He can tell at a glance that Tingting is faking it. What a great beer. Boss Xingchen, I won't lean on the wall, I will just obey you. Chapter 57, The Grand Duke Escapes. Tingting's live broadcast room. Many netizens were fed up with the arrogant look of, fight the tiger tonight, and when Jiang Chen spent $1 million, they pinned him to the ground and gave him a good beating. So, the netizens gained confidence. Everyone posted barrages of comments, saying, fight the tiger tonight. You can't even beat a little white ship, your dukeship is really useless. Little tiger, you can't do this. Don't come out and pretend to be a big brother with such a small amount of money. It's really embarrassing. Little tiger, are you very angry? Do you want to kick me? Do you want to silence me? You can't beat them in brushing, you can only kick people out and ban them, that's all you can do. Bah! You still have the nerve to look down on others? You are nothing. The live broadcast room was filled with comments, all of which were cursing, fight the tiger tonight. Fighting the tiger tonight also had a bad temper. He started to curse at everyone by posting barrages on the spot. The guys next door. How dare a bunch of poor losers dance in front of me? Even if I lose a PK, I'm still a duke. Who the hell gave you the courage? If you have the guts, open up a duke account and compete with me. Fighting tigers tonight is obviously a moron. He has already caused public outrage but is completely unaware of it and is still blasting the viewers in the live broadcast room. You know, the power of the masses is strong. Fighting tigers tonight, it would have been fine if he didn't post any barrage comments, but after posting this, he was immediately attacked by even more netizens. Fuck. This idiot is actually bragging that he is a duke? I am dying of laughter. The first duke in history to lose to Xia Baiho, he's worse than a dog. Oh my god. What a huge duke. It scared me to death. I finally learned something new today. In his eyes, anyone who doesn't have a duke account is a poor loser. Brother Xingchen hasn't opened the duke account either, is he also a poor loser? Little tiger, according to your logic, you lost to a poor loser, so aren't you even worse than that poor loser? Looking at the screen full of comments cursing fight the tiger tonight, Tingting, who was sitting in front of the camera, had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She never dreamed that just banning a level 0 rookie account would lead to this point. And she finally got a hold of a duke and dreamed of being taken to the sky by him. But the plane crashed before it even took off. Can't the duke beat a little rookie? How is this possible? When did Xiao Bai become so powerful? Tiger Dad, can you help me fight back? Tingting, who was unwilling to give up, mustered up her courage, and with a pitiful expression and a wrong tone, she wanted her tiger brother to help her fight back. However, fight the tiger tonight remained silent. Fight back? He also wanted to fight back. But what should I use to fight? Should I use my own bitter tea seeds? The real identity of fighting tigers tonight is a contractor on a construction site. The 50,000 yuan he recharged today was the project payment he just received. He didn't even pay the workers' wages, but instead transferred the money to Duya's account. He originally wanted to show off on the live streaming platform, but he didn't expect to hit a wall. At this moment, Fight the Tiger Tonight felt like he was slapped hard in the face. His face was burning, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Looking at the screen full of comments cursing him, Fight the Tiger Tonight gritted his teeth and then went offline. Shit. The Grand Duke is offline. Oh my god. He really went offline? The Grand Duke was too embarrassed to stay in this live broadcast room and just ran away. Ho ho ho. The Grand Duke ran away with his tail between his legs. What a bullshit Grand Duke, what a coward. Brother Xingchen, awesome beer. Looking at the latest barrage in the live broadcast room, Tingting quickly clicked on Brother Tiger's homepage and then sadly discovered that the other party was indeed offline. At this moment, Tingting felt like an abandoned young wife. No one loved her, no one protected her, and no one supported her. However, when the netizens found out that Fight the Tiger Tonight had escaped, they immediately directed their attacks at the female anchor Tingting. I've seen many female anchors who lick the boss's ass, but this is the first time I've seen a female anchor as arrogant as you. Doesn't the female anchor like to be muted? I'm laying it on the table. I'm the hater. You can mute me. Brother Xingchen and I agree, you are a fake. You're right, the female anchor's balls are too fake, they're obviously inflated. The female anchor is a fake, please ban her. The female anchor is a fake, please ban her +1. The female anchor is a fake, please ban her +2. The female anchor is a fake, please ban her +10,086. Seeing the screen full of people asking for her to be banned and scolding her for being a fake, Tingting was immediately so angry that she started to cry. Woo. Woo. This live broadcast has ended. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Tingting was so angry that she directly turned off the live broadcast and quickly chose to log off. Lily's live broadcast room. The whole screen was filled with people flattering Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen gave away 1 million in gifts in one PK match. Such a generous brother is rare in the entire Douya live broadcast platform. Suddenly, a netizen posted a comment. Sister Anchor, you are too ignorant, aren't you? Brother Xingchen has given you a gift worth 1 million, why don't you thank him? Lily seemed a little absent-minded. She was seen sitting in front of the camera blankly, with a sadness between her brows, her beautiful eyes were dull and lifeless, and she looked like she was worried about something. Maybe it was because of that barrage. Lily suddenly came back to her senses, immediately put away the expression on her face, forced a smile, and said, "Thank you for your support, Brother Xingchen. Not only did you give me so many gifts, but you also brought me so much popularity. To express my gratitude, shall I dance for Brother Xingchen?" After saying these words, Lily suddenly stood up, as if preparing to dance for Jiang Chen on the spot. However, Jiang Chen quickly sent a barrage of comments. Starry Sky, I want to watch the train rocking. Yes. Sister Anchor, quickly jump and shake the train for Big Star. The train is shaking. Train shake +1. Train shake +2. Train shake +10,086. Looking at the screen full of comments about the same train shaking, Lily's pretty face suddenly blushed. Although she was a little shy, this was Boss Xingchen's suggestion after all, and Boss Xingchen had just given her a gift worth 1 million, so it was reasonable for her to fulfill his wish. Soon, a powerful piece of music sounded in the live broadcast room. Lily followed the music and danced to the train dance with great effort. I have to say, the nickname Jiang Chen gave her flirtatious dancer is so appropriate. During the dance, Lily had a seductive look in her eyes and a charming expression, and occasionally bit her fingers or licked her lips. She really has mastered the word temptation to perfection. Fuck. The host's train shaking dance is really something. Don't say that. Damn, where's my paper? I'm dizzy. Brothers, I'm dizzy, help. TSK, with the host's body, even if she raises 10 or 8 fat boys, they will never starve. I'm so worried that the anchor sister will fall and break into pieces. Chapter 58 Call Me Daddy and You'll Win. Douya live streaming platform. Lily's hot and seductive dance instantly made all the men in the live broadcast room stand up and get their blood boiling. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room went crazy, so dense and rolling like the tide. The atmosphere was extremely high. However, happy times always pass quickly. A few minutes later, Lily finished dancing the train shake. Brother Xingchen, how was my dance? Are you satisfied? Yu Lily was breathing heavily, with a faint blush on her pretty face. She adjusted the camera and then sat back in front of the camera. I have to say, Yu Lily's figure is really domineering. The headlights of the car, tightly wrapped by the base shirt, outlined two extremely full arcs, coupled with the shocking effect brought by the shaking of the train. This kind of explosive visual impact would make even the most serious man unable to remain calm. Starry Sky, very good dance, deserves a reward. Starry Sky send Carnival X10. Starry Sky send Carnival X10. Starry Sky send Carnival X10. Jiang Chen gave Yu Lily 100 rounds of Carnival as soon as they had a disagreement. Explosive special effects immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. Yu Lily, who had just sat back in her chair, suddenly trembled all over, and an expression of shock and excitement appeared on her face again. This is a full 300,000 Dragon Country coins. ISNT brother Xingchen too arrogant? Thank you, brother Xingchen. As if frightened by Jiang Chen's arrogance, Yu Lily began to stutter. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Jiang Chen clearly saw that Yu Lily's favorability increased rapidly again, and finally stopped at 65 points. However, Jiang Chen's focus was not on Yu Lily's favorability. He just quickly edited a comment and sent it out. Starry Sky, call me daddy, I will give you a surprise later. Seeing this comment from Jiang Chen, Yu Lily was slightly stunned, and a layer of charming blush appeared on her pretty face again. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Xingchen. Dad." At this moment, the live broadcast room immediately became lively again. Ah! The anchor sister was taken down by Star Boss. This call of Dad broke my heart. That's fine. If anyone gives me 1.3 million, I'll be willing to call him Dad. If the anchor sister could call me Dad, I would be willing to exchange 3 years of my life for it. The guy above, I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if you work hard to make money for 3 years, you can't make 1.3 million. It hurts, my friend. Looking at the screen full of comments teasing her, Yu Lily's pretty face was always slightly flushed. She bit her lip and asked with a playful tone, "Xingchen Dad, where is the surprise you mentioned? Manti Xingchen, why are you in such a hurry? We have known each other for 7 years. Are you afraid that I will default on my debt?" As soon as Jiang Chen sent out this comment, Yu Lily was stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room also quieted down. No one seemed to have expected that Star Boss and the anchor were actually old acquaintances. But, judging from the host's demeanor, language and expression, it seems that she did not recognize her old friend Xingchen Big Boss. In other words, Big Star deliberately concealed his identity, ran to this live broadcast room in a low-key manner, and secretly gave gifts to his old acquaintances. "Xingchen Dad, who are you? Do we know each other in real life?" Yu Lily's heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit. For some reason, a handsome figure instantly popped up in her mind. "Manti Xingchen, check WeChat, I sent you a message." Swish. Although Yu Lily was still broadcasting live, she quickly picked up her other mobile phone. Soon, Yu Lily saw the WeChat message Jiang Chen had just sent her. "Jiang Chen, my dear daughter, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yu Lily, Jiang Chen, you, the starry sky that just gave me over 1 million gifts, is it you?" Jiang Chen, nonsense. Besides Dad, who else would love you so much? Yu Lily. Jiang Chen, hee hee. Are you satisfied with this surprise? Yu Lily, satisfied, very satisfied. Emoji, laughing. Yu Lily never expected that the star boss who suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room was actually Jiang Chen, whom she had been secretly thinking about for 2 days. Why have you been secretly thinking about it for 2 days? Just the day before yesterday, Su Yao announced in front of a group of her girlfriends that anyone who was willing to be Jiang Chen's concubine would be given 5 million. If Yu Lily said she wasn't tempted, she must be lying. But in the past 2 days, Yu Lily's live broadcast career encountered a change. A bunch of troubles followed one after another, making her very annoyed. Therefore, she had no time to join Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, before she went to find Jiang Chen came to her first. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Yu Lily's favorability +5. Jiang Chen could see it clearly through the live broadcast room. After Yu Lily learned his true identity, her favorability rating soared again, reaching 80 points directly. Damn it! Yu Lily is a gold digger. Does she worship money but also look down on other people? If I wasn't the super handsome Jiang Chen, her favorability wouldn't have risen to 80 points? Money worship plus appearance lover. Is this Yu Lily's attribute label? Yu Lily, Jiang Chen dad, please take care of me, woo woo. I'm almost at my wit's end. Looking at another WeChat message sent by Yu Lily, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly replied to her with a WeChat message. Jiang Chen, just now in the live broadcast room, I saw you with a sad face, and I guess that you must have encountered some difficulties. Yu Lily, yes, I did encounter difficulties. Jiang Chen, since you call me dad, tell me, how can I help you? Yu Lily, dad, can you lend me 5 million? Emoji, pitiful. Jiang Chen, if I give you 10 million gifts, how much money can you get? Yu Lily, 5 million. Jiang Chen, let us go and have a PK. Yu Lily? After Jiang Chen sent the last WeChat message, he immediately switched out and entered Yu Lily's live broadcast room again. However, Yu Lily seemed to have not reacted yet and was still sending WeChat messages to Jiang Chen. Yu Lily, dad, do you mean to give me a gift worth 10 million? Yu Lily, dad, you are kidding, right? Yu Lily, dad? Are you still there? Perhaps because she could not get a response from Jiang Chen on WeChat, Yu Lily quickly put down her phone, then sat up straight in front of the camera in the live broadcast room, and quickly looked at the barrage of comments on the screen. Just at this moment, a barrage of comments passed by Yu Lily's eyes. A sky full of stars, let us go PK, we guarantee you will win. When Yu Lily saw this comment, her eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately started shouting excitedly. Xingchen dad, I love you so much. Moa. Let's go PK. Chapter 59 The Emperor Arrives. Yu Lily's live broadcast room. Jiang Chen was already prepared to give out gifts crazily. After all, he had 100 million in bounties, and this money could only be used to reward the anchor and could not be spent on himself. Rather than letting others get a bargain, it would be better for Yu Lily to get a bargain. After all, Yu Lily is Su Yao's best friend and Jiang Chen's intended lover, so just consider it as giving her a little benefit in advance. Swish! At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in the live broadcast room, and a dazzling emperor word lit up. Prosperous times, Mr. Qianxi, enter the live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, a big shot with the title of emperor and aristocrat entered Yu Lily's live broadcast room. Lily, it's quite lively here. As soon as this big guy entered the live broadcast room, he immediately sent a barrage of comments. The barrage of comments sent out by the emperor and noble titles are all shining with gold and very eye-catching, making it difficult for people not to notice them. At this moment, the live broadcast room fell silent. The netizens seemed to be shocked by the aura of this big man. Not to mention anything else, just to open the title of Emperor Noble, it will cost 200,000 Dragon Country coins. Looking at the entire Duya live broadcast platform, including the Big Brother accounts of those guilds, the number of emperors can be counted on one's fingers. It can be said that every emperor account is a big shot on the list of the richest people. That's not the point. The point is, even in the rooms of the second-tier big anchors on the platform, the emperor is rarely seen, but Yu Lily is just a new anchor and her account was only opened this morning. How could the emperor suddenly come to her live broadcast room? Oh shit. This female anchor is about to take off. As long as you can cling to the emperor's thigh, you will definitely become rich in the future. Just when everyone thought that Yu Lily would warmly welcome the emperor, unexpectedly Yu Lily frowned and her face instantly turned cold. Quiet. The live broadcast room was silent. The atmosphere is a bit weird. At this moment, the emperor sent another barrage. Lily, why don't you welcome my old friend? After this barrage was posted, almost all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Good job. I didn't expect that this emperor was an old acquaintance of the female anchor. In front, there was a domineering star boss who gave the female anchor millions of gifts, and behind him came a very pretentious emperor boss. Both bosses are old acquaintances of the female anchor. Who exactly is this female anchor? Could it be that this account is the female anchor's secondary account, and her primary account is actually that of a top internet celebrity? I'm sorry, I don't know you well, and you are not welcome in my live broadcast room. What surprised everyone was that Yu Lily wanted to drive the emperor out as soon as she opened her mouth, and her tone was cold. Oh shit. This is the emperor. As a host, don't you just rely on the tips from these big guys to make a living? Now you are driving out the emperor and all the bigwigs, don't you want your job anymore? Swish. Swish. At this moment, the Emperor sent out 2 comments in a row. Everyone come and take a look. This anchor is not even welcomed by the former number 1 on the list. She is an ungrateful person. I advise everyone to leave immediately. This kind of anchor is not worthy of your support. Be careful, one day she will eat you up until not even a bone is left. Quiet. The live broadcast room was completely silent. All netizens stopped posting comments. It seemed that everyone smelled the scent of a big melon and was quietly watching the follow-up of the incident. Lily's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She bit her lips tightly, with a look of disgust on her face. Master Qian, you are really well informed. I opened a new account this morning. My live broadcast room just gained some popularity, and you rushed over. Are you going to kill me all and leave me no chance of survival? As soon as Lily said this, golden barrages soon appeared on the public channel of the live broadcast room. You're already a live streamer, why are you still pretending to be pure in front of me? I was so good to you in the beginning. I gave you nearly 2 million gifts and used a lot of the guild's resources to make you a second-tier anchor. I've given so much for you, how do you repay me? I'm giving you one last chance now. As long as you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll lift my ban on you and you won't have to pay the guild contract penalty. I can even make you a top anchor. Oh shit. Big melon. It is indeed a shocking piece of news. At this moment, there was not a single comment from the viewers in the live broadcast room, only the comments from the Emperor kept pouring out. All the viewers were immersed in the atmosphere of eating melons, quietly watching the trivial things between the Emperor and the female anchor. It is not difficult to guess from the conversation between the female anchor and the Emperor that the Emperor fell in love with the female anchor and wanted to have a kiss with her, but the female anchor obviously did not want to, so the two had a falling out. But isn't this what the live streaming industry is like? I don't know how many female anchors have unclear relationships with their top anchors. After all, the money of the number 1 guy on the list didn't come from the wind. People paid money but got nothing in return. No matter who is in this situation, no one would be happy. Master Qian, I admit that you gave me a lot of gifts. I am very grateful and respect you very much. But I really can't agree to your request. I have already promised that I will return all the gifts you gave me without a cent less, and I will also compensate you without a cent less for the liquidated damages for my termination of the contract with the guild. What else do you want from me? As soon as Lily said this, the Emperor was instantly angered. I saw a series of golden barrages floating out, and the word anger was filled between the lines of each barrage. You stinky bitch. What do I need from you? I can lift you up, but I can also crush you to death. Fuck you. Why do you have to argue with me? What good will this do you? I'll give you one last chance. If you still reject me, don't blame me for being cruel. Looking at the comments from Prosperous Times 4th Master Qian, Lily's expression froze, and she said indifferently, 4th Master Qian, you have a family, and your son is already in high school. Do you still want me to be your mistress? Don't say you only gave me 2 million worth of gifts. Even if you gave me 20 million worth of gifts, I would never agree to you. Crash. At this moment, the live broadcast room, which had been quiet for a long time, finally became lively. The netizens who were originally watching the show quietly seemed to be unable to hold it anymore. What the hell? Let the anchor be a mistress? Oh my god. Are all the big guys playing so extravagant nowadays? Even if the number 1 guy on the list wants to see the female anchor, it has to be consensual, right? Forcing someone to be a mistress is a bit shameless. His son is already in high school, so this Emperor must be at least 40 years old, right? No wonder the female anchor is unwilling. Jiang Chen finally figured out the whole story. No wonder Lily looked so worried at first, but later when she found out about Jiang Chen's identity, she asked for a loan of 5 million. It turns out it was all thanks to this guy. Damn. You only spent 2 million on gifts and you want to take Lily for yourself? Do you dare to touch the woman that this young master has chosen? Manti Angxingchen at Qian Sai, what the hell are you? Get out of here right now, stop barking like a dog and disturbing everyone's mood. After Jiang Chen posted this comment, the live broadcast room immediately became quiet. Lily also saw this comment. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and the gloom on her face disappeared in an instant. Her long eyelashes began to tremble, her breathing became disordered, her heartbeat quickened, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. This expression is like a long-lost daughter who suddenly found her biological father. I was ecstatic, excited, and nervous, and a little afraid to go forward to recognize my relatives, but in my heart I really wanted my dad to kiss me, hug me, and lift me up. This is the feeling of having someone to back you up. A child without a father is like a weed, a child with a father is like a treasure. Chapter 60, Stop talking, just fight if you don't agree. How dare you talk to me like that, you little bastard? Do you think that just because you beat away a little duke, you can be arrogant in front of me? I'm telling you, I only need one finger to crush you to death. Prosperous times Mr. Qianxi only knew that Zhang Chen had driven away a duke, but didn't know that Zhang Chen had just given away 1,000,000 gifts. In his opinion, Zhang Chen was just a rookie who hadn't even obtained a noble title. How awesome could he be? However, he ignored Zhang Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to jump out and point at his nose and curse in public. Mr. Qianxi, whose mood was already extremely bad, exploded instantly. The guy next door. You just beat a duke away, and you think you're a big shot? Go ask Lily yourself, how many dukes have I driven away before? How many princes have I driven away? How many kings have I driven away? Since you don't accept it, fine. I'll give you a chance. Let's have a fight, do you dare? Prosperous times Mr. Qianxi sent several comments in a row, but before Zhang Chen could respond, Yu Lily spoke first. Master Qian, are you sure you want to have a fight with my father Xingchen? Quiet. The live broadcast room was silent. Mr. Qianxi did not send any comments for a long time, as if he was stunned by Yu Lily's call of Xingchen dad. Xingchen, dad? Damn, it's from next door. How could she? How can she call someone else daddy? I spent nearly 2 million on gifts for her, but I never received such treatment. Why should that boy enjoy such treatment? Splash. Bitch. Trash. Fuck you. Yu Lily's words Xingchen dad were like a sharp dagger that stabbed into Fourth Master Qian's heart. Jealousy made Mr. Qianxi lose his mind in an instant. It feels like I've received a big green hat. Fourth Master Qian was almost driven crazy. You stinky cousin, you actually called someone else daddy? Well, just wait and see how I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Looking at the comments from Fourth Master Qian, Yu Lily curled her lips in disdain, and then deliberately said in a coquettish tone, Xingchen dad, someone wants to bully me, I'm so scared. Yu Lily's charming and soft voice, seductive expression, and sexy eyes immediately caused the live broadcast room to be flooded with comments. Fuck. The host's voice made me stand up. That voice, that look, that expression. Damn. Where's my paper? Is the anchor a reincarnated vixen? This is too provocative. I can't stand it anymore, my heart is about to melt. Ah. Don't be afraid, anchor. Big Star will definitely protect you. Not to mention the viewers in the live broadcast room, even Zhang Chen was shocked. Although Yu Lily is not as charming as Su Yao, not as cool as Zhao Sherman, not as cold as Lin Qingxue, not as sexy as Lu Li. But she combines the characteristics of 4 golden flowers, a little charming, a little sassy, a little cold, and a little naughty. Depend on. 1 is worth 4. This woman, I'm determined to get her. Nanti Xingchen at Mr. Qianxi, what are you barking about? Don't you want to have a fight with me? Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you, a poor bastard, see what it means to give gifts. Shengsher Mr. Qianxi at Nanti Xingchen, you little bastard, how dare you act so high and mighty in front of me? I will teach you how to behave in a moment. Nanti Xingchen, don't just bark like a dog, come here if you have the guts. Prosperous times Fourth Master Qian, okay. You just wait for me. After Qianxi sent out his last comment, he immediately left the live broadcast room. Yu Lily breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but the next second, a look of worry appeared on her face. Dad Xingchen, this Fourth Master Qian is the vice president of Shengsher Guild. He can mobilize the funds of the entire guild. When you confront him head on later, be careful. Hearing Yu Lily's worried words, Zhang Chen laughed disdainfully. Not to mention that Zhang Chen has 100 million in bounties, he still has more than 550 million in his China Merchants Bank black card. Even after using up the 100 million in bounties, he will receive 200 million in cash back. With this calculation, the funds Zhang Chen can mobilize are as high as more than 850 million. Damn it! Looking at the entire Douya live broadcast platform, even the boss ranked first on the rich list has not yet exceeded 50 million in cumulative rewards. If he loses, Jiangchen can take his head off and kick it like a ball. Manti Angxingshan, don't worry, even if 10 more emperors come, I can easily destroy them. Crash. After Jiangchen posted this comment, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. Boss Xingchen, do you really want to fight that emperor just now? Boss Xingchen, I've made a budget for you. If you want to fight Boss Emperor head-on, you'll need to prepare at least 2 or 3 million. The host just said that the emperor is the vice president of the Shengshi Guild and can mobilize the funds of the entire guild. I don't think 2 or 3 million can be taken. In my opinion, we need to prepare at least 5 million in funds. I just took a look at the list of super rich people. Mr. Qianxi is ranked 27th, and the accumulated reward amount has reached more than 8 million. He is definitely a super rich man. Looking at the barrage of comments flying all over the screen, Zhang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was actually speechless. What? Number 27 on the rich list only earned more than 8 million? That's it? It's nothing. Manti Angxingshan, thank you for your concern, it's just over 8 million, this little money is not enough for me to buy a sports car. In short, life and death are indifferent, just fight if you don't agree. Just over 8 million. So more than 8 million is just a small amount of money in your eyes? Not even enough for you to buy a sports car? Boss, do you want to listen to what you are saying? May I ask, which super wealthy family are you from? As soon as Jiang Chen's comments came out, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and even Yu Lily showed a look of shock on her face. But Yu Lily thought about it and realized that Jiang Chen's car was a Ferrari LaFerrari, which was worth 22.5 million yuan and was even sold for more than 30 million yuan on the black market. More than 8 million yuan is still not enough to buy this luxury supercar. Swish. At this moment, Yu Lily received a connection request from an anchor. The host Little Wildcat wants to compete with you. Looking at this familiar ID name, a hint of disgust flashed across Yu Lily's eyes, but she still clicked to accept the connection. Soon. The screen of the live broadcast room is divided into two. On the left is Yu Lily's live broadcast room, and in the room on the right, a very charming female anchor appears. Hey! Isn't this Lily from our guild? You are quite brave. You actually dare to challenge the fourth master's authority? I heard that a big brother came to your house and helped you drive away a duke. How awesome! You don't think that he can protect you? Oh my! I'm dying of laughter. The female anchor, whose ID is Little Wildcat, has a pointed face and wears heavy makeup, looking very much like the snake spirit in the cartoon Calabash Brothers. As soon as the connection was made, she started to make sarcastic remarks to Yu Lily and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. There are 4 words engraved on his face: I am a splashing man. Lily, come to think of it, I have to thank you. If you hadn't fallen out with the fourth master, I wouldn't have had the chance to become his goddaughter. If you ask me, you should just obey the fourth master. As long as you serve the fourth master well, you won't be able to rise to prominence. How about it? Do you want to consider my suggestion? As long as you nod, I will definitely plead for you in front of the fourth master. Chapter 61 Crazy. The Emperor was beaten. Yu Lily's live broadcast room. All kinds of barrages floated out. What the hell? What kind of creature is that? It scared me. What the hell is this makeup? It looks like a ghost. It turns out that the fourth master has such strong tastes. You don't understand what the guy above is saying. As long as a woman turns off the lights, it's all the same. The key is to satisfy her cravings. I guess the host on the other side must be doing well. Doing well is half the battle. Ha ha. The guy upstairs, you know a lot. Amid the chaotic comments from netizens, the PK officially kicked off. The moment the war song sounded, Jiang Chen immediately pressed his finger on the screen of his mobile phone and started clicking continuously frantically. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. As Jiang Chen was swiping through the gifts, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. What kind of crappy restrictions did the Douya live streaming platform come up with? Can I only give 10 gifts at most at a time? How many times do I have to click to get all the 100 million rewards? Can't we have a one-click gift-giving system where you can just enter a number to determine how much money you want to give as a gift? This broken platform will go bankrupt sooner or later. Seeing that the PK had just begun, Jiang Chen had already given hundreds of thousands of gifts. Yu Lily immediately stood up excitedly. Thank you for the support, Dad Xingchen. Xingchen Dad, Lily loves you. Pan refill. This time, Yu Lily was so bold as to make an IXIN gesture. The charming eyes, the slightly flushed face, the action of biting lips, and the charming smile at the corner of the mouth. Even through the phone screen, Jiang Chen could smell a strong itchy odor. Damn! If you marry a woman like this, your kidneys will become useless sooner or later. Fortunately, Jiang Chen drank the enhancing potion and gained infinite energy, infinite firepower, and infinite physical strength, becoming the legendary perpetual motion machine. Little slut, easy to control. I'll fight 100 of them. Quack. The other side. The live broadcast room of the little wildcat. Seeing his health bar being destroyed in an instant, the little wildcat was not panicked at all, and even showed a hint of disdain on his face. Because not only is Qian Sai in charge of her live broadcast room, but Sai has also mobilized the entire guild's working funds to clearly support her in winning this PK. Fourth Master, look. The other side actually opened fire first without knowing what's good for them. They simply don't take you seriously. As soon as the little wildcat said this, a golden barrage of comments quickly floated out in the live broadcast room. Humph! How dare a little bastard like you, who doesn't know his place, to jump around in front of me? Just wait and see how I beat him to death. The next second, cool special effects lit up in the little wildcat's live broadcast room. Prosperity Mr. Qiansai, giveaway Super Carnival X10. Prosperity Mr. Qiansai, giveaway Super Carnival X10. Prosperity Mr. Qiansai, giveaway Super Carnival X10. Seeing Fourth Master Chen take action, and that he took out 30 carnivals at once, the little wildcat immediately shouted excitedly, Fourth Master is so powerful. All the family members should follow Fourth Master's footsteps, charge. I am the Fourth Master of the society. I am a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Fourth Master 666. Fourth Master Nyo Beer Crass. Kill the little bastard on the opposite side. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the little wildcat immediately became lively. Looking at the screen full of special effects of carnival gifts, an idea emerged in everyone's mind. The Fourth Master acted so tyrannically. Isn't it as easy as killing a chicken to kill the little guy on the opposite side? There is no suspense in this PK at all. Easy to get. However, at this moment, the little wildcat suddenly widened its eyes, opened its mouth, and an expression as if it had seen a ghost appeared on its face. Because the Fourth Master's fierce attack just now did not bring up her health bar, the opponent's health bar was still suppressing her health bar. What's going on? The Fourth Master just gave away gifts worth hundreds of thousands. Why didn't the health bar catch up? Could it be that the other party also gave out hundreds of thousands of gifts in one go? What the hell? What's going on? The Fourth Master was firing on all cylinders, with so many little gifts to help him, yet he was still being suppressed by the opponent? Oh my god. What kind of immortal figure is on the other side? This is crazy. The star boss on the opposite side has been continuously brushing carnivals. In just a short while, he has already given away more than 100 carnivals. Fuck. Is Xingchen boss so powerful? There was a lot of amazement in the live broadcast room of the little wildcat. Many people discovered this horrifying fact and could not suppress their curiosity, so they flocked to the live broadcast room opposite to find out what was going on. However, as soon as everyone entered Yu Lily's live broadcast room, they saw carnival special effects bombarding the room one after another. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Starry Skysend Carnival X10. Boss Xingchen was like sprinkling water, maintaining a very fast speed, brushing the carnival crazily, with no intention of stopping at all. 100 rounds, 200 rounds, 300 rounds. Looking at the carnival special effects exploding all over the screen of the live broadcast room, everyone's heads were buzzing. Fuck. Did I see it wrong? Xiao Bai is so powerful? Xiao Baihao attacked the emperor and even beat him? Brothers, am I dazzled? Boss Xingchen, you are so confused. You have to become an emperor noble first, and then you can get a rebate by giving gifts. The above poster, you have a narrow mind. Xingchen boss has already earned 1 million, would he care about that little bit of rebate? Boss Xingchen, Nyobi crass. Washington, you have redefined the image of a super rich man in my mind. Countless barrages of comments were flooding the screen like a tide, and the onlookers were filled with excitement and passion. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also exploded to the extreme. At this moment, Lily had her eyes wide open, covering her mouth, staring blankly at the carnival special effects that filled the screen, and she stood there in a daze. Ah! So many carnivals! Jiang Chen's father is really domineering. If I had known Jiang Chen was so rich, I should have snatched him from Ruian at all costs when I was in college. But it's not too late now. Since you have already acknowledged Jiang Chen as your father. Once a father, always a father. Hiss. Lily took a deep breath, and then shouted in a trembling voice in the live broadcast room, Xingchen Dad, I love you so much. Moa. In just a short while, Lily's score changed drastically. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. The carnival that Jiang Chen created never stopped. All the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but widen their eyes, open their mouths, hold their breath, stare at the mobile phone screen, and their hearts beat like drums. So awesome. So awesome. So fucking arrogant. Fourth Master Qian had just earned 2 million, but Big Boss Xingchen had already earned 4 million, twice as much as the other party. The Emperor was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard by a rookie? This scene is simply unimaginable. Fuck, and I'm Allah next door. Fourth Master Qian stared at the health bar in the live broadcast room, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. But he found that no matter how many gifts he gave, he could never catch up with the opponent's score. The other side seemed to be on drugs, the score was rising rapidly, with no sign of stopping at all. At this moment, Mr. Qianxi suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. How so? The guy on the opposite side is just a newbie, how could he possibly get so many gifts? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Oh shit. The opponent's score is almost over 5 million, and they haven't stopped yet? It's over. If this trend continues, I'm going to capsize in the gutter today. Chapter 62, Spending 10 million. It's almost noon. The Douya live streaming platform suddenly became a sensation. Broadcast across all platforms, the constant stream of carnival announcements has made viewers in every live broadcast room excited. One carnival is equal to 3,000 Dragon Country coins. It's equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary white-collar worker. However, the carnival announcements broadcast on all platforms appeared in waves like a sprinkler truck. What's going on? There are no activities, no competitions, and it is not the prime live broadcast time. Why are there so many carnival announcements? Oh shit. This must be a fight between the gods. So what are you waiting for? Hurry over and watch. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless spectators rushed to the live broadcast rooms where the two teams were competing against each other. The live broadcast room of the Little Wildcat. Seeing that his score had exceeded 4 million, the Little Wildcat's face was filled with excitement and excitement. That is 4 million. Although she signed a contract with Shengshi Guild, these gifts had to take into account the commissions of the platform and the guild, and also deduct taxes. But even so, she can at least get more than 1.5 million. Fourth Master is awesome. Fourth Master is so domineering and majestic. I love you so much. Don't stop. Keep on voting and kill the other side. The little wildcat with shining eyes has jumped up from the chair and is so excited that he can't close his legs. However, the score was rising, but suddenly it stopped. The carnival special effects that just filled the screen also came to an abrupt end at this moment. Fourth Master, why did you stop? Come on. Fourth Master, don't be a coward, just kill the enemy. Master C, don't even think about stealing the tower. The enemy's firepower is so strong, we don't have a chance to steal the tower at all. Fourth Master, please fight back quickly. It's getting so frustrating. Everyone stop shouting. The other side has already broken through 6 million, how can we catch up? Quiet. The live broadcast room of the Little Wildcat suddenly became quiet. Mr. Qianxi was looking at the scrolling comments on the screen, and his teeth were almost broken. Fight back? How to fight back? He had taken out all the guild's liquid funds and gave them to the Little Wildcat without leaving a single cent. However, there is no hope of winning. How so? How can a newbie on the other side get so many gifts? How could a big shot like me, who was ranked 27th on the rich list, actually lose? And he lost to a rookie account? Shame. What a shame. Are you trying to play the pig and eat the tiger game with me? Oh my god. I've joined your fairy board. You Lily's live broadcast room. The screen is full of carnival special effects, still bombarding like water. All the viewers in the live broadcast room widened their eyes and stared at the health bars of both hosts without blinking. Ha! The opponent's score hasn't changed. Oh my. The other side is out of ammunition and food, and can't move anymore. The Emperor on the other side is really awesome. He earned 4 million in one go. But our star boss is even more awesome. He's already earned over 6 million. Emperor? That's it? Ha 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 ha. The Emperor got taken down. It's so fucking cool to watch. Although the opponent's score has stopped, Zhang Chen is still brushing the carnival. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. At this moment, all the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't remain calm. Boss Xingchen, the other side has surrendered, why don't you stop? Yeah. The opponent only has 4 million points, and we have already broken 8 million. We don't have to worry about having our tower stolen. No way, Xingchen boss is still brushing? Is this going to break 9 million? Oh my god. Big Star is so cruel and inhumane. Boss, please accept my knee. Boss, please accept my knee. +1. Boss, please accept my knee. +2. I don't know how long it took, but amidst the barrage of comments that were all boss, please accept my knees, Lily's health bar finally stopped rising. When everyone looked at the contribution value of Star Boss on the list, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, open their mouths, and their heads were buzzing. 10 million. Boss Xingchen actually spent a full 10 million. This is a full 10 million. An ordinary person cannot earn this much money even if they work hard for several lifetimes, but it was easily given out by Boss Xingchen. Is it possible that Boss Xingchen has a mine at home? Isn't this too arrogant? Looking at the live broadcast room on the opposite side, Mr. Qianxi only spent 4 million, he was completely crushed. There is no harm without comparison. In front of Boss Xingchen, 4th Master Qian is really just a scumbag. You Lily's favorability +5. You Lily's favorability +5. You Lily's favorability reaches 90. At this moment, Zhang Chen saw that Yu Lily's favorability had risen again, directly reaching 90 points. In other words, Yu Lily has gone from admiration to passionate love, and can unlock any posture. Thank you for your kindness, Father Xingchen. Xingchen Daddy is so awesome. Lily loves you so much. Moa. With tears in her eyes, Yu Lily covered the conspicuous headlights with her hands and bowed deeply to the camera. Zhang Chen, who saw the scene, stretched his sore fingers a little, then quickly typed out a comment. Starry Sky, as long as you are good, Daddy can paint a whole street for you. At this moment, the PK officially ended. What Zhang Chen didn't expect was that a golden light suddenly flashed in the live broadcast room, and Mr. Qianxi actually came to Yu Lily's live broadcast room from the opposite side. You actually played the pig and ate the tiger game with me? Do you think it's glorious to win like this? Seeing this golden comment, Zhang Chen was stunned. This guy was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard by me. He couldn't lose anymore, but he still had the audacity to come over and curse at me? Are you out of your mind? However, before Zhang Chen could fight back, the viewers in the live broadcast room jumped out and launched a fierce abuse against Mr. Qianxi. What the hell is this? As an emperor, you can't even afford to lose? Boss Xingchen spent 10 million and defeated you with his strength. How can it be considered a dishonorable victory? What the hell? The 27th ranked rich man on the rich list won't admit his loss? Master Qian, where is your face? Don't you want it anymore? That's it? Number 27 on the rich list? Why does he feel even more retarded than the idiot in our village? When 4th Master Qian saw the screen full of comments cursing him, he was immediately furious and his old face turned red with anger. He is the vice president of Shengshui Union and ranked 27th on the rich list. When has he ever been scolded like this by a bunch of small fry? Hey, you little brats, how can you talk to your 4th master? However, Mr. Qianxi had just sent out this barrage and was about to send a second barrage when a message alert suddenly appeared on his mobile phone screen. You have been banned by the anchor for 1 year. Fuck. Who are you calling a little brat? Qianxi, I think you are the little brat, your whole family is little brats. The 27th ranked rich man on the rich list? That's it? Why do I feel like he's a moron? He has money to buy gifts here, but he has no money to cure his own brain damage. How pitiful. Ha 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 ha. You're right. Qianxi, take your money and go cure your stupidity. Looking at the screen full of abusive comments, Mr. Qianxi was immediately furious, but he was muted by Yu Lily and couldn't type a single word to respond. Damn, it's spicy next door. A bunch of uneducated brats. I'm going to shark you. And Lily, you stinky bitch, how dare you ban me from speaking? I'm so angry. I'm going to shark you. Chapter 63 The Fifth Gold Worshipping Flower. Yu Lily's live broadcast room. After being severely criticized by his fans, Mr. Qianxi could only leave in shame. After Mr. Qianxi left, the comments in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and the atmosphere was boiling to the extreme. As an emperor, he was scolded by everyone, and he was banned from speaking, so he couldn't fight back. How can you guys normally have such an opportunity? Today I have finally encountered this golden opportunity, so I should open the dictionary and use all the swear words, right? In one word, it's so cool. It was soon noon. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little hungry. Just at this moment, the hotel housekeeper Li Qian, accompanied by two waitresses, walked into the presidential suite pushing a dining cart. Then, Jiang Chen greeted Yu Lily and then left the live broadcast room. After logging out, I found that the number of unread messages on my Douya account had reached 99 plus. There is all sorts of information. Some are kneeling and licking, some are recognizing their adoptive fathers, some are seeking attention, and some are seeking favors. Jiang Chen casually glanced through a few messages and found that they were all full of tea-like language, so he quickly lost interest. But Jiang Chen had just exited the Douya Live app when he received a WeChat message from Yu Lily. Yu Lily, Dad, I will come to you after I have dealt with things here. You can't chase me away then. Emoji, shy. He. Another gold digger has been found. Now the only one missing is the last gold digger, Pigsy Tangro. I'll find a time to ask Tangro out and win her over in one fell swoop, which will be considered as completing the small goal I set before. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and replied to Yu Lily with an okay emoticon. Then he threw his phone aside and walked quickly towards the restaurant. 2 p.m. Shilan First People's Hospital. Jiang Chen came to the door of a high-end single room in the inpatient department, carrying a fruit basket in his left hand and a small password box in his right hand. Through the glass window on the door, Jiang Chen saw Xinxin lying on the hospital bed, staring at the cartoon on TV without blinking, with a sweet smile on her face. Ouch. Not bad. The little girl's spirit and complexion looked much better. In addition to the little girl, there was also a mature and plump woman sitting next to the bed in the room. The woman was wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, and a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet. Her long hair was casually combed into a side ponytail. She looked clean, simple, and generous. I have to say, the woman's figure is really plump. There was originally a cute little cat pattern printed on the white t-shirt, but when it was supported by the woman's 36D headlights, it immediately turned into a huge tiger with bared fangs and claws. The light blue jeans concealed her big, round buttocks, and the tight curves gave her a feeling that they were about to burst at any moment. It is definitely bigger than a peach. Only the Queen Mother's peaches can describe this extremely tempting beauty. Swish. Jiang Chen blinked and immediately opened his mind's eye to the woman. The next second, a line of information appeared in his sight. Name, Bai Qianqian. Age, 30. Appearance, 93. Body size, 96. Big Thunder, 36D. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Crack. Jiang Chen gently pushed the door open and walked in, but this action immediately attracted the attention of Bai Qianqian and Xinxin. Master Jiang? Uncle Jiang. Hearing Xinxin's powerful voice, Jiang Chen's mouth corners immediately rose slightly. Xinxin, Uncle is here to see you. I also brought your favorite strawberries. Jiang Chen walked to the bedside with a smile, then gently placed the fruit basket in his hand on the bedside table. Wow! That's great! I want to eat strawberries. When the little girl heard that there were strawberries, her eyes immediately lit up and she tried to struggle to get out of bed. Whoosh! Bai Qianqian was startled and quickly reached out to support her daughter. But Jiang Chen was quicker than her and grabbed the little girl first, fearing that she would accidentally fall off the bed. Sister Qianqian, did the doctor say Xinxin can eat fruit? Jiang Chen seemed to have done something insignificant. He turned around very naturally and asked Bai Qianqian. Well, you can, but don't eat too much. Bai Qianqian nodded and glanced quickly at Jiang Chen. She didn't know what she remembered, but her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Xinxin, lie down first. Uncle will wash some strawberries for you to eat, okay? Jiang Chen coaxed Xinxin with a gentle voice, and at the same time he couldn't help but raise his other hand and gently touch her little head. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xinxin thanked him obediently and lay back down on the bed. However, her lovely big eyes couldn't help but look at the strawberries in the fruit basket. Mr. Jiang, let me go wash the fruit. You sit for a while. Bai Qianqian walked to Jiang Chen's side, reached out to grab the fruit basket, and then quickly walked towards the bathroom. Jiang Chen smiled and did not compete with Bai Qianqian for washing the fruit. Instead, he sat beside the bed and watched cartoons with Xinxin. About a few minutes later, Bai Qianqian returned to the ward carrying a box of washed strawberries. Wow! Strawberries are here. Mom, would you like to try one too? Uncle Jiang, come and eat with us. The little girl's laughter could be heard in the ward. Xinxin first picked up a strawberry with her little hands and handed it to Bai Qianqian's mouth personally, insisting that she would feed one to her mother no matter what. Then, the little girl picked up another strawberry and fed it to Jiang Chen in the same way. During the whole process, the little girl had a happy smile on her face. Sister Qianqian, why are you the only one guarding the ward today? Where are your parents? I asked them to go home and rest. I will be the only one watching here. Can you handle this by yourself? Xinxin's surgery was very successful, and she recovered very quickly. I can take care of her by myself. I'm still a little worried. How about I hire a nurse for you? Master Jiang, there's no need to hire a nurse. Really? Jiang Chen first chatted with Bai Qianqian for a while, and then watched cartoons with Xinxin for a while. After the cartoon ended, Jiang Chen picked up a storybook from the bedside and told the little girl a few fairy tales. Time passes by every second. After an afternoon of contact, the little girl became closer and closer to Jiang Chen. Finally, she buried herself in Jiang Chen's arms and asked Jiang Chen to hold her and tell her a story. Bai Qianqian sat quietly aside, and seeing Jiang Chen and Xinxin getting along so harmoniously, her eyes became more gentle. It seems that the time is ripe. After Jiang Chen finished telling a fairy tale, he suddenly looked at Xinxin with a smile and asked, Xinxin, Uncle fell in love with you the first time he saw you. Uncle wants to take you as his goddaughter, do you want to? As long as you become my goddaughter, I can buy you strawberries every day. After you are discharged from the hospital, I can take you to the playground and buy you new clothes and toys. After Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian, who was originally peeling fruit with her head down, suddenly raised her head and looked at her daughter, with an expectant and nervous expression on her face. Silence, no words. About a few seconds passed. Xinxin suddenly blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity, and asked, Uncle Jiang, what is a goddaughter? Jiang Chen. Chapter 64, Mother, come with me. In the ward. Jiang Chen sat back on the hospital bed, holding Xinxin in his arms, with a look of uncertainty on his face. Looking at Xinxin's big watery eyes and the innocent expression on her face, Jiang Chen thought about it seriously, then explained softly, a goddaughter is a daughter. As long as you nod, I will be your father from now on. Dad will take care of you, protect you, love you, and care for you. Besides that, Dad will also take care of your mom and protect her. He will never let anyone bully you. As Xinxin listened, her eyes became brighter. Uncle Jiang, do you really want to be my dad? Great. Xinxin finally has a dad. Jiang Chen didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Maybe the little girl lacked fatherly love since she was a child and had always longed for a father. Jiang Chen happened to break into the lives of the mother and daughter and left a very good impression on the little girl. That's why the little girl accepted Jiang Chen so happily. Xinxin, are you going to call me dad now? Jiang Chen touched Xinxin's little head with a doting smile on his face. Dad. The little girl shouted without hesitation, then opened her arms and hugged Jiang Chen tightly, her little head still nodding in his arms. My dear daughter, Daddy loves you. Jiang Chen hugged Xinxin with a smile and turned to look at Bai Qianqian beside him. Unexpectedly. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's eyes had turned red, with a hint of crystal clear tears in her eyes. However, her favorability suddenly increased. Bai Qianqian's favorability +5. Bai Qianqian's favorability +5. Bai Qianqian's favorability reaches 90. Swish. Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand, pulled out a tissue from the paper box on the bedside table, and quickly handed it to Bai Qianqian. Mother, please wipe your tears quickly. Today is a happy day. How can you cry? When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then she burst out laughing. The childless mother? A happy day? These two ambiguous and sensitive words made Bai Qianqian laugh, but also made her blush and her heart beat faster. Bai Qianqian secretly glanced at Jiang Chen's profile, then quickly took the tissue, turned to the side, and wiped her tears quickly. When Bai Qianqian turned around, although there were no tears in her eyes, her pretty face had turned red all the way to her neck. As I said, she is already a mother, but she is still so shy and blushes easily, so cute. I don't know how much time passed. Xinxin fell asleep peacefully in Jiang Chen's arms. After all, the little girl had just had surgery, so it was normal for her to feel sleepy. Jiang Chen carefully placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and leaned over to kiss her little face. The room also became quiet. This superior single room is very spacious. In the middle is Xinxin's bed, next to it is Bai Qianqian's bed, there is a small sofa under the window, and a small coffee table in front of it. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, walked to the window to look at the scenery outside, and then sat down on the soft sofa. Swish! Bai Qianqian followed over and sat down next to Jiang Chen, then picked up an apple from the coffee table and started peeling it. Sister Qianqian, is there enough money for Xinxin's hospitalization? It's enough. You still have quite a bit of money left from the hospital bill you paid last time. After Xinxin is discharged from the hospital, we will take the child to live in Phoenix Villa. Isn't this inappropriate? I am Xinxin's father now. What's wrong with letting Xinxin live with me? Besides, you have to be my housekeeper. I can't let you and your daughter live separately, right? Oh well. Bai Qianqian kept her head down and peeled an apple. Looking from the side, her pretty face was already extremely red, and even her ears were covered with a layer of charming blush. After a while, Bai Qianqian handed the peeled apple to Jiang Chen and said in a very gentle voice, Mr. Jiang, have an apple. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to take the apple and took a bite. Yeah, not bad. Apples peeled by the mother herself are sweeter than other apples. When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian laughed again. I saw her covering her mouth embarrassedly, her eyes curved into two crescents, and the blush on her pretty face became more and more obvious, but the tension in her heart just now also disappeared in an instant. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Chen reached out and held Bai Qianqian in his arms. Bai Qianqian quickly put down the fruit knife in her hand and wiped her hands with a tissue, but she did not dare to touch Jiang Chen with her hands, as if she was worried about dirtying Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen stretched out a hand, lifted Bai Qianqian's chin, and looked at her closely. His fiery eyes seemed to want to devour this single mother on the spot. Bing! Bai Qianqian immediately understood Jiang Chen's eyes. She turned her head away in panic, not daring to look into Jiang Chen's eyes. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red again. Swish! Jiang Chen pinched Bai Qianqian's chin again, forced her head to turn around, and then kissed her red lips without hesitation. At first, Bai Qianqian was still a little reserved, as if she couldn't let go. Before long, Bai Qianqian was getting into the groove. After a while, Bai Qianqian took the initiative to hug Jiang Chen and completely opened her heart. Hug and kiss. Xinxin was still sleeping on the hospital bed, while the child's mother and father were talking and making love beside her. This scene looks very much like the life of a family of three after marriage. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Chen panted, held Bai Qianqian's hot cheek, looked directly into her eyes, and said softly, Mother, it's not convenient here, come with me to the bathroom, okay? Bai Qianqian lowered her head shyly, biting her lips lightly, her long eyelashes trembling all the time. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly picked up Bai Qianqian like a princess and strode towards the bathroom. Bai Qianqian didn't say a word, but just put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and buried her head deeply in Jiang Chen's arms, as if she was so ashamed that she couldn't even raise her head. Certainly. After entering the bathroom, Bai Qianqian squatted in front of Jiang Chen, still too embarrassed to raise her head. Bai Qianqian's favorability +5. Bai Qianqian's favorability reaches 95. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom first. I took a look at Xinxin lying on the hospital bed. The little girl was still sleeping soundly, with only one little foot sticking out from under the quilt. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, walked over and gently tucked Xinxin's little feet back into the quilt, then covered her with the quilt again. As for Bai Qianqian, she was still brushing her teeth in the bathroom. After brushing her teeth, she touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, reapplied a layer of lipstick, and then walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed, playing with his mobile phone, Bai Qianqian's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly again. Swish! Bai Qianqian walked over and sat down next to Jiang Chen, looking at Jiang Chen's profile with gentle eyes. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the phone, but he stretched out a hand and held Bai Qianqian's small hand. Soon, the two of them held hands. Bai Qianqian leaned her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder, with a beautiful smile on the corner of her mouth. After a moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you still want to eat apples? I'll peel another one for you. Sister Qianqian, when no one is around, just call me husband." Ah. Or, call daddy? Husband. Chapter 65, A Date. A super beautiful lady. 5 p.m. Jiang Chen received a WeChat message from Su Yao. Su Yao said on WeChat that she had prepared a gift for Jiang Chen and asked when Jiang Chen would return to the hotel. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Qianqian who was leaning in his arms, then looked at Xinxin who was sleeping on the hospital bed, and then took the small password box that was thrown aside. Sister Qianqian, since Xinxin has acknowledged me as her godfather, I have a gift for her. Jiang Chen opened the password box as he spoke. Swish! When a golden light shone out from the box, Bai Qianqian immediately covered her mouth and a shocked expression appeared on her face. That's right. There are 30 gold bars neatly arranged in the safe. Each gold bar is printed with the China Merchants Bank's logo and the weight of each gold bar. Bai Qianqian just took a quick glance and quickly calculated the value of the gold bars in her mind. There are 30 gold bars in total, each weighing 100 grams, a total of 30,000 grams. According to the current market price of gold, each gram of gold is more than 600 yuan, so the value of this batch of gold bars is about 2 million Dragon Country coins. Master Jiang, this gift is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Bai Qianqian waved her hands hurriedly, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Chen in a very forceful manner. Sister Qianqian, this is a meeting gift from me to Xinxin. It's not for you. You can't decide on Xinxin's behalf and refuse my gift. I'm Xinxin's mother, why can't I make the decision for her? I'm still Xinxin's father, I'll take it on her behalf. After a quarrel between the two, Jiang Chen forcefully stuffed the password box directly into Bai Qianqian's arms. Then, Jiang Chen deliberately put on a serious expression and pretended to be very unhappy and said, Sister Qianqian, what did I tell you just now? You called me Master Jiang again? Quiet. The ward became quiet. Bai Qianqian held the password box awkwardly, a layer of seductive blush appeared on her pretty face, and a hint of shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes. A moment later, Bai Qianqian bit her lip lightly, then lowered her head, smoothed her hair by her cheek, blushed, and said in a very soft voice, Thank you, husband. That's good. Jiang Chen was amused by Bai Qianqian's blushing and shy look, and he couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the face. Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly became even redder. She had grasped the young wife's shy demeanor perfectly. Sister Qianqian, I have something to do tonight, so I can't stay with you and Xinxin in the hospital. It's okay, you go ahead and do your work, I can take care of Xinxin by myself. Well, I'm leaving now. I'll take you there. Although Jiang Chen clearly said that it was not necessary to send it. But Bai Qianqian still sent Jiang Chen out of the ward and helped him tidy up his clothes, just like a young wife seeing her husband off. Hello, sister. My sister is gentle, virtuous, and considerate. My sister knows a lot too. If you pat her head, she will squat down. If you pat her buttocks, she will turn sideways. If you give her an encouraging look, she will immediately know what you want. 5:40 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to the Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had been waiting for him at the hotel entrance. Honey, this is the gift I carefully selected for you. Do you want to open it and take a look? Su Yao handed a small gift bag to Jiang Chen, and then looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for Jiang Chen's praise. Jiang Chen opened the gift bag and found a very exquisite watch box inside with the Vacheron Constantin logo printed on it. There was also an invoice under the watch box. Vacheron Constantin transmission 8276000G9852. 18K white gold, 308 diamonds, sapphire crystal glass, Mississippi alligator leather, priced at 3.07 million. Yes, this gift is quite suitable. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then said to Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, I won't have dinner with you tonight. If you want to eat anything, just ask Butler Lee to arrange it. I'm leaving first. Honey, remember to come back early tonight. Man and I have prepared a big surprise for you. Su Yao quickly gave an instruction with a mysterious smile on her face. Okay, then I'll wait for your surprise. Jiang Chen smiled, then rolled up the window, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away in the Ferrari LaFerrari. 6:20 p.m. Jiang Chen walked into the Wells Western restaurant carrying the small gift bag. Jiang Chen quickly glanced around and soon noticed that there was a mature and beautiful young aunt sitting by the window in front of him on the left. Swish! Jiang Chen walked over and sat opposite the young aunt, while also quickly sizing her up. The woman looked to be only about 27 or 28 years old, but there was a sense of vicissitudes in her eyes that did not match her age. A beautiful face, cold and graceful with a hint of gentleness, gentle and graceful with a hint of intelligence. She has a mature and plump figure, a thin waist and a big butt. A dark blue evening gown paired with a white waistcoat perfectly displayed her extremely attractive and plump curves. None of this is the point. The point is, the woman's figure is absolutely amazing. That pair of extremely dazzling super invincible headlights can definitely press Su Yao to the ground and rub her hard. Judging from the appearance, it is at least 38F, right? She just sat there quietly, but with every breath, the car lights would tremble violently. Such a domineering and majestic Aunt Delay exudes a strong aura of temptation all the time, making every man who sees her unable to help but fantasize. This guy is a walking hormone. A natural-born bubble rack. A big demon that brings disaster to the country and the people. The culprit of all flag-raising ceremonies around the world. Name, Qin Xiaoyu. Age, 37. Value, 97. Body size, 99. Big Thunder, 38F+. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. While Jiang Chen was looking at Qin Xiaoyu was also looking at Jiang Chen. In Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, Jiang Chen looked to be about 25 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and with the temperament of a nobleman. He was far better than the oppas in Korean dramas. Jiang Chen is 183 centimeters tall and has a standard male model figure. A British yuppie-style suit with a black shirt inside, but the top 3 buttons of the shirt are unbuttoned, revealing the platinum clavicle necklace around the neck. In addition, Jiang Chen's handsome face, which was so handsome that it made people breathtaking, always had a naughty smile on the corner of his mouth. In an instant, a cool and handsome aura came towards her, making Qin Xiaoyu's heart beat fast. That's not the point. The point is, when Jiang Chen sat down, he immediately took off his suit jacket, revealing the super stretchy black shirt underneath. Broad chest, strong pectoral muscles, a dog waist, and 8 abdominal muscles faintly visible on the shirt. It's like a walking hormone. A natural clothes hanger. The male god that countless women are crazy about. The most ideal male protagonist in the dreams of all women in the world. Swish. When Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu sat together, all the diners and waiters in the restaurant couldn't help but cast their eyes on their table. A thought subconsciously popped up in almost everyone's mind. What a handsome man. What a beautiful woman. They are simply a perfect match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chapter 66, Telepathy? Wells Western Restaurant. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu looked at each other quietly for a moment. Neither of them spoke. But whether it was Jiang Chen or Qin Xiaoyu, they could see from the other's eyes that she was satisfied with and appreciated them. Simply put, the two of them fell in love with each other. Call. Jiang Chen suddenly revealed a confused expression and looked at Qin Xiaoyu carefully and cautiously, then asked weakly in a tentative tone, "Wife? Is it you?" Phew. Qin Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud. She was 100% sure that Jiang Chen recognized her the moment he walked into the restaurant and saw her. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen walk straight over and sit opposite her so openly? However, Jiang Chen did not follow the conventional way of greeting, nor did he introduce himself. Instead, he used extremely exaggerated acting skills, with exaggerated expressions, movements, demeanor, and tone, and asked timidly and cowardly, "Wife, is that you?" It seemed as if he, the husband, had been abandoned by his wife Qin Xiaoyu for many years. Jiang Chen had grasped the feeling of resentment and grievance perfectly. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was already 37 years old, and her thoughts and emotions are very mature. Moreover, there are countless men pursuing her over the years. What kind of men has she not seen? But this was the first time she met such an interesting boy like Jiang Chen. Plus, she had been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 years. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Impression points, maxed out. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +5. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reaches 85. Honey, it's me. Qin Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, and after saying this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She herself didn't know why she had to cooperate with Jiang Chen and say such a ridiculous line. Maybe it was Jiang Chen's playfulness and humor that directly infected her and made her want to play, so she cooperated with Jiang Chen to do this. Phew. I was so scared, I thought I recognized the wrong person. Didn't you video chat with me? Have you forgotten what I look like so quickly? Oh my. You are even prettier in real life than in the video. It's normal that I didn't recognize you at first. Smooth talk. The originally awkward and solemn atmosphere instantly became relaxed and cheerful after Jiang Chen's disturbance. Although it was the first time for the two to meet, based on their 3 years of online dating, they immediately started chatting happily. Swish. Jiang Chen took out the gift he had prepared and pushed it directly in front of Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "It's our first meeting. This is the gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Qin Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, and a beautiful curve immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't reach for the gift right away. Instead, he picked up a small gift bag from the chair next to him, and then, imitating Jiang Chen's example, pushed the gift bag in front of Jiang Chen. What a coincidence! I also prepared a gift for you. Qin Xiaoyu's smile is very charming, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. She is like a blooming flower, emitting an alluring fragrance all the time. Really? Then I want to see what gift you, the beautiful and domineering female CEO, have prepared for me? Jiang Chen rubbed his hands, like a curious baby, and immediately took the gift bag handed to him by Qin Xiaoyu, then took out an exquisite watch box from it. Well. Watch box? Qin Xiaoyu also prepared a watch as a gift? Jiang Chen held the watch box in a daze, with a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Qin Xiaoyu, who was sitting opposite him, also opened the gift bag that Jiang Chen gave her. Soon, an exquisite watch box appeared in the hands of both of them. The scene suddenly became quiet. It seems like we are really in sync. We even thought of the same thing when buying gifts. Qin Xiaoyu held the watch box in her hands, and after a moment of pause, the smile on her face became even brighter. She opened the watch box, and immediately, a lady's watch inlaid with 308 diamonds came into view. Vacheron Constantin? A women's watch from the Tradition series? This watch is not cheap. As the person in charge of the Qin family and the chairman of the Qin group, how could Qin Xiaoyu not recognize a Vacheron Constantin watch? What surprised her was that the value of this watch was definitely not less than 3 million. How could Jiang Chen, a 25-year-old young man, afford such an expensive watch? Could it be that Jiang Chen is a rich young man? But Qin Xiaoyu had never heard of any wealthy family with the surname Jiang in Xilan City. Even though second and third-rate families did not have anyone with the surname Jiang. Swish. At this moment, Jiang Chen also opened the watch box. In an instant, a men's mechanical watch inlaid with square diamonds came into his sight. Oh my god. This is Patek Philippe? Qin Xiaoyu is so generous. Jiang Chen had seen this watch online before, Patek Philippe Starry Sky Square Diamond 6104 or 001, priced at 4.06 million Longwood currency on the official website. This watch is made of 18K rose gold, sapphire crystal glass, and is inlaid with 22 long step-shaped diamonds. The dial can display the starry sky background, sky map, Milky Way, moon phases, etc. The strap is made of rectangular scale crocodile leather. Good job. Jiang Chen gave Qin Xiaoyu a watch worth 3.07 million yuan, but unexpectedly, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a watch worth 4.06 million yuan. The domineering female president is so arrogant. Swish. Jiang Chen was really not polite at all and put the watch on his wrist on the spot. When Qin Xiaoyu saw this scene, her eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up like AK, completely unable to suppress it. Swish. She also took out her watch and put it on her wrist. I have to say that this lady's watch inlaid with 308 diamonds matches Qin Xiaoyu's temperament very well. Noble, elegant, fashionable, luxurious. Xiaoyu? Why are you here? At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came. Jiang Chen subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walking towards him quickly. The man looked to be in his 40s. Although he had a young man's side-parted Hong Kong-style hairstyle, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were particularly obvious. In addition, he is a little fat. Perhaps he has reached middle age and cannot control his weight gain. He walked quickly to the table with a look of surprise on his face. He stared at Qin Xiaoyu and completely ignored Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him. Mr. Sun, are you having dinner here too? A hint of hidden disgust flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, but she still maintained a polite attitude and nodded slightly at Mr. Sun. Xiaoyu, I have booked a private room upstairs. Would you be so kind as to have dinner with me? Mr. Sun completely ignored Jiang Chen's existence and went straight to the point to invite Qin Xiaoyu. I'm sorry, I'm dating my boyfriend, so I can't accept your invitation. Qin Xiaoyu frowned, with a hint of disgust clearly revealed on her face, and immediately rejected Mr. Sun's invitation. It's okay, you can call your friends along too. Huh? Wait. Xiaoyu, what did you just say? You said, he's your boyfriend? You're dating? Mr. Sun seemed to be a little brain-dead. Qin Xiaoyu had explained it so clearly, but he still suspected that he had heard it wrong. I guess you couldn't imagine that Qin Xiaoyu, the beautiful female president who has been single for many years, suddenly has a boyfriend? Mr. Sun, let me introduce you to the gentleman sitting opposite me. He is my boyfriend, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is the general manager of Tianhong Group, Sun Haitao, President Sun. Chapter 67, Brat, Pretty Aunt. Wells Western Restaurant. Jiang Chen stood up confidently and extended a hand towards Sun Haitao. It turns out to be Mr. Sun. I have heard of you for a long time. After meeting you today, I can see that Mr. Sun is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen's tone was quite frivolous when he spoke, and the expression on his face was as perfunctory as it could be. Nonsense. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this old man was targeting Qin Xiaoyu. Since he is a love rival, why should we give him face? In one word, just do it. Who are you? Sun Haitao did not shake Jiang Chen's hand. Instead, he stared and glared at Jiang Chen, as if his wife had been robbed and his head was covered with jealousy. Facing Sun Haitao's questioning mixed with anger, Jiang Chen calmly withdrew his hand and replied seriously, I am your father. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Sun Haitao suddenly flew into a rage, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Hey! Mr. Sun, is your ear healed? Then you have to thank me. When Jiang Chen said this, Sun Haitao was stunned. He just looked at Jiang Chen stupidly and asked, What do you mean, little bastard? Boss Sun, aren't you deaf? My girlfriend has already introduced me once. My name is Jiang Chen and I'm her boyfriend. But you're deaf and couldn't hear me at all. Why did you ask me who I am again? Now that I have cured your ears and you are no longer deaf, shouldn't you thank me? Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. But after a brief silence, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's laughter, Sun Haitao finally realized that Jiang Chen was playing tricks on him like a monkey. You. Just when Sun Haitao couldn't help but want to lose his temper, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly scolded him in a cold voice, Sun Haitao, it is very impolite to disturb others' meals. I advise you to stop and don't make me angry. Xiaoyu. Sun Haitao immediately turned his head and looked at Qin Xiaoyu with astonishment, as if he had never dreamed that Qin Xiaoyu would be so partial to Jiang Chen. However, there is no most heartbreaking, only more heartbreaking. Qin Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows and said in an even colder tone, Sun Haitao, our relationship is just that of ordinary friends. You are not qualified to call me Xiaoyu. Please call me by my full name from now on, or call me President Qin. I don't want my boyfriend to have any unnecessary misunderstandings. Quiet. The scene fell into silence again. Sun Haitao's face turned red and white, with purple in the white and black in the purple, then black and green. In short, this old man's face was as ugly as it could be when he was insulted by Qin Xiaoyu in public. Seeing Sun Haitao still standing there, he looked unwilling to give in. Qin Xiaoyu lost her patience and ordered them to leave. Boss Sun, do you need me to say it again? I still want to have dinner with my boyfriend. Please don't disturb us here. Upon hearing this, Sun Haitao's face became even uglier. He just gritted his teeth, glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, then turned around and walked away without saying a word. After Sun Haitao left, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and asked curiously, "Sister, is this silly old man your suitor?" Xin Xiaoyu nodded generously, and then added, "I don't have any feelings for him, but he is like a fly, I can't drive him away no matter how hard I try, it's very annoying." Ha ha. So your suitor is a man of this quality? What do you mean, little brat? I mean, your charm is too great. You can charm anyone from 80 to 8, young and old, even the most ugly ones. Are you praising me or insulting me? Ha, of course I'm praising you. Time passes by every second. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu became happier the more they talked. Maybe it was because Qin Xiaoyu called Jiang Chen a bad boy. Jiang Chen immediately retaliated and called Qin Xiaoyu anti-pretty with a sly smile on his face. This made Qin Xiaoyu feel embarrassed. She picked up a piece of steak with a fork and stuffed it into Jiang Chen's mouth, telling him to shut up. That's all. The dinner was spent in a pleasant atmosphere. When Qin Xiaoyu walked out of the restaurant holding Jiang Chen's arm, both of them had flushed faces and seemed to be slightly tipsy. Swish. Jiang Chen took out the car keys and thought in his mind, should he send Qin Xiaoyu home or take her directly to a hotel to get a room? Result. Qin Xiaoyu snatched the car keys and put them back into Jiang Chen's pocket, then said with a smile, "Don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking." Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, "Then should I call a designated driver?" After saying this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari today, which only had 2 seats. If he asked a designated driver to drive, there would be only 1 seat left, which would not be enough for both him and Qin Xiaoyu. "Let's go walk around the neighborhood, just take a stroll." Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "After taking a walk, I will be almost sober, and then I can come back and drive." Okay. Jiang Chen nodded without thinking. It was still early and taking a walk would help digestion. Next. Qin Xiaoyu held Jiang Chen's arm, and the two of them walked slowly along the street. As they walked, they actually passed by a video game arcade. Through the door of the video game arcade, you can see all kinds of simulation machines inside, including claw machines, dancing machines, jukeboxes, game consoles, boxing machines, basketball machines, etc. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and pulled Qin Xiaoyu into the video game arcade. Clatter. Jiang Chen was seen scanning the code at the coin vending machine and buying 200 yuan worth of game coins, and then he pulled Qin Xiaoyu to the claw machine area. "Aunt Xiao, let's see who can catch more dolls tonight." Jiang Chen divided the game coins into 2 parts, put them into 2 small plastic bags, and handed the larger portion of game coins to Qin Xiaoyu. "Don't call me auntie, you little brat." Qin Xiaoyu first rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, and then happily took the game coins handed to her by Jiang Chen. However, whether it is Jiang Chen or Qin Xiaoyu, they are both rookies among rookies. A total of 200 yuan worth of game coins were all used up, and the two of them didn't even catch a single doll. Fuck. This claw machine must have been tampered with by the boss. Jiang Chen waved his fist angrily, then took out his cell phone and ran over to buy another batch of game coins. When Jiang Chen was about to fight to the death with the claw machine, Qin Xiaoyu stopped him and said, "Jiang Chen, the dolls here are too hard to catch. Why don't we go play something else?" "What else to play?" When Jiang Chen heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He rushed in front of Qin Xiaoyu with a whoosh, pressed her against the wall on the claw machine, and a naughty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Aunt Xiao, what do you want to play?" Looking closely at Jiang Chen, that handsome face that makes all women breathless. Smelling Jiang Chen up close, the scent of hormones emanating from his body. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. "You little bastard, I told you not to call me auntie. Don't you have shame?" "I still have some dignity." Qin Xiaoyu could only pretend to be calm and use scolding Jiang Chen to hide her inner panic and nervousness. "Aunt Xiao, how about we play some adult, more exciting games?" Jiang Chen suddenly reached out and hugged Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and pulled her into his arms hard, directly reducing the distance between the two to 0. "What do you want to play, little brat?" Qin Xiaoyu could no longer conceal her inner panic and nervousness, and her pretty face turned red in an instant. "Hold your aunt in your arms and raise the flag immediately." Jiang Chen was attracted by Qin Xiaoyu's extremely domineering figure, so he invited her directly. "Aunt Xiao, how about we go to the hotel, get a room, sit down and slowly discuss what game to play?" Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 68. Do you want to sleep with me? You want to sleep with me, little brat? What surprised Jiang Chen was that Qin Xiaoyu was still blushing and shy in the last second. Her eyes were a little evasive, and she looked a little flustered and nervous. But the next second, Qin Xiaoyu's face returned to normal, and her eyes were as calm as water. Oh my god! In just a moment, you can quickly recover from a panic state to being calm and peaceful. Is this the psychological quality of a domineering female president? It's really amazing. You are my girlfriend. We have been dating for 3 years and our relationship has come to this point. Shouldn't it be a natural progression? Jiang Chen admitted openly that he just wanted to sleep with Qin Xiaoyu. Silence, no words. There was a sudden silence between the two. Qin Xiaoyu stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes for half a minute, and suddenly an ambiguous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's right. We've been dating for 3 years. Logically speaking, our relationship has come to this point, and it should be a natural progression. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Super daily beautiful aunt. She is also the domineering female president of a listed company. If you could press such a perfect woman onto the bed, bully her at will, and then listen to her soft and tender cry for mercy, you would feel a complete sense of conquest. However, the next word Qin Xiaoyu said made Jiang Chen's eyelids jump, and his passion instantly cooled. But. That's right. Qin Xiaoyu said but. As we all know, whenever the word but appears, it means that the plot will be reversed. It turned out to be just as expected. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen with a half smile and said, after all, we are in an online relationship. Even if I like you very much, I can't just blindly follow you to the hotel on the first day we met, right? Jiang Chen did not feel disappointed, depressed, annoyed or angry because of Qin Xiaoyu's rejection. He just nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, well, since you don't agree, I won't force you. After all, Jiang Chen is surrounded by beautiful women. Even if he can't play games with Qin Xiaoyu, he can still go find Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Ling Xingxue, and Lu Li. Even if it's 1 against 4, it's okay. Compared to Qin Xiaoyu alone, Jiang Chen actually wants to try what it feels like to fight 1 against 4. However, the next word Qin Xiaoyu said immediately made Jiang Chen's eyelids twitch slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. But. That's right. Another damn but. Every time the word but appears, it means that the plot will be reversed. Could it be that Qin Xiaoyu had just rejected Jiang Chen and now changed her mind? Swish. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly stretched out her hands, hooked them around Jiang Chen's neck, and then put her red lips close to his ear, and said in a voice with a hint of charm. You little brat, you made me so happy today. Since you are so well behaved, I will consider giving you a chance. Yeah? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, then what kind of opportunity are you going to give me? He. Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently, then leaned over to Jiang Chen's ear and said, how about this, I'll give you a test. As long as you can complete this test, I'll go with you tonight. What test? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. A man stays a boy until he dies. Who doesn't like to play games? What's more, the reward for this game is a super beautiful young ant named Delay. It's exciting just to think about it. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly let go of Jiang Chen and quickly looked around the arcade. Not long after, her eyes lit up slightly. She pointed at a large claw machine and said to Jiang Chen, see the biggest doll hanging on the top of that machine? Yeah, I see. Jiang Chen nodded, and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. My test for you is, you are not allowed to buy it with money, you are not allowed to collude with the owner of the arcade, and you are not allowed to tamper with the machine. You can only catch the doll with your real ability. If you catch it, you pass the test. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He is a novice at catching dolls. He spent 200 yuan and couldn't even catch a small doll. How could he possibly catch the biggest doll? Qin Xiaoyu was clearly teasing him and didn't give him any chance at all. But Jiang Chen still held on to a glimmer of hope, walked over, and carefully examined this super large claw machine. However, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Jiang Chen's eyes quickly lit up, because this was not an ordinary claw machine, but a musical instrument simulator. Next to this machine, there are 3 musical instruments connected. Drum set, keyboard, electric guitar. Simply put, players need to first select an instrument, then insert a coin to select a song that matches the instrument, and then play the instrument following the song and reach the specified score. Finally, you will get dolls with different rewards based on your scores. It's a bit like a dance machine. The only difference is that this machine replaces dance with musical instruments. Ha! Isn't this a doll catching machine? At this moment, Su Yao also came over. When she saw clearly that the machine in front of her was not an ordinary claw machine, but a musical instrument simulator, an expression of embarrassment immediately flashed across her face. Jiang Chen, I didn't see it clearly just now. It turns out that this is a musical instrument simulator. How about we change to a claw machine? As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen immediately jumped up and said, "No need to change, just this machine." Nonsense. Jiang Chen is a rookie among rookies when it comes to catching dolls. No matter which claw machine he switches to, his hope is slim. Look at this musical instrument simulator. It's tailor-made for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just drew a skill book of musical instrument mastery this morning, becoming a master performer. It comes in handy right now. Jiang Chen, are you sure you don't need to change a machine? A strange expression suddenly appeared on Su Yao's face. Need not. Jiang Chen pointed to the largest doll hanging in the machine cabinet and said firmly, "Since you like that doll, even if I have to climb mountains of knives and plunge into boiling water, I will take it down and give it to you." Flirting with girls. Isn't it just saying some sweet words? Who doesn't? As expected, even though Su Yao was a very mature woman, she was still a little moved by Jiang Chen's words. Swish. Under Su Yao's curious gaze, Jiang Chen walked straight to the drum set and sat down with a menacing look. Insert a coin, select a song, and click start. The name of the song soon appeared on the simulator screen. Super Star. This is one of the representative works of the Chinese girl group SHE. Due to its strong rhythm and complex drum beats, it is considered one of the most difficult Chinese songs to play on the drum set. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up the drumsticks on the shelf. At this moment, his temperament changed drastically, and two sharp rays shot out from his eyes. With drumstick in hand, the world is mine. Su Yao, today Daddy will show you how to be a good drummer and let you know what a master drummer is. Chapter 69 Genius Drummer. Boom boom boom. First, the sound of arrow was heard, followed by a strong drum beat. Jiang Chen waved the drumstick quickly, and his sleeves, which had been rolled up, revealed the strong muscles on his arms. When you smile, you sing praises, and when you frown, you feel pain in your heart. I don't have time for me, just feel your feelings. Where are you going? Take my soul with you. It's been enchanted by you. What's the point of keeping it? Jiang Chen played the drums following the music, his movements were passionate and full of power. Every hammer strike seems to use all the strength in the body to push the music to a climax. And when the music becomes softer, his movements become gentler, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. In an instant, all eyes around were drawn to it. The sound of a drum set is loud, and there are not many people who can play drums in an arcade, plus the audience is curious. Almost in the blink of an eye, many people gathered around, wanting to see who was playing the drums. However, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Wow! What a handsome little brother! Look at the muscles on his arms, so manly. I like them so much. Such a handsome guy, with muscles, and can play drums, I love him. No matter what, after the little brother finishes playing this game, I will go up and ask for his WeChat. Ah! The little brother smiled. What a handsome smile! My heart is shaking with his smile. My little brother's eyes are sparkling. Mom, I'm in love. At some point, a group of female college students gathered around Su Yao. They all stared at Jiang Chen with shining eyes, screaming and clapping, with 4 words clearly engraved on their faces: "I'm a flower maniac." Su Yao was also surprised by Jiang Chen's drum skills. But when he heard the female college student next to him chattering about Jiang Chen and even clamoring to get Jiang Chen's WeChat, it was obvious that she had a crush on Jiang Chen. In an instant, a sour feeling emerged in Su Yao's heart. Jiang Chen is so dazzling. He is only 25 years old this year, young, handsome, full of energy, and exudes the aura of youth and sunshine. To those little girls, he is absolutely deadly. Su Yao is 37 years old this year and her daughter is already an adult. If she was with Jiang Chen, how could she completely tie this little boy's heart to herself? For a moment, Su Yao suddenly felt a little panicked. She thought about it over and over again, and was surprised to find that there was no way for her to completely tie Jiang Chen to her side. Although Qin Xiaoyu is beautiful and has a good figure, she is 37 years old after all, and there are many women younger than her. Just like what they say on the internet, no girl can stay 18 forever, but there will always be an 18-year-old girl waiting for you. So, Qin Xiaoyu actually does not have an advantage in terms of age, appearance, and figure. In addition, Qin Xiaoyu is very rich. But Jiang Chen is not short of money. The gift he prepared for Qin Xiaoyu was a lady's watch worth 3 million yuan. From this, we can see that Jiang Chen's financial resources should not be underestimated. So, what other advantages does Qin Xiaoyu have that can attract Jiang Chen and completely tie Jiang Chen's heart to her? No more. It's really gone. Her looks and figure, which she is proud of, will only become less valuable and less attractive as she gets older. The wealth she possessed did not seem to be very attractive to Jiang Chen. Once she is over 40 and becomes old and ugly, will Jiang Chen still like her at that time? When she thought of this, Qin Xiaoyu became more and more panicked, and a feeling of anxiety and loss arose in her heart. But she couldn't control herself and liked Jiang Chen more and more. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +2. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reaches 87 points. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. I only love you. R. My. Super. Star. You dominate, I worship, there is no better way. I can only love you. R. My. Super. Star. The song reached its climax. Under a spotlight, Jiang Chen was concentrating on playing the drums. His movements were elegant and accurately synchronized with the music, and every beat was hit on point. This perfect combination made the audience feel the tacit understanding between the music and the drummer. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's wrist shook rapidly, and the drumstick flew on the drum, playing a heart-pounding beat. The intense drumming sounds echoed in the air, vibrating the audience's auditory nerves. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly changed the rhythm of beating the drum. The drum beats were sometimes light and sometimes fierce, like surging waves. None of this is the point. The point is, Jiang Chen's drumming posture is so handsome. Every time he raised the drumstick, his arm was like an archer's fully drawn bowstring, ready to release moving music at any time. Every time the drum is struck, the nimble hands seem to be jumping, performing a passionate dance. The audience around were fascinated by the performance. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire in her heart, my little husband is so handsome. The group of female college students turned into little fans, screaming, clapping, and cheering. They wanted to rush up immediately, pin Jiang Chen to the ground and kiss him hard. However, a song is only so long. Jiang Chen struck the drum for the last outro, officially announcing the end of the song. Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. Almost everyone raised their heads, widened their eyes, held their breath, and stared straight at the large screen of the instrument simulator. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a huge firework tube appeared on the screen, and then a score that shocked everyone appeared on it. 100 points. Jiang Chen actually scored a perfect score. What does this represent? In the song that Jiang Chen just sang, there was not a single mistake in his drum set, and even the rhythm was controlled very well by him, without any rushing or missing a beat. He is a genius drummer. No doubt. Dang dang dang. At this moment, celebratory music sounded from the simulator. The hook on the oversized doll hanging on the top of the cabinet naturally loosened, and then the doll fell down. Whoosh! Jiang Chen quickly stood up, walked quickly to the front of the glass cabinet, then squatted down and pulled out the super large doll. Brother, you were so handsome just now. Brother, can I add you as a WeChat friend? Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Brother. The group of infatuated female college students just now rushed over and surrounded Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen ignored them, but stood among a group of female college students, holding the super large doll, looking around, as if looking for something. Soon, Jiang Chen saw Qin Xiaoyu behind the crowd. He just raised a cool and handsome smile on his face, forcibly pushed away the 2 female college students who were blocking his way, and then walked quickly towards Qin Xiaoyu. Wife, this is for you, do you like it? Jiang Chen's call of wife instantly quieted the noisy scene. Click, click, click. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak all over the floor, and at the same time, she also felt the envious, jealous, and hateful looks coming from all directions. However, who is Qin Xiaoyu? She is a cold and domineering female president. Swish. She raised her chin proudly and then quickly glanced around with sharp eyes. Then, when she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, the expression on her face instantly changed to one that was gentle and affectionate. "Thank you, honey. I like it very much." Qin Xiaoyu took the doll generously, then stood on tiptoes and gave Jiang Chen a kiss on the face. At this moment, there were heartbreaking sounds all around, and Qin Xiaoyu was once again met with countless envious, jealous, and hateful looks. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +2. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reaches 89 points. Chapter 70, Being Blocked? The city lights are dim at night. Jiang Chen walked out of the video game arcade holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand, carrying a super large brown bear doll on his back. This doll is really big, even bigger than Big Bear and Little Bear. Jiang Chen carried it as if he was carrying a small mountain, and the rate of people turning their heads to look at him when he walked on the street was almost 100%. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to be in a very good mood, and she even playfully gave the doll a resounding name, Chen. Although Jiang Chen strongly opposed it, his opposition was rejected by the domineering female president. As they were about to reach where Jiang Chen parked his car, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent. Sweat seemed to appear on her palms, and her pace subconsciously slowed down a lot. Jiang Chen's mouth corners suddenly curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Aunt Xiao, I have passed your test. You must come with me tonight, and you are not allowed to cheat." Swish! A blush suddenly flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's face. She bit her lip, rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, and then sighed and said resignedly, Okay. Sister will go with you. Tonight. I'll give you a bargain." Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he put his arms around Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and kissed her sexy red lips fiercely. Bing! Qin Xiaoyu gave a warning, and her cheeks soon became hot. This is still on the street. There were so many pedestrians around, all looking at the two of them. Never mind. Jiang Chen's kiss is so passionate, so sweet, and so heart-moving. Kiss first and talk later. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were so inseparable that they completely forgot about time, place, and everything around them. Ta-da! At this moment, a burst of dense and steady footsteps suddenly came from far away. As a fighter, Jiang Chen relied on his hearing alone to instantly determine that the footsteps were coming towards him and Qin Xiaoyu. At the same time, the fighter's strong sixth sense was also telling Jiang Chen that a dangerous aura was approaching quickly. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly let go of Qin Xiaoyu. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoyu to react, Jiang Chen pulled her behind him, took off the big bear doll, and stuffed it directly into Qin Xiaoyu's arms. Honey, what's wrong? Qin Xiaoyu didn't understand what was going on and subconsciously hugged the big teddy bear. However, when she followed Jiang Chen's gaze, she discovered that a group of burly men had appeared around them. This group of strange big men all had flesh on their faces and looked extremely vicious. Many of them had colorful tattoos on their arms and necks. It was obvious at first glance that they were not easy to mess with. Wife, just stand still and don't move. I will protect you. Jiang Chen lowered his voice and quickly gave Qin Xiaoyu instructions. Although he didn't know what happened, nor did he know why these big men targeted him and Qin Xiaoyu, he didn't know what their purpose was. However, judging from the other party's aggressive posture, one word, he has ill intentions. However, instead of feeling nervous or scared, Jiang Chen became excited. Because he can fight again. He has only 2 hobbies in his life, fighting and picking up girls. If I have to add one more thing, it would be fighting with girls. Abbreviation, beat the girl. Who are you? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the group of big men, thinking in his heart, should we fight quickly and decisively? Or should we play a cat and mouse game and play a good trick on them? Never mind. Let us make a quick decision. Auntie Xiao is still waiting for me to favor her. I can't waste my time on a bunch of punks. Boy, you don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and now that person wants us to teach you a lesson. Don't worry, we are all trustworthy. We promise to only remove 1 arm and 1 leg from your body, and not the rest of your body parts. A big brother who looked like the leader suddenly stood up with a very friendly smile. Removing arms and legs seemed like a trivial matter in his mouth. Are you sure I have offended someone? There was a strange flash in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his mind was thinking rapidly. He hasn't offended many people recently. One is that Jiang Chen rescued Qin Si the day before yesterday and offended a group of robbers. The other one is Sun Haitao, who was offended just now in the Wales Western restaurant. What if it was the robber's revenge? Obviously wrong. How could the robbers only take off one of his arms and one leg? Jiang Chen ruined the robber's plan. If the robbers really wanted to take revenge, they would only kill him. So, this group of hooligans could only be the ones called by Sun Haitao. After all, only Sun Haitao knew that Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were having dinner here tonight, and after dinner, their car was still parked near the restaurant and they did not drive away. They would come back to drive sooner or later. They just need to wait where they are and wait for Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu to come back and drive the car, so that they can block them here. Spicy next door. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Sun Haitao, you are dead. Brothers, come on. At this moment, the leading man gave an order, and more than a dozen burly men at the scene rushed up almost like a swarm of bees. Hubby, be careful. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed and quickly stretched out a hand, as if trying to pull Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen moves very quickly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, with a hint of excitement on his face. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out and ran straight into a crowd of more than a dozen thugs. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. Ah. Ouch. Clang. 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 Under Qin Xiaoyu's surprised and delighted gaze, Jiang Chen was like a human tank, crushing the flock of sheep with incredible force. One punch turns him into a little beast, one kick turns him into a bastard. A big man weighing an average of 200 pounds was grabbed by the neck and thrown away by him, flying from the beginning of the street to the end. Certainly. This is a rhetorical device of exaggeration. In fact, it didn't fly that far, only about 5 or 6 meters. But Jiang Chen threw these big men away one by one like picking up chickens. The visual impact caused by them was no less than a small earthquake. It takes less than a minute. The thugs who were just so aggressive and ferocious, shouting that they wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. At this moment, they all fell to the ground, wailing and screaming. Puff! Jiang Chen walked up to the leading thug and stepped on him without hesitation with his size 45 shoe, directly on his chest. Tell me, how much money did Sun Haitao give you? How dare you, a bunch of stupid idiots, come and block me? Didn't Sun Haitao tell you that I'm the world champion of free fighting? Jiang Chen's words were obviously meant to deceive this group of thugs. Not only did he say Sun Haitao's name, but he also fabricated an identity for himself as a world free fighting champion. The purpose is to sow discord and make these thugs resentful towards their employer Sun Haitao. It turned out to be just as expected. When the gang leader heard that Jiang Chen was actually the world free fighting champion, a flash of shock first appeared in his eyes, and then the shock was replaced by anger. Damn it! That bastard Sun Haitao actually asked me to bring a group of brothers to cause trouble for the world free fighting champion? Moreover, it is not difficult to infer from Jiang Chen's tone that Sun Haitao knows that Jiang Chen is the world free fighting champion. But he still asked me to bring people to surround Jiang Chen. Isn't this obviously a deliberate attempt to trick me? Groove. Since he is unkind, then don't be unjust to me. Brother, spare my life. It's Sun Haitao. He gave us 20,000 yuan to remove one of your arms and one of your legs. I didn't know you were such a good fighter, and he didn't tell me this. If I had known your identity earlier, I would never have dared to trouble you even if I were beaten to death. Brother, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. Chapter 71. This surprise is great. Honey, are you okay? Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly walked up to Jiang Chen, took his hand, and checked him from head to toe. Qin Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief only after confirming that there were no injuries on Jiang Chen's body. But Qin Xiaoyu was angry. We learned from the gang leader that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually Sun Haitao. Qin Xiaoyu's face turned cold in an instant, and 2 terrifying cold rays shot out of her eyes. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu took out her cell phone, dialed a number, gave a few quick instructions, and then pulled Jiang Chen aside. Wife, these people, how are you going to deal with them? Jiang Chen glanced at the gangster lying on the ground, but he was thinking in his mind, should he find an opportunity to kill Sun Haitao directly? Lest this old man cause me any trouble in the future. Husband, don't worry about these little hooligans. I've already called someone to deal with them. As for Sun Haitao. When Qin Xiaoyu said this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. That's right. It's murderous intent. The real kind of murderous aura. As a master-level fighter, Jiang Chen is quite sensitive to murderous intent. But he never expected that he would sense a hint of murderous intent from Qin Xiaoyu, the beautiful female president. Hubby, don't worry. Since Sun Haitao doesn't know how to live or die, I will make him disappear from this world completely. When Qin Xiaoyu said this, she was secretly looking at Jiang Chen, as if she wanted to see through Jiang Chen's inner thoughts at the moment through his reaction. Quiet. The scene became quiet. Jiang Chen's face always had a calm expression, and his eyes were peaceful, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking at the moment. For some reason, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little flustered and a little regretful. She was able to climb up step by step and become the absolute ruler of the Qin family, so naturally some of her methods were shady. But she liked Jiang Chen very much, wanted to be with him, and hoped that he could accept everything about her. Impulsively, she revealed a little bit of her ruthless methods. Result: Jiang Chen fell silent. I wonder if he can accept himself like this. Anyway, Jiang Chen's attitude was unclear, and Qin Xiaoyu's heart was also lifted. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's casual words suddenly floated into Qin Xiaoyu's ears. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder they can be together and have been in love for 3 years. It turns out that Jiang Chen and she are the same type of people. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +1. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reaches 90. Husband. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly reached out and hugged Jiang Chen, her eyes gradually becoming more and more passionate. Then she stood on tiptoes, raised her chin, and took the initiative to give him a sweet kiss. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a dull engine roar suddenly came from the direction of the street. Not long after, a dozen black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu. Crack. 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 The car doors were opened one after another, and a group of bodyguards in suits jumped out of the cars. Everyone quickly gathered and formed a square formation, then they all bowed slightly to Qin Xiaoyu and shouted, "Boss Qin." Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly let go of Jiang Chen and said softly, "Husband, I really want to go with you tonight, but after this incident, I must take action against Sun Haitao as soon as possible." "It's okay, go and do your work first, we'll have plenty of time together later." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, without showing any disappointment. After all, Jiang Chen is a full man now, and it doesn't matter to him whether he eats one more meal or one less meal. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyu's favorability has reached 90 points, and any posture can be unlocked. There is not much difference whether you eat it one day earlier or one day later. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Xiaoyu helped Jiang Chen tidy up his clothes, then asked softly, "Do you want me to send someone to take you home?" "No need. I'm a grown man and a world-free fighting champion. Are you afraid that I'll be kidnapped by bad guys? With your skills, I'm not afraid of you running into bad guys, but I'm afraid of you running into those crazy little girls." Hee, are you jealous? Do you think I'm still a 17 or 18-year-old girl who gets jealous all the time? In my heart, you are much cuter than a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Smooth talk. In front of a group of bodyguards, Qin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen flirted with each other, showed their affection, and sprinkled some dog food, completely disregarding the thoughts of those single dogs. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen reluctantly, then hugged the super big brown bear doll and got into a Rolls-Royce. Swish. After watching Qin Xiaoyu's convoy leave, Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone to check the time, then got into his Ferrari LaFerrari and quickly drove towards the Royal International Hotel. It's still early. Su Yao also said during the day that she had prepared a surprise. Go back now to see what this surprise is. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao, who had received the call a long time ago, had already filled the bathtub with water, waiting for Jiang Chen to come back so that she could take a comfortable bath. When Jiang Chen came out of the bath, he did not see Su Yao in the bedroom. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a surprise? Where are the people? Are you playing hide and seek with me? Swish. Jiang Chen lay down on the bed and was about to take out his cell phone to call Su Yao. At this moment, the main light in the bedroom suddenly went out, but a circle of pink ambient lights lit up on the surrounding walls. Crack. Jiang Chen was still in a daze when the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, two graceful figures came into Jiang Chen's sight. Honey, the doctor said you have a cold and a fever today. It's almost 40 degrees. You have to get an injection to reduce the fever. Su Yao's voice suddenly floated over, still with a hint of temptation in her royal sister's voice. Jiang Chen took a closer look and his blood instantly boiled. Unexpectedly, Su Yao changed into a sexy nurse outfit and held a huge syringe doll in her arms. She was seen leaning against the doorframe in a seductive pose, with her long legs wrapped in white silk stockings, one stretched straight and the other bent and raised, creating a very seductive posture. "Hubby, the doctor also said that you must take your medicine on time." Zhao Shiman's voice also floated over. She also changed into a nurse uniform of the same style, but she was holding a huge capsule doll in her arms. I saw her leaning on the other side of the doorframe, with a hint of shyness on her face, but her beautiful eyes were full of ripples. "Good job. One is responsible for giving injections, and the other is responsible for feeding medicine. The nurse in this hospital is really... Oh no, she is really considerate." Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen collapsed on the bed and shouted anxiously, "Hurry, hurry and save me. I'm dying, I need artificial respiration urgently." Quiet. The room was quiet. But after a brief silence, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ta-da! Next, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman rushed to the bedside and immediately started first aid for Jiang Chen. "Honey, what's wrong with you? It hurts here, it hurts there, and here, it hurts everywhere." "Then shall I give you an injection first?" "No injections. No medicine. The doctor said I'm malnourished and I need to drink more milk to make up for it." "Hubby, your acting is too exaggerated, isn't it?" Poo-oo-oo. Chapter 72, The Stepfather is Actually Him? It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. As soon as Qin Xiaoyu returned home, she made several phone calls in succession and also sent out all of the Qin family's elite bodyguards. Auntie is very angry and the consequences are serious. In Shilan City's upper-class celebrity circle, everyone only knows that the Qin family is a wealthy family with assets worth hundreds of billions and is extremely rich. But few people know that the Qin family was involved in the underworld before its rise. Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather was a powerful underworld boss in Shilan City back then. However, Qin Xiaoyu's father was unwilling to continue on this path, so he tried every means to whitewash the family business. In the end, he actually succeeded in getting the Qin family ashore and stepped into the business circle of Shilan City. Besides, Qin Xiaoyu's father is also a business genius. Under his leadership, the Qin family has continued to grow bigger and stronger, reaching a scale of over 100 billion today. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu's father died young due to overworking. But God also seems to be fond of the Qin family. Qin Xiaoyu not only inherited her father's business talents, but also inherited her grandfather's ruthless character. Although she is a woman, she manages the Qin group in an orderly manner with her unconventional business methods and tough and ruthless character, and there is even a trend of it continuing to grow bigger and stronger. Many people know that Qin Xiaoyu is a business genius, but few people know that Qin Xiaoyu also has a strong appeal in the underworld. Because Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather has not passed away yet. Yan? Mom, didn't you go on a date with stepdad tonight? Why are you back so early? At this moment, Qin Si, wearing a pink pajamas and yawning, suddenly came down from upstairs. I saw Qin Xiaoyu sitting alone on the sofa with a mobile phone in her hand, and I don't know what she was daydreaming about. Qin Si immediately came over, jumped up and down, hugged Qin Xiaoyu, and threw himself into her arms. "Sisi, why aren't you asleep yet?" Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses, reached out and touched Qin Si's little head, with a doting smile on her face. "Mom, you're not home tonight, and I can't sleep alone." Qin Si nudged his little head into Qin Xiaoyu's arms, insisting on resting it between the two headlights, and then he closed his eyes comfortably. "Sisi, you are an adult now, why are you still like a child, insisting on your mother to accompany you to sleep?" Qin Xiaoyu's face showed a trace of a helpless expression, but she did not push Qin Si away. Instead, she gently hugged her daughter. "Oh. Mom, stop talking about me and quickly share with me what happened to your date with stepdad tonight?" Qin Si considered it for a moment before speaking. Her mother found her other half through online dating, and as a daughter, how should she call this man? If this man was the same age as her mother, Qin Si would just call him uncle. But this man is only 25 years old, only 7 years older than Qin Si. This is a bit embarrassing. She couldn't ask, "Mom, how far have you and that little brother gotten?" Or, "How do you get along with that young hunk?" If you ask this question, wouldn't it seem like your mother is having a mistress outside? After thinking about it, Shin-si finally felt that it would be better to call him stepfather. Anyway, judging from my mother's attitude, she seems to have already decided on this man, and Shin-si knows my mother's temper very well. Once my mother has made up her mind, no one can change her mind. He's handsome, manly, humorous, and his family is rich, so he's very popular with girls. When Shin Xiaoyu mentioned Jiang Chen, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a beautiful arc. Wow, wow, wow. Mom, look at how you've blown him up. He's almost in heaven. Isn't this what they mean when a lover sees beauty in everything? Shin Si didn't believe what his mother said. Handsome, rich, masculine, humorous, and popular with girls? Isn't this a perfect male god? You know, my mom just randomly found an online dating partner on the internet. The chance of meeting her ideal boyfriend is even lower than winning the lottery jackpot. How is this possible? Cece, Mom didn't lie to you. In fact, Mom didn't expect that he would be so outstanding. Seeing that her mother was still helping the man, Shin-si immediately became jealous. Shin-si's eyes rolled and he said quickly, Mom, show me his photo. I want to see who this person is that could have bewitched my mom to such an extent that she lost her soul. What do you mean you've lost your soul? Mom isn't a love-brained person. How could she lose herself for a man? I just simply admire him. I don't believe it. Hey! You naughty girl, are you itching for a fight? Do you want to get slapped? Oh! Mom, stop interrupting me, quickly take out the picture of my stepfather so I can enjoy it. Under Shin-si's constant nagging, Shin Xiaoyu had no choice but to open the photo album on her phone and search for Jiang Chen's photos in it. In her opinion, since she was already together with Jiang Chen would meet Shin-si sooner or later. So, letting Shin-si see Jiang Chen's photo can also be regarded as letting the little girl get to know this young stepfather in advance. Swish! Shin Xiaoyu quickly found a photo of Jiang Chen, which she had just taken secretly tonight. In the photo, Jiang Chen is sitting in front of a drum set, waving drumsticks with both hands. A face so handsome that it takes your breath away, a wild and unrestrained temperament, attractive muscle lines on the arms, and a naughty smile at the corner of the mouth. I have to say, Shin Xiaoyu is really good at taking secret photos. One photo captured all of Jiang Chen's shining points. Here, this is the stepfather your mom found for you. Shin Xiaoyu handed the phone to Shin-si, and a confident expression appeared on her face. However, next second, Shin-si let out a scream. The little girl opened her eyes wide, opened her mouth, and had a shocked expression on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. Shin Xiaoyu, who didn't understand what was going on, thought that Shin-si was shocked by Jiang Chen's stunning looks. After all, young and handsome guys like Jiang Chen are really popular among young girls. But before Shin Xiaoyu could speak, Shin-si's hurried and anxious voice floated into her ears. Mom, how come your online crushes him? No. You can't be with him. I don't agree with you two being together. I object to this marriage. When Shin-si said this, Shin Xiaoyu was stunned. What's going on? Why did my daughter have such a big reaction after seeing Jiang Chen's photo? Could it be that my daughter knows Jiang Chen? Hiss. Shin Xiaoyu suddenly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her inner uneasiness, and then asked in a calm tone, Cece, why do you object to Mom being with him? Mom, he is the butcher brother. He is the butcher brother who saved me from the robbers the day before yesterday and left without asking for anything in return. Jiang Chen. Mom, why are you dating brother Jiang Chen? Are you sure you didn't take the wrong photo? Shin Xiaoyu. Chapter 73 President Qin got mad. Midnight. Caesar Palace KTV Club. Box 8888. The air was filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol, the music was deafening, and a group of women dressed very seductively were twisting their waists and hips wildly. Sun Haitao was sitting on the sofa carelessly. Just as he picked up the wine glass, a gorgeously dressed woman sat down next to him with a charming smile. The woman continued to tease Sun Haitao with frivolous words and seductive actions. Swish. Sun Haitao couldn't control himself anymore and hugged the woman in his arms, then pinched her but hard. Brother Tao, you asked someone to teach Mr. Qin's pretty boy a lesson. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Qin will be angry? At this moment, a young man suddenly came up to Sun Haitao. Judging from his dress, he should be a playboy from a wealthy family. Haha, he's just a pretty boy, I'll teach him a lesson if I want to. Sun Haitao's face flashed with disdain, and then he said with great confidence, I have cooperated with President Qin for so many years. Is it possible that she would turn against me just for a gigolo? The young man nodded and said, that's right. How could Mr. Qin turn against our brother Tao for a pretty boy? Qin Xiaoyu has gone a little too far this time. I've been chasing her for so many years, but I haven't even touched her hand. I didn't expect that she would actually keep a gigolo. Sun Haitao's face suddenly darkened, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and his teeth chattered. Brother Tao, women are all trash. Even if you treat her sincerely, she will never cherish you. If you treat her a little bit rough and tough, she will obey you. So, you can't spoil a woman. You have to use strong means to possess her, and then she will obey you obediently. The young man's words were like a bolt from the blue, opening the door to a new world for Sun Haitao. Sun Haitao stroked his chin and pondered for a while, and actually began to reflect on himself. Was it because he was too flattering to Qin Xiaoyu that Qin Xiaoyu looked down on him? Could it be? Do I really have to force Qin Xiaoyu so that she will fall in love with me wholeheartedly? It is said that no matter how strong a woman looks on the outside, she is soft on the inside. Maybe Qin Xiaoyu is a woman who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Would you like to try it? If it succeeds, not only can I win the beauty, but I can also take over the Qin group. It's really a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Brother, I heard that you have a lot of good things. Can you lend me some? Brother Tao, the good thing you are talking about is. It's the stuff you make a decent woman drink every time you play with her. I heard that even a chaste woman will become a prostitute. Hey! Brother Tao, you finally got it? Don't worry, you can pick any treasure in your brother's hand. Sun Haitao whispered to the young man for a while, and soon he burst into a sinister laugh, with evil expressions on both of their faces. The young man stuffed a small bottle into Sun Haitao's hand, and the latter calmly put the bottle into his pocket. About half an hour passed. Sun Haitao was really aroused by the woman in his arms. He was also thinking, why not try the medicine on this woman first to see how effective it is? Then, Sun Haitao greeted the young man, then left the KTV with the charming woman in his arms. However, just when Sun Haitao and the charming woman arrived at the parking lot, a group of masked men suddenly rushed out from all directions and knocked them out without saying a word. Next, the seductive woman was thrown aside, and Sun Haitao was put into a large sackcloth bag. Two masked men carried the sack containing Sun Haitao into a van without a license plate. An hour later, the van drove to a large reservoir on the outskirts of the city. I saw a masked man stuffing a few heavy stones into a sack, then sealing the sack and throwing it directly into the reservoir. This is not over yet. Several fierce masked men waited by the reservoir for an hour, making sure that no accidents would happen before getting into a van and driving away. Sun Haitao never dreamed that he sent people to teach Jiang Chen a lesson just because he was jealous and angry, but ended up losing his own life. How do you explain this? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Sun Haitao for not knowing his own identity. He thought that since he had been pursuing Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, he should have some weight in Qin Xiaoyu's heart, right? He thought that he and Qin Xiaoyu had been working together for so many years, and even if they couldn't become lovers, they could at least be considered good friends, right? But he has known Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, but he doesn't know what kind of person Qin Xiaoyu is. He even dares to provoke Qin Xiaoyu. If this is not seeking death, then what is it? Although Qin Xiaoyu is a woman, she can become the head of the Qin family and manage the Qin group to prosperity. How could a woman like this be a good person? So, Sun Haitao's death was not unjust. The other side. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. Qin Si said I object to this marriage, then ran back to her bedroom with red eyes, and even slammed the door shut. Qin Xiaoyu's face looked a little ugly. Regardless of whether she was a person who had experienced it or is Qin Si's mother, Qin Xiaoyu saw the crux of the problem at a glance. This little girl Qin Si must have fallen in love with Jiang Chen. You know, Qin Si just turned 18 this year, which is the age when a girl is beginning to fall in love. When Qin Si was kidnapped, Jiang Chen descended from the sky like a hero, drove away the robbers and rescued Qin Si. Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty is very cliched, it is undoubtedly extremely lethal to women, especially to a young girl like Qin Si who is just beginning to fall in love. The impact it brings is simply fatal. Qin Si is attracted to Jiang Chen, everything is normal. But Qin Xiaoyu has been with Jiang Chen for 3 years. Although they have just met in person, the 3 years of love are there. Qin Si actually developed feelings for her stepfather? How is this possible? Is there going to be a jealous drama between mother and daughter? As Qin sees mother, she knew her daughter's temper very well. It can be said that her daughter has perfectly inherited her character and temper. Once she makes up her mind about something, nothing can change her mind. Hiss. When she thought of this, Su Yao suddenly felt a headache. Why did things turn out like this? Why are the lover with whom I have been in an online relationship for 3 years and the rainy night butcher who saved Qin the same person? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Silence, no words. Su Yao didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly became gloomy, and under the light, her eyes were also dim. Swish. A moment later, Su Yao suddenly picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Hello? I want you to put down everything you are doing and focus on looking up this person's information. You must also check his 3 generations of ancestors for me. I want to see this information in my mailbox before dawn. Chapter 74 Unblocked. Peeping Eye. Late night. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen took off the lace bra hanging on his head, pried open the pair of jade hands that were around his neck, moved away the other pair of jade hands that were around his waist, and carefully withdrew himself from between the 2 jade bodies. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had both fallen asleep. There were traces of tears in the corners of the 2 girls' eyes, but the corners of their mouths were slightly raised, and there was still a lot of blush on their pretty faces, looking like they were in pain and happy at the same time. Swish. Jiang Chen did not wake up the 2 little kids, but climbed out of bed quietly, put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. The strengthening potion is really awesome. Jiang Chen has become the legendary perpetual motion machine. His fighting power is simply off the charts. After fighting for several hours in a row, he didn't feel tired at all. His mental and physical state remained at its peak, with almost no consumption. This makes Su Yao and Zhao Sherman suffer. The 2 little kids were begging for mercy. Even after calling them daddy all night, it was no use. Since you've gotten into Jiang Chen's bed, you have to be prepared to be beaten. Who can you blame if you can't take the beating? Snap. Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke rose, Jiang Chen also clicked on the system main page. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, black card bounty, unsealing talisman. Artifact, mind's eye. At exactly 12 o'clock midnight, Jiang Chen obtained an unsealing talisman. However, Jiang Chen was educating Su Yao and Zhao Sherman at the time and had no time to deal with such trivial matters, so he did not check the unsealing talisman. At this moment, the battle was over and the 2 little guys fell asleep. Jiang Chen finally had time to open the system inventory. Unsealing talisman, a special talisman that can unseal a divine artifact. Note, one unsealing talisman can only unseal 1 layer of the seal. Swish. Jiang Chen took out the unsealing talisman, hesitated for a moment, and then said silently in his heart, "Brother Tongzi, I want to use this unsealing talisman." Ding. It is detected that the host currently has only 1 artifact. Would you like to unlock the second seal of the artifact, the mind's eye? Yes. Swish. The unsealing talisman in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light and pierced into Jiang Chen's eyes at lightning speed. The next second, Jiang Chen felt a stream of heat coming out of his eyes. The temperature was not high, not hot at all, but warm and caring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second seal of the mind's eye and gaining a permanent superpower, the peeping eye. A system prompt sounded in his ears, and then information about how to use the peeping eye was forcibly instilled into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was a little dazed. Although the system brought him surprises time and time again, he was still shocked by this surprise. What is the peeping eye? To put it simply, after activating this ability, you can spy on the target person's privacy and current intentions. It's almost like mind reading. Damn it! Jiang Chen has this special ability. From now on, no matter who it is, there will be no secrets in front of him. This is a bit scary. Eye of the Mind, 1, Exploration 2. Peeping 3. Sealed 4. Sealed 5. Sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed. Whoosh. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and walked quietly into the presidential bedroom. At this moment, 2 stunning beauties were lying lazily on the luxurious bed. Although the quilt covered most of their bodies, their shoulders, arms, legs and other parts were exposed outside the quilt. Swish. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he opened his peeping eye directly towards Su Yao. The next second, 2 lines of information appeared in front of his eyes. Personal privacy: I was saved from 2 drunks by Jiang Chen 7 years ago, and have been secretly in love with Jiang Chen ever since. I am in a severe love brain state, in the late stage, and there is no hope for me. Current intention: I am exhausted and just want to have a good sleep. Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. After seeing Su Yao's personal privacy, Jiang Chen was stunned and a strange expression appeared on his face. What the hell? No wonder Su Yao's favorability reached 100 points. It turns out that she was the girl I rescued that year, and she had been secretly in love with me for 7 years? Everything is explained. But why didn't she tell me all this? Are you actually playing the secret crush game? As expected, he is a severe love brain addict. In the late stage, there is no hope. Call. Jiang Chen exhaled lightly, and his eyes became gentle when he looked at Su Yao. But Jiang Chen's eyes only became a little gentler, but his heart was still as hard as iron. Swish. After a moment, Jiang Chen set his eyes on Zhao Sherman, and the next second, 2 more lines of information appeared in front of him. Personal privacy: I have been obsessed with martial arts since I was a child, and I especially want to be conquered by a man with strong martial arts skills. Current intention: my husband is so awesome. I am so tired. I just want to sleep. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. No wonder Zhao Sherman was a little hostile towards me at the beginning, but after being defeated by me, her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. It turns out, she was defeated by me. Fortunately, over the years, no man has been able to defeat Zhao Sherman. If a powerful man had appeared before me and defeated Zhao Sherman, this woman would have run away with him long ago, and it would not have been my turn to take advantage of this opportunity. Swish. At this moment, Su Yao suddenly turned over, and the quilt that was originally covering her and Zhao Sherman slipped to the side. In an instant, 2 perfect S-shaped curves, snow white and delicate skin, and tattered black stockings on long legs. It appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes without any hindrance. Swish. Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and immediately covered the 2 little kids with the quilt again. Then he quietly left the room and returned to the living room. It is already past midnight, and the 3 chances to draw for the new day have arrived, so you can start the lucky draw. I don't know what reward I can get today. Heaven and earth, please bless me. I will offer a sacrifice to Emperor Ruian. Please bless me to win the grand prize. As usual, Jiang Chen prayed seriously before drawing the lottery. It's not that he is feudal and superstitious. But now that Brother Tonzi has appeared, who the hell still believes in science? Swish. After Jiang Chen finished praying, he immediately clicked the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Blat. Under Jiang Chen's slightly disappointed eyes, the pointer stopped steadily in an area with a cartoon gold coin drawn on it. Swish. Immediately afterwards, a black bank card jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million consumption funds. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen opened the inventory very skillfully, and soon saw the black card in his backpack. Black card consumption money. This card contains 100 million Dragon Country currency and can only be used to purchase for the opposite sex. Note, after the host uses this consumption money, he can get double the rebate in real money. Alright. Brother Tonzi is giving away money again. Thanks, boss. The boss is generous. But then again, the rewards produced in the G Gold area seem to be related to money or property. The rewards produced by the cards, bottles, books, and areas are much richer and more exciting than gold coins. So, Jiang Chen hopes to win the following 4 rewards. I won't say anything more. There are still 2 chances to draw the lottery today. I hope I can win the grand prize. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button again with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. At last. Under Jiang Chen's surprised eyes, the pointer slowly passed through the gold coin area and then crawled towards the card area. Hey! Good. This one, I got it. Chapter 75, has he really become a super rich man? Blat. The pointer on the lucky wheel crawled forward a short distance and then stopped steadily in the card area. Swish! A glittering card popped out from the turntable, with a golden eye drawn on it, which looked very strange. However, before Jiang Chen could see the entire card, it was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a survey card. Hearing the system notification sound, Jiang Chen immediately opened the inventory and soon saw the card in his backpack. Investigation card. After using this card, you can designate a target person for investigation and obtain detailed information about the other person's 3 generations of ancestors. Note, this card can only be used once. When Jiang Chen saw this card, he was confused at first. Survey card? Isn't this similar to the function of one's own mind SI? However, the mind's eye can only see the basic information of the opposite sex, while this survey card can find out the detailed information of the other party's ancestors for 3 generations. If you think about it carefully, maybe this survey card can play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Never mind. Since it is a reward produced by the system, it must be useful. What was that? There is one last chance to draw a lottery today. Hurry up and win the grand prize for your buddy. Swish! Jiang Chen rubbed his hands vigorously and clicked the lottery button for the 3rd time with his mind. The pointer on the turntable immediately began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Fuck! Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the pointer passed through the gold coin area and then slowly passed through the card, bottle, and book areas. Judging from the situation, it seems that it will stay in the last area. Are you going to win the jackpot? Or first prize? The grand prize came so suddenly, I'm not mentally prepared yet. However, Jiang Chen was happy too early. Although the pointer passed the book area and entered the area, the speed of advancement was getting slower and slower. But the pointer is still moving forward. Moving at a snail's pace. No! Don't move! Stop now! Jiang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, clench his fists, and scream in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it seemed as if only a moment had passed. Under Jiang Chen's extremely complicated gaze, the pointer actually went over the head, exceeded the area, and returned to the gold coin area. Blat! After a slight sound, the pointer finally stopped at the gold coin area, just 1 millimeter beyond the area. Fuck! Can't you be a little gentler? Why are you using so much force? That's too much. You made me so happy for nothing. Fuck you! Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into cursing. He had already thought of his acceptance speech, but at this moment, all his fantasies were shattered. So, how can I not be angry? However, Jiang Chen's anger had just emerged, but the next second, the system prompt sound rang in his ears, which made him freeze in place, and his anger instantly turned into joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Dynasty Group. Swish! In an instant, Jiang Chen had a thick stack of information in his hand, and on the cover of the information were written a few big words: share transfer contract. Quiet. The living room was quiet. After being stunned for a few seconds, Jiang Chen immediately opened the share transfer contract in his hand and looked through it carefully. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen slowly closed the share transfer contract in his hand, with an expression of surprise and joy on his face. Damn it! Before I knew it, I had become a super rich man. From now on, even if you lie in bed every day, eat, drink, and have fun every day, and pick up girls and keep lovers every day, you don't have to worry about whether you have enough money. Because Jiang Chen has gained wealth that he can never spend in his lifetime. The Dynasty Group, a chaebol group with a market value of over 100 billion, is no weaker than the Qin Group in terms of strength and financial resources. The Dynasty International Hotel where Jiang Chen is currently staying is just a subsidiary of the Dynasty Group. But the Qin Group is a family business, and all power is in the hands of the Qin family. The equity structure of the Dynasty Group is very complex. Its shareholders include 2 overseas supergroups, 3 very strong domestic investment companies, and many miscellaneous small shareholders. But in one lottery, Jiang Chen actually concentrated all the shares of the Dynasty Group in his hands. In other words, From now on, the entire dynasty group has one and only one shareholder, and that is Jiang Chen, who holds 100% of the shares. The dynasty group has now become Jiang Chen's private property. Jiang Chen also became the sole chairman of the dynasty group. Brother Tongzi, you are really like a little cow going down the stairs, with a beer on the left and a beer on the right, one beer after another. I won't say anything more, I have to give you a 5-star rating and like it like crazy. The city lights are dim at night. Although it was already the late night, Jiang Chen still couldn't sleep. He walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, then picked up a wine glass and slowly walked to the balcony. Swish! Sitting on the recliner, Jiang Chen opened the red wine, poured himself a glass, and then tasted the red wine while looking up at the starry sky. The night wind blew, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Jiang Chen remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on the starry sky above his head, as if looking for the brightest star in the night sky. Ta-da! Just at this moment, there was a very light sound of footsteps in the living room. Jiang Chen ignored him and continued looking up at the starry sky. Soon, the footsteps stopped. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have discovered Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the balcony. Ta-da! The footsteps became lighter and went directly from the living room to the balcony. Hubby, why are you drinking here alone? First, a slightly scratchy female voice floated over. The next second, a fragrant breeze blew over, and Jiang Chen's neck was gently hugged from behind by a pair of white and tender hands. Ha, you're not calling me dad anymore, you're calling me husband now? Jiang Chen didn't look back. Just from the soft feeling on his back, he instantly determined that the person was the green tea girl Lu Li. Oh. I think calling you hubby is more intimate. If you like me calling you dad, I can call you that, too. As Lu Li spoke, she walked around to Jiang Chen and sat directly in his arms. It's already late at night, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Jiang Chen hugged Lu Li's slender waist and checked whether there were any dangerous weapons hidden inside her lace nightgown. I'm alone and can't sleep. Lu Li snorted lightly, her eyes instantly became a little dull, and a layer of blush appeared on her pretty face. Alone? Didn't Xingxue sleep with you? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Honey, I'm going to tell you a secret, but don't tell me it was me who told you. What secret? Xingxue is a lesbian. She has been with Tang Rou for almost 5 years. Right now, she must be sleeping at Tang Rou's house. Ah. Chapter 76, Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou are a couple? Name, Lu Li. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Body type, 95. Big Thunder, 36D. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Jiang Chen blinked and activated the detection function of his mind's eye. A line of information immediately appeared in his sight. Jiang Chen had no objection to Lu Li's appearance and figure. But Jiang Chen always felt that there might be some water in the 80 points of favorability of little green tea. 80 points of favorability represent admiration. Jiang Chen just slept with Lu Li and put her together with Lin Xingxue. How could this make his favorability reach 80 points? Could it be that Lu Li has some hidden attributes? Swish! Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately activated the peeping function of his mind's eye. The next second, 2 lines of information appeared in his sight. Personal privacy, I have been deeply poisoned by porn movies. I have fantasized countless times about serving my master with other women, but I dare not break through the moral defense line in my heart. Current intention, my husband is so handsome, I really want to feed him duck neck. Phew! Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He knew that Lu Li was very naughty, but he never expected that this little green tea girl would be so perverted. But Jiang Chen likes it. Hubby, when I was a junior, one day after evening self-study, I saw with my own eyes Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou walking hand in hand into the grove behind the school. I was curious, so I followed him secretly. Hey! Guess what I saw? Lu Li sat in Jiang Chen's arms, her arms around his neck, her body twisting constantly, making Jiang Chen very angry. What did you see? Jiang Chen reached out and pinched Lu Li's slender waist, forcing her to stop twisting, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. I saw Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou hugging each other and kissing unscrupulously. Oh my god. My whole worldview was shattered at that moment. I never dreamed that Xingxue and Ruru were actually lesbians, and that they were together. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows slightly frowned. He stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then said to himself, something is wrong. If Qingxue is really a lesbian, why would she willingly climb into my bed? Besides, her performance at that time was quite enthusiastic. She didn't look like a lesbian, did she? When Luli heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm just pretending. Luli rolled her eyes and said with disdain, you were so enthusiastic for the first time. I called you brother 98 times, husband 136 times, and dad 248 times in one night. This is too fake. Hubby, don't you know that girls are shy, timid, nervous, and reserved when they have sex for the first time? A word can wake a dreamer up. Jiang Chen felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened by Lu Li's advice. That's right. Lin Qingxue was too enthusiastic, even a little too enthusiastic, so it gave people a fake feeling. Depend on. It really is worthy of being a scheming watch. Since Qingxue likes Tang Rou, and she and Tang Rou have been together for 5 years, why did she still climb into my bed? Jiang Chen touched his chin and felt a strange feeling in his heart. It feels like your wife has been taken away by someone else. You're already very unhappy about it, but what happens is that the person who took away your wife is a delicate and beautiful woman. This made Jiang Chen even more upset. It's really shameful for a man to be unable to even win over a woman. Of course it's for money. Luli rolled her eyes again and said, I heard that Roro has been spending a lot recently. Qingxue was willing to sacrifice her body for her, and exchanged a large sum of money from you, and then gave it to Roro. This is definitely true love. Sometimes, I envy Roro. She is so lucky to have a girlfriend who loves her so much. Phew. Jiang Chen had no idea how much blood he had spat out tonight. In short, his 3 views have been shattered. I feel extremely unhappy. Whoosh. Without any warning, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out and patted Luli on the head, staring into her eyes angrily. Little bitch, I'm really mad tonight. After Jiang Chen said this, Luli was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned red and her eyes gradually became dull, but a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Soon. Luli squatted down with a whoosh. Jiang Chen leaned carelessly on the recliner, tasting the wine while looking up at the starry sky above his head. The stars in the sky are like glass gems. One word, really smooth. The next morning. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. After Qin Xiaoyu got up, she went straight downstairs to the living room. At this time, the nanny had already brought breakfast to the dining table, waiting for Qin Xiaoyu, the head of the family, to get up and eat. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu sat at the head of the table and asked the nanny nonchalantly, where's the young lady? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Madam, the young lady got up very early today. She went out half an hour ago. The nanny looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a strange expression and told her everything she knew truthfully. Silence, no words. Hearing that Qin Si had left home long ago, Qin Xiaoyu's face showed no emotion. Ever since Qin Si was kidnapped, Qin Xiaoyu secretly arranged a team of bodyguards around Qin Si, who were specifically responsible for protecting Qin Si in secret. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyu was not worried about Qin Si's safety. The only thing she was a little worried about now was that Qin Si would go find Jiang Chen, and then something uncontrollable would happen between them. Well, I have a bit of a headache. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her temples, then picked up a glass of milk on the table and drank it slowly. Ding dong. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's cell phone rang, as if it was the notification sound of an email being received in the mailbox. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu immediately put down the milk, picked up the mobile phone beside her, and quickly opened her email. The next second, a detailed information about Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu watched very seriously. It was as if she was checking a contract worth tens of billions of dollars. She did not miss any sentence, every word, and even every punctuation mark in the document. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly slapped the table, and her face instantly turned gloomy. You bastard, you just broke up with your girlfriend of 3 years, and now you're hooking up with your ex-girlfriend's best friend. One best friend isn't enough, you've already got 4? From the looks of it, do you want to catch all the 7 cousins at Xilan University, the 6 cousins except your ex-girlfriend? Most importantly, when you were with your ex-girlfriend Lu Ruian, you were also dating me online? You scumbag. Why don't you just die? After reading this information, Qin Xiaoyu was immediately furious. The pair of domineering headlights were also trembling and looking menacing with her rapid breathing. Qin Xiaoyu had not investigated Jiang Chen's background before. She had been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 years and had already regarded Jiang Chen as her soulmate. Naturally, she didn't care about Jiang Chen's identity in real life, so she felt that there was no need to investigate his background. However, reality gave Qin Xiaoyu a hard slap in the face. She never dreamed that her chosen partner would be such a scumbag. What now? Break up? But Qin Xiaoyu was a little reluctant. Thinking back to the past 3 years, I and Jiang Chen have experienced bit by bit. And last night, Jiang Chen took her to catch dolls, and through hard work, he helped her catch the largest doll in the entire arcade, making her the envy of everyone in the place. And when they met the gangsters, Jiang Chen resolutely stood in front of her and tried his best to protect her. The more she thought about it, the more Qin Xiaoyu couldn't let go. No wonder so many young girls don't like honest men, but instead like scumbags? Turn out to be. Scumbag men are really addictive. Ding dong. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu received another email. She clicked it and saw, to her surprise, another detailed profile about Jiang Chen. However, Qin Xiaoyu stared at the document for a while before her eyes suddenly widened and an expression of astonishment appeared on her face. Jiang Chen is actually the illegitimate son of the current head of the Zhou family, a well-established wealthy family in Xilan City? How is this possible? Wait. Did the Zhou family start planning 3 years ago and secretly arrange for Jiang Chen, this illegitimate child, to deliberately get close to me? Qin Xiaoyu's expression became more and more solemn. She frowned and thought for a while, then picked up her mobile phone and dialed a special number. Chapter 77: Summoning the 6 Golden Flowers. It's a nice day today. The sky is clear. Jiang Chen actually didn't sleep in and got up from bed early in the morning. After stretching his muscles on the balcony, Jiang Chen immediately called the housekeeper Li Qian and asked her to prepare breakfast. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen sent a WeChat message to Bai Qianqian. Jiang Chen, mother, how is Xinxin doing today? Are you feeling unwell? To be honest, Jiang Chen really liked Xinxin, and he was always concerned about her health. If you don't love your own daughter, should you let others love her? Ding ding. Bai Qianqian replied to Jiang Chen's message almost instantly. It seemed that she had woken up. Bai Qianqian, Dad, don't worry. The doctor said Xinxin's body is recovering very well and all indicators are normal. Jiang Chen, that's good. I'm free today. Can I come to the hospital to accompany Xinxin later? Bai Qianqian, husband, you'd better not come. My parents came to the hospital today and they are guarding Xinxin. If you come, I'm worried that they will notice something. Jiang Chen, didn't you tell your parents that I'm already Xinxin's godfather? Bai Qianqian, I dare not say. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had originally planned to go to the hospital to accompany Xinxin today, but Bai Qianqian was so guilty that she was afraid that her parents would notice something and refused to let Jiang Chen go to the hospital no matter what. No way. Jiang Chen could only give up his original plan and think about what to do today when the weather is so nice. That's right. Black card consumption money. Today I can take Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli and others shopping, spend like crazy, and earn double rebates by the way. Do it when you think of it. Jiang Chen woke up several women, and after breakfast, he immediately led them to the IFC shopping mall with great momentum. On the way, Jiang Chen first called Yu Lily. When Yu Lily heard that Jiang Chen wanted to take her shopping, she agreed without saying a word. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen called Lin Qingshuet again and asked her in an imperative tone to bring Tang Rou out as well. Then, of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, the other 6 except Lu Ruian were summoned by Jiang Chen. 9 a.m. sharp. The main entrance of IFC shopping mall. The combination of 1 man and 6 women simply dazzled countless people's eyes. Jiang Chen's looks and charm need no further explanation. If he were released, he would be a disaster for all the young ladies, wives, sisters-in-law, and aunts in Xilan City. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lin Qingshuet, Yu Lily and Tang Rou are all beauties at the school level. It is very rare to see one of them. At this moment, 6 of them appeared at once. People who don't know the situation would think this is the filming of some idol drama. Hi. Jiang Chen, long time no see. The moment Tang Rou saw Jiang Chen, her eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately walked up to him and greeted him. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell on Tang Rou. I have to say, there was a basis for the fact that Tang Rou was called a pure goddess by a bunch of loser otakus when she was in college. First of all, Tang Rou has a pair of big, twinkling eyes, which is very cute. Secondly, Tang Rou is only 1.6 meters tall, and she usually likes to wear JK clothes and wear double ponytails, which makes her look very petite, pure, and cute. Then, Tang Rou is a typical girl with a baby face, and her figure is not inferior to Su Yao at all. Finally, Tang Rou's voice was soft and sticky, giving people the feeling that she was easy to bully. Unfortunately, cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Compared with lowly-type women like Tang Rou, Jiang Chen prefers the sexy queen Su Yao. Tang Rou, long time no see. Jiang Chen blinked at Tang Rou, and a line of information immediately appeared in his sight. Name, Tang Rou. Age, 25. Value, 94. Body type, 95. Big Thunder, 34D. Driver, 0. Favorability, 20. Seeing that Tang Rou only had 20 points of favorability towards him, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Lin Qingxue, who was standing behind Tang Rou. The next second, Lin Qingxue's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Qingxue. Age, 25. Value, 96. Body type, 95. Big Thunder, 36D. Driver, 1. Favorability, 20. Jiang Chen was suddenly speechless. Jiang Chen was not surprised that Tang Rou only had a 20-point favorability rating for him. After all, he had never dealt with Tang Rou in all these years. But Lin Qingxue only had a 20-point favorability rating for him, which made Jiang Chen a little unhappy. You know, the night before yesterday, Jiang Chen worked hard to cultivate a relationship with Lin Qingxue for several hours, and I don't know how much sweat he shed and how much energy he consumed. Result: Lin Qingxue only has 20 points of favorability towards Jiang Chen? Isn't this too ungrateful? No. Buddy must take a look at these two women. What are they thinking? Swish. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately activated the peeping function of his mind's eye towards Tang Rou. Personal privacy. I was deceived by a man when I fell in love for the first time. After being completely disappointed with men, I fell in love with women and became a typical lesbian. Current intention: Jiang Chen asked everyone to go shopping together. I must spend as much of his money as possible and make a lot of money from him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly, and a helpless expression flashed across his face. Swish. Then, Jiang Chen set his gaze on Lin Qingxue again. Personal privacy. I used to have male phobia, and although it was completely cured later, my sexual orientation has not been changed. I am a typical lesbian. Current intention: I want to pretend that I have a normal relationship with Tang Rou, and I must not let Jiang Chen find out anything. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Luli was right, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou were a couple, and they were both lesbians. Damn it. What a waste of two such good cabbages. It's such a waste of resources. Honey, where are we going next? At this moment, Su Yao walked to Jiang Chen's side, took his arm, and looked like a little bird. Jiang Chen did not answer Su Yao, but quickly glanced around the mall. Soon, he saw a Chanel luxury store not far away. You all follow me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and immediately walked towards the Chanel store with 6 golden flowers. I'll give you a sample first, and then you guys just need to follow my standard. Su Yao? The other 5 golden flowers? Chanel luxury store. When Jiang Chen walked in with 6 golden flowers, the eyes of several female shop assistants lit up. In their view, Jiang Chen was wearing all luxury brands, including a Patek Philippe watch worth 4 million on his wrist. One could tell at first glance that he was a wealthy young man. The 6 beauties following behind Jiang Chen, although they were all dressed beautifully, were all posing coquettishly and were obviously focused on Jiang Chen. It was obvious at a glance that they were Jiang Chen's canaries. So, when Jiang Chen and his group walked in, almost all the female shop assistants came forward to greet them. I don't want this one, or that one. Pack up all the rest of the clothes, bags, shoes, accessories, etc. Jiang Chen is like a nouveau riche. Oh no. He is a nouveau riche. What super rich man? Jiang Chen doesn't like being a super rich man. He likes the feeling of being a nouveau riche. Jiang Chen was seen walking around the store quickly, pointing out a few pieces of clothing he didn't like, and then asking the clerk to pack up the rest. This shocked several female shop assistants. Their eyes widened like bells and shot out lightning like shrewdness. Then, the shop assistants hurriedly served tea and water to Jiang Chen as if he were a father, trying their best to please him, as if they were afraid that this rich sponsor would run away. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou were also shocked by Jiang Chen's move. This is a Chanel store. Any piece of clothing costs tens of thousands of dragon currency, and Jiang Chen actually wants to book the whole place? It's simply inhumane. Hello, sir. Your total consumption this time is 4.85 million yuan. I can round off the amount for you and charge you a total of 4.8 million yuan. Excuse me, are you paying by card? Or by scanning the QR code on WeChat? A full half hour. The store manager settled everything, then walked up to Jiang Chen with a smile on his face, holding the shopping list. 0? Who are you looking down on? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen snorted coldly, took out a black card, and said to the store manager, "Just pay me 5 million, and the rest will be your service fee." Quiet. The whole place was silent. At this moment, not only the store manager and the staff were stunned, but even the 6 money-worshipping girls who were choosing clothes were all stunned where they were. Swish. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and said to the 6 golden flowers, "I have already made samples for you. I think you all know how to shop next, right?" Quiet. The scene was quiet again. But after a brief silence, the 6 golden flowers immediately cheered together. Ah! Dad, you're so handsome. I love you so much, Dad. Go! Jiang Chen's father is paying the bill today. Sisters, get excited. I'd rather buy 3,000 by mistake than miss out on anything. Zhao Shiman's favorability plus 5. Yu Lili's favorability plus 5. Lu Li's favorability plus 10. Lin Qingxue's favorability plus 20. Tang Rou favorability plus 20. Chapter 78 Crazy Consumption. IFC Shopping Mall. Chanel Luxury Store. Because Jiang Chen caused such a big noise, at this moment, many employees from nearby shops had gathered in front of the store, as well as many people who came to watch the fun. Everyone heard that a rich man came to the mall today and booked out the entire Chanel store without saying a word, so everyone wanted to come and take a look at this rich man. Wow! Is this the rich brother? So handsome. Love it. Young, handsome, and rich, he's definitely my dream man. Brother, the way you spend money is so handsome. I like it so much. Is this rich brother from the Middle East? Does he have oil at home? Is he a royal prince? He is so generous. If anyone is willing to spend so much money on me, I would be willing to be his mistress. More and more people gathered around, and almost all the high-end brand stores in the IFC mall sent their staff to inquire about the news. Legend has it that a wealthy man from the Middle East, who was a prince from the royal family, came to the Chanel store and was very generous. With such huge wealth, who wouldn't he want to make some money? Soon. A plump young woman wearing a small suit, a hip skirt, and black stockings, twisted her hips, put on a flattering smile, and walked boldly to Jiang Chen's side. "Hello, sir. I'm the manager of the Gucci store upstairs. The clothes, bags, perfumes, accessories, etc. in our store are all top luxury goods in the world. Would you mind taking a look?" The female manager's voice was a little hoarse, but instead of sounding harsh, it gave people an extremely tempting feeling. It's like I got beaten up all night last night and my voice is hoarse. It's this mature and slightly hoarse voice. It makes people imagine. Swish. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the female store manager. Although her appearance was only above average, her mature and plump figure was pleasing to the eye. Name, Su Yao. Age, 28. Value, 85. Body size, 93. Big Thunder, 36C. Drivers, 9. Favorability, 30. Jiang Chen originally had a good impression of this young woman, but when he saw that she had 9 drivers, he immediately lost interest. Don't bother, just pack up everything in the store. I want it all. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, with a nonchalant expression on his face from beginning to end. Su Yao stood there in a daze. But after a brief moment of daze, an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on the woman's face. All-inclusive again. I really made the right bet this time. The young man is indeed a wealthy man from the Middle East, a prince of the royal family, and he is domineering in his actions. Seeing Su Yao still standing there in a daze, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown and urged, "Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Okay, wait a moment. Su Yao nodded and bowed quickly, then ran back to the store with a smile on her face. Under her leadership, the staff of the Gucci store became busy and frantic. After an unknown amount of time, the Gucci store was cleared out. Su Yao, with a group of female shop assistants, carrying large and small bags, found Jiang Chen again. Sir, your consumption this time is a total of 2.93 million yuan. Just pay 3 million, and the rest will be your service fee. Ah. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. My last name is Jiang, just call me young Master Jiang. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Seeing the manager of the Gucci store personally come to serve Jiang Chen, and also pack up and sell all the goods in the store. At this moment, the entire IFC shopping mall was in a frenzy. Almost all the store managers of other luxury stores in the mall heard the news and gathered at the door of the Chanel store, vying to serve Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the Hermes store. I sincerely invite you to visit us. Mr. Jiang, I'm from the Dior store. Mr. Jiang, I'm from the LV store. Mr. Jiang, come and have a look at our store. I guarantee your girlfriend will like it. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was surrounded by young and beautiful shopping guides and store managers. They tried their best to please Jiang Chen and desperately promoted their luxury goods, hoping that Jiang Chen would go to their store to shop. Jiang Chen just raised his arm and instantly felt something soft. I don't know whose headlights they are, but they're so close to me. Are they trying to seduce me? Stop making noise. Come one by one. Jiang Chen frowned and waved his hand. The scene suddenly became quiet and everyone looked at him eagerly. You, and you. Jiang Chen quickly pointed at a few female shopping guides in the crowd, and then said very generously, I want all the goods in your store. Certainly. Jiang Chen didn't order randomly. All the luxury stores he selected are from top international luxury brands, and the main focus is the word expensive. At this moment, all the female shopping guides chosen by Jiang Chen were so excited that their faces turned red and they were extremely excited, as if they had won the first prize in the lottery. And those female shopping guides who were not chosen by Jiang Chen all showed disappointed expressions, and their eyes were full of resentment when they looked at Jiang Chen. Damn! This is not the emperor choosing a concubine. What a resentment! If I have to blame someone, I can only blame your luxury goods for being too cheap. This young master doesn't like them. In this way, Jiang Chen selected 12 luxury stores in one go and bought all the goods in their stores. This scene also shocked the crowd watching the fun. Whether it's the second generation of rich people who come to spend money with their girlfriends, or the ladies dressed luxuriously, or the money-worshipping socialites who are looking for prey in the mall. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's handwriting. How can this be considered shopping? It's obvious that they are here to purchase goods. The local tyrant brother came here just to clear out the mall. I finally opened my eyes today. This is the arrogance of the rich. Young Master Jiang is so domineering, worthy of being the little prince of the Middle East. These days, those who own a mine at home are out of fashion. Those who own oil at home are the best. Mr. Jiang, are you still in need of a girlfriend? What do you think? Master Jiang, I'm 18 years old, beautiful as a flower, good at sex, not clingy, and absolutely obedient. Jiang Chen now has very high standards. After all, the women around him are all school beauties. So, naturally, he looked down on those vulgar women. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no interest at all, almost all the materialistic women who wanted to curry favor with him and claim him as their father showed expressions of disappointment. However, all the staff in the 12 top luxury stores selected by Jiang Chen took action. The entrance of the Chanel store was crowded with female shopping guides carrying various luxury handbags. The visual impact brought by this scene was so bright that it blinded everyone's eyes. Almost all the female consumers present were going crazy with envy. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the Hermes store. Here's your spending list, a total of 5.88 million. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the Dior store. Here's your spending list, totaling 4.9 million. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the LV store. Here's your spending list, a total of 5.46 million. One by one, store managers came to Jiang Chen respectfully and asked him questions carefully. There were hundreds of female shop assistants standing outside the store, their hands full of various luxury handbags, almost filling up the corridor. Swish! Jiang Chen directly took out his black card and swiped it on the POS machines of the store managers, with a calm expression on his face. Ding! You have successfully swiped your card for 6 million. Ding! You have successfully swiped your card for 5 million. Ding! You have successfully swiped your card for 5.5 million. As the POS machine sounded the voice prompts, the onlookers present couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually reverse the result and round it to zero. A bill of 5.88 million, 6 million directly paid by credit card. A bill of 4.9 million, 5 million directly paid by credit card. A bill of 5.46 million, 5.5 million was paid directly by credit card. After such a lavish operation, Jiang Chen had no idea how much money he had spent. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Anyway, this black card consumption money of his can only be used for consumption by the opposite sex. Only after the 100 million Dragon Country dollars are spent can the double rebate be credited to his bank card. Only the money with double rebate can be considered Jiang Chen's own money. So, Jiang Chen didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, I feel like I gave too little. If I continue spending at this slow pace, I wonder if I can spend all the 100 million yuan today? Damn! I didn't expect that spending money could also be a worry. 6 money-worshipping flowers, can you give me some support? If I can't spend this 100 million today, go home and kneel on the washboard. Chapter 79. Dad is the best in the world. IFC Shopping Mall. Chanel Luxury Store. The young and beautiful female store manager walked up to Jiang Chen with a pen and paper. Mr. Jiang, please tell us your address. We will send someone to deliver the goods to your door in person later. In addition to Chanel store managers, the same is true for managers of other stores. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen eagerly, waiting for him to tell them his address so that they could arrange for someone to deliver the goods to their door. Swish! At this moment, the 6 golden flowers who had just entered the fitting room had changed into new clothes, and then walked out of the fitting room laughing. Then, Jiang Chen casually pointed at the 6 golden flowers, and then said to all the store managers, "The things are bought for them, go ask them for the address." Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. At this moment, everyone present focused their attention on the 6 golden flowers. What a beautiful group of women. Sexy queen, pure lowly, cold goddess, girl with glasses, young lady with hips wider than shoulders, all of them are big beautiful ladies. No wonder young Master Jiang spends money so lavishly. Beauty is a disaster. Crash. Almost in an instant, all the store managers gathered around and asked for the address of the 6 golden flowers. At this moment, all 6 golden flowers were stunned. They just went to the fitting room to change their clothes. Why were there so many luxury store managers surrounding them as soon as they came out? What is this for? A few minutes later. After explanations from the store managers, the 6 golden flowers finally understood what had happened, and their eyes turned fiery as they looked at Jiang Chen. Good job. Jiang Chen's father is too arrogant. While they were changing clothes, they actually emptied 12 luxury goods stores. A rough count shows that there are more than 1,000 sets of cosmetics, more than 2,000 sets of the latest fashions, and more than 2,000 types of luxury bags. It's simply inhumane. Tada! Su Yao suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and walked quickly to Jiang Chen's side. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm and said, "Hubby, you bought so many things for us at once, the hotel room can't even hold them all." Jiang Chen thought about it. The presidential suite really couldn't hold all the stuff. Pa. Jiang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, and then shouted to the manager of the Chanel store, "Hey, bring me a pen and paper, I'll leave you an address." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Chanel store manager immediately ran over and respectfully handed the paper and pen to Jiang Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen held the pen and quickly left an address on the paper. Su Yao, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, also curiously poked her head out and looked at the address Jiang Chen left. Hiss. Soon, Su Yao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and exclaimed, "Phoenix Villa? Villa number 1? Husband, is this the villa you bought?" After Jiang Chen wrote down the address, he handed the paper and pen back to the Chanel store manager, then glanced at Su Yao and said, "Well, it is indeed the villa I just bought a few days ago." Would. Without saying anything, Su Yao kissed Jiang Chen hard on the face, and then said excitedly, "Hubby, you are so handsome. This is the number 1 villa in Phoenix Villa. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it." Jiang Chen ignored Su Yao's shouting and took out his black card to check the balance. Unexpectedly, his crazy card swiping only cost him more than 60 million Dragon Country currency. Oh shit. A total of 13 luxury goods stores were cleared out and packed up, and in the end only more than 60 million was spent? I still need nearly 40 million to max out this black card? What kind of plane is this? Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a while, then waved at the 6 golden flowers and said, "It's not fun here, let's not go shopping here, let's go directly to the forest store to buy a car." Ah. All 6 golden flowers stood there in a daze, obviously unable to keep up with the speed of Jiang Chen's thinking. What? Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Dad is in a good mood today, and I'm going to give each of you a luxury car. Do you want to go with Dad?" Follow, follow, follow. Wherever Dad goes, I go. Dad is so mighty and powerful, I love you so much. There is only one good father in the world, and a child with a father is like a treasure. What are you doing, you little rascals? Hurry up and wipe the saliva from the corners of your mouths and be a lady. Chuckle, chuckle. Shilan City, an international automobile city. There's a big car show going on here. When Jiang Chen brought the 6 golden flowers here, the auto show had been going on for a while. There were crowds of people around, and it was even more lively than a vegetable market. Hey! Did you guys watch the news? Just now, a little prince from the Middle East came to the IFC mall and emptied out 13 luxury stores. He was so arrogant. I also saw this news. The little prince of the Middle East spent 60 million to clear out 13 luxury stores just to win the smile of a beauty. Other people buy luxury goods one by one, but he goes from store to store, just like buying vegetables at the market. The little prince of the Middle East has oil at home, so he is naturally arrogant. Damn it! If I had oil at home, I would be even more arrogant than him. Just as everyone was talking about it, Jiang Chen walked into the auto show venue with 6 golden flowers. I don't know who exclaimed. Look! Isn't that the little prince from the Middle East in the news? Swish! In an instant, the eyes of countless spectators were focused on Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen turned around and faced the 6 golden flowers. He said calmly, "You guys go and choose the car, sign the contract, and then give me the bill." The 6 golden flowers cheered together, then hugged Jiang Chen's arms one by one and gave him a kiss. Even the lesbian couple Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou are no exception. Although they don't like men, they like money. Under the temptation of money, let alone kissing Jiang Chen, even if they were severely beaten by Jiang Chen, they would definitely not have any complaints. When the 6 golden flowers ran excitedly to choose a car, Jiang Chen, who was standing there, had 6 bright red lip marks on his face. No way. Jiang Chen could only rush into the bathroom, wash his face carefully, and wipe off all the lipstick marks on his face. However, before Jiang Chen could wipe his face clean, a woman suddenly rushed into the bathroom. The woman was wearing a standard OL uniform. She was pretty, with a curvy figure, and was an above-average beauty. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the person in charge of this auto show, Lina, you can call me Manager Li. I am glad that you can come to this auto show. It is my honor to serve you." Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the men's restroom sign hanging on the door, and an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "Manager Li, this is the men's restroom." "It's okay. As long as I can serve you, let alone in the men's restroom, even in the men's bathhouse, I can stand by and serve you tea and water." "Well, Master Jiang, let me wipe your hands. I'll take you to see the car later." Chapter 80, Inhumane and Rich, popular on the entire internet. Noon. A hot search suddenly became popular on the entire internet. A mysterious rich young man spent a fortune to clear out 13 luxury stores. A group of photos went viral on the internet. In the photo, Jiang Chen is swiping his card with a calm look on his face. He was surrounded by a dozen luxury store managers, and not far away stood more than 100 female shop assistants carrying large and small bags. This kind of inhumane behavior instantly set off the entire internet. The Middle Eastern oil prince, accompanied by 6 princesses, suddenly showed up at the Shilan City IFC mall. A mysterious rich young man spends a fortune just to make a beautiful woman smile. Breaking news! The IFC mall was looted by this guy. 60 million to clear out 13 luxury stores, this is simply inhumane. The crowd who witnessed Jiang Chen spending huge amounts of money took photos and posted them on Weibo, while others took videos and uploaded them to Douyin. In addition, there are on-site revelations from 13 luxury stores. The internet is full of news about Jiang Chen, and all kinds of gossip are flying around. Netizens are amazed at Jiang Chen's wealth and inhumanity, while also speculating about his identity and background. Jiang Chen is famous. He already had an amazing appearance, plus his status as a rich young man, and he was willing to spend a fortune just to make a beautiful woman smile. He instantly gained the favor of all women in the country and became the new generation of national husband. There are also rumors that as long as you are favored by the national husband, you will be given a truckload of brand name bags, watches, clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, etc. In one word, inhumane. Shilan City. In the old town, a dilapidated little courtyard. Lu Ruian dragged a large suitcase and returned to the courtyard where she had lived for 3 years. She glanced around the yard and found dust in many places. It seems that the person who originally lived here has not returned for several days. Swish. Lu Ruian walked to the door of the east room, moved a pot of flowers on the windowsill, and then found a spare key from under the pot. Then she used the key to open the door of the east room. Oh, the room is still so messy. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the room, as well as the dirty shorts, smelly socks, and other things that Jiang Chen had thrown on the bed, Lu Ruian raised the corners of her mouth slightly, then she let go of the suitcase, took the initiative to walk forward, and tidied up the somewhat messy bed. I don't know how long it took. The originally messy room has been tidied up by Lu Ruian. Perhaps feeling a little tired, Lu Ruian lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Buzz. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated slightly. Lu Ruian was cheered up and quickly took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. However, the next second, her pupils suddenly dilated, her face became extremely ugly, and her heart sank to the bottom. This WeChat message was sent by a colleague of hers and was a link to a hot search. Lu Ruian clicked on it and saw that the internet was flooded with news about Jiang Chen spending a ton of money at the IFC mall. Jiang Chen is spending money on other women. Spend money hard. And these women who were inhumanely pampered by Jiang Chenhao were actually her Lu Ruian-esque good friends. At this moment, Lu Ruian felt completely limp, as if the last bit of strength in her body had been drained away. How so? Does Jiang Chen really not love me anymore? I just made a mistake, that all women in the world would make. Why wouldn't he forgive me? After 3 whole years of relationship, has he really let it go completely? Tick. A tear slid down from the corner of Lu Ruian's eye, and then the second, third, and fourth tears flowed uncontrollably. Before long, Lu Ruian was already in tears. However, Lu Ruian quickly wiped away her tears, then stumbled into the yard holding Jiang Chen's dirty shorts and smelly socks. Swish. After throwing the dirty shorts and smelly socks into the basin, Lu Ruian filled the basin with water, rolled up her sleeves and started washing them carefully. Qin Group. Chairman's office. After being busy for the whole morning, Qin Xiaoyu put down the documents in her hands and prepared to go out for lunch. But as soon as she arrived downstairs at the company, she saw several female employees gathered together, shouting and yelling, all of them with excited looks on their faces. Oh my god! Young Master Jiang is so handsome. His looks are far better than those young celebrities in the entertainment industry. Young Master Jiang emptied out 13 luxury stores just to win the smile of a beautiful woman. This is too arrogant. How happy I would be if I could be Mr. Jiang's girlfriend. One, you have no face and no figure. What would young Master Jiang like about you? Although I'm not pretty enough, and my figure isn't good enough, but I'll tickle you. Coo-oo-oo. Qin Xiaoyu walked over curiously, glanced at the phone screens of several female employees, and was soon attracted by a photo. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu walked out of the company gate calmly, then found an empty corner and immediately took out her mobile phone. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu's face turned cold. Jiang Chen. He actually took a group of women shopping, and spent a huge amount of money to clear out 13 luxury stores for them. Little Prince of the Middle East? Taking 6 princesses to the mall? National husband? You little rascal, you seem to be living a happy life. I've been in a relationship with you for 3 years, and you've only given me a watch. You've never given me any other bags, clothes, shoes, cosmetics, etc. In your heart, am I not as good as a bunch of gold diggers? I'm so pissed off. No. This is absolutely intolerable. If you endure for a moment, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will feel more at a loss. Swish. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and immediately dialed Jiang Chen's number. Beep. The phone rang twice and was immediately connected. Perhaps because Jiang Chen answered the phone so quickly, Qin Xiaoyu's anger subsided a little. But the voice coming from the other end of the phone made Qin Xiaoyu's anger, which had just subsided, surge up again. Hello, who are you? It was a bit noisy over there on Jiang Chen's side, mixed with the giggles of several women. Su Yao instantly imagined a scene in her mind. Jiang Chen was hugging people on both sides, surrounded by flowers, and looked very happy. Jiang Chen, you didn't save my phone number? Su Yao suppressed her anger, her teeth chattering from gnashing, and her face suddenly became extremely cold. Wife, is that you? I was busy just now and didn't pay attention to the phone screen, so I answered the call casually. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Su Yao interrupted him with a cold shout. Who is your wife? Who did you call your wife just now? What? Aren't your wives accompanying you shopping? You have 6 wives. You are such a cool guy. Aunt Xiao, you know everything? Are you jealous? Who is jealous of you? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make me jealous? Why didn't I realize before that you are so shameless? Silence, no words. Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone wisely kept his mouth shut and did not argue with Su Yao at this time. A full 10 minutes later. Su Yao was tired of scolding and her emotions gradually calmed down. Jiang Chen then asked cautiously, Aunt Xiao, you called me to break up with me? Who said I was breaking up with you? Su Yao shouted this sentence almost subconsciously, but after shouting, she immediately regretted it. Obviously Jiang Chen already has a girlfriend. Obviously there is more than one woman around Jiang Chen. Obviously Jiang Chen is a scumbag. It's not enough for him to have his foot in 2 boats, he actually has his foot in 7 boats. But as soon as Su Yao heard the word breakup, she immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. When Su Yao thought about breaking up with Jiang Chen and becoming strangers from then on, she felt extremely reluctant, as if she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. It was not until this moment that Su Yao dared to face her own heart. She has completely fallen in love with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Su Yao stroked her hair and said in a gentle voice, let's have dinner together tonight. I have something important to talk to you about. Aunt Xiao, I may not be free tonight. After Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao, who had just calmed down, was instantly ignited again. What? I asked you out for dinner and you said you didn't have time? Do you know that the men who want to have dinner with me are lining up from here to abroad? How dare you reject me? You little brat. I'm giving you one chance now. Take back what you just said, reorganize your words, and then answer me again. Jiang Chen, okay, let's have dinner together tonight. Su Yao, well, that's good. Jiang Chen. Chapter 81 Living in a Big Villa. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using up 100 million consumption funds and getting double rebates. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 200 million Dragon Country coins. Ding. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Jiang Chen heard a series of system notification sounds, and then his phone vibrated slightly, and he received a bank transfer message. Longhua Merchants Bank, your account ending in 8888 completed the transfer transaction of Shagwa currency 200 million.00 at 12:12 on June 10, and the balance is 752,967,804.48. Ha, I easily earned 2 small goals. Looking at the long string of numbers in the bank card, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few days ago, he was still a small man struggling at the bottom of society, running around all day for a few pieces of silver, and he could not see any hope. Unexpectedly. A few days later, he had enough money to last him a lifetime. It's like a dream. Honey, where are we going next? At this moment, Su Yao ran to Jiang Chen excitedly, holding a Rolls-Royce car key, and took his arm. Soon after, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lin Xingxue, Tang Rou and Yu Lili all gathered around. Each of them held a brand new luxury car key in their hands. Zhao Sherman chose a Lamborghini, which cost more than 8 million yuan. Lu Li chose an Aston Martin, which cost more than 6 million yuan. Yu Lili chose a McLaren, which cost more than 6 million yuan. Lin Xingxue chose a Maserati, which cost more than 5 million yuan. Tang Rou chose a Porsche, which cost more than 5 million yuan. What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Su Yao did not choose a sports car, but a classic car Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a landing price of more than 10 million. 1 luxury SUV and 5 luxury supercars, with a total value of more than 40 million. Jiang Chen not only maxed out his black card for spending money, but he also took out several million more from his own bank card. But compared with the double rebate of 200 million Dragon Country currency, the few million extra that Jiang Chen paid was nothing at all. Let's find a place to eat first, and then we'll go directly to Phoenix Villa in the afternoon. Jiang Chen glanced at the 6 beautiful golden flowers and thought to himself that it was time to take these girls home. What is the idiom called? A beautiful girl in a golden house. That's right. If you want to hide a beauty, you must first have a golden house. It's like, the rooster builds a nest so that the hen has a place to lay eggs. In short, the Jiang family will expand and flourish in the near future. 2 p.m. A line of 7 brand new sports cars were speeding on the road. Leading the way is a Bugatti Chiron. Following closely behind was a Ferrari LaFerrari. Then there are Lamborghini, Aston Martin, McLaren, Maserati, and Porsche. Wherever the convoy passed, passers-by were amazed. WTF? So many luxury supercars? Are the second-generation rich from Shilin City going on a group trip? Wow! Ferrari LaFerrari, so cool! What's a Ferrari LaFerrari? Look at the Bugatti Chiron leading the way. We only have 3 of them in Dragon Country. I didn't expect that. We actually have a Bugatti Chiron in Shilin City. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen so many luxury supercars in my life. Take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Su Yao did not drive the newly bought Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but drove the Ferrari LaFerrari that Jiang Chen gave her. As for the Cullinan, it has been handed over to the specific person in charge of the auto show, who will send staff to deliver the car directly to Phoenix Villa. About half an hour later, the convoy arrived safely at Villa number 1 of Phoenix Villa. After parking the car, the 6 golden flowers got out immediately and looked at the big villa curiously. The first thing that catches your eye is a vast and magnificent garden. Various precious flowers and plants are planted in the garden, with more than a dozen cobblestone paths crisscrossing it. There is also a small fountain square in the middle of the garden. Whenever music is played, the fountain will spray out various shapes to the rhythm of the music. Behind the garden is a super large villa that resembles a Western-style palace. Majestic, luxurious, and extremely beautiful. On the left side of the villa is a tennis court, and on the right side is a detached garage and a helicopter pad. Hubby, is this really the villa you bought? Hubby, can we really live here from now on? This villa is so big, it's almost as big as a small manor. How much does it cost to buy it? Lily, pinch me, I want to see if I'm dreaming. Ouch. Why are you pinching me so hard? It hurts so much. Ha 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 ha. Along the way, no other expression could be seen on the faces of the 6 golden flowers except shock and ecstasy. When the group walked into the villa, they were shocked by its luxurious decoration. Soon, the 6 golden flowers began to tour the villa and chose a bedroom they liked. Jiang Chen had already visited this villa and didn't want to accompany the 6 golden flowers to visit it again, so he simply lay down on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and started playing games. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen was playing games and was having a lot of fun. He wanted to hang up the phone directly, but his hand slipped and he accidentally pressed the answer button. The next second, a gentle and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello? Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Chairman Zhang? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that he now had a new identity, chairman of the Dynasty Group. I'm Jiang Chen, may I ask who you are? Jiang Chen raised the phone and put it to his ear, with a strange expression on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Xiao Wanqing, and I'm currently the Deputy General Manager of the Dynasty Group. I took the liberty of calling you this time to report on my work and to ask if you have any new instructions. Xiao Wanqing spoke these words very carefully. After all, it was her first time to come into contact with the new chairman, and she was not sure about his temper and personality, so she was naturally cautious. Are you the Deputy General Manager? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It's not that he looks down on Vice President Xiao Wanqing, nor is it that he is deliberately showing off. All the shares of the Dynasty Group were acquired by Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen became the sole chairman of the group. Logically speaking, it should be the general manager who called him, so why did it be the deputy general manager who called? Xiao Wanqing seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and immediately explained on the phone, Chairman, it's like this. After you acquired 100% of the shares of the Dynasty Group, the original general manager has voluntarily resigned. At present, the position of general manager of our Dynasty Group is temporarily vacant, so I took the initiative to contact you, Chairman. After listening to Xiao Wanqing's explanation, Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. Didn't the general manager just resign? These days, the thing that is most in short supply is talent. Are capitalists afraid that no one will work hard for them? At worst, the former deputy general manager can be directly promoted to general manager, and the entire group can still operate. Anyway, Zhangchen doesn't know how to manage a company, so it's better for him to be a hands-off boss. Since the original general manager has resigned and this position cannot be left vacant, then you should just take over the position of general manager. Jiang Chen acted as if he was playing house. Without saying anything, he promoted Xiao Wanqing to the general manager of the dynasty group. This also made Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the phone stunned. Chairman, what you mean is, you want to promote me to be the new general manager of dynasty group? Hearing Xiao Wanqing's extremely surprised voice, Jiang Chen said impatiently, yes, I want to promote you to be the new general manager. What? Don't you want to be the general manager? No. Chairman, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, I'd like to be the general manager. I also think I'm capable of this position. Chairman, thank you very much for your promotion and recognition. I will do my best to contribute all my strength to our group. Chapter 82 1 Group, 3 Vice Presidents. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. After Jiang Chen hung up the phone, he just played mobile games for a while and received an email from Xiao Wanqing. There was an appointment letter in the mail. Notice on the formal appointment of Xiao Wanqing, former deputy general manager of the group, as the new general manager of the group. Jiang Chen glanced at the appointment letter and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao Wanqing is really a decisive woman. How long has it been? She has prepared the appointment letter, and now all that's left is for Chairman Jiang Chen to sign and approve it. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time and immediately completed the electronic signature on the appointment letter. However, just when Jiang Chen was about to send the signed appointment letter to Xiao Wanqing, he unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang urgently. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown, then answered the call. Hello? Hello? Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang? A slightly charming voice came from the other end of the phone. But what surprised Jiang Chen was that the two lines she said were exactly the same as Xiao Wanqing's opening remarks. What's going on? Are you looking for Chairman Jiang again? When did Chairman Jiang become so popular? I'm Jiang Chen, may I ask who you are? Jiang Chen raised the phone and put it to his ear, with a strange expression on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Shin Keqing, and I'm currently the Deputy General Manager of the Dynasty Group. I took the liberty of calling you this time to report on my work and to ask if you have any new instructions. Shin Keqing spoke these words very carefully. However, after hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Shin Keqing said she was the Deputy General Manager? So, is the Xiao Wanqing who called me just now a fake? Chairman? The inquiring voice from the other end of the phone quickly brought Jiang Chen back to his senses. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed twice and asked in a strange tone, your name is Shin Keqing, right? Yes, Chairman, my name is Shin Keqing. You said, you are the Deputy General Manager of Dynasty Group? Yes, I have been working in our group for 6 years and currently serve as the Deputy General Manager. How many Deputy General Managers does our group have? Jiang Chen's expression became more and more strange. Although he had guessed something, he did not dare to jump to conclusion before he fully understood the truth. Chairman, our group has 1 general manager and 3 deputy general managers. I am the deputy general manager in charge of audit and legal affairs. The other 2 deputy general managers are in charge of finance and operations, as well as administration and personnel. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly asked, what are the names of the other 2 deputy general managers? Shin Keqing on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. It seemed a little surprising that Chairman Jiang Chen didn't even know the names of several deputy general managers in his company. But Shin Keqing still quickly answered Jiang Chen, Chairman, the other 2 deputy general managers are Xiao Wanqing and Zhou Ruoshi. Oh. A strange expression flashed across Jiang Chen's face again. Judging from the names of the 3 deputy general managers, they are all women. Doesn't this dynasty group feel a bit like there are more females than males? Never mind. A great man once said that women hold up half the sky. Therefore, never underestimate women. Chairman, the former general manager of the group has resigned voluntarily, and the position of general manager is now vacant. I would like to ask the chairman, do you have any plans for the temporarily vacant general manager position of the group? Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face suddenly showed an expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just as expected, Shin Keqing had ideas about the position of general manager. Oh no! Maybe the 3 deputy general managers all have ideas about the position of general manager. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed twice, then said after a pause, I have appointed Xiao Wanqing as the new general manager of the group. The appointment letter will be sent to the dynasty group later. I hope you can cooperate with President Zhao's work in the future. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, there was a cry of surprise from the other end of the phone. It was obvious that Shin Keqing's breathing quickened, as if she was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's appointment. Vice President Shin, do you have any questions? Jiang Chen frowned, seeming to be somewhat dissatisfied with Shin Keqing's sudden interruption of his words. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Well, I think I am more capable of being the general manager than Vice President Xiao. I can also assure you that as long as I become the general manager, I will definitely be able to lead the dynasty group to a higher level. Chairman, I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Silence, no words. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a headache. He originally thought that the dynasty group had only one deputy general manager, so when Xiao Wanqing called, he made a promise without hesitation to promote Xiao Wanqing to general manager. However, the call from Shin Keqing made Jiang Chen hesitate again. The first impression Xiao Wanqing gave Jiang Chen was that she was steady. Shin Keqing's first impression on Jiang Chen was that she was radical. But Jiang Chen just likes radical talents because he himself is a radical person. Without knowing the specific abilities of the 2 vice presidents, if Jiang Chen had to choose one of them to be the general manager, he would be more inclined to choose Shin Keqing. But the bad thing is that Jiang Chen has personally promised to promote Xiao Wanqing to general manager. We can't let him, as the chairman of the board, go back on his word and break his promise, can we? Call. Jiang Chen let out a long breath and said calmly, Vice President Shin, although this is the first time I meet you, I really like your straightforward personality. Young people should be full of energy and courage. If you want something, you should work hard to get it. In short, I will seriously consider your position as the general manager of the group. Jiang Chen didn't say anything definite, he just said he would consider it. But Shin Keqing on the other end of the phone saw a glimmer of hope, and at the same time developed some good feelings towards the chairman who recognized her very much. Especially Jiang Chen's words, if you want something, work hard for it, really touched Shin Keqing's heart. This song breaks my heart. Where can I find a soulmate in this world? Although it is not so exaggerated, Shin Keqing thinks that Jiang Chen's personality should be very similar to hers. Call. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen lay down on the sofa, then covered his forehead and sighed deeply. Damn. It's really not easy to be a chairman. I haven't even shown up at the company yet, but I'm already getting a headache from 2 phone calls. I wonder what unexpected things will happen next. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang again, and the caller ID showed another unfamiliar number. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly sat up, with the weird expression on his face. Because he had a strong premonition. The person who made this call must be the 3rd vice president of the dynasty group Zhou Ruoshi. No need to think, it's definitely her. If not, I ate my phone. Chapter 83. Everyone wants to be the general manager. Hello? Jiang Chen answered the phone. In order to maintain the glorious image of the chairman, he pronounced the simple word hello in a sonorous and powerful voice with great heroism. This sound is like a warm call of summer, melting the ice and snow of the entire winter, and it is also like a storm that makes people unable to breathe in an instant. All right. It's not that exaggerated, it's just that Jiang Chen's voice is deep, rich, and magnetic, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to it. However, there was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and then a slight sobbing sound was heard, as if a girl was crying. Jiang Chen, you finally answered my call. When Lu Ruian's voice came from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen swore that his whole body was about to break apart. Doubt, astonishment, dullness, anger. In just a moment, the expression on Jiang Chen's face went through 4 changes. Fuck, and I'm Allah next door. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and suddenly jumped up from the sofa. A strong anger rushed to his head, forcing him to send the most cordial greetings to Lu Ruian. Lu Ruian, are you sick? Who told you to call me at this time? Do you have any sense of public morality? You're killing me. I'm warning you, if you dare to call me again, I'll sell you to the Red Romantic Leisure Club and make you sell clams for the rest of your life. Get out of here right now. After cursing, Jiang Chen hung up the phone without saying a word. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the phone in his hand. The expression on his face was as ugly as it could be. At the same time, he was thinking in his mind, should he start a live broadcast and eat the phone in front of everyone? After all, he had just set a flag that if the person who called was not Zhou Ruoshi, the deputy general manager of the Dynasty Group, he would eat the phone. As a man, you can't go back on your word, right? Damn. It's all Lu Ruian's fault. It's so unfortunate that they called me at this time. The biggest mistake my buddy made in his life was getting involved with a scumbag like Lu Ruian. Damn, she is not only unlucky in marriage, but also unlucky for her ex-boyfriend. My whole life's reputation has been ruined by her. All right. I'm going to express my opinion. Cell phone, I will definitely eat it. Oh, at first and make it up later. Believe me, I am not a person who goes back on my word. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang again, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number again. At this moment, the expression on Jiang Chen's face was as weird as it could be. Because he had a strong premonition. The person who made this call must be the third vice president of the Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoshi. No need to think, it's definitely her. If not, I just eat 2 mobile phones. Call. Jiang Chen did not rush to answer the call. Instead, he took a long breath and calmed himself down. Then, with trembling fingers, he nervously pressed the answer button. Nonsense. It concerns the life and death of 2 mobile phones. How can I not be nervous? Hello? Hello? Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Chairman Zhang? A clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. This voice is simply melodious, like water in song, clear and pleasant to the ear, whispering softly, crisp and loud, like a dream, hard and soft, like a secluded orchid in the valley, soft and heartwarming, sweet as honey. 10,000 words omitted here. In short, Jiang Chen trembled all over. The deep eyes lit up instantly. My mom doesn't have to worry about me eating 2 cell phones anymore. Ahem. Jiang Chen quickly coughed twice, then replied in a deep, rich, and magnetic voice, I am Jiang Chen, may I ask who you are? Hello, Chairman. My name is Zhou Ruoshi, and I'm currently the Deputy General Manager of the Dynasty Group. I took the liberty of calling you this time to report on my work and to ask if you have any new instructions. Zhou Ruoshi said this very carefully. But Jiang Chen is already numb. I am speechless. Because his ears are almost calloused. He has heard this line 3 times. Damn it. Could it be that Xia Wanqing, Xin Qiqing, and Zhou Ruoshi were all taught by the same teacher? Only if you have the same master can you use the same moves. So, Jiang Chen now seriously suspected that the 3 of them must have the same husband. Oh no. They were students taught by the same teacher. Vice President Zhou. Jiang Chen organized his words a little, and then said earnestly, before you, Vice President Xiao and Vice President Xin both called me. I have actually thought seriously about the temporary vacancy of the position of General Manager of the group. I have decided to directly promote a smart and capable executive from within our group to serve as General Manager. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, he could clearly hear the breathing from the other end of the phone, which instantly became a little faster. No need to think about it. This woman also has ideas about the position of General Manager. How does that sentence go? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. John Napoleon, the fighting king, the scumbag, Chen, agreed with this statement very much, and was very happy to see that the soldiers under his command were all full of fighting spirit, ambitious, and wanted to be a general. The more capable the soldiers under his command, the more at ease he can be as a hands-off boss. Chairman, I'm actually quite capable. Zhou Ruoshi's sudden scratch almost sprained Jiang Chen's waist. Not only did this woman emphasize the word capable, but she also added a soul-stirring provocation at the end of the sentence. Jiang Chen wanted to criticize Zhou Ruoshi harshly. How could he speak to the chairman in such a tone? But when the words came to his lips, Jiang Chen asked inexplicably, how capable are you? Chairman, can I invite you to visit my home tonight? I will cook for you a sumptuous dinner tonight. How about letting you taste my cooking? Of course, I definitely don't mean anything else. This meal is to celebrate your becoming the chairman of the Dynasty Group. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to give you a detailed and in-depth report on my work to prove how capable I am. Jiang Chen got goosebumps. Zhou Ruoshi's voice, especially the teasing tone at the end, is really good at teasing men. This woman is definitely not a good person. Jiang Chen touched his chin and asked in a deep voice, Vice President Zhou, I want to ask, how many years have you worked in the group? Have you always been the deputy general manager? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be slightly stunned. Then, Zhou Ruoshi's teasing voice came over, Chairman, I have been working in the Dynasty Group for 7 years. I was previously the department manager of the Public Relations Department, and later I was promoted to deputy general manager of the group. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. It turns out he is a talent from the Public Relations Department. No wonder he is so courageous. It also smells a bit itchy. This woman is an expert. We must be extremely vigilant. Chairman, what I just told you. I'm not free tonight, let's do it another day. Although it's a bit regrettable, it doesn't matter. When the chairman is free someday, you are always welcome to visit my home. Chapter 84 6 Good Daughters? Phoenix Villa. The living room of Villa Number 1. Just as Jiang Chen hung up the phone, he heard a burst of dense high-heeled footsteps, mixed with the chattering laughter of a group of women. The 6 golden flowers finally decided to go downstairs. Can it take so long to choose a room? Jiang Chen thought they were going to hold a meeting upstairs, discuss a plan, then think it over carefully, and finally implement it. Women, you are really so slow. Ta-da! Su Yao was wearing a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, twisting her slender waist, swaying her perky buttocks, swaying her S-shaped figure, taking very natural cat steps, walking with the wind and exuding fragrance. Swish! She walked to Jiang Chen's side, smoothed her skirt gracefully, then raised her butt, sat down, and crossed her legs. Whoosh! Zhao Sherman moved quickly. After Su Yao took her seat, she immediately came to the other side of Jiang Chen and sat down carelessly. The other 4 golden flowers all showed disappointed expressions when they saw that there was no empty seat next to Jiang Chen. No way! They could only find a seat and sit down, then all their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Honey, what are you doing? Su Yao saw Jiang Chen holding a mobile phone and seemed to be signing an electronic contract, and immediately leaned over curiously. Nothing, I just acquired a company and am signing a letter of appointment. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the eyes of the 6 golden flowers, including Su Yao, lit up. Honey, you acquired a company? What kind of company is this? What is the company's main business scope? Is the company large? Hubby, are you the overbearing president now? Su Yao's 3 consecutive questions not only expressed what she was thinking, but also raised the questions in the minds of the other 5 golden flowers. Jiang Chen thought about it and decided that since the 6 golden flowers were all gold diggers, it was necessary to show them his strength. What if a rich second-generation guy shows up one day and takes a fancy to these little guys, and even wants to use money to beat them down? With the nature of these little guys, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee that he would be accused of something. Besides, Jiang Chen felt that the fact that he had become the chairman of the Dynasty Group would be exposed sooner or later, and it was not something sneaky, so there was nothing to hide. Then, Jiang Chen blurted out, the name of this company is Dynasty Group, and I am not the president, but the only shareholder of the group. They all call me the chairman. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the living room. Jiang Chen just raised his eyelids and saw 6 chins drop to the ground. Of course, it's not that exaggerated. The 6 golden flowers just widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and their faces were full of shock. They all looked at Jiang Chen stupidly and were speechless for a long time. The living room was quiet. Complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. About a minute later, Su Yao asked cautiously in a trembling voice, Husband, you just said, Dynasty Group? Is it the Dynasty Group in Shilan City? Is it the Dynasty Group, which has a market value of 100 billion and is involved in real estate, hotels, theme parks, shopping malls, cinemas, media, entertainment, construction, IT, manufacturing, sales, foreign trade, financial investment, etc.? It is considered the supergiant in Shilan City? After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Su Yao suddenly had a short circuit. But, after a brief silence, a scream suddenly rang out in the living room. Ah! Hubby, you're so handsome. This is the Dynasty Group. A giant group with a market value of hundreds of billions, and you just bought it? Honey, how much money do you have? Dad, are you the richest man in Shilon City now? Are you already in the top 10 of the Dragon Country rich list? Dad Jiangchen, I am your good daughter. I will be for the rest of my life. Dad, I'm also your good daughter. Are your shoulders sore? Let me massage your shoulders. Dad, let me give you a leg massage. Dad, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? I'll wash it for you right away. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had acquired the Dynasty Group and became the group's sole shareholder, the 6 golden flowers all went crazy. Including Su Yao, the 6 golden flowers all called Jiang Chen dad. This wave of emotional value is maxed out. However, Jiang Chen frowned, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, and did not speak for a long time, as if he had encountered something troubling. Su Yao quickly discovered Jiang Chen's abnormality. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm, kissed him hard on the face and asked, "Husband, shouldn't you be happy that you acquired the Dynasty Group? Why do you look so sad?" He. Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then told the 6 golden flowers everything that had just happened. Because Jiang Chen was really a little undecided and didn't know who to promote as the general manager of the group among the 3 deputy general managers. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge-liang. Jiang Chen has 6 cobblers here, which is enough to replace 2 zhuge-liangs. Therefore, Jiang Chen also wanted to hear the opinions of the 6 golden flowers. Soon, the living room became quiet. The 6 golden flowers were all lost in thought, and they all looked like they were giving Jiang Chen advice and helping him solve his problems. Hubby, I think, since you have already promised Vice President Xiao, then appoint her as the general manager. People should not go back on their words, don't you think? Su Yao expressed her opinion first. But this made Jiang Chen's face look strange. Little Splash, what do you mean? Are you reminding Dad in a roundabout way? Should people keep their promises? So, Daddy promised you that if he were to marry, it would only be you, and he must keep his word? But Dad is a scumbag. Can you believe what a scumbag says? Hubby, I think what Sister Yao Yao said is right. You are now the chairman of the Dynasty Group. Once you open your mouth, you must keep your word. If you go back on your words, it will only damage your prestige. Zhao Sherman also spoke and clearly expressed her support for Su Yao. It seems that the relationship between the 2 sisters is really strong. After all, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman have played the role of nurses together. One gave injections and the other fed medicine. They cooperated very well and it was like they were in perfect harmony. Good girlfriends, for life. Advance together, retreat together, break through together, and fly together. Fine. However, just when Jiang Chen thought that the other 4 golden flowers would agree with Su Yao, someone suddenly rebelled. The sound of tea suddenly broke the silence. I think Vice President Shin is daring and has a straightforward personality. He works hard to get what he wants. Such a person should be more suitable to be the general manager. Besides, my husband is also optimistic about this Vice President Shin. Since you think highly of her, why don't you choose her as the general manager? Anyway, the entire group belongs to my husband. He can appoint whoever he wants as general manager. He doesn't have to consider anyone's opinion, right? Quiet. The living room was quiet. Including Jiang Chen, everyone's eyes were on Lu Li. That's right. Those words just now were said by the green tea girl Lu Li. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that Lu Li would dare to jump out and sing a different tune from Su Yao. Is she relying on her excellent eloquence in Jiang Chen's favor to challenge Su Yao's position as the queen? You are quite brave. Chapter 85 6 Golden Flowers, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? In the living room. The atmosphere seemed to have changed a little. Su Yao sat lazily on the sofa, with her arms folded across her chest and one leg still crossed. Although the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, making her look like she was smiling, her charming peach blossom eyes were half closed, and there was a shadow in her beautiful eyes. Lu Li sat on the sofa opposite, with her legs together and slightly sideways, seemingly fiddling with her nails casually, but she was staring at Su Yao intentionally or unintentionally out of the corner of her eye. I agree with Li Zi's point of view. At this moment, Yu Lily, who was sitting next to Lu Li, suddenly said, I also think that Vice President Shin is more suitable for the position of general manager. Yu Lily looked at Su Yao cautiously, then pursed her lips and said, the general manager of the dynasty group can be said to be second only to one person and above 10,000 people. He holds great power, and this matter is of great importance. Therefore, the appointment of a general manager must not be sloppy, and we must not just randomly appoint someone. If we choose the wrong general manager and it causes losses to the group, it will be Jiang Chen's money that will be lost in the end. This is a large group with a market value of 100 billion. Even if it loses only 1 percentage point, it will cost more than 1 billion dragon country currency. After Yulili expressed her opinion, her eyes involuntarily fell on Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps because she saw that Jiang Chen was not angry and did not show any unhappy expression, Yulili immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then sat quietly beside Luli, watching her nose with her eyes and her heart with her nose. Quiet. The scene became quiet again. Su Yao narrowed her eyes, first glanced at Luli and Yulili, then turned to look at Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou who were sitting on the sofa on the other side. No one raised any different opinions. Su Yao turned around, stared at Luli and said, "Li Zi, why do you think that a radical talent is more suitable to be the general manager than a steady talent?" Upon hearing this, Luli immediately sat up straight. Facing Su Yao's sharp eyes, she said fearlessly, "The Dynasty Group is a large company with a market value of 100 billion. Although it is large in scale, its development has reached a bottleneck. If we want to break the bottleneck and continue to expand and strengthen the group, we need a radical general manager, not a steady one. Sister Yao Yao, do you think I'm right?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately put down her crossed legs. She took a deep breath and said calmly, "You are right. The development of the Dynasty Group has indeed encountered a bottleneck. But it was precisely because its development speed was too fast and many of its foundations were unstable that the group fell into a bottleneck. At this stage, the Dynasty Group must not blindly pursue breakthroughs. Instead, it needs to settle down for a while. Only when the foundation is firmly established can the pursuit of breakthroughs be more effective. So, I think the Dynasty Group needs a more stable general manager at this stage." What the hell? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He could never have imagined that a bunch of money-worshipping little guys could actually sit together and make decisions. It seems that he has not forgotten the little business theory knowledge he learned in college. He even brought out these theories and directly applied them to the Dynasty Group. They are all pretty awesome. Sister Yao Yao, you also said it's at this stage. Can't you take a longer-term view? What if we get through this stage? What will the group do with its future development? You can't just remove this general manager and replace him with someone else, right? Luli, the number one debater on the opposing side, once again raised sharp opposing views. In response to this view, Su Yao, the number one debater on the affirmative side, also raised a soul-searching question: if the group can't even get through the current stage, what future can it talk about? After Su Yao finished speaking, Luli immediately said, "Sister Yao Yao, it's not as serious as you said, right? Vice President Xin and Vice President Xiao can completely divide the work and cooperate with each other, one responsible for external development and the other responsible for internal stability. In this way, the problems you are worried about will not arise at all. However, I think development should be the main focus, with stability as a secondary consideration. Look at those Western powers. Which one of them didn't rely on invading other countries to gain wealth and strengthen their own country?" As soon as Luli finished speaking, Su Yao immediately retorted, "The Western powers do rely on invading other countries to grow stronger, but our dragon country is different. Our dragon country has relied on its own development, step by step, slowly accumulating strength, and has become a powerful country. Isn't this a living example? So, why should we learn from the Western powers?" As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, Luli immediately followed up, "Sister Yao Yao, you also said that our dragon country has become a powerful country by slowly developing and accumulating. But life is only a few decades long. Can we wait that long? According to your theory, even if we wait until we are old and gray, we probably won't see the market value of Dynasty Group exceed 1 trillion. If we want to make the Dynasty Group bigger and stronger in our lifetime, we must learn from the Western powers." The debate entered a white-hot state. Su Yao and Luli had a heated debate, and the two sides were arguing so hard that neither could convince the other. Suddenly, someone came up with the idea of voting. But Jiang Chen never expected that the situation at the scene had undergone another major change. Zhao Sherman supports Su Yao, and Yu Lili supports Lu Li. The two sides tied 2-2. Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou actually chose to abstain. When everyone turned their eyes to Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou, Lin Xingxue suddenly coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Well, Actually, I don't think highly of Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. Instead, I think Vice President Zhou may be more suitable for the position of General Manager. Reason? Su Yao and Lu Li asked this question almost at the same time. Lin Qingxue sat up straight, adjusted her glasses, and her temperament changed drastically in an instant. She said calmly, Vice President Zhou came from the public relations department of the group. She has come into contact with all kinds of monsters and demons. I believe she is better than the other two vice presidents in judging people. In addition, Vice President Zhou is radical and bold, yet cautious. He just happens to combine the advantages of Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. She is said to be cautious because she was the last person to call Jiang Chen, and the last person to go on stage is often the one who is most fully prepared. She is said to be radical and bold because she understood Jiang Chen's character in just a few words during her first phone call with him, and she immediately seduced him. She is very ambitious and courageous. Isn't such a talent suitable for the position of General Manager? As soon as Lin Qingxue finished speaking, Tang Rou immediately raised her hand and said, I agree with Qingxue's point of view. I want to vote for her and elect Vice President Zhou as the General Manager. Quiet. The living room became quiet again. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou were actually divided into 3 different small groups. What is this doing? 3-legged tripod? Romance of the 3 kingdoms? 3 monks have no water to drink? 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms? Jiang Chen suddenly began to believe what was said on the internet. A group of 4 female hosts must have at least 7 or 8 groups. Hiss. Taste it carefully. Women, they are so scary. Chapter 86. Jiang Chen expresses his stance. Jiang Chen knew. It's time for him to speak up. If the situation continues to develop as it is, these 6 little guys will definitely stage a palace drama here. As the saying goes, every country has its own laws and every family has its own rules. Jiang Chen doesn't want to see a fire in his backyard, so he has to establish some rules. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed twice, instantly attracting the attention of all 6 golden flowers. Yao, Lizi, Qingxue, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that you were so sharp in judging people and conducting psychological analysis. You even have your own unique insights into the future development direction of the dynasty group. After listening to your speeches just now, I couldn't help but have an urge to open a company for each of you 3. You can be the general manager and see who can make the company bigger and stronger in the end. Jiang Chen first praised Su Yao, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue a little, then changed the subject and began to express his opinion. Regarding the appointment of the general manager of Dynasty Group, I have already made a decision. Having said that, Jiang Chen showed an expression that seemed like a smile, and his eyes swept over the 6 golden flowers. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen continued, just like Yao and Man said, one should never go back on one's word. As the chairman of the dynasty group, if I lose my integrity, not only will my reputation and personality be damaged, but my employees will also lose trust and respect for me. So, I decided to appoint Xiao Wanqing as the general manager of the group. As for whether she can lead the dynasty group to a higher level, I don't care. I don't need to put all my energy on a small company. Because, Dynasty Group is only a part of my assets. It's like you have 10,000 yuan in your pocket, and you give 100 yuan of it to someone else to manage. Would you care about the profit brought by this 100 yuan? Although Jiang Chen's words were a bit exaggerated, if you think about it carefully, he does have his point. After all, Jiang Chen's greatest wealth is the system. Everything he currently has was brought to him by the system. As long as the system is still there, Jiang Chen will definitely gain more and greater wealth in the future. For example, the gene medicine and strengthening medicine that Jiang Chen drank, these are good things that cannot be bought with money. There are also the combat mastery and musical instrument mastery that Jiang Chen won in the lottery, which are also priceless treasures. And the mind's eye, can the value of this thing be measured by money? In short, on the lucky wheel, except for the rewards in the gold coins area, which of the other 4 rewards is not a treasure that cannot be bought with money? Even if you sell the entire dynasty group, you can't get these rewards. Looking back now, isn't the dynasty group nothing in front of the system? Not to mention the system, even if Jiang Chen just took out a bottle of enhancing potion, there would probably be countless wealthy people willing to exchange all their properties for it. The legendary perpetual motion machine. Can that man resist such temptation? We've finished talking about company matters, shall we talk about family matters? After Jiang Chen expressed his opinion, he quickly glanced at Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli, Yu Lily, and Lin Qingxue, and finally set his eyes on Tang Rou. Tang Rou, are you willing to join our big family? Think it over carefully before answering me, because I will only give you this one chance. If you refuse this time, there will never be a next time. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the 6 golden flowers showed different expressions. Su Yao was still as calm as ever. She didn't care how many women Jiang Chen had. She only knew, as long as I'm alive, you will always be my concubines. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Shimon's face, and she looked at Tang Rou with eyes full of kindness, and there seemed to be a hint of expectation in her eyes. It seems that she should welcome Tang Rou to join this big family. After all, they are all good friends. If you can pull one into the water, it's one. If you pull more, everyone will be happy. Luli sat quietly on the sofa, with her head slightly lowered, looking absent-minded. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had just made a clear statement of support for Su Yao, which dealt a heavy blow to the little bitch. This also made Luli understand that in this family, Su Yao was the unshakable queen. Even if she has won Jiang Chen's favor, she must understand her position clearly, not have any bad thoughts, and not even dream of becoming the queen. Yu Lily didn't have too many thoughts on her mind. From beginning to end, her eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. But when Jiang Chen looked over, Yu Lily would quickly turn her eyes away, and her pretty face would unconsciously blush. It's obvious that this woman must be imagining some scenes that are not suitable for children. A brainless woman. The last one was Lin Qingxue. When she heard Jiang Chen invite Tang Rou, she immediately became nervous. But she didn't dare to show it too obviously, but just kept winking at Tang Rou in secret, as if warning Tang Rou not to agree to Jiang Chen. Tang Rou also seemed a little nervous. After all, his girlfriend Lin Qingxue was sitting next to him at the moment. If he agreed to Jiang Chen directly in front of Lin Qingxue, wouldn't he have hurt Lin Qingxue's heart? But Jiang Chen has made it very clear, he will only give this one chance. If you miss this time, there will never be a next time. Tang Rou liked Lin Qingxue very much, but she was reluctant to give up such great wealth. After just one day of getting along, Jiang Chen's arrogance has completely shattered Tang Rou's outlook on life, values, and the world. She knew very well that with Jiang Chen's generous and magnanimous character, as long as she nodded, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory in her life. But what should Lin Qingxue do? For me, she has given herself to Jiang Chen. She has made such a great sacrifice. Should I turn a blind eye and even hurt the relationship between me and her for a little money? Thinking of this, Tang Rou's eyes gradually became firm. Tang Rou trembled her lips and was about to say something, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen spoke first. That's right. If you reject me, we will be strangers from now on. I won't let you meet Yao Yao, Man Man, Lizzie, Lily, and Qingxue again. Of course, if any of them dare to sneak off to see you, I will break their legs. Besides that, all the contact information they have with you must be deleted and blocked. If anyone dares to secretly keep your contact information, I will not only break her legs, but also send her abroad and never bring her back to China. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop a few degrees. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Tang Rou's forehead. She could never have imagined that Jiang Chen could be so heartless and cruel. If I don't agree to him, won't I never see Qingxue again in this life? No. I can't be separated from Qingxue. I can't live without snow clearing. At this moment, Tang Rou's face turned ugly and her teeth were chattering from biting them. After a brief silence, Tang Rou finally made a decision. She ignored Lin Qingxue's anxious look, stared at Jiang Chen angrily, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 87, This is what a good girlfriend should be like. 4 p.m. Jiang Chen sent the signed appointment letter directly to Xiao Wanqing. What will Shin Keqing and Zhou Ruoshi think? What changes will happen to the dynasty group? Can Xiao Wanqing be competent for the position of general manager? These are not within Jiang Chen's consideration. Don't forget, Jiang Chen's purpose is, lie down completely, eat and wait for death, enjoy life, and never go to work. Swish. Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly reached out and hugged Su Yao in his arms, and then announced something to everyone again. Since we are about to live together, as the head of the family, I must set some house rules for you. First, if I'm not at home, you all have to listen to Yao Yao. Yao Yao is your eldest sister, her position is unshakable. Second, I will give you some pocket money every month, but I will transfer this money to Yao Yao, and then Yao Yao will distribute it to you all. Third, I hate betrayal the most. If any of you betrays me, I won't give her any chance. I will kill her with my own hands. Of course, as long as you behave, I promise that you will have endless wealth and glory in this life, and I will never treat you unfairly. I have finished speaking. Does anyone have any comments? Jiang Chen put his arm around Su Yao with his right hand, and groped around on his body with his left hand, and finally took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Snap! Seeing this, Su Yao immediately took out a lighter from Jiang Chen's pocket and lit the cigarette for him very skillfully. Jiang Chen took a deep puff of his cigarette and patted Su Yao's buttocks with a smile. Su Yao immediately understood, reached out and took an ashtray from the coffee table, then held the ashtray with both hands and held it in front of Jiang Chen so that he could flick the ashes at any time. Such a well-behaved and obedient woman is naturally loved by Jiang Chen. The living room was quiet for a while. Except for Su Yao, the other 5 golden flowers looked at each other, and each of them showed an expression of compromise and submission on their face. There's nothing much to say. Originally Jiang Chen was Su Yao's boyfriend. They are all eager to become mistresses. They are already very lucky to be able to cling to Jiang Chen's thigh. Do they still want to challenge Su Yao's position? Didn't you see that Lu Li had already failed the challenge? Do you still want to humiliate yourself? If they anger Jiang Chen, they will be the ones in trouble. Sister Yao Yao, what happened just now? I was wrong. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me this time. Lu Li was also a flexible person. She immediately stood up and took the initiative to bow and apologize to Su Yao with a very sincere attitude. Su Yao is happy. The arc at the corner of his mouth was like an AK that was firing, and it couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Originally, Su Yao wanted to give Lu Li a good beating. This little naughty girl was brought into the palace by her, but now she dares to jump out to compete for favor and even tries to challenge her position as the queen? According to Su Yao's previous temper, not stabbing this little troublemaker to death was already very merciful. But, in order to show the style and magnanimity of the queen, for the sake of family harmony, and in order not to cause trouble to Jiang Chen, she chose to forgive Lu Li. Lu Li is also very sensible. She actually took the initiative to pour a cup of tea, then offered it to Su Yao, and sweetly called her sister. Su Yao was happy. The unhappiness in my heart just now also disappeared. Next, Zhao Sherman, Yu Lily, Lin Xingshui and Tang Rou also followed Lu Li's example, offering tea to Su Yao and calling her sister. The atmosphere instantly became joyful. The living room was filled with the laughter of the 6 golden flowers. That's what a good girlfriend should be like. Advance together, retreat together, break through together, and fly together. Share the good times and share the bad times. 5 p.m. The 13 luxury stores in the IFC mall finally sent people to take all the merchandise that Jiang Chen had purchased that morning to Villa No. 1 in Phoenix Villa. The staff at the Auto City also transported the Rolls-Royce Cullinan purchased by Su Yao in a large truck. The 6 golden flowers suddenly became excited. So many luxury items. Clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry. They are all top luxury brands, and they were all bought for them by Jiang Chen. Nothing more to say. Take a photo first and post it on your moments. From now on, I'm going to live the life of a wealthy lady with fine clothes and delicious food. Must take a photo as a souvenir. Brother Jiang Chen? Are you moving? Just as the staff were busy carrying these luxury items into the villa one by one, carefully, a graceful figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Xin Si. Jiang Chen, who was directing the movers, looked up and his mouth corners immediately rose slightly. Sisi, don't you have to go to school today? Xin Si is wearing a black JK uniform today. The small shirt can't cover the pair of 36D headlights, which always give a sense of bursting out. Under the pleated skirt, a pair of long, white legs are like autumn lotus roots, tender and well-proportioned, youthful and smooth, and extremely beautiful. Although Xin Si did not have 2 ponytails, she had a simple and cute bun, exuding a youthful and lively aura. Brother Jiang Chen. Xin Si jumped up to Jiang Chen and explained, I just finished the college entrance examination and now I have a holiday. Why should I go to school? Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He knew that Xin Si was very young, but he never expected that this girl was actually a high school student. Brother Jiang Chen, why are all the things they are moving women's clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics? Xin Si suddenly discovered the problem and immediately asked Jiang Chen curiously. I bought these for my girlfriend. Jiang Chen smiled, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xin Si's exclamation. What? Brother Jiang Chen, you already have a girlfriend? Shinsi opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen in shock, as if he couldn't accept the fact that Jiang Chen already had a girlfriend. Yeah, come to think of it, you've met her once. As Jiang Chen spoke, he turned and looked towards the villa. Just at this moment, Su Yao led 5 golden flowers out of the villa. Each of them held up a mobile phone and was taking pictures of the surroundings. Yao Yao, come here. Jiang Chen immediately waved to Su Yao. When the latter heard Jiang Chen's call, she quickly put down her phone and walked over. The other 5 golden flowers also looked over here curiously. When they saw that there was a pretty girl in JK dress next to Jiang Chen, the 5 girls looked at each other and followed Su Yao and walked quickly over here. Eh? You are. Qinsi was far away and did not see the faces of Su Yao and others clearly. But when Su Yao led the 5 golden flowers closer, the girl immediately recognized 4 of them. I remember now. Aren't you technicians at the Royal Hotel's foot massage parlor? I remember you are number 36, she is number 37, and there are also numbers 38 and 39. Why are you in Brother Jiang Chen's house? Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. Looking at Qinsi's shocked expression, Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li and Lin Qingshui all showed an embarrassed expression on their faces. They don't want to pretend to be technicians. But the situation at that time. It's hard to get off the tiger, I have no choice. Well. No more words. It's all tears if I talk too much. Chapter 88 Pretty Aunt, Black Widow. Phoenix Villa. The main entrance of Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled Su Yao over and introduced her to Qinsi openly. Cici, this is my girlfriend, Su Yao. They are all Su Yao's good friends. What happened at the Dynasty Hotel last time was actually a misunderstanding. They are not technicians? Jiang Chen did not hide anything and explain in detail what happened that night, and Qinsi's doubts were slowly resolved. But Qinsi's face looked very bad. Especially when she saw Jiang Chen and Su Yao hugging each other and being very intimate, the little girl's face became ugly again. Brother Jiang Chen, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. I'm leaving now. I'll come and play with you next time. Qinsi said this with a look of disappointment on his face, then turned and left, as if he didn't want to stay here for another second. Jiang Chen wanted to politely ask her to stay, but he just moved his lips and immediately closed his mouth. Name, Qinsi. Age, 18. Appearance, 95. Body size, 96. Big Thunder, 35D. Driver, 0. Favorability, 85. Qinsi's basic information appeared in his field of vision. Jiang Chen saw the favorability level of 85 points and instantly understood what the girl was thinking. But Jiang Chen didn't dare to make any response. Because the last bit of his conscience has not yet been extinguished. He can be amorous, promiscuous, a scumbag, bad, irresponsible, and immoral, but he really doesn't want to hurt an innocent girl. Qinsi is different from the 6 golden flowers. What the 6 golden flowers want is money, and Jiang Chen can satisfy them. Both parties get what they need, so it is an equal transaction. Qinsi is the daughter of a wealthy family. She has no shortage of money, and she has just turned 18, which is the age for her first love. Girls of this age are full of infinite fantasies about love. What they long for is true feelings and sincerity. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen doesn't have these 2 things. Since he cannot satisfy Qinsi's need for love, then he should not get involved in such an evil relationship. Jiang Chen's last bit of conscience will not allow him to do so. So, Jiang Chen felt that it was better to dissuade Qinsi from doing this as soon as possible, so as not to hurt this innocent girl. Honey, this little girl seems to be interested in you. Su Yao stroked her hair, stared at Jiang Chen with a smile, and a nice curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She is too young. I dare not destroy the future flowers of our motherland. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and was about to turn around and go back to the house when he suddenly heard the roar of a car. I saw a black Maybach driving slowly towards me from a distance, and it seemed that it was about to pass by Villa Number 1. However, just when the Maybach drove to the door of Jiang Chen's house, it suddenly braked and stopped, and it stopped right in front of Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, the rear window of the Maybach was rolled down, revealing a mature, beautiful, and stunning face. Jiang Chen was indeed startled when he saw this familiar face. However, before Jiang Chen could open his mouth to speak, the other party took the initiative to greet him. Hey! Isn't this the Middle Eastern oil prince who took 6 princesses shopping and emptied out 13 luxury stores in one go? Young Master Jiang, the inhumane little prince? Jiang Chen. Ha, I didn't expect that I would have such a great honor to become a neighbor of the legendary Jiang Shao. Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, would you like to come to my house and have a seat? I will cook for you a sumptuous dinner to celebrate your move to a new house and to celebrate the fact that we are lucky enough to be neighbors. Jiang Chen, okay, I'll be there in a minute. That's right. This stunning beauty is none other than the overbearing female CEO Qin Xiaoyu, who has been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 years and recently clamored to meet him in person. Jiang Chen was not a fool. In just a moment, he figured out Qin Xiaoyu's true identity. Qin Xi's last name is Qin, and so is Qin Xiaoyu. They both look somewhat similar. Qin Xiaoyu once said that she had a daughter who had just turned 18 and looked a lot like her. Qin Xi just met these conditions. Who among those who can live in Phoenix Villa is not a well-known figure in Xilan City? In the entire Xilan City, there is only one wealthy family with the surname Qin. The answer is already so obvious. Qin Xiaoyu is the current head of the Qin family and the person in charge of the Qin group. And Qin Xi is her daughter, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. They live in Villa number 2 and are Jiang Chen's neighbors. This world is too small. Boom. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the Maybach drove away and turned into the nearby Villa number 2 compound. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't harm Qin Xi. Otherwise, this bowl of rice. Jiang Chen might be poisoned to death. The Xilan Qin family is not someone you can easily mess with. Qin Xiaoyu is definitely not a good person. If Jiang Chen only wanted to harm Qin Xiaoyu, he could still play the emotional card and have room for maneuver. But once Qin Xi was harmed, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee whether Qin Xiaoyu would go crazy, nor could he guarantee whether he could withstand Qin Xiaoyu's anger. Once a woman goes crazy, even gods will stay away from her. What's more, Qin Xiaoyu was a woman with a powerful background and a ruthless heart. Hiss. It's scary just thinking about it. Honey, who was that woman just now? Su Yao took a curious look at Villa number 2 next door, and then habitually took Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen lowered his head to think for a while, then raised his head again and said to the 6 golden flowers in a very serious tone, "Listen to me, all of you. Don't provoke that woman just now, and don't offend her." Why? Not only Su Yao, the other 5 golden flowers all showed curious expressions. Her name is Qin Xiaoyu. She is the current head of the Qin family, a wealthy family in Xilan City, and the person in charge of the Qin group. Don't be fooled by her usual smiling appearance. In fact, she is a ruthless and extremely cruel woman. If you are not afraid of death, you can go and try and see what the consequences are for offending her. When Jiang Chen said this, the 6 golden flowers took a deep breath. The Qin family's reputation is well known in Xilan City. The current head of the family, Qin Xiaoyu, is a powerful figure in the entire business world. With just a stomp of her feet, a major earthquake can occur in Xilan City. Secretly, many people call Qin Xiaoyu the Black Widow. Notorious. Only someone as stupid as Sun Haitao would dare to provoke Qin Xiaoyu without knowing the consequences. If Jiang Chen had known Qin Xiaoyu's true identity earlier, he would never meet Qin Xiaoyu in person, let alone take advantage of her, and even more impossible to take Qin Xiaoyu to get a hotel room. Black Widow. Only when your husband dies can you become a widow. Jiang Chen is still so young and has plenty of good times in the future. He doesn't want to die young. But it's all too late. Jiang Chen has already dumped Qin Xiaoyu. This situation cannot be saved now. So, I have no choice but to go ahead with it. How can you get the tiger cub without risking it? The wind is whistling and the river is cold. The hero will never return once he leaves. Explore the tiger's den and enter the dragon's palace, look up to the sky and exhale, and it turns into a white rainbow. Let us do it. Chapter 89: The Gentle Side. Jiang Chen has always said that he has severe mental misophobia. It doesn't mean that he hates sluts. Rather, he hates women who betray him. Jiang Chen is a normal man. He also likes older girls, young wives, younger sisters-in-law, younger aunts, younger widows, and single mothers. Just like what someone said online, I don't mind what the bowl I'm eating in used to hold something in it. I only mind when someone puts their chopsticks into my bowl while I'm eating. This is Jiang Chen's mental obsession with cleanliness. Why was Jiang Chen willing to spend a huge amount of money to get 6 golden flowers? And he also brought all 6 golden flowers back to Villa number 1 in Phoenix Villa, allowing them to live a life of luxury from then on? First, it was to disgust Lu Ruian. Second, it is because the 6 golden flowers are all very clean. Third, Jiang Chen was deliberately raising prices. Jiang Chen spent 10 million at once. Although Su Yao took 5 million as kickback, the remaining 5 million was still an astronomical figure. If one day, someone takes out 1 million and wants to pry away the 6 golden flowers, the 6 golden flowers would naturally be very disdainful. Just 1 million? You want me to go with you? You poor bastard, what do you want? How could a woman who had been protected by a wolf fall for a wild dog? How could a woman who has seen an eagle be attracted to a crow? How can a woman who has smelled roses be attracted to wildflowers? 6 p.m. Jiang Chen, holding 2 exquisite gift bags in his hands, rang the doorbell of Villa number 2 in Phoenix Villa. Stood at the door and waited for a few minutes. Qin Xiaoyu actually came out in person to open the door for Jiang Chen. Hey! Brat, I just asked you to come to my house for a quick meal, why did you bring a gift? Qin Xiaoyu said polite words, but her hands were quick and moving and she directly took the gift bag that Jiang Chen was holding. This is my first time visiting your home. I can't come empty-handed, right? Jiang Chen smiled, then followed Qin Xiaoyu into their yard. Qin Xiaoyu led the way in front, and Jiang Chen followed behind her. Although the decoration of the Qin family villa was very luxurious, Jiang Chen was in no mood to appreciate it. Instead, his eyes were attracted by Qin Xiaoyu's back. Women of Qin Xiaoyu's age usually have a very plump figure because they have given birth to children. Just like by Qian, Qin Xiaoyu's thick hip curve is wrapped up by the skirt, giving people a plump and beautiful feeling, very tempting. Today, Qin Xiaoyu is wearing a sky blue knitted sweater. Although the clothes are relatively loose, her 38F body makes the clothes look like they are about to break. She was wearing a white, hip-hugging long skirt that reached her ankles. There was a slit at the back of the skirt, revealing her slender calves wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. She was wearing a pair of beige high heels, which made a crisp thump-thump sound when she walked. In addition, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have dressed up carefully. Not only did she put on exquisite makeup on her face, but she also tied her hair up and even put a lace hairpin on the mature bun. Very feminine. So charming. When Jiang Chen followed Qin Xiaoyu into the villa, he realized that in such a huge villa, there was not even a servant to be seen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, where are your servants?" He. Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly and replied casually, "I gave all the servants 3 days off, and they are all back home now." Where's Cece? She's having dinner with her classmates tonight and won't be eating at home. Ah? So you're the only one at home? Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's half smile, Jiang Chen felt a chill on his back for some reason, and felt a little uneasy. We are a single man and a single woman. If Qin Xiaoyu pounces on us, how can I, a weak man, protect myself? Life is like rape. If you can't resist, then you can only learn to enjoy it. Jiang Chen, are you hungry? I'll cook for you now. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was very gentle, just like a newly married young wife. She not only cared about her husband's well-being, but was also worried that her husband was hungry and was ready to cook dinner for him immediately. Sister, do you really want to cook for yourself? Jiang Chen thought Qin Xiaoyu was joking until he arrived at her house and saw that there was not a single servant in the entire villa. Only then did he realize that Qin Xiaoyu was not joking. What? You don't trust your sister's cooking skills? Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and then walked straight towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling a little uneasy. Although he was a guest at Qin Xiaoyu's house, he just sat there like a big boss, leaving Qin Xiaoyu busy in the kitchen while he waited for her to bring the dishes to the table. I always feel a little embarrassed. So, Jiang Chen stood up with a whoosh, and then walked quickly to the kitchen, as if he was ready to help Qin Xiaoyu and give her a hand or something. However, just as Jiang Chen walked to the kitchen door, he suddenly saw Qin Xiaoyu with her back to him, bending over, looking for something under the cupboard. You know, Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a hip skirt. She bent her waist so low that her skirt formed an explosive arc facing Jiang Chen. How could this be? This is too big. The visual impact caused by this almost made Jiang Chen rush over and slap her twice. What a sin! Swish! As if she sensed Jiang Chen's approach, Qin Xiaoyu straightened her waist, turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, and asked, Jiang Chen, why did you follow me in? Jiang Chen quickly retracted his gaze, then said with a smile, I'll help you. No need, I can do it alone. Xin Xiaoyu smiled gently, walked over and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, then pulled him out the door and said, I'm the host and you're the guest. How can I ask the guest to help me cook? I have to say that Xin Xiaoyu's hands are very tender and warm. One can tell at a glance that this pair of delicate hands is well maintained and they have hardly ever done any housework. However, Xin Xiaoyu is so noble, yet she is willing to humble herself and cook for Jiang Chen herself. No matter how stupid Jiang Chen was, he could sense Xin Xiaoyu's feelings for him. Let me help you wash the vegetables. No, I can do it alone. Cooking with two people can save a lot of time. Jiang Chen, sister really doesn't need your help, you should go to the living room and rest. The two argued for several times. Jiang Chen suddenly looked into Xin Xiaoyu's eyes with a loving look, and said in a coquettish tone, Wife, I want to cook with you. Quiet. The kitchen suddenly became quiet. Xin Xiaoyu seemed to be touched by Jiang Chen's call of wife, and her pretty face instantly flushed. Oh well. The corner of Xin Xiaoyu's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. She turned around, walked over quickly, and started cutting vegetables with a dong 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 sound. Jiang Chen also walked over and stood beside Xin Xiaoyu. I saw him pick some vegetables from the basket, then turn on the faucet of the sink and start washing the vegetables carefully. However, not long after, Jiang Chen's attention was attracted by Xin Xiaoyu again. Because Xin Xiaoyu's frequency of cutting vegetables was too steady, perhaps causing resonance, every time she cut, the tight sky blue sweater would move along with it. Trembling and uneasy. It was as if Jiang Chen was playing drums, very rhythmic. The full waves created ripples on the sky blue sweater. So big. Jiang Chen was a little dazzled. I feel carsick. Chapter 90. Jiang Chen is drunk. In the kitchen. There was the sound of cutting vegetables. Jiang Chen pretended to wash vegetables there, but his eyes were fixed on Xin Xiaoyu without blinking. Even his breathing kept the same rhythm as the waves on Xin Xiaoyu's clothes. Boom boom boom. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. I only love you. R. My. Super. Star. Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene of playing drums in the video game arcade last night. That's right. That's the rhythm. Nice. Perhaps she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. Xin Xiaoyu suddenly tilted her head and asked suspiciously, Jiang Chen, what are you looking at? Oh, that. Jiang Chen was caught off guard and was a little flustered. But, after a thousandth of a second, Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze to the kitchen knife in Xin Xiaoyu's hand and said calmly, I'm watching you cut vegetables. Watch me chop vegetables? Xin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and showed a half smile on her face, as if she had seen through Jiang Chen's little thoughts, but did not point it out to him. Yes. Jiang Chen turned off the faucet and said seriously, Wife, your knife skills are so beautiful. They are as fast as lightning and as steady as a rock. They are amazing and breathtaking. Puff. Xin Xiaoyu was immediately amused by Jiang Chen. She had seen many people who flattered others, but this was the first time she had heard such exaggerated flattery as Jiang Chen's. In order to cover up the embarrassment just now, Jiang Chen not only flattered Xin Xiaoyu harshly, but also started to make fun of himself. My knife skills are far inferior to yours. Don't think I'm trying to flatter you. Really, my knife skills are as lousy as they can be. That's why I was so engrossed in watching you cutting vegetables just now. Jiang Chen finally made up his mind and found a perfect excuse for himself, successfully covering up the embarrassment of peeking at Xin Xiaoyu just now. However, Xin Xiaoyu is not a little girl, how could she be fooled by Jiang Chen's few words? She suddenly put down the kitchen knife, looked at Jiang Chen with a half smile, and said, Jiang Chen, since you said your knife skills are lousy, why don't you cut the vegetables and I'll guide you? Okay. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, walked over and picked up the kitchen knife, then turned to Xin Xiaoyu and blinked, and asked, Wife, tell me how to cut it? Xin Xiaoyu stared into Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether Jiang Chen really didn't know how to cut vegetables or was he pretending not to know how to do it. Can you cut one for me first? Xin Xiaoyu took a step back and gave Jiang Chen the space to cut vegetables. Swish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pulled a cucumber from the side and started cutting it very carefully. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Jiang Chen had just cut 3 times when Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, You're holding the knife in the wrong position, and the way you apply force is also wrong. Try putting your thumb on the back of the knife and then slide it down to cut. Is that so? No, you can't die holding the knife handle. So? No, you have to cut it in a sliding motion, not straight up and down. Although Qin Xiaoyu taught very patiently, Jiang Chen still didn't seem to understand. I don't know if he really doesn't understand? Or are you still pretending not to understand? Whoosh. Maybe he was irritated by Jiang Chen's clumsiness. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly came up, stretched out a hand from behind Jiang Chen, held Jiang Chen's hand holding the knife, and then led him to cut downwards. That's how you cut it, got it? The fragrant breath from Qin Xiaoyu's mouth spread warmly on Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen instantly felt his ears turn red. My back is also red. It was as if a kitten had crawled into my heart and was scratching non-stop. Have you learned it? Qin Xiaoyu's gentle voice floated into Jiang Chen's ears again. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and he blurted out without any hesitation, not yet. Then I'll teach you again, and you feel it carefully. Qin Xiaoyu stood behind Jiang Chen, almost hugging him in her arms, with one hand half wound around his waist and the other hand gently holding his knife-holding hand, then led him to start cutting. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Time seems to pass very slowly. There was an ambiguous smell in the kitchen. Jiang Chen started to feel carsick again. Who can resist it, with a mature and beautiful young aunt standing behind you, half hugging you, speaking in a gentle tone and with gentle movements, and very patiently teaching you how to cut vegetables? It turns out that my aunt is more gentle than my sister. Drunk. An hour later. The dish was finally cooked. Qin Xiaoyu had just brought the dishes to the table when she immediately asked Jiang Chen, "Hubby, do you want to drink some wine?" Okay. Hearing that Qin Xiaoyu was finally willing to call him husband, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth immediately rose slightly. After the adjustment period in the kitchen, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu's relationship seemed to have returned to its previous state of passionate love. Good omen. As long as Qin Xiaoyu was no longer angry, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about being pinched in the waist by her. Such a happy event is worth celebrating with a couple of drinks. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu brought a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses, and took the initiative to pour wine for Jiang Chen. Next, the two chatted and drank. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. Hubby, would you like to try this dish? Delicious. Haha, want to try this dish again? Let me make it clear that I am definitely not trying to flatter you, honey. Your cooking skills are almost as good as those of a chef in a 5-star hotel. Ha, aren't you just flattering me? Wife, I toast to you. You worked hard to prepare such a sumptuous dinner today. It's really a feast for my taste buds. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu's faces both blushed. It is said that women who are slightly tipsy are the most attractive. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu not only had a blush on her face, but also a layer of red on her neck and ears, making her look even more attractive. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Chen held Qin Xiaoyu's hand. His eyes were fixed on her, and a fiery spark lit up in his pupils. Qin Xiaoyu stopped where she was. After staring at Jiang Chen for a while, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes gradually became dull, and ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. Slowly, the two people got closer and closer. They can hear each other's heartbeat. Ding-ling-ling. At the critical moment, Qin Xiaoyu's cell phone on the dining table rang, instantly breaking the atmosphere on the scene. Whoosh! Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses and immediately distanced herself from Jiang Chen. She stroked her hair and said a little embarrassedly, I have to answer the phone first. Jiang Chen. Chapter 91. We can only be together secretly. Hello? Well. Mom just finished her meal. Okay, then you can have fun with your classmates, but you are not allowed to stay overnight outside, even at a classmate's house. You have to be home before 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, that's it. Qin Xiaoyu answered the call in front of Jiang Chen. The call was from Qin Si. From the conversation between the mother and daughter, it was not difficult for Jiang Chen to guess that Qin Si was going out to have dinner with classmates tonight, and might go somewhere else to play for a while after dinner. Qin Xiaoyu was worried about Qin Si's safety, so she ordered her to go home early and not stay out overnight. Is it Cici who called? Jiang Chen looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who had hung up the phone. Even though he knew the call was from Qin Si, he still asked something for fun. Qin Xiaoyu put down her phone, sighed helplessly, and said, Cici is having dinner with her classmates tonight, and she's going to KTV to sing after dinner. She just took the college entrance examination a few days ago, and now she's in the stage of letting herself go. You just let her go crazy out there? Don't you worry about her safety at all? Jiang Chen remembered that Qin Si had been kidnapped a few days ago, so he reminded Qin Xiaoyu. I have arranged a team of very professional bodyguards to protect Sisi secretly 24 hours a day. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and stared into Jiang Chen's eyes with a grateful expression on her face. Jiang Chen, Sisi was kidnapped last time. If you hadn't rescued her, I really can't imagine what would have happened next. Sisi is my daughter, my spiritual support, and the only motivation that has kept me alive for so many years. When I think about the possibility of losing her forever, I still feel scared. I simply cannot bear the consequences of losing her. Qin Xiaoyu became more and more excited as she spoke, her emotions gradually got out of control, and tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Chen didn't think twice and immediately stood up, walked around the dining table, sat next to Qin Xiaoyu, and then gently held her in his arms. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's strong arms, broad chest, and the masculine aura emanating from his body that brought a sense of warmth to Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, hooked her arms around his neck, and rested her head on his chest, enjoying the full sense of security that Jiang Chen brought her. Silence, no words. Jiang Chen didn't say a word, but just patted Qin Xiaoyu's back gently, as if he was coaxing his daughter, and his movements were extremely gentle. Qin Xiaoyu initially leaned quietly in Jiang Chen's arms. Before long, she greedily sniffed the masculine scent on Jiang Chen's body, an intoxicated expression appeared on her face, and her eyes gradually became dull. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she pursed her sexy lips, without saying a word, raised her hand and grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist. Quiet. The living room was quiet. This scene is like a movie being played with someone pressing the mute button. You can only see the movements and expressions of the characters in the movie, but you can't hear any dialogue at all. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu pinched Jiang Chen's wrist and pulled his hand off her sky blue sweater. However, Qin Xiaoyu had just let go of Jiang Chen's wrist, and the next second, Jiang Chen raised his hand again. Swish. I don't know if it's because of the alcohol, but Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face is getting redder and redder. She glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, then raised her hand and pinched Jiang Chen's wrist. At this time, movies finally have sound. Jiang Chen was like a little puppy. He held Qin Xiaoyu in his arms and rocked her gently, while pleading softly in her ear in a coquettish tone, "Wife, please don't reject my love for you." Phew. Qin Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud. Is this love? Are you sure this isn't hooliganism? But Qin Xiaoyu herself likes Jiang Chen very much. At this moment, looking at Jiang Chen's fiery eyes and listening to Jiang Chen's puppy-like coquettish tone, Qin Xiaoyu's heart melted. Then, Qin Xiaoyu slowly loosened her hand and stopped trying to stop Jiang Chen, as if she acquiesced to all of Jiang Chen's actions. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's mouth corners immediately curled up into a beautiful arc. Excited heart. Trembling hands. I just want to ask you if you have it? I have to say, Qin Xiaoyu is really not someone that an ordinary man can control. In a dark night, Jiang Chen found the happy memories of playing basketball with his classmates in college. Auntie Qiao, you have a great figure. You little brat, how many times have I told you not to call me auntie? Okay, Auntie Pretty. You. Aunt Xiao, I want to visit your room. Can you take me there? You wish. I'm not going. Qin Xiaoyu said she didn't want to go, but Jiang Chen picked her up very forcefully and used the princess hug posture, letting her experience the feeling of being a little woman. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu obediently showed Jiang Chen the way. Jiang Chen held Qin Xiaoyu steadily as he walked through the living room, went up to the second floor, pushed open a door, and entered a large and luxuriously decorated bedroom. Crack. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Jiang Chen gently placed Qin Xiaoyu on the big bed and looked at her flushed face, sexy lips, and completely drawn eyes. One of them couldn't help himself and bent down to kiss her. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen sat against the head of the bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and an expression of endless aftertaste appeared on his face. Qin Xiaoyu snuggled quietly beside Jiang Chen, with an alluring blush on her face and her eyes still in a drawn state. She hugged Jiang Chen's waist, gently stroked his 8-pack abs, and put her ear on Jiang Chen's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Who says women are not lustful? According to big data on the internet, women are more than 6 times more lustful than men. It's just that women are more reserved, good at disguising and hiding, and due to moral and face issues, they generally don't take the initiative. Just like a sentence on the internet, women are like eggs, the shell is very hard, after cracking the shell, there is pure egg white inside, but the heart is yellow. Aunt Xiao, the two of us, are we considered together? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and still felt that it was necessary to ask clearly. He followed Qin Xiaoyu without knowing the reason, so there must be an explanation, right? Stinky boy, Cici doesn't agree with us being together. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but stretch out a hand and pinch the soft flesh on Jiang Chen's waist. A helpless expression appeared on her face. Didn't you say before that she had agreed to our relationship? She didn't know you were my online love interest before, but when she found out it was you, she changed her mind right away. Not only did she not agree to us being together, but her attitude was also very firm. Then what about us? Since we can't be together openly, we can only be together secretly without letting her know. Jiang Chen. Chapter 92, Lu Ruian in danger. 9 p.m. In a dilapidated courtyard in the old town. Lu Ruian, who had just finished taking a shower, suddenly received a call from Yang Fan. Not knowing what Yang Fan said on the phone, Lu Ruian hesitated for a moment, then chose a beautiful dress from the closet and put it on, and then put on some simple makeup. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ruian took a taxi to a KTV club called Langchao. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Yang Fan who had been waiting at the door. Ruian, why are you so slow? Didn't I ask you to come quickly? Are you trying to delay my important matter? Yang Fan walked over with a cold face and didn't give Lu Ruian any good look. Lu Ruian also said with a cold face, Yang Fan, this is the last time I will help you. After this time, we will be even. From now on, you go your way and I will go mine. I know, stop being long-winded. Yang Fan waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Lu Ruian's arm, turned around and walked towards the KTV club. Lu Ruian frowned slightly and wanted to shake off Yang Fan's hand, but she finally held back. The incident dates back to 2 days ago. Lu Ruian felt particularly regretful when she knew Jiang Chen had become rich. In addition, Lu Ruian accidentally learned that Yang Fan was not a senior executive in Qin Group, but a small project team leader, and his monthly salary was not even more than 100,000. Then, Lu Ruian and Yang Fan had a big fight. Not only did Lu Ruian break up on the spot, but she also moved out of Yang Fan's rental house and secretly moved into the shabby yard that Jiang Chen had rented before. These 2 days, Yang Fan has been harassing Lu Ruian. However, Lu Ruian was determined to break up with Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew that Lu Ruian wanted to get back together with Jiang Chen, but he also knew that he couldn't keep Lu Ruian, so he made a request to Lu Ruian. As long as Lu Ruian was willing to come to KTV to drink with him once, the two would completely draw a line between them and never have any contact with each other again. In order to sever her relationship with Yang Fan and seek Jiang Chen's forgiveness wholeheartedly, Lu Ruian gritted her teeth and agreed to Yang Fan's request. 9:10 p.m. Yang Fan took Lu Ruian into a luxurious box. At this moment, there were already 4 people sitting in the box, 2 men and 2 women. Among them, the 2 women were both 27 or 28 years old and very beautiful, but they were naturally inferior to Lu Ruian. As for the remaining 2 men, one looked younger and was about the same age as Yang Fan. As for the other man, he looked to be in his 40s, with greasy hair, fat ears, and a big belly. This person sat in the middle of the sofa, and the other 3 sat beside him with a flattering look on their faces, toasting him from time to time. Presumably, this person should be a leader in Yang Fan's company. Yang Fan, is this your girlfriend? Seeing Yang Fan and Lu Ruian walk into the box, the middle-aged man with a big belly's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately waved to them. Yang Fan quickly pulled Lu Ruian over and introduced the 2 parties to each other. Boss Wang, this is my girlfriend Lu Ruian. Ruian, this is Wang Bin, the deputy general manager of our company. The first time Lu Ruian saw Wang Bin, she felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Because of the way Wang Bin looked at her, that undisguised and naked possessiveness, Lu Ruian really felt very disgusted. However, now that we are here, as long as tonight passes, I can completely draw a line between myself and Yang Fan. Lu Ruian could only suppress her nausea, and then, under Yang Fan's arrangement, sat next to Wang Bin. Just like that, 3 men and 3 women started drinking and singing in the box. Under Yang Fan's command, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. But, as time goes by, Lu Ruian gradually discovered that something was wrong. Wang Bin was toasting her, Yang Fan was also toasting her, and even the remaining 2 women and 1 man would occasionally hold up their glasses and look for her to drink. More importantly, yes, Lu Ruian can drink quite a bit of alcohol and usually can finish a whole bottle of liquor without getting drunk. All she drank tonight was beer. As she drank, she began to feel a little dizzy, her vision gradually became blurred, and even her body began to heat up. Not good. There's something wrong with this wine. Realizing that she might have been drugged, Lu Ruian immediately stood up, pushed away Yang Fan who was about to toast her, and stumbled into the bathroom. Clatter. Lu Ruian entered the bathroom, washed her face with cold water, and then used her fingers to dig her throat and forcefully vomited out the contents of her stomach. Although Lu Ruian took some measures and became a little more sober, the strong feeling of dizziness was still there. It is not advisable to stay here for long, we must leave quickly. After this thought popped up in her mind, Lu Ruian immediately walked out of the bathroom and prepared to leave the box. However, the box was bustling just now, but now only Wang Bin was left sitting on the sofa. Yang Fan and his 3 colleagues all disappeared. It was not until this moment that Lu Ruian reacted. This is a trap. Yang Fan sold her out. Ruian, where are you going? Seeing Lu Ruian staggering out of the box, Wang Bin immediately stood up and walked over, grabbing Lu Ruian's arm. Let me go. Lu Ruian wanted to shake off Wang Bin's hand, but she had no strength in her body and naturally couldn't shake off Wang Bin. Lu Ruian, now that things have come to this, I won't beat around the bush with you. Wang Bin grabbed Lu Ruian's arm, forced her to the sofa, and let her sit next to him. Your boyfriend Yang Fan has promised to let you accompany me for 1 night. I advise you to just obey me. What? Yang Fan, he actually. What's so surprising about this? If Yang Fan wants to be the head of the project department, he must get the approval of me, the deputy general manager, so he gave you to me. You are despicable. Hey! You stinky cousin, how dare you bite me? Lu Ruian suddenly gained strength from nowhere, grabbed Wang Bin's arm and bit it hard. Then, Lu Ruian took advantage of the moment when Wang Bin let go of her hand, exerted all her remaining strength, and immediately rushed to the door of the box. Bang! After a muffled sound, the door of the box was unexpectedly pushed open by Lu Ruian. Help! Lu Ruian's mind was becoming increasingly confused. She could only stumble and run in the corridor outside, calling for help in a low voice. No way! Lu Ruian no longer had much strength left, and her shouts were extremely weak. Ouch! Why don't you have eyes when you walk? Suddenly, Lu Ruian bumped into the arms of a little girl, causing her to exclaim. Save me! I've been drugged. Please. At this moment, Lu Ruian no longer cared about so many things. She gritted her teeth, uttered this sentence intermittently, and then fell limply into the little girl's arms. Not long after, Lu Ruian's consciousness became increasingly blurred, but she could vaguely hear the little girl scolding. Do you know who I am? You dare to offend me? I think you are tired of living. Someone come. Throw them all out. Chapter 93. Hide quickly. My daughter is back. 10 p.m. In Qin Xiaoyu's room. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were immersed in their own world, completely forgetting time and everything around them. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the roar of a car engine came from the yard downstairs, and several beams of car light shone from a distance, then quickly passed by the bedroom window. Swish. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, with an expression of shock and panic on her face. Oh no! Cici is back. Following Qin Xiaoyu's exclamation, Jiang Chen also stood there in a daze. I turned around and looked at the electronic clock on the bedside table. I didn't expect that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Xiaoyu had ordered on the phone before that Qin Si must return home before 10 o'clock in the evening. Depend on. This little girl Qin Si really listens to her mother. It was exactly 10 o'clock, not a minute more or less. I got home on time. Whoosh. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly got out of bed and looked around for her clothes scattered on the floor. Jiang Chen was not slow either. He got out of bed right after him and started picking up his clothes that had fallen on the ground. But the more panicked you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he was wearing the wrong pair of shorts, so he took them off immediately, threw them to Qin Xiaoyu, and then went to look for his own pants. After such a delay, both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu could already hear Qin Si's footsteps coming up the stairs. Quick! Hide! After Qin Xiaoyu put on her clothes, she immediately pushed Jiang Chen, wanting him to find a place to hide. But Jiang Chen scanned the entire bedroom, then ran over, opened the window, and pretended to jump down. Don't want. Qin Xiaoyu was immediately startled. Although this is only the second floor, there is relatively soft grass downstairs, so you shouldn't get hurt if you jump down. But she just didn't want Jiang Chen to take the risk. After all, the two of them were husband and wife, and Qin Xiaoyu already regarded Jiang Chen as her husband, so how could she bear to let her husband jump off the building? Whoosh! Jiang Chen is not a fussy man. In the look of astonishment and worry in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, he jumped down without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoyu hurried over and leaned against the window, sticking half of her body out, looking for the figure of her lover with an anxious look on her face. It was not until Qin Xiaoyu saw Jiang Chen act as if nothing had happened that he not only stood up from the lawn, but also turned around and waved at her with a smile. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. However, time does not allow Qin Xiaoyu to respond to Jiang Chen. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom door, and Qin Si's voice came from outside the door. "Mom, are you asleep? Why did you lock the door?" Swish. Qin Xiaoyu quickly closed the window, drew the curtains, and then shouted toward the door, "Sisi, wait a moment, Mom is changing clothes." After saying this, Qin Xiaoyu hurried over and quickly tidied the bed. She picked up the paper towels thrown under the bed and stuffed them all into the cabinet under the bedside table. About 2 minutes later, after confirming that there would be no clues left at the scene, Qin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then walked over quickly and opened the door nervously. Crack! As the door was slowly opened, a pretty face that was 70% similar to Qin Xiaoyu, but much more childish than Qin Xiaoyu, suddenly came into view. "Mom, why are you hiding in your room changing clothes so late at night?" The moment Qin Si saw Qin Xiaoyu, a suspicious expression immediately appeared on his face. Qin Xiaoyu was still wearing the same outfit she wore during the day, a sky blue sweater and a white hip-hugging long skirt. So, Qin Si would naturally have doubts. "Mom bought a set of pajamas today. I tried them on just now and felt that they were not suitable, so I decided to return them tomorrow." Qin Xiaoyu found a random excuse to perfunctorily answer Qin Si, and then changed the subject and asked, "Sisi, did you have fun with your classmates today?" "Of course I am happy. Mom, let me tell you, I did a good thing tonight. I met a woman who had been drugged in a KTV. Then I acted as a hero and saved her. I beat the bad guys away and saved the woman." Qin Si's attention was immediately diverted. The girl had an excited expression on her face, and she shared with Qin Xiaoyu everything about going to KTV to sing tonight. Qin Xiaoyu's attention was obviously not on the story of Qin Si's heroic rescue of the beauty. Seeing that Qin Si no longer doubted anything, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of having an affair with Jiang Chen behind her daughter's back made her feel nervous but also excited. In short, this was an experience Qin Xiaoyu had never had before. After experiencing this incident, it seemed as if a door to a new world was opened deep in Qin Xiaoyu's heart. "Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight." Qin Si's coquettish voice came to her ears. After Qin Xiaoyu came to her senses, she found that her daughter had hugged her and her little head kept rubbing against her arms. When she thought about how Jiang Chen had held her like this just now, Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red, and she quickly reached out and pushed Qin Si away. "Sisi, you are already an adult. Why do you still want to sleep with your mother?" "Mom, if I don't hurry up and sleep with you now, I won't have the chance to sleep with you in the future." "What are you talking about? What do you mean there is no chance?" "Mom, I don't care, I'm going to sleep with you tonight." Faced with her daughter's nagging and coquettishness, Qin Xiaoyu sighed and finally chose to compromise. Qin Si cheered, kissed Qin Xiaoyu on the face, and then ran to take a shower. An hour later, after taking a shower, Qin Si changed into a pink nightgown. She pushed open Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom door, then climbed onto the bed like a little mouse and got into Qin Xiaoyu's quilt. "Mom, why do I feel like there's a weird smell on you?" Qin Si had just hugged Qin Xiaoyu when his little nose suddenly twitched twice and a strange expression appeared on his face. "What's the weird smell?" Qin Xiaoyu panicked and quickly reached out to knock on Qin Si's head. Then, she said in a stern manner, "It's getting late. Close your eyes and go to sleep." "Mom, there is a weird smell." "Sisi, do you still want to sleep with your mother tonight?" "Yes. But this strange smell is a bit like..." "A bit like what?" Qin Xiaoyu suddenly became nervous. She had just overlooked an important issue. Although Jiang Chen had left, the smell he left in the bed would not dissipate in a moment. What should I do if my daughter finds out? Should I confess to her? Will she be angry? Just when Qin Xiaoyu's palms were about to sweat from nervousness, Qin Si's voice floated into her ears again. The smell is quite good, a bit like Daddy's smell. Mom, did you put on the wrong perfume? Did you spray men's cologne on yourself as perfume? Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 94. I am actually an illegitimate child? Night. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. When Jiang Chen returned home, the lights were on in the living room on the first floor, but it was quiet and there was no sign of the 6 golden flowers. However, there were faint sounds of laughter coming from the second floor of the villa. Tada! Jiang Chen did not take the elevator, but climbed up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as he arrived at the multi-purpose hall on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen saw 6 beautiful women wearing only suspender nightgowns with their shoulders, arms and long legs exposed. They sat in a group on the ground, playing poker with laughter. There are various snacks and beers placed around the 6 golden flowers. The 2 trash cans were also filled with discarded snack packaging bags and empty beer cans. At this moment, an online song emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. How fun! I feel like my life has reached its peak. How fun! I feel like my life has reached its peak. Honey, you're back? As the eldest sister, the moment Su Yao saw Jiang Chen, she immediately dropped the poker in her hand, took the initiative to come forward, and gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Playing poker? Jiang Chen smiled and hugged Su Yao's slender waist, and studied her suspender silk nightgown. Honey, do you want to come play with us? Su Yao first giggled and hit Jiang Chen twice, then blushed and obediently cooperated with Jiang Chen's research. It has to be said that although Su Yao is not as domineering as Qin Xiaoyu, she is still a woman that ordinary men cannot control. You guys play, I'm going to take a bath first. Jiang Chen glanced at the 6 golden flowers who were wearing cool clothes, and wondered in his heart whether he should have a boxing match tonight. 1 against 6. Let us set a record first? Try to break this record later? Just like that, with a lofty ideal in mind, Jiang Chen walked into the bathroom, filled a large tub with water, and then soaked in it comfortably. Ding ding! After an unknown amount of time, the phone that Jiang Chen had thrown beside the bathtub suddenly vibrated slightly, as if he had received a WeChat message. Jiang Chen, lying in the bathtub, slowly opened his eyes, wiped his hands with the towel hanging next to him, and then picked up his phone to check it. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, I sent an email to your mailbox, please take a look first. After reading this WeChat message, Jiang Chen had a puzzled expression on his face. Swish! He simply exited WeChat, opened his mailbox, and soon saw the email Qin Xiaoyu sent him. Curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to open the email. However, the next second, Jiang Chen froze in place. The content of this email turned out to be Jiang Chen's personal details. There is also a photo of Jiang Chen on it. Swish! Jiang Chen carefully read his personal information, then swiped the screen of his phone with his finger. Unexpectedly, the content on the next page made him open his eyes wide, open his mouth, and his face was full of shock. After investigation, Jiang Chen's biological father is Zhou Zhengfeng, the current head of the Zhou family, a well-established wealthy family in Xilan City, and his biological mother is Jiang Xiaoxia, the nanny of the Zhou family in Xilan City. After investigation, it was found that Jiang Xiaoxia died 25 years ago. The cause of death announced by the Zhou family was death due to dystocia. After investigation, it was found that Jiang Chen, the son of Zhou Zhengfeng and Jiang Xiaoxia, was not taken in by the Zhou family, but was abandoned at the door of an orphanage and eventually became an orphan. After investigation, Zhou Zhengfeng recently sent a large number of people to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, preparing to bring this illegitimate child back to the Zhou family. After investigation, it was found that Zhou Zhengfeng suffered from a serious liver tumor. If a matching liver source could not be found for transplant, he could only live for 3 months at most. After investigation, it was found that Zhou Shihao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, and Zhou Renjie, the second son, both sent people to secretly stop Zhou Zhengfeng from finding Jiang Chen's whereabouts. After reading the investigation report, Jiang Chen sat in the bathtub in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. As an orphan, Jiang Chen has longed to see his parents since he was a child. But one day, Jiang Chen overheard a conversation between the director and the nurse, and learned that he was abandoned at the door of the orphanage with a note on him that contained his name and date of birth. From that day on, Jiang Chen was completely disappointed with his biological parents. Because he was abandoned by his parents. Since his parents no longer want him, what fantasies does he still have? So, after Jiang Chen obtained the system, he has been hesitating. Are you hesitating about whether to look for your biological parents? So what if I find it? They abandoned their son back then. Can they accept him again now? If they could accept the son, why didn't they come looking for Jiang Chen in the past 25 years? This is the question that has been lingering in Jiang Chen's mind. However, after reading the investigation report sent by Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen learned that his mother had passed away due to complications during childbirth, and his father had cancer and would not live long. At this moment, his heart was actually aching. In addition, Jiang Chen also smelled a hint of conspiracy in this investigation report. Did his biological mother really die from childbirth complications? What exactly happened back then? Why was I abandoned at the door of an orphanage? As a father, what was Zhou Zhangfeng doing back then? Why couldn't he even protect his own son? Or was he abandoned by Zhou Zhangfeng? After all, her mother was just a nanny in the Zhou family. Her status was so different from Zhou Jingfeng's, so she definitely couldn't marry into the Zhou family. The waters in the wealthy families are very deep. This big family seems to be so prosperous on the surface, but who knows how many dirty things are hidden behind the scenes. So, Jiang Chen seriously suspected that his biological mother did not die in childbirth, but was persecuted by someone. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened WeChat and quickly sent a message to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, Xiaoyu, tell me everything you know. Ding ding. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyu sent a WeChat reply to Jiang Chen. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiaochen, what do you want to do? Jiang Chen, I want to know the real cause of my mother's death. I want to know what happened to the Zhou family. I want to know who abandoned me at the door of the orphanage. I want to know everything. After Jiang Chen sent this WeChat message, Qin Xiaoyu kept showing typing and did not reply for a long time. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Chen climbed out of the bathtub, quickly wiped his body, put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen carried a bottle of red wine and a wineglass, put a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in his pocket, and went directly to the terrace on the third floor of the villa. Ding ding. As soon as I sat down on the recliner, a message came from Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu, I asked someone to investigate what happened back then. All I know is that Zhou Zhangfeng was married 25 years ago and had 2 sons with his wife. As for your biological mother, she was just a nanny hired by the Zhou family. I guess she was either Zhou Zhangfeng's lover or was forced. Because so much time has passed, many things cannot be verified, and my people cannot find more information for the time being. However, Zhou Zhangfeng suffered from severe liver tumor half a year ago and urgently needed to find a suitable liver source for transplantation. Liver transplantation between direct relatives would be more likely. I have enough reasons to suspect that Zhou Zhangfeng wants to harm you. Therefore, I suggest that before you figure out Zhou Zhangfeng's true intentions, you must hide yourself well and never let him find you. I will send more people to investigate the truth of what happened back then, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 95 Jiang Chen's background. The night is as dark as ink and the moon is like a hook. Jiang Chen was lying alone on the terrace, a cigarette in his mouth, staring blankly at the night sky, his thoughts flying to who knows where. Ding ding. After an unknown amount of time, the phone vibrated slightly and Qin Xiaoyu sent him a photo. Swish. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, immediately picked up his phone and clicked on the photo. The next second, Jiang Chen's expression became complicated. The photo shows a young and beautiful woman. She was wearing a nanny outfit, with her hair tied up behind her head. She had a beautiful face, like a fairy walking out of an ink painting, giving people a feeling of purity and innocence. There is a 70% similarity between her eyebrows and Jiang Chen's. The first time Jiang Chen saw this photo, he was certain in his heart that the woman in the photo was his biological mother. This is a feeling that is thicker than blood and engraved in the bones. There is absolutely no mistake. Call. A gust of night wind blew by, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Jiang Chen held the phone in one hand and slowly raised the other hand, then gently wiped the screen with trembling fingers, as if he wanted to see the photo more clearly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jiang Chen stared at the screen of his mobile phone intently, maintaining this posture all the time, without moving an inch, as if he had turned into a statue. Mom! After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse sound came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, but the sound was very light and was instantly blown away by the night wind and disappeared into the endless night. Swish! After a moment, Jiang Chen carefully saved the photo. Perhaps feeling unsafe, he uploaded the photo to cloud storage, QQ space, email, etc., and also set a separate password. After doing all this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his slightly red eyes emitted 2 terrifying rays of light. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen opened the system inventory. Soon, he found what he wanted in the second compartment of his backpack. Investigation card. After using this card, you can designate a target person for investigation and obtain detailed information about the other person's 3 generations of ancestors. Note, this card can only be used once. Brother Tongzi, I want to use this survey card. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and the next second, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Host, please designate a target person. Myself. Ding! The investigation card was used successfully. The target of the investigation is the host himself. The investigation results are being transmitted. Please wait. About 3 seconds later, a huge amount of information popped up in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen, male, 25 years old, was abandoned at the door of an orphanage right after he was born. Later, the orphanage was forcibly demolished, and he ended up on the streets, competing with stray dogs for food. Fortunately, he was helped by a passerby and sent to another orphanage. Zhou Zhenfeng, male, 55 years old, Jiang Chen's biological father, the current head of the wealthy Zhou family in Xilan City. When he was young, he coveted the beauty of his own nanny, got her drunk and raped her, causing her to become pregnant and give birth to an illegitimate son, Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiaoxia, female, deceased, Jiang Chen's biological mother, used to be a nanny in the wealthy Zhou family in Xilan City. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was raped by Zhou Zhangfeng, the eldest son of the Zhou family. She then became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy, named Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly, quickly digesting the huge amount of information in his mind. As he uncovered his life story bit by bit and learned the truth of the past bit by bit, his body couldn't help but tremble bit by bit. Not long after, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his red eyes. In an instant, a tremendous amount of anger and resentment suddenly erupted from him. The Zhou family. Zhou Zhangfeng. A bunch of demons in human skin. The hatred for killing my mother is irreconcilable. Even if you are my biological father, I will send you to hell. After learning about everything that happened that year, Jiang Chen was extremely angry. Because his mother did not die in childbirth, but was murdered by a villain, and even the newborn Jiang Chen almost died. The story is very melodramatic, it's nothing more than the dirty deeds of a wealthy family. Jiang Chen's mother, Jiang Xiaoxia, worked as a nanny in the Zhou family. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was soon noticed by the eldest son Zhou Zhangfeng at that time. Zhou Zhangfeng first pretended to pursue Jiang Xiaoxia, but after being rejected many times, he became angry and got Jiang Xiaoxia drunk and raped her. Jiang Xiaoxia found out that she was pregnant and wanted to abort the child, but she was just a little girl from the countryside. How could she possibly defeat the eldest son of the Zhou family? Zhou Zhangfeng placed Jiang Xiaoxia under house arrest and threatened her with her parents, ordering her to give birth to the child. Jiang Xiaoxia had no choice but to succumb to Zhou Zhangfeng's tyranny. However, at that time, Zhou Zhangfeng was already married, and his wife was the eldest daughter of another wealthy family, Song Shanglan. After all, the truth will come out. Zhou Zhangfeng had a mistress outside, and the mistress was about to give birth to an illegitimate child. When Song Shanglan learned the news, she immediately sent someone to kill Jiang Xiaoxia. Jiang Xiaoxia knew that she could not escape death, so she bribed a bodyguard who was guarding her in advance. After successfully giving birth to a baby boy, Jiang Xiaoxia named her son Jiang Chen, and then asked the bodyguard to send Jiang Chen away overnight. Later, Jiang Xiaoxia was found by Song Shanglan's people. In order to avoid being tortured to death, she simply chose to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Because the Song family and the Zhou family were in marriage, and the Song family was more powerful than the Zhou family at the time, Zhou Zhangfeng was very wary of Song Shanglan. During the entire process, Zhou Zhangfeng turned a blind eye and chose to remain silent, allowing Song Shanglan to force Jiang Xiaoxia to death and leaving his son to wander outside. Later, perhaps it was retribution. Song Shanglan was involved in a serious car accident and died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Later on, Zhou Zhangfeng did not look for Jiang Chen, his illegitimate son, and left Jiang Chen to fend for himself. He then remarried a young and beautiful wife and lived a carefree life. Here comes the point. Just half a year ago, Zhou Zhangfeng was diagnosed with a serious liver tumor. If he could not find a matching liver for transplant, he could only live for 3 more months at most. However, Zhou Zhangfeng has spent a lot of money and manpower, but has not yet found a suitable liver source. Because the doctor said that the possibility of liver transplantation would be greater between immediate relatives, Zhou Zhengfeng asked his two sons to be matched, but neither of them met the requirements. So, Zhou Zhengfeng thought of his illegitimate son Jiang Chen. He sent out a large number of people to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, ostensibly wanting to bring his son home to recognize his ancestral home. In fact, he just wanted Jiang Chen to do a match. If he met the requirements, he would directly chop out Jiang Chen's liver. Zhou Zhengfeng, you actually want to eat my liver? Ha, that's perfect. I want to fuck you too. In that case, let's wait and see who will defeat whom in the end. Chapter 96 Midnight Lottery. Jiang Chen used a survey card on himself. Not only did he find out who his biological parents were, he also found out detailed information about his ancestors for 3 generations. Jiang Chen's grandparents have all passed away, and his mother committed suicide by jumping off a building 25 years ago. Currently, only his father Zhou Zhengfeng and 2 half-brothers are still alive. But Jiang Chen will not recognize this devil father, let alone his 2 half-brothers. He wants to kill his father and brother to prove his truth and avenge his mother. Time passes by every second. Jiang Chen just lay on the lounge chair on the terrace, smoking one cigarette after another. Before he knew it, the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Finally, when midnight came, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the system main page. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, black card bounty. Artifact, mind's eye 2 stars. Lottery. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. About 3 seconds later, under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer gradually slowed down, then passed through the gold coin area and stopped steadily in the card area. Swish! Suddenly, a glittering card popped out from the turntable, with several curved arrows drawn on it. I don't know what it means. However, before Jiang Chen could see the entire card, it was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reset card. Hearing the system notification sound, Jiang Chen immediately opened the inventory and soon saw the card in his backpack. Reset card. After using this card, you can reset the lucky wheel and randomly change the size of the 5 rewards on the lucky wheel. Note, this card can only be used once. Nice one. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and his heartbeat quickened. You can reset the size of the 5 rewards on the lucky wheel. If your luck is on point and you can simply enlarge the area 100 times, then wouldn't you be able to win the first prize every time from now on? I want to use this card. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used this card on the spot. With a soft swish sound, the reset card in the backpack immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a reset card. The lucky wheel is being reset. Please wait. Swish! Jiang Chen immediately exited the system inventory and returned to the system main page. In Jiang Chen's vision, the lucky wheel was indeed changing. First of all, the gold coin area, which originally occupied nearly 50% of the area, is shrinking rapidly. Then, the cards, bottles, and books areas were slowly expanding. Finally, the area doesn't seem to have changed, but if you look closely, it seems that this area is slowly expanding. However, the expansion speed of the area is very slow and difficult to detect with the naked eye. Jiang Chen even wants to do it himself and make it bigger. Ding! The lucky wheel was reset successfully. About 5 seconds later, Jiang Chen heard the system prompt again, and the lucky wheel in his field of vision stopped changing. In the previous lucky wheel, the order of area occupied by the 5 rewards was gold coins, cards, bottles, books, The current 5 rewards are ranked in terms of area as follows: cards, bottles, books, gold coins, Among them, cards occupy nearly 40% of the area, bottles occupy nearly 25% of the area, books occupy nearly 20% of the area, gold coins occupy nearly 10% of the area, and occupy nearly 5% of the area. After the gold coin area was reduced, the other 4 areas were expanded. Nice! Let's draw the prize again. Looking at the freshly made lucky wheel, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands vigorously, and then clicked the lottery button again with his mind. Swish! The red pointer carried Jiang Chen's hope and started to spin rapidly. About 3 seconds later, the pointer passed through the bottle area, then the books, gold coins, and question mark areas, and slowly returned to the cards area. Blat. After a slight sound, the pointer finally stopped steadily in the card area. Jiang Chen did not show any disappointment. If he had not used the reset card just now, the pointer would definitely be at the gold coin area. People should know how to be content, and being content will bring happiness. Swish. Suddenly, a glittering card popped out from the turntable. There was a picture of a running little man on it. I didn't know what it meant. Of course, the cards were soon automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation card. Jiang Chen was slightly startled when he heard the system prompt sound, and immediately clicked on the system item bar. Teleport card. After using this card, you can instantly move to any place within a 10-meter radius. Note, this card can only be used once. Oh my god. Isn't this the flash skill in the game? However, the skills in the game can be used multiple times, but this card only provides Jiang Chen with one chance to flash. No need to think about it. This card is used to save your life. A must-have treasure. Call. Jiang Chen closed the system inventory and took a deep breath. After taking a look at the last chance to draw a lottery today, Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Shit. I forgot to recite the spell." Jiang Chen clasped his hands together in annoyance and began to mutter, "Heaven and earth, I want to sacrifice Lu Ruian in exchange for the gods to bless me to win a big prize." Swish. After reciting this spell, Jiang Chen immediately clicked the lottery button with his mind, then stared with wide eyes, held his breath, and stared at the rapidly spinning red pointer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's dazed eyes, the red pointer passed through the card area, and then passed through the bottle, book, gold coin, and question mark area. Finally, he returned to the card area in a very humiliating manner. Depend on. It was a waste of Jiang Chen's reciting such a long spell. It seems that simply sacrificing Lu Ruian is no longer effective. How about we try it tomorrow and just kidnap Lu Ruian and give her to Brother Tongzi? I wonder if Brother Tongzi likes this? Ding! This system warns the host not to have any messy fantasies. The lottery depends on luck, and there is no shortcut. The sudden system notification sound frightened Jiang Chen so much that he trembled all over and even curled up his 10 toes in embarrassment. Never mind. Since Brother Tongzi doesn't like this, let's let Lu Ruian go for the time being. Oh, where's my reward? Swish. At this moment, a glittering card suddenly jumped out from the turntable. There was a bloody mouth drawn on it, which looked particularly creepy. Soon after, the card was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a foodie card. The system notification sound rang in his ears again. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned again, and then he quickly opened the system item bar. Foodie card. After using this card, you can obtain all the functions of any electronic product you eat. Note, this card can only be used once. Jiang Chen? Chapter 97. I'm full. I just ate a cell phone. Midnight. On the terrace. Jiang Chen held a card in his hand, and he was completely stunned. The meaning of this foodie card is actually not difficult to understand. Simply put, no matter what you eat, you gain all the functions of the thing you eat. For example, if you eat a hairdryer, you can blow out cold and hot air, and you can also adjust the wind speed. If you eat a razor, a sharp blade will come out, and you can shave yourself. However, the scope of food is limited to electronic products. So, there aren't many options. The first thing Jiang Chen thought of was, should he get a computer to play with? But the computer is too big. Even if I replace it with a small laptop, it still weighs several kilograms and I can't eat it at all. No way. I can only settle for the next best thing and play with my phone while eating. It just so happened that Jiang Chen still owed all the gentlemen a promise to eat their cell phones, so he just paid off this debt. Brother Tongzi, I want to ask, if I use this foodie card, will it be forced to eat? Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. Ding! This system recommends that the host add some salt, vinegar, and chili sauce. Maybe it will taste better. Oh my god. The problem is that the phone is too hard. I'm worried that I won't be able to bite it, and I'm even more worried that it will damage my stomach and esophagus. Ding! After the host uses the foodie card, the host's mouth, esophagus, and stomach will be automatically strengthened in a short period of time without causing any damage to your body. Oh, that makes me feel relieved. After listening to Brother Tonzi's explanation, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Next, Jiang Chen placed the foodie card and mobile phone in front of him. But on second thought, what Brother Tonzi said seems to make sense. If I add some salt, some vinegar, and some chili sauce, maybe it will taste better. Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen got up and went downstairs, and went straight to the kitchen on the first floor to search. Honey, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a slightly charming voice floated over from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned around and saw that it was Su Yao. So he replied without thinking, I suddenly felt a little hungry, so I came to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. Jiang Chen quickly found a few bottles of seasoning, and without waiting for Su Yao to speak, he hurriedly returned to the terrace on the third floor with the seasoning bottles. Su Yao. Next, comes the exciting moment. Jiang Chen dipped his phone in various condiments, then took out the foodie card, made up his mind, and said silently, I want to use the foodie card. Swish. The card in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light and went straight into Jiang Chen's mouth. Then, Jiang Chen felt a warm current coming out of his mouth, esophagus, and stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a foodie card. Please eat an electronic product within 5 minutes to gain all the functions of the electronic product. Damn it! Only have 5 minutes to eat? Brother Tonzi, why didn't you say so earlier? Call. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, then closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stuffed the phone directly into his mouth. Boom! 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 What surprised Jiang Chen was that he did not feel any stinging pain in his mouth at all. Chewing the phone felt like chewing soybeans. It was not only crunchy but also tasted good. The esophagus and stomach were also temporarily strengthened, so Jiang Chen did not feel any discomfort after swallowing the phone. It doesn't even take 5 minutes. It only took Jiang Chen about 2 minutes to swallow the entire phone, and he still felt like he wanted more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eating a mobile phone and gaining all the functions of the phone. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. The next second, Jiang Chen felt like he had turned into a mobile phone. Oh no! This feeling is very wonderful, as if I and the mobile phone have completely merged into one. The machine is the person is the machine, man and machine are one, and I am invincible. Swish! A virtual mobile phone appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He tried to turn on the camera of his mobile phone, but he didn't expect that everything he saw could be captured. When I tried to use this virtual mobile phone to surf the internet, various web pages immediately popped up in my field of vision. Next, after many attempts, Jiang Chen discovered that he was carrying an invisible mobile phone with him. Not only can you use your mind to make phone calls, surf the internet, send WeChat messages, watch short movies, listen to music, and play games. You can also turn on the camera function on your phone to take secret photos and record videos anytime and anywhere. Nice! This is exactly what Jiang Chen imagined. He has completely merged with the mobile phone. In one word, awesome. Tada! At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from far away. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Su Yao holding a bowl of steaming noodles and walking to his side with a smile on her face. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Honey, didn't you say you were hungry? I made you a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs. Eat it while it's hot. Ah. Hubby, what's with that expression on your face? Do you think the noodles I made are not tasty? Looking at Su Yao, who was looking expectant, Jiang Chen subconsciously touched his belly with a helpless expression on his face. Yao Yao. Dad just ate a mobile phone and is full. I really can't eat anymore right now. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't dare to say this, and Su Yao didn't know that Jiang Chen had just eaten a mobile phone. Seeing Jiang Chen looking hesitant, Su Yao simply pulled a chair over and sat next to Jiang Chen. Then she held the bowl of noodles, picked up the noodles with chopsticks, and fed Jiang Chen herself. Hubby, be good. Open your mouth quickly, AMU. Su Yao acted like she was coaxing a child to eat. She first brought the noodles to her mouth, blew on them gently, and then fed them into Jiang Chen's mouth. Ah! Jiang Chen opened his mouth mechanically like a robot, and then swallowed the noodles that Su Yao fed him with difficulty. Be good. Eat another bite. My husband is awesome. Eat more to grow taller and fatter. Eat the eggs too. They are nutritious. Don't waste them. Hubby is such a good eater, moi. I'll give you a reward. Jiang Chen is numb. Although his stomach was full, under Su Yao's soft coaxing, he still ate a large bowl of noodles and 2 eggs. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally realized what it was like to be so difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. But, because he ate too much, Jiang Chen urgently needed to exercise to help his digestion. Yao Yao, go call Qingshuo and Ruru up here, and tell them I'm waiting for them in the master bedroom. Jiang Chen felt it was very necessary to give Lin Qingshuo and Tang Rou a profound education, trying to open up their Ren and Du meridians, cure their mental illnesses, and make them normal women. Okay, I'll go call them now. Su Yao gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look, then prepared to get up and go downstairs to call someone. Wait a moment, and prepare 2 pairs of ropes and a small whip for me. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao froze in place. The next second, Su Yao turned around suddenly, staring at Jiang Chen with shining eyes, her face full of excitement. Husband, are you going to play so big tonight? Ahem. Children, stop asking questions about adult matters. Honey, can I watch? Get lost. I've already told you, kids, stop asking questions about adults' affairs. Hubby, please, I beg you, I promise to stand quietly by the side, not saying a word, and definitely not disturbing you. Chapter 98. Do you want to confront the Zhou family head-on? The next morning. The sun is shining and there are no clouds in the sky. Jiang Chen did not sleep in today. He got up early and sat with the 6 golden flowers to have breakfast. Jiang Chen, who was sitting at the head of the dining table, took a glance and instantly took in the favorability of the 6 golden flowers. Su Yao, favorability 100. Zhao Sherman, favorability 98. Lu Li, favorability 97. Yu Lily, favorability 95. Lin Qingxue, favorability 80. Tang Rou, favorability 80. Jiang Chen felt very relieved. Especially the lesbian couple Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou. After a night of education and encouragement from Jiang Chen, they seemed to have deeply realized their mistakes, and their attitude towards correction was very positive. They have transformed from bad kids to good kids. All the credit for this can be attributed to Jiang Chen having a perpetual motion machine. Let me tell you something. Jiang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the 6 golden flowers, and then continued, I may have to leave for a while to do something very important. During the next period of time, unless there is an emergency, please do not contact me. If you encounter any troubles that you cannot solve by yourselves, you can go to Villa number 2 next door and ask for help from Miss Qin Xiaoyu. I have already greeted her. Suddenly hearing that Jiang Chen was going to be away for a while, and his tone was so serious, the 6 golden flowers all realized the seriousness of the matter. Su Yao suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and asked worriedly, Husband, what are you going to do? Why do I feel that what you are going to do seems very dangerous? He. Jiang Chen smiled, patted the back of Su Yao's hand gently, and said, What I'm going to do is not dangerous at all, it's just a little troublesome. Must I go? Su Yao's eyelids trembled slightly, and a deep worry appeared in her eyes. Except for Su Yao, the other 5 golden flowers all showed worried and puzzled expressions on their faces. It seemed that everyone was certain that Jiang Chen was pretending to be relaxed, and that what he was going to do this time was most likely something dangerous. What are those expressions on your faces? Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then said in a joking tone, I'm going out to make a lot of money. Money? Do you want it? Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the 624K pure money worshipping girls did not react much when they heard about money this time. Instead, they all remained silent. Husband, do we have to go? Su Yao trembled her lips and asked the same question again. Jiang Chen was speechless. He also didn't expect that a group of gold diggers would no longer worship money. Is this a true emotional play? Aren't they afraid of losing both their money and their lives in the end? This kind of wrong thinking is unacceptable. I have a reason to go. Jiang Chen didn't have time to correct their wrong ideas now, so he could only say a few perfunctory words and then got up to pack his luggage. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen dragged a suitcase, holding a pair of car keys in his hand, and came directly to the garage surrounded by 6 golden flowers. Hubby, we'll wait for you to come back. Among the 6 golden flowers, Su Yao is the one who knows Jiang Chen's personality and temper best. She knew that once Jiang Chen made a decision, it would be almost impossible to change it, so she did not try to persuade Jiang Chen anymore. Don't worry, I won't let you be widows. When I come back, wash them all, apply honey on them and lie them on the bed. I want 6 of you. Also, if any of you can give me a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, I will reward her with 10 million. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the 6 golden flowers showed shy expressions on their faces. They all looked at Jiang Chen with piercing eyes, wishing they could drag Jiang Chen back to the room right then and there to watch a movie about Journey to the West. At last, under the reluctant gazes of the 6 golden flowers, Jiang Chen got into the Bugatti Chiron that Qin Si gave him, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. On the way, Jiang Chen controlled the steering wheel with both hands, but he called out his mobile phone in his mind and sent a WeChat message to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, Xiaoyu, I'll send you an address. Tell Zhou Zhengfeng about it and tell him that his illegitimate child is waiting for him here. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyu replied to a WeChat message. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiaochen, what are you going to do? Jiang Chen, isn't Zhou Zhengfeng looking for me? Doesn't he want to take me back to the Zhou family? Then I will do as he wishes. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiaochen, are you crazy? What Zhou Zhengfeng wants to do to you is obvious to everyone. Aren't you afraid that he will chew up your liver? Jiang Chen, it's still unclear who will be the next one. Qin Xiaoyu, are you sure you want to confront the entire Zhou family head-on? Jiang Chen, don't you know exactly how hard I am? Emoji, bitter. Qin Xiaoyu, you little brat, you're still in the mood to drive it this time. It seems like you've made all the necessary preparations? Jiang Chen, don't mind life or death, just fight if you don't agree. After Jiang Chen ate a mobile phone, he suddenly felt that his hands were freed. He could easily chat with others on WeChat with just a thought. One word, so convenient. An hour later, Jiang Chen drove the Bugatti Chiron into the old town. Amid the surprised, envious and jealous looks of passers-by, the sports car finally stopped at the gate of a dilapidated courtyard. That's right. This is the shabby yard that Jiang Chen has rented for 3 years. This time he came back to pack up his things and take away the only relic his mother left him. This relic is not something valuable, it is just an amulet tied with a red rope. But to Jiang Chen, this thing is extremely precious. Swish! Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked into the yard. Perhaps because he was thinking about something, he did not notice that the clothesline in the yard was full of his clothes, pants, and socks. No need to think about it. An accident happened. Crack! Jiang Chen opened the door of the east room and just took a step into the room when he immediately saw the S-shaped silhouette of a woman. The woman was naked, standing in front of a large wardrobe with her back to the door, with both hands inside the wardrobe. Seemingly, she had just gotten up and was about to go to the closet to find a suitable outfit to wear. Ah! A high decibel scream suddenly broke the silence in the yard. Lu Ruian covered her body with one hand and pulled out a skirt from the closet with the other hand. She hurriedly blocked herself with it, then turned around and looked at the person who came with a vigilant look on her face. However, when she looked closely at the man who suddenly broke into the room, it turned out to be Jiang Chen. The next second, her vigilance turned into surprise, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Chen, you're back. Lu Ruian trembled her lips slightly, then subconsciously took a step forward, as if she wanted to take the initiative to throw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. But after a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen immediately took a step back and closed the door again with a bang. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen's voice was heard from outside the door. Lu Ruian, you broke into my room in broad daylight without even putting on clothes? Do you have any shame? I'm giving you 1 minute now. Get dressed right now, immediately, and get out of my house. Otherwise, I will sue you for trespassing, intentionally exposing yourself, molesting a man, and attempted rape. Lu Ruian. Chapter 99 Humble Lu Ruian. Shilan City. In a dilapidated courtyard in the old town. Jiang Chen searched through boxes and cabinets for a long time, and finally found the amulet his mother left for him in a hidden corner at the bottom of the wardrobe. Call. After letting out a long breath, Jiang Chen just stood up and saw Lu Ruian standing at the door of the room anxiously. I saw her crossing her hands in front of her, rubbing her 10 fingers nervously, and her lips trembled several times. It seemed that she wanted to say something but was a little embarrassed to say it. Lu Ruian, why don't you live with Yang Fan and live together, but secretly come to my house to live alone? What are you doing? Jiang Chen frowned. Although only a few days had passed, when he saw Lu Ruian again, he found that he did not have any emotional fluctuations. It felt like looking at an ordinary passerby, neither happy nor sad, no desires or demands, no interests, and no chance of attracting any attention from him. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Plop. Under Jiang Chen's slightly surprised look, Lu Ruian, who had always been extremely arrogant, actually knelt down in front of him and kept admitting her mistakes and apologizing. Jiang Chen, Yang Fan is a liar. Bastard. Scumbag. He first deceived me, then drugged me and wanted to send me to his boss. I was so blind at the time. How could I have believed his sweet words? I really regret it now, woo-woo. While crying, Lu Ruian recounted what happened last night, and then kept apologizing to Jiang Chen, hoping to get his forgiveness. Oh. Jiang Chen responded indifferently, then carefully put away the amulet, and then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Quiet. The room was quiet for a moment. Lu Ruian suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in shock with her red eyes from crying. It seemed that he had never expected that Jiang Chen would have such an indifferent and nonchalant attitude, as if he was listening to an insignificant story and had no interest at all. How so? Didn't Jiang Chen love me for 7 whole years? How could he not care? We have been together for 3 years, how can he just let it go? Jiang Chen, I really know I was wrong, can you forgive me just once? I have completely drawn a line between myself and Yang Fan, and I promise that I will never have any contact with him in the future. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Jiang Chen, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I can agree to whatever you want me to do, okay? Lu Ruian was extremely humble. Not only did she kneel in front of Jiang Chen, she also hugged his trouser legs tightly, and her tears kept flowing. Swish. Jiang Chen kicked Lu Ruian away, then walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, crossing his legs. Who would have thought? Lu Ruian immediately crawled over on her knees and hugged Jiang Chen's trouser legs tightly again. Jiang Chen suddenly felt annoyed. After taking a deep puff of his cigarette, he said with a cold face, Lu Ruian, I told you that I have a serious misophobia. A dirty woman, no matter how much I like her, I will never touch her again. Do you understand? Lu Ruian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then a glimmer of hope bloomed in her eyes. She immediately explained, Jiang Chen, I'm not dirty yet. I didn't let Yang Fan touch me during this period. Really? I can swear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was immediately amused. Swish. Jiang Chen took out a new phone that he had just bought from a mobile phone store he passed by, then opened his WeChat moments and came across the official announcement by Lu Ruian and Yang Fan. Lu Ruian, why don't you open your eyes and take a look? The photo of you and Yang Fan checking into a hotel is still hanging on your circle of friends. You actually told me that you are not dirty? You didn't let Yang Fan touch you? Lu Ruian, your own head is full of shit, so don't assume that everyone else is as stupid as you. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruian with contempt as if he was looking at a clown. If he hadn't sent Qin Xiaoyu the address of this dilapidated courtyard and hadn't waited for the Zhou family to come to him, Jiang Chen would have left long ago. I happen to have some free time right now, but I'm bored, so I might as well watch Lu Ruian's performance. Jiang Chen, have you forgotten that my period came 2 days before I broke up with you? Phew. When Lu Ruian said this, Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Lu Ruian had indeed just had her period at that time, and if you calculate the time, it would probably be over today. But Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a half smile, Lu Ruian, although your bottom lane is blocked, you still have 2 lanes for Yang Fan to take. Ah? What do you mean? Lu Ruian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and seemed to not understand what Jiang Chen was talking about. I say. Jiang Chen put out his cigarette, then stared into Lu Ruian's eyes and said word by word, even if your bottom lane is blocked, you still have the top lane and the back lane, so you can let Yang Fan go. You two went to the hotel to get a room, it's impossible that you didn't do anything, right? Although I don't understand women, I understand men. Quiet. The room was quiet. Lu Ruian knelt on the ground in a daze, pondering Jiang Chen's words carefully. After a long time, Lu Ruian seemed to have figured something out. She suddenly felt ashamed and angry, and even trembled all over with anger. Jiang Chen. Who do you take me for? How can you be so disgusting? Although I am not a good woman, I am not a slutty bitch either, and I will never accept any perverted play. Seeing that Lu Ruian was furious and it seemed that she was not pretending, Jiang Chen blinked curiously, and a line of information immediately popped up in his field of vision. Name, Lu Ruian. Age, 25. Value, 94. Body size, 94. Delay, 36C+. Drivers, 2. Favorability, 92. Jiang Chen had no objection to Lu Ruian's appearance and figure. As for the two drivers, it is obvious that one is Yang Fan and the other is Jiang Chen. In this materialistic age, it is quite rare for a gold digger like a school beauty to be able to be a driver with only two partners. Let us take a look at Lu Ruian's favorability of 92 points. This is not difficult to understand. After all, she and Jiang Chen have been together for 3 years, so there is more or less an emotional foundation between them. In addition, Yang Fan suddenly stabbed her in the back, and her image as by Yueguan collapsed instantly, so she was particularly grateful for Jiang Chen's kindness. Jiang Chen had no objection to this. At this point, do you think Jiang Chen is going to forgive Lu Ruian? How is that possible? This is a men's channel, not a women's channel full of abuse and chaos. Who is Jiang Chen? He is the kind of person who eats his phone if he says so. Since he said that he would not touch Lu Ruian again, even if Lu Ruian was acquitted, Jiang Chen would never go back on his promise. What's more, it is a foregone conclusion that Lu Ruian has mentally cheated on her. She hadn't broken up with Jiang Chen yet, but she had been secretly together with Yang Fan the night before. If this wasn't cheating, what else could it be? Based on this alone, Lu Ruian was sentenced to death by Jiang Chen. Chapter 100. Someone from the Zhou family got into a car accident. Swish. Jiang Chen opened his peeping eye towards Lu Ruian again, and 2 lines of information immediately popped up in his field of vision. Personal privacy, a serious gold digger, her biggest dream is to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Even if she can't become a rich wife, being a mistress is fine. Current intention, no matter what, I must get Jiang Chen's forgiveness. Jiang Chen, I've been with you for 3 years, and I know very well that you have severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Now, Yao Yao and the others are all following you. You have collected 6 of the 7 fairies from Xilan University. Don't you want to gather all 7 fairies together? After Lu Ruian said this through gritted teeth, she deliberately licked her lips and threw a wink at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen only felt a strong tingling sensation coming towards him. It has to be Lu Ruian. It hit Jiang Chen's soft spot at once. However, Jiang Chen said calmly, Lu Ruian, do you think you know me well? Although I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, why should I gather all 7 fairies? Summon the dragon to make a wish? Lu Ruian's face changed slightly when she heard this, and then she said with determination, I can be your lover, I can be your mistress, I promise to listen to you obediently, and I promise not to compete for your favor with Yao Yao and the others. That's enough. Jiang Chen didn't wait for Lu Ruian to finish her words and immediately interrupted her in a cold voice, Lu Ruian, there is no possibility for us anymore. I will never forgive you. Just give up on this idea. Jiang Chen. That's all I have to say. I hope we can live happily ever after. It would be best if we never see each other again. Goodbye. After Jiang Chen said this, he completely ignored Lu Ruian, who was kneeling on the ground and begging, opened the door and strode out. As soon as he arrived in the yard, Jiang Chen heard a burst of dense footsteps. When I looked up, I saw a group of bodyguards in suits walking in from outside the yard. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. The Zhou family is finally here. Tada! The leading bodyguard walked quickly to Jiang Chen with a photo in his hand. Excuse me, are you young Master Jiang Chen? Yes, I am Jiang Chen. Master Jiang Chen, the master ordered us to take you home. Please get in the car with us. Good. Jiang Chen's calmness and composure surprised the bodyguard captain. It felt as if Jiang Chen had already known his identity and that the Zhou family would send someone to pick him up, and he was not surprised at all. The third young master seems to be very cunning. This was the bodyguard captain's first impression of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lu Ruian also chased out from the east room. Seeing that Jiang Chen was surrounded by a group of bodyguards, and every bodyguard was very respectful to Jiang Chen, a look of surprise flashed across Lu Ruian's face. Master Jiang Chen, this lady is. The bodyguard captain glanced at Lu Ruian, his gaze only stayed on Lu Ruian for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know him. Jiang Chen replied calmly, then strode out of the yard. Lu Ruian. There were 3 black cars parked outside the yard, one of which was a Maybach and the other 2 were Mercedes-Benz S600s. The captain of the bodyguard stepped forward, opened the door of the Maybach, and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just about to get in the car when he suddenly thought of something. He took out a car key from his pocket, handed it to the bodyguard captain and said, "I drove the car here by myself, please help me drive the car back." "Okay, Master Jiang Chen." The bodyguard captain was slightly stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously took the car keys handed to him by Jiang Chen. But when the bodyguard captain saw the big B on the car key, he couldn't help but gasp. "Oh shit. Bugatti? Could it be that the Bugatti Chiron parked at the gate of the yard is young Master Jiang Chen's car? Isn't young Master Jiang Chen the master's illegitimate son? He has been wandering around for many years, and I heard that he grew up in an orphanage. How can he afford a Bugatti Chiron?" With a mind full of questions and confusion, the captain of the bodyguards walked over and pressed the car key in his hand towards the Bugatti Chiron. The next second, the lights of the Bugatti Chiron flashed twice and the door was opened automatically. Bodyguard captain. Half an hour later. A Maybach, two Mercedes-Benz S600S, and an exceptionally cool Bugatti Chiron, all four cars turned onto the ring road. Jiang Chen sat in the back seat of the Maybach, half closed his eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. He looked a little absent-minded. About 20 minutes passed. The Maybach turned off the ring road, entered a main road leading to the suburbs, and soon arrived near an intersection. Just at this moment, an accident happened. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a rapid roar of a car coming from the left side of the road. Jiang Chen turned his head almost subconsciously and suddenly saw a speeding truck in his sight. The truck was driving very fast and showed no intention of slowing down. There was even a thick cloud of green smoke coming out of the tail of the truck. Damn it! Is this a brake failure? Or maybe this big truck is coming for me? Be careful. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the Maybach driver. At the same time, Jiang Chen did not sit idly by. He just thought about it and quickly opened the system inventory, instantly locking onto a card in his backpack. Teleport card. Although Jiang Chen had great confidence that he could withstand the impact of the large truck with his own body alone. But Jiang Chen is also afraid of pain. When he went to the hospital for illness, he would take medicine instead of injections. Even if he wanted to take an injection, he would refuse and hesitate. When the injection was given, he would even scream and wail. How could a person who was so afraid of pain be so foolish as to use his own body to withstand the impact of a huge truck? It happened in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the truck hit the Maybach, Jiang Chen used the teleport card without hesitation. Bang! After a deafening crash, the truck almost crushed the Maybach into a discus. This is not over yet. The truck, which had completely lost control, pushed the flattened Maybach, sparking and flashing all the way, and continued to move forward for more than 10 meters. Finally, the truck hit the guardrail on the side of the road and finally stopped. Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. No one present had expected that such a tragic car accident would happen right under their noses. I guess everyone in Maybach was crushed into meat patties? There was a car accident. Someone was killed. What a tragic car accident. I guess everyone in the Maybach is dead. Damn. Big trucks are killing people. Chapter 101 Zhou Zhangfeng, I am your father. Shilan City. Suburbs. After the car accident, many enthusiastic drivers opened their car doors and ran towards the truck in Maybach. Everyone seemed to be holding on to the last glimmer of hope, wanting to rescue one or two survivors from the car accident. Squeak! The captain of the bodyguards parked the Bugatti Chiron aside, then got out of the car in a hurry and ran quickly towards the flattened Maybach. But when he arrived at the scene of the car accident, he looked at the flattened Maybach and the bloody mess on the driver's seat. At this moment, the bodyguard captain's face became quite ugly. Master Jiang Chen. Plop! The captain of the bodyguards murmured something, his eyes fixed on the flattened Maybach, and he suddenly fell to his knees on the ground powerlessly, his body even shaking uncontrollably. There was a sad atmosphere at the scene. The captain of the bodyguards stared at the Maybach stupidly, his eyes slightly red, and his expression extremely sad and angry. However, he didn't notice at all that a young and handsome guy was slowly walking towards him from not far away and finally stopped beside him. Hey! I'm not dead yet. Are you mourning for me? Hearing Jiang Chen's voice for no reason, the bodyguard captain was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. Master Jiang Chen? Are you okay? The captain of the bodyguards stood up with a whoosh as if he had seen a ghost and looked at Jiang Chen, who was unharmed, with a look of astonishment on his face. I reacted quickly and jumped out of the car, so I was not killed. Jiang Chen found a random excuse to get away with it, and then asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Wang Gang, and I'm the personal bodyguard of the master." Wang Gang answered Jiang Chen's question foolishly, then immediately stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Chen, and checked his entire body. Only after confirming that Jiang Chen was unharmed did Wang Gang breathe a sigh of relief. "Master Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. This time it was my fault. I never thought that something like this would happen on Zhou's territory." A guilty expression appeared on Wang Gang's face. He did not shirk his responsibility, but apologized to Jiang Chen generously. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately started to spy on Wang Gang. Personal privacy. After my eldest brother passed away, I have been quietly taking care of my eldest sister-in-law. After years of getting along, I have developed feelings for her, but due to moral ethics, I have never dared to express my feelings to her. Current intention: do everything possible to bring young Master Jiang Chen back to the Zhou family safely. Oh my god. I didn't expect that the big and strong Wang Gang would have such a bloody love story. Having a crush on your sister-in-law? This is a bit exciting. Fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, then narrowed his eyes and asked Wang Gang, "Captain Wang, do you think this car accident was arranged by my eldest brother? Or was it arranged by my second brother?" Wang Gang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that someone in this Zhou family doesn't welcome me home. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Gang with a half smile, then turned and walked towards his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Gang. As Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang naturally knew some internal affairs of the Zhou family. The head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, suffers from a serious liver tumor and is in urgent need of a liver transplant. However, at this time, the eldest and second young masters of the Zhou family begin fighting among themselves. The two young masters seemed to be certain that the head of the family would not live long, so they started a civil war for the family property in advance. However, at this time, the head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, suddenly told everyone that he had an illegitimate son living outside, and he also sent a large number of people to search for the whereabouts of the illegitimate son. Then, the eldest and second young masters stopped their internal fighting and turned their spearheads towards the illegitimate child. They even secretly sent people to prevent the head of the family from bringing the illegitimate child back. First, neither the eldest nor the second young master wanted Zhou Zhengfeng to have an illegitimate child to compete with them for the Zhou family's property. As for the second one, maybe someone among the eldest and second young masters does not want Zhou Zhengfeng to survive. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz S600 and a Bugatti Chiron arrived at a luxurious villa area and then successfully entered the Zhou family manor. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Chen saw a large group of maids in black stockings walking out of the villa and quickly forming two rows at the gate of the villa. "Welcome home, third young master." The moment all the maids saw Jiang Chen, they all bowed to him and greeted him, with bright smiles on their faces. Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly, then winked at Wang Gang, who immediately understood and quickly led Jiang Chen into the villa. Wow! The third young master is so handsome. I didn't expect the third young master to be so handsome. He totally outshines those young handsome guys in the entertainment industry today. The third young master just glanced at me. I suspect that he likes me. Get lost. The third young master was clearly looking at me just now. Hey! A bunch of little rascals, you're getting horny in broad daylight? Who is the third young master? Why would he like you guys? Jiang Chen had excellent hearing. Although the maids' voices were very low, he still heard their conversation. Really? Not only men are lustful, women are the same. The living room of the villa. There was a little old man with gray hair sitting quietly on the sofa. He was holding a newspaper in his hand, with a cup of hot tea on the table in front of him, and several bodyguards in suits standing behind him. Looking from a distance, it gives people a feeling of majesty without even being angry. Master, Wang Gang has fulfilled his mission and brought the third young master back. Wang Gang quickly walked to the old man and reported to him in a low voice. Swish! Jiang Chen also set his eyes on the little old man and couldn't help but start muttering in his heart. Is this my beastly father Zhou Zhengfeng? Judging from his complexion, he doesn't look like he is seriously ill? Could it be a last gasp, and will it die soon? It's really retribution. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng put down the newspaper in his hand, looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the living room, and waved at him. Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to vomit, walked over expressionlessly, and sat down on the sofa opposite Zhou Zhengfeng. Zhou Zhengfeng was stunned when he saw this scene, then he smiled kindly and said, "Jiang Chen, I am your father." Phew! Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He wanted to get mad on the spot, but then he changed his mind. Spicy next door. This guy is right, he really is my dad. I know. Jiang Chen waved his hand expressionlessly, then turned on his peeping eye towards Zhou Zhengfeng. He wanted to see what Zhou Zhengfeng was planning at the moment. Personal privacy: I was a playboy when I was young, which has drained my body. Now that I am middle-aged, I am no longer able to have sex. Current intention: hurry up and take Jiang Chen to the hospital for a match. If the match is successful, immediately arrange for someone to remove his liver. Chapter 102, Mature and Charming Stepmother. Old man, stop talking nonsense. I know you have liver tumor disease and you urgently need a liver transplant to save your life. As long as you give me 10% of the shares of Zhou Group, I will go to the hospital with you to do a match, otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the whole living room suddenly became quiet. Complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. Zhou Zhengfeng widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. He never expected that this rebellious son not only knew his intentions, but also made a huge demand and wanted to blackmail him. Just by going to the hospital for a match, you want to take away 10% of Zhou Group's shares for free? Damn! What the hell do you want? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhengfeng was so angry that he laughed. He stared at Jiang Chen and said, "You rebellious son, you really don't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. You just open your mouth and ask for 10% of the shares of Zhou Group? Who do you think you are? You are just the bastard I conceived with a nanny on a whim. You have no right to take a single penny from me." Zhou Zhengfeng immediately lost his temper and even directly called Jiang Chen a bastard, as if he was certain that Jiang Chen was a lamb to be slaughtered and could not cause any trouble at all. Swish! Jiang Chen stood up calmly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, then looked at Zhou Zhengfeng and said, "Since there is nothing to talk about, let's not talk about it." Crash! Without any warning, Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand and overturned the coffee table that was blocking him and Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish, swish, swish. Bang! Bang! A coffee table made of marble weighs at least several thousand kilograms. But Jiang Chen lifted it with one hand, and it spun 720 degrees in the air, and then slammed hard into the wall beside it. The coffee table was deeply embedded in the wall, and the entire wall was cracked into many lines like a spider web. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen's move not only scared Zhou Zhengfeng, but also shocked the bodyguards standing behind him. "Old man, if I don't want to go to the hospital for a match, these people behind you can't do anything to me." As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out a lighter, slowly lit the cigarette, and then took a leisurely puff. Quiet. The living room is still quiet. Zhou Zhengfeng opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, and had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Jiang Chen, then at the marble coffee table embedded in the wall, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. As for Zhou Jingfeng's bodyguards, including team leader Wang Gang, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Not only did they surround Jiang Chen, but each of them also took an attacking stance with expressions of fear on their faces. He. Jiang Chen glanced at the bodyguards with disdain, and then said calmly, "Old man, if I had smashed the coffee table on you just now, do you think you would have turned into a meat pie? Rebellious son, you." Zhou Zhengfeng was suddenly shocked and angry. He never imagined that Jiang Chen's fighting ability was so terrifying. Even the current boxing champion cannot lift a marble coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand. What's more, Jiang Chen seemed so relaxed, which showed that he didn't use his full strength. Spicy next door. I thought I had brought back a lamb to be slaughtered, but I didn't expect that the other party was a ferocious wolf. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. What to do? This kid has such a bad temper, he flips the table over when he doesn't agree with something, but his fighting ability is so terrifying. If you are not careful, won't your life be in danger? Husband, have you taken Xiaochen home? At this moment, a mature and magnetic female voice suddenly came from the second floor of the villa. Tada! Then, the sound of high heels walking on the floor instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the living room. Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a mature, plump, and beautiful woman walking down from the upstairs step by step. The woman looked to be in her early 30s and was wearing a dark green halter neck cheongsam dress. Her long chestnut hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her delicate oval face and fair skin that sparkled with a charming luster. The faint thin eyebrows seemed to be carefully drawn, and below them were a pair of charming and cold phoenix eyes, which exuded a mature and charming charm. A small and straight nose, lips like a rose, a thin and pointed chin, a white and delicate neck. Not only is she beautiful, but her body is also extremely hot. The cheongsam skirt was wrapped tightly around her body, perfectly outlining her mature and voluptuous body curves. The slender waist is like a willow tree swaying in the wind, which is amazing. The extremely exaggerated hip curve is obviously wider than the shoulders. A pair of beautiful legs exposed from the hem of the skirt, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, exudes an alluring luster. With a height of about 1.7 meters, she looks graceful and elegant, with an extremely plump figure and an especially attractive mature charm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but blink, and a line of information immediately appeared in his sight. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Appearance, 93. Body size, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Favorability, 50. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He also didn't expect that this was their first meeting, and Zhou Jingfeng's wife, Jiang Chen's stepmother, actually had a 50-point favorability rating towards him? No way. That's what it means to be handsome. No matter where you go, you can easily get the favor of the opposite sex. Tada! Chen Yun walked over step by step with a very natural cat step, twisting her plump hips and swaying her body, and finally stood behind Zhou Zhengfeng. During the whole process, Chen Yun did not look at Jiang Chen. Only after she stood still did she turn around and look at Jiang Chen from head to toe with curiosity on her face. Certainly. Jiang Chen was not idle either. When Chen Yun came over, he immediately started to keep an eye on her. Personal privacy, she married Zhou Zhengfeng because she coveted the Zhou family's assets. She dreamed of getting shares in the Zhou group. However, Zhou Zhengfeng was in poor health. She was lonely and unbearable these years, so she had the idea of cheating. Current intention, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia have recently joined forces to kick me out of the core circle of Zhou Group's senior management. I can't fight them alone, so I must find help as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son, seems to be a good candidate. Hello, Jiang Chen. Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said in a kind tone, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yun, and I am your stepmother. You can call me Aunt Yun." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced back and forth between Zhou Zhengfeng and Chen Yun several times. Swish. Jiang Chen just laughed, then pointed at Zhou Zhengfeng's nose and said to Chen Yun, "Aunt Yun, don't worry, this old man will die soon. After he dies, I will take good care of you." Quiet. The whole place was silent. Complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. Zhou Zhengfeng was seen with his eyes wide open, his mouth open, his old face flushed red, his body shaking violently, and he looked like he was about to be angry to death at any moment. Chen Yun was stunned at first. Then, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and the look she gave Jiang Chen changed. There seemed to be a hint of inexplicable emotion in her phoenix eyes. As for the Zhou family's bodyguards, they all looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, and in their hearts they kept shouting, "Third young master, you are really awesome." Not only did he dare to curse his father to death, but he also dared to flirt with his stepmother in front of everyone? Such a heinous and unscrupulous act is simply too exciting. Chapter 103, A Chance to Survive. Rebellious son. You are a rebellious beast. Someone, come. Get this rebellious son out of here. Zhou Zhengfeng was furious. I saw him covering his chest with a painful expression on his face. His old face was flushed red and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. Third young master, I'm sorry. The Zhou family's bodyguards were all very afraid of Jiang Chen, but under the orders of the patriarch, they still gritted their teeth and surrounded him. Whoosh! Jiang Chen didn't waste any words. He immediately used 10% of his strength and started fighting with the Zhou family bodyguards. Bang, bang, bang. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen stretched out his hands extremely nimbly, weaving in and out among the bodyguards, killing them in a rush and forcing them to retreat step by step. No bodyguard could withstand Jiang Chen's punch, not even Wang Gang, a retired special forces soldier. In less than a cup of tea, all the bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Jiang Chen. Zhou Zhengfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Yun was also stunned. Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper standing nearby, was also shocked. Looking at Zhou Zhengfeng, who was still covering his chest, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneered and said, "Old man, stop pretending, your acting is too exaggerated. You have a liver tumor, not a heart attack. Why are you covering your chest? Who are you acting for?" Quiet. The living room became quiet again. Zhou Jingfeng's face turned red and white, he looked extremely gloomy, and his eyes were dark and unclear. "Old man, I advise you not to waste your time here. You only have 3 months left to live. If you don't want to die, you can only negotiate with me. I have already offered a price, it depends on whether you agree or not." Jiang Chen sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and smoked leisurely, looking like "I'm not in a hurry at all." Silence, no words. Zhou Zhengfeng stared at Jiang Chen grimly, his teeth chattering, wishing he could cut this rebellious son into pieces on the spot. But after witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying skills, Zhou Zhengfeng immediately gave up the idea of using force on him. Nonsense! Not only could Jiang Chen lift a marble coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, but he could also easily knock down all of Zhou family's most elite bodyguards. Seeing such terrifying skills, Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't help but feel deeply wary. If I continue to provoke this rebellious son, who knows if he will get so angry that he will slap me, his cheap father, to death? Zhou Zhengfeng is a man who cherishes his life. He dare not gamble his life on Jiang Chen's temper. Since we can't use force, we can only negotiate. Rebellious son, as long as you are willing to go to the hospital with me for a match, I can give you 10 million Dragon Country coins. After Zhou Zhengfeng pondered for a while, he offered a price that ordinary people could not refuse. However, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. "Old man, are you sending away beggars? 10 million Dragon Country currency? The pocket money I give to my girlfriend is more than this amount. You are the patriarch of the Zhou family and the chairman of the Zhou group, but I didn't expect you to be a poor bastard? How about this, as long as you voluntarily give up treatment, I will give you 100 million Dragon Country currency, and you can transfer the money now. How about it? Would you like to consider my suggestion?" When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Zhengfeng was stunned. Although he sent a large number of people to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, he also obtained first-hand information about Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen obtained the lottery system a few days ago and became rich overnight. Yesterday, he even became the chairman of the dynasty group. There is no time to update this information. Zhou Zhengfeng naturally didn't know that the rebellious son he mentioned was worth more than him. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. At this moment, the bodyguard Captain Wang Gang leaned over, and whispered a few words in Zhou Zhengfeng's ear. The next second, Zhou Zhengfeng's expression became strange. "Rebellious son, that Bugatti Chiron worth 30 million at the door, is it your car? Where did you get so much money? Old man, why do you care where the money came from? It's not from your Zhou family anyway, so it has nothing to do with you. Rebellious son, since you are so rich, then the shares of my Zhou group are not worth your attention at all. You're wrong. I just have my eyes on the shares of Zhou group. Otherwise, do you think I would come all the way to see you?" Quiet. The living room became quiet again. Zhou Zhengfeng had a gloomy face and stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen's heart in this way. However, ever since Jiang Chen stepped into the Zhou family's door, he has always been in a nonchalant manner, and he doesn't play by the rules. It is impossible to figure out what he is thinking. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly became serious. An aura of cunning and shrewdness unique to businessmen suddenly burst out from him. "I just asked you to go to the hospital for a match, but you asked for a huge sum and wanted to take away 10% of my Zhou Group's shares. Don't you think this request is really too much? Oh. You ask for a high price, but you pay a low price. You can try to bargain. I said I would give you 10 million, but you didn't agree. How about this, you give me 10% of the shares of Zhou Group, and I will go to the hospital with you to do a match. If the match is successful, I will immediately cooperate with you to do a liver transplant. How about that?" When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Jingfeng's eyes lit up slightly, but he soon fell into deep thought again. It was obvious that the request made by Jiang Chen was a gamble. Zhou Zhengfeng took out 10% of the shares of Zhou Group to gamble for a chance to survive. If Jiang Chen can successfully match with him, then Zhou Zhengfeng will be able to survive, and the 10% of Zhou Group's shares will be worth it. But If the match fails, Zhou Zhengfeng will be giving away 10% of Jiang Chen's shares for nothing. Do you want to gamble? After all, I only have 3 months left to live. Even if I have a lot of shares, I can't take them into the coffin. Even if we take a step back, 10% of the shares is not a lot. Even if these shares were given to Jiang Chen, he would not be able to stir up any waves in the Zhou group. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng himself did not realize that he had been led by Jiang Chen. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, I can agree to your request, but we must sign a contract first, otherwise you will cheat and refuse to admit it." Wouldn't it be better if you could just be happy like this earlier? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, leaned lazily on the sofa, and blew a smoke ring very leisurely. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids twitched violently, and he suppressed his inner anger. Then he waved and called the butler, asking him to prepare a contract quickly. About half an hour later, Zhou Zhengfeng signed the share transfer contract, and Jiang Chen signed the liver transplant contract. Both parties achieved their goals. Next, Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't wait to drag Jiang Chen to the hospital for matching. Jiang Chen also cooperated fully. To be honest, Jiang Chen wished he could be matched with Zhou Zhengfeng. There is a saying that goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Jiang Chen could really match up with Zhou Zhengfeng. Given Jiang Chen's personality, how could he donate his liver to Zhou Zhengfeng? He just wanted to piss Zhou Zhengfeng off to death. He just wanted Zhou Zhengfeng to watch helplessly as the chance to survive was right in front of him, yet it was out of reach. What's murder? It's fun to hurt someone's heart. As for the liver transplant contract, break the contract. Anyway, a lawsuit over a contract dispute would take at least half a year. Jiang Chen had the time to do so, but Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't wait that long. If Zhou Zhengfeng knew what Jiang Chen was thinking at the moment, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot, right? In short, ever since Jiang Chen stepped into the Zhou family's gate, he had no intention of reasoning with the people of the Zhou family. Cheating, robbing, extortion, murder and robbery. No matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can kill mice, it is a good cat. Chapter 104 I Just Want to Sing Against You. Xilan Huakan Hospital. This is a private hospital built by Zhou Zhengfeng at a huge expense. Under the arrangement of a group of expert doctors, Jiang Chen first had his blood drawn, then had a physical examination, and then did HLA matching. It took 2 full hours to complete the tedious matching process. Next, just wait for the matching results to come out. Dean's office. Zhou Zhengfeng sat quietly on the sofa, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Although there was no expression on his face, but his clenched palms, slightly trembling fingers, and the hint of anxiety in his eyes still revealed his inner nervousness and uneasiness. "Xiaoyun, my shoulder seems to be a little sore." Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly shrugged, as if he felt a little uncomfortable, and then said to Chen Yun, who was sitting next to him, "Come and help me press it." "Okay." Chen Yun nodded, immediately stood up and walked behind Zhou Zhengfeng, then stretched out her 2 slender hands and gently placed them on Zhou Zhengfeng's shoulders. "Use some more strength." "Oh. Did you not eat? And now? Hey! Why are you doing that so hard? Are you trying to strangle me?" When Jiang Chen pushed the door open and walked in, he happened to see Zhou Zhengfeng scolding Chen Yun. Although Chen Yun remained silent and endured Zhou Zhengfeng's anger, she did not stop massaging Zhou Zhengfeng's shoulders. However, Jiang Chen clearly saw a hint of hidden disgust and disdain flash across Chen Yun's phoenix eyes. At this moment, Chen Yun's information emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. Chen Yun was a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University. She joined Zhou Group right after graduation. Later, she was spotted by Zhou Zhengfeng, a LSP, and was transferred to work as his secretary. Next, Zhou Zhengfeng used a series of means to force Chen Yun to become his underground lover. Chen Yun herself is also a very scheming woman. After Zhou Zhengfeng's wife passed away, she successfully rose to power by virtue of her status as a mistress and became Mrs. Zhou, whom everyone envied. However, Chen Yun herself did not have much feelings for Zhou Zhengfeng. After all, she was forced by Zhou Zhengfeng, and there was a 23-year age difference between them. How could the young and beautiful Chen Yun fall in love with Zhou Zhengfeng, a greasy old man? In addition, Chen Yun was at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger, but Zhou Zhengfeng's health had long since collapsed, leaving Chen Yun alone in the empty room every night. So, Chen Yun, who was unsatisfied, had long been dissatisfied with Zhou Zhengfeng. If it wasn't for the Zhou family's property, Chen Yun wouldn't have pretended to please Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Jiang Chen walked straight over and sat down next to Zhou Zhenfeng. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids twitched slightly, and he subconsciously moved to the side, as if he didn't want to be so close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He turned to Chen Yun and said, "Dear Aunt Yun, my shoulders are a little sore too. Could you be so kind as to massage them for me?" Quiet. The office was quiet. But after a brief silence, Zhou Jingfeng's roar immediately rang out. "Rebellious son! What nonsense are you talking about? She is your stepmother, your elder. You actually want your stepmother to massage your shoulders? How could I have given birth to such an uneducated thing like you?" Seeing Zhou Zhengfeng furious, Chen Yun's hand stopped awkwardly on Zhou Jingfeng's shoulders, looking like she didn't know what to do. Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard Wang Gang and the butler Uncle Zhang both turned their heads to the side, pretending that they heard nothing. However, Jiang Chen waved his hand with a playful smile and said, "Old man, you gave birth to me, but you threw me out there for 25 years without paying any attention to me, leaving me to fend for myself. You've never fulfilled your responsibilities as a father, and now you're blaming me for my lack of manners? Whether I am well educated or not is up to you to choose. What qualifications do you have to blame me now?" When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Zhangfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Usually in the Zhou family, he, as the head of the family, always has the final say. No one dares to disobey him, and no one dares to talk back to him. He didn't expect that a little illegitimate child would be so bold. Not only did he openly offend him, he even dared to point at his nose and curse at him. "Spicy next door. Since you are willing to donate your liver, I will endure it for a while. As soon as the matching results come out. If the match is successful, I will chop your liver right off. If the match fails, you will be of no use at all. At that time, I will find a way to kick you out of the Zhou family. Aunt Yun, why are you still standing there? Didn't you see that he has acquiesced? Come over here and massage my shoulders." At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over again. Zhou Jingfeng's face turned dark and he immediately trembled his lips, as if he wanted to say something. But he finally chose to remain silent, and even closed his eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Chen Yun was a little embarrassed. She first observed Zhou Jingfeng's expression, and then looked at the young and handsome Jiang Chen. I hesitated for about 3 seconds. Chen Yun leaned over to Zhou Jingfeng's ear and said softly, "Husband, Xiaochen is your son, and also my son. He has been running around the hospital all morning to get a liver match with yours. The child is exhausted now. As his stepmother, I naturally feel sorry for him. Since Xiaochen wants me to massage his shoulders, how can I, as his stepmother, refuse?" Chen Yun used the phrase "I am his stepmother" twice in a row, and also changed the way she addressed Jiang Chen to child. She was telling Zhou Zhangfeng that there was only mother-son relationship between her and Jiang Chen, and there was no other abnormal relationship. Zhou Jingfeng's expression seemed to ease a little. Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief, then walked behind Jiang Chen and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. "Aunt Yun, your cooking skills are pretty good. The strength is just right and the technique is quite sophisticated, not much inferior to that of a professional masseur. Who was the one who scolded you just now? Either he is blind, or he is just nitpicking and looking for trouble." While enjoying Chen Yun's massage, Jiang Chen started talking nonsense, perfectly interpreting the idiom pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. Chen Yun was even amused by Jiang Chen. Hearing Jiang Chen's generous praise and his great recognition of her massage skills, Chen Yun's heart suddenly surged with a warm feeling, a little sweet, and a little complacent. Thinking back on Zhou Jingfeng's attitude, Chen Yun suddenly felt as if she had eaten a dead fly and was extremely disgusted. "I gave you a massage with good intentions, but instead of being grateful, you looked disgusted? Do you think I was born with a strong will? Do you think I was born to serve you? You don't know how to appreciate me, that means you have no vision. People with vision will naturally appreciate me." As Chen Yun thought about it, a beautiful curve unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she also worked harder to massage Jiang Chen's shoulders, wishing she could use all her skills on Jiang Chen. Women dress up to please themselves. Chen Yun's massage skills are fully open only to those who appreciate her. Chapter 105. The Zhou family gathered together, a room full of stupid women. Dean's office. Jiang Chen lazily leaned back on the sofa. Chen Yun's various massage techniques made him close his eyes comfortably and he almost fell asleep. Zhou Jingfeng's face had turned completely dark. He is not a fool. When Chen Yun was massaging him, the strength was either too light or too heavy, and her attitude was very perfunctory. But when she got to Jiang Chen, Chen Yun's attitude took a 180-degree turn. This woman is very considerate to Jiang Chen. Not only did he use all his skills and try his best to massage Jiang Chen, many of his moves were things Zhou Zhengfeng had never seen before. Apart from that, Chen Yun was enjoying it and was smiling happily. Spicy next door. I'm not dead yet. Are you so impatient that you want to run away with another man? Really? If a woman is reliable, a sow can climb a tree. I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe what a woman says. Squeak. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Jiang Chen, Chen Yun, Zhou Zhengfeng, Wang Gang, and the housekeeper Uncle Zhang all turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at the person who pushed the door open. Dad, are the matching results out? A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, strode in. Behind him, there followed a mature and gentle woman. Zhou Shihao. A name instantly popped up in Jiang Chen's mind. The person who came was Zhou Jingfeng's eldest son, Zhou Shihao, and the woman following behind him was Zhou Shihao's wife, Su Yao. Swish. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, secretly saying that it was a good time, and immediately opened his peeping eyes to spy on Zhou Shihao. Personal privacy: he was born infertile and has never been able to get his wife pregnant. In order to inherit the Zhou family's property, he deliberately concealed the truth about his infertility and came up with the idea of borrowing sperm. Current intention: I have to find a way to get my father to make a will, at least leaving most of the shares of Zhou Group to me, the eldest son. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. I didn't expect that the eldest son of the Zhou family was born infertile. Moreover, he even had the idea of borrowing sperm? Damn it! There's no need to ask outsiders for this matter. We are all brothers, you can come to me. How could a kind-hearted young man like me not help you? Swish. Jiang Chen subconsciously set his eyes on Su Yao. I have to say that Jiang Chen's sister-in-law exudes the unique charm of a sister-in-law. A pair of beautiful eyes as deep as the sea and plump and moist red lips can't help but remind people of the most tempting and delicious fruits. For a mature and plump figure, 1 point more would be fat, 1 point less would be thin. And the smile on her face makes people feel the warmth of a spring breeze. What a gentle, dignified, quiet, and intellectual beautiful woman. Looks like he's easy to bully. Name: Su Yao. Age: 28. Value: 92. Body size: 96. Favorite fruit: grapefruit. Driver: 1. Favorability: 10. Swish. Jiang Chen opened his peeping eye towards Su Yao again, and 2 lines of information immediately appeared in his sight. Personal privacy: I long to be a mother and have always wanted to have a child. For this reason, I would desperately squeeze my husband during the ovulation period every month. Current intention: to help her husband obtain more of the Zhou family's assets and consolidate her position as the eldest young lady. After reading Su Yao's privacy, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the expression on his face became more and more weird. He really wanted to tell Su Yao, sister-in-law, stop wasting your time. Even if you tie Zhou Shihao up and beat him up for a month, you won't get pregnant. Squeak. Just at this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside again, and then a man and a woman walked in hurriedly. Dad, I heard that you brought that bastard back home, and you came to the hospital to do a match with him. Are the results out now? Zhou Renjie. Zhou Zhengfeng's second son. The first time Jiang Chen saw this guy, he felt a strong disgust towards him. Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately opened his eyes to spy on Zhou Renjie. Personal privacy: because his wife is too strong and controls everything for him, he had an affair with his female secretary half a year ago, secretly transferred the couple's common property during the marriage, and planned to divorce his wife, and did not want to give his wife too much money. Current intention: since Jiang Chen cannot be killed, then find a way to drive this bastard out of the Zhou family. He must not be allowed to take any money from the Zhou family. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed immediately. Found it. It turned out that the car accident this morning was arranged by the second young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Renjie, Zhou Renjie. Since you are so stupid and insist on provoking me, don't blame me for starting with you first. Swish. Jiang Chen just glanced at Zhou Renjie casually, then set his eyes on his wife. I thought Zhou Renjie's wife should be a woman of average appearance and nothing special about her, otherwise why would Zhou Renjie want a divorce? However, the fact is just the opposite. Zhou Renjie's wife, Jiang Chen's sister-in-law, is actually a beauty who is no less beautiful than Su Yao. An exquisite and beautiful oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows curved like the moon, and sexy red lips as beautiful as roses. She was wearing a light green dress that perfectly showed off her curvy figure. When you look down, you can't see your toes, and everything below your neck is legs. Name, Li Yu. Age, 26. Value, 92. Body type, 95. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 10. Swish. Jiang Chen blinked, then turned on his peeping eye towards Li Yu, and 2 lines of information immediately appeared in his sight. Personal privacy, I secretly misappropriated a sum of the Group's public funds for capital turnover. Current intention, to help her husband take the position of chairman of the group so as to cover up the secret of her own embezzlement of public funds. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Second sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. You are such a stupid woman with no brains. Your husband is secretly transferring the couple's common property and wants to kick you out of the house, but you are still thinking about how to help him become the chairman of the group? He sold you out, and you're still happily counting money for him? I am so speechless. Now it seems that the eldest and second young masters of the Zhou family both have bad intentions, but the 2 women, the eldest and second sisters-in-law, are both brainless idiots. That's right. And we have to add Chen Yun, the stepmother. She is also a stupid woman with no brains. She has been married to Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years, but she hasn't even managed to get any shares of the Zhou group. Doesn't this mean that she has married in vain? Even if Zhou Zhengfeng really intended to give the group's shares to Chen Yun, would he wait until now? It is obvious that Zhou Zhengfeng had no intention of giving the group's shares to Chen Yun from the beginning to the end. Chen Yun is just a free nanny that Zhou Zhengfeng keeps by his side. Poor this stupid woman, she is still foolishly fighting with the 2 young masters of the Zhou family, wanting to rely on her own abilities to stay in the core circle of the Zhou group's top management. How can you stay if you don't hold any shares in Zhou group? At that time, wouldn't it be just a matter of a word from the chairman to decide whether you stay or leave? If it were me, I will definitely find a way to kill him before Zhou Zhengfeng makes his will. As long as Zhou Zhengfeng dies, Chen Yun, as Zhou Zhengfeng's legal wife, can share his inheritance openly. When the time comes. Chen Yun holds shares in Zhou Group, is rich and powerful, and her husband is dead, so she has become a wealthy widow. Aren't the carefree days coming? So, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Chen Yun is also a stupid woman with no brains. Chapter 106, Matching failed, Zhou Zhengfeng made a will. Dean's office. All the members of the Zhou family gathered here. The head of the family Zhou Zhengfeng, his wife Chen Yun, the eldest son Zhou Shihao, the eldest daughter Su Yao, the second son Zhou Renjie, the second daughter Li Yu. With the addition of Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son, it can be said that the family is reunited. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt an irresistible urge in his heart. He wanted to drop a bomb on the spot and send this family to death. But reason told Jiang Chen that he should not be so impulsive. Killing is against the law and the penalty is life-threatening. Even if you want to kill someone, you must be fully prepared and absolutely cannot leave any clues or evidence, lest you be targeted by the police. Swish. Just when Jiang Chen had concealed his murderous intent, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Hello? You are the bastard born from my father and a young nanny, Jiang Chen? He looks like a decent person. It seems your mother must be quite pretty. No wonder my father was hanging out with your mother back then. Zhou Renjie is a typical second-generation rich kid who is arrogant, domineering, and looks down on others. He has no idea how high the heavens and how deep the earth are. Not only did he call Jiang Chen bastard, but he also insulted Jiang Chen's mother. Whoosh! It happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and slapped Zhou Renjie hard in the face with lightning speed. Ouch! Bang! Zhou Renjie was immediately slapped in the face. He turned 720 degrees on the spot and fell to the ground with his buttocks. You little bastard! How dare you, dare to hit me? Zhou Renjie, who was sitting on the ground, covered his swollen cheek, suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He never expected that Jiang Chen, this illegitimate son, would actually dare to hit him, the second young master of the Zhou family. This is the reverse of Tiangang. Hubby, are you okay? When Li Yu saw her husband being beaten, she immediately ran over, reached out to support Zhou Renjie, and then checked his injuries with an anxious look on her face. However, However, Zhou Renjie pushed Li Yu away, struggled to get up from the ground, then rushed towards Jiang Chen with clenched fists, as if he wanted to beat Jiang Chen up. Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, bent his right leg slightly, and prepared to attack at any time. As long as Zhou Renjie dared to approach again, he could guarantee that this kick would definitely send Zhou Renjie flying and nail him directly to the opposite wall. Stop! At the critical moment, an angry rebuke was heard. Zhou Zhengfeng finally spoke. When Zhou Renjie heard Zhou Jingfeng's voice, his body trembled almost subconsciously, and then he stopped what he was doing. Dad, did you see what happened just now? This bastard actually dared to hit me. And he slapped me hard in front of you. Shut up! Before Zhou Renjie could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Jingfeng's cold shout. Zhou Zhengfeng poked the dragon-headed cane in his hand, glared at Zhou Renjie and shouted angrily, Zhou Renjie, who told you to talk to your brother like that? You call me a bastard all the time, and you even dare to insult Xiaoqin's mother. How could I raise such a bastard like you? That slap was great, Xiaoqin. You deserved it. When Zhou Zhengfeng said this, Zhou Renjie was stunned. He never expected that his father not only did not speak up for him, but instead stood on Jiang Chen's side. What's going on? Jiang Chen is just an illegitimate child. If you really cared about him, how could you let him wander around for 25 years, ignore him and let him fend for himself? What went wrong? That's right. It must be Jiang Chen's liver. His liver is very likely suitable for transplantation to his father, so his father would stand on his side, just to calm Jiang Chen's emotions. When he thought of this, Zhou Renjie's face turned ugly. If Jiang Chen's liver can really save his father's life, then how long will he have to wait before he can inherit the Zhou family's business? Besides, if my father were alive, he would definitely oppose my divorce from Li Yu. At that time, wouldn't I always have to live under the tyranny of Li Yu and always have to act according to the mood of this yellow-faced woman? No. We must not let Jiang Chen save his father. I have to find a way to stop this liver transplant operation. Squeak! At this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside for the third time. Immediately afterwards, a doctor in a white coat walked in hurriedly, holding a thick stack of test reports in his hand. Dean Liu. What's the result? Zhou Jingfeng's expression suddenly became excited. He was staring into Dean Liu's eyes, as if trying to guess the result of the match through the other's facial expression. At this moment, it's not just Zhou Zhengfeng. Everyone in the room, including Jiang Chen, looked at Dean Liu's face. However, Dean Liu's next move instantly poured a basin of cold water on Zhou Zhengfeng, making him feel cold from head to toe. Swish! Dean Liu shook his head, then sighed and said, Chairman, the match failed. Your youngest son's liver is not suitable for transplantation into you. Quiet. The office was quiet. Everyone present remained silent. No one dared to speak at this time, not even daring to make a sound. Zhou Zhengfeng looked very unhappy. He placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that the match would still fail. Why is this happening? Why is it that in such a big country like Dragon, among the billions of Dragon compatriots, we can't find a suitable liver source? Could it be that God really wants to take my life? Not reconciled. I am very unwilling. Zhou Zhengfeng closed his eyes, holding the dragon head cane tightly with both hands, and the expression on his face was uncertain. I wonder what he was thinking at this moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. Why was there no match? I have already thought of the next plan, which will definitely make Zhou Zhengfeng angry to death, but it's a pity that God doesn't give me this opportunity. Since plan A doesn't work, we can only implement plan B. As for the point of this plan B, the key points have been pointed out, so there is no need to explain them further. Swish! At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned all the people in the room with complicated eyes, and deliberately stayed on Jiang Chen for a few seconds. At last, Zhou Zhengfeng said in a low voice, Go home, I want to make a will. Boom! Zhou Zhengfeng's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting the hearts of everyone in the Zhou family. A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Zhou Shihao's face, and Su Yao's face also showed an expression of excitement. Let us look at Zhou Renjie again. Although a hint of joy flashed across his face, it was quickly replaced by a hint of worry. After all, he is only Zhou Jingfeng's second son. According to the Zhou family rules, the second son can get far less property than the eldest son. Li Yu had the same expression on her face. If she wanted to cover up her embezzlement of public funds, she had to push Zhou Renjie to the position and let her husband sit on the position of chairman of Zhou Group. If Zhou Shihao became the chairman, even if she was Zhou Shihao's sister-in-law, she would still be at risk of imprisonment if Zhou Shihao turned against her. So, Zhou Shihao and Su Yao were happy, but Zhou Renjie and Li Yu were worried. As for Jiang Chen, he was thinking about his plan B and had no time to deal with these trivial matters. Damn it! Plan B is really great, but it's a bit difficult to choose. Should we start with the old man Zhou Zhengfeng or his two sons? I heard that it seems more sad to see the elderly send off the young. How about playing? He. Chapter 1073 Different Legacy. Night falls. In the restaurant of Zhou family villa. The dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious wines and delicacies, but the people sitting around it seemed that they had no appetite to eat. Except Jiang Chen. He had been busy the whole day today. He had gone to the hospital for a match and even had several tubes of blood drawn. He must have a big meal now to make up for it. Then, in the astonished eyes of the Zhou family, Jiang Chen held a large lobster in his left hand, a king crab in his right hand, and a roasted suckling pig in his arms. He was just about to circle all the plates on the table in front of him. Humph. A bastard is a bastard, something that is not presentable. I guess he has never eaten such good food in his life, so he is like a starving ghost reincarnated. Sitting at the same table with such a lowly person is simply lowering my status. Perhaps it was because he was slapped by Jiang Chen that he felt extremely resentful. Zhou Renjie suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table, looked over with a bad face, and made no effort to hide his contempt for Jiang Chen. Who would have thought? Just as Zhou Renjie finished his words, the next second, a king crab suddenly flew over and hit him right in the face. Bang! Ouch! The king crab shell was very hard and hit Zhou Renjie in the face, causing him to bleed from his nose on the spot. Zhou Renjie pushed away the king crab hanging on his face, then wiped the blood flowing from his nose. His eyes suddenly widened and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. Fuck the guy next door. You bastard, you dare to hit me with a king crab? Someone, come here. Tie up this bastard and lock him up in the warehouse. I will torture him myself. Zhou Renjie was furious. Jiang Chen first slapped him in the hospital, and now he hit him with a king crab, challenging his authority as the second young master twice in a row. This was something that his uncle could tolerate, but his aunt could not. What's more, he, Zhou Renjie, is the only one who bullies others, and no one else dares to bully him. If Jiang Chen is let go today, will he be able to hold his head up high in this family in the future? Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. The atmosphere at the scene was quite weird. After Zhou Renjie spoke, none of the Zhou family's bodyguards obeyed his orders. They all chose to stand still, silent and motionless. It was as if he didn't hear what Zhou Renjie said at all. Wang Gang, the captain of the bodyguards, kept winking at Zhou Renjie. Unfortunately, Zhou Renjie, this idiot, was so angry that he didn't understand what Wang Gang's eyes meant at all. Mad. Are you deaf? I told you to tie up this bastard, didn't you hear me? What? Don't you guys want to do this anymore? If you don't want to do this, pack up and get out. Seeing that Zhou Renjie was about to lose his temper, Zhou Zhengfeng, who had been sitting in the head seat at the dining table and remained silent, suddenly spoke. Shut up. Zhou Renjie, do you think that everything I told you in the hospital this afternoon was bullshit? Jiang Chen is your younger brother. As an older brother, you not only don't care about him, but you also humiliate him everywhere. What? Knowing that an old man like me is about to die, you don't take me seriously and don't need to listen to my words? Zhou Zhengfeng seemed to be really angry, and immediately scared Zhou Renjie so much that he shut his mouth. But Zhou Renjie was obviously not convinced. He glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, as if warning Jiang Chen, don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because the old man is backing you up. Jiang Chen stared back fearlessly, even raised the lobster and made a throwing gesture. When Zhou Renjie saw this scene, he was so scared that he dodged to the side and bumped into Li Yu. Zhou Renjie, what are you crazy about? Li Yu also had a bad temper and immediately started yelling at Zhou Renjie. Honey, I'm sorry, it's not me, it's him. Zhou Renjie was extremely tough in front of Jiang Chen, but in front of Li Yu, he was like a mouse seeing a cat and instantly turned into a coward. That's enough. Shut up. Zhou Jingfeng's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that he would give birth to such a stupid son like Zhou Renjie. Who is Jiang Chen? He was a ruthless man who could lift a coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, fight 10 people with ease, and knock down the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards to the ground. Even I am afraid of him. How dare you provoke him? I am actually protecting you by doing this, do you understand? Zhou Zhengfeng glared at Zhou Renjie fiercely, and his gaze stayed on Jiang Chen for a few seconds. Finally, he said with a gloomy face, "Since no one has much appetite, let's get straight to the point. I'll announce the will." When they heard the word will, everyone, including Jiang Chen, pricked up their ears and then turned their eyes to Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng raised one hand and made a gesture to the butler Uncle Zhang, who immediately took out a thick stack of information that he had prepared long ago from a briefcase. Next, the butler Uncle Zhang distributed the information to everyone present, one by one, and even Jiang Chen received a copy. I have decided to divide the original shares of Zhou Group into 3 shares of varying amounts and transfer them to my 3 sons. The first one is 60% of the shares, the second one is 30% of the shares, and the third one is 10% of the shares. Among them, my youngest son Jiang Chen has already obtained the third 10% stake. As for the remaining 2 shares, they will be transferred to my eldest son Zhou Shihao and my second son Zhou Renjie respectively. As soon as Zhou Zhengfeng said this, the entire restaurant fell into silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both frowned. The 2 brothers seemed extremely dissatisfied that Jiang Chen, an illegitimate son, was able to obtain 10% of the group's shares for no reason. However, before the 2 brothers could raise any objections, they were stunned by what Zhou Zhengfeng said next. As for you 2 brothers, whoever can meet one of my conditions can get 60% of the shares, and the remaining person can only get 30% of the shares. Zhou Zhengfeng said so many words in one breath and seemed a little thirsty, so he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of tea. Dad, what are the conditions? Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie looked at each other, and seemed to see the word greed in each other's eyes. Zhou Zhengfeng put down his teacup and said seriously, "Shihao, Renjie, you 2 brothers have already started your own families, but until now, I haven't seen the first and second daughters-in-law's bellies bulge. There are 3 types of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no descendants. So I've decided that whoever of you 2 brothers gets his wife pregnant first and ensures that my Zhou family has a successor will be given 60% of the shares of the Zhou Group." Boom! Zhou Zhengfeng's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's hearts at the same time. The 2 brothers' faces turned ugly almost at the same time. The reason is simple. The eldest son, Zhou Shihao, is born infertile. How can he have children? The second son, Zhou Renjie, has recently been secretly transferring the couple's joint property and is planning to divorce his wife. How could he still have a child with his wife? Such a simple request from Zhou Zhengfeng was as difficult as climbing to the sky for the 2 brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Chapter 108. Chen Yun was kicked out. Dad, I have a question. Zhou Renjie couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly glanced at his wife Liu, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Do I have to make my wife pregnant in order to get 60% of the group's shares?" That's right. Zhou Zhengfeng sighed and said, "Within these 3 months, whoever of you 2 brothers makes his wife pregnant first will get 60% of the group's shares." Dad, if he secretly had an illegitimate child with another woman, would that count? As soon as Zhou Renjie said this, Liu's expression suddenly changed. She immediately turned her head and stared at Zhou Renjie with an incredible look, as if she couldn't believe that the words just now came from her husband. Except for Liu, everyone else turned their eyes to Zhou Renjie, and everyone had a strange and surprised expression on their face. Ahem! Zhou Renjie sensed the murderous aura from his wife, and immediately coughed twice, explaining, "What I mean is, my eldest brother is so romantic, he has so many confidants outside. Who knows if those female confidants of Big Brother have given birth to any children for him? If illegitimate children are counted, then I can't compare to my eldest brother." Zhou Renjie's move of shifting the blame and framing others actually eased Liu's expression a little. But Zhou Shihao, who was splashed with dirty water, suddenly became a little restless. "Second brother, what are you talking about? Where did I get my confidant? Don't you dare to spit bloody words at me here." After Zhou Shihao said this, he first glared at Zhou Renjie fiercely, and then looked at his wife Su Yao with some guilt. Perhaps it was because he saw that Su Yao's face looked normal and not angry at all. Zhou Shihao couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss, don't be embarrassed to admit it. I know you." "Shut up." Before Zhou Renjie could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Zhengfeng's cold shout. Zhou Zhengfeng frowned and glanced at Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. After a moment's hesitation, he said, illegitimate children count, too. As long as the child is of my Zhou family's blood, I will acknowledge the child's identity. In short, whoever of you two brothers makes my Zhou family have an heir first will get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group. Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. The eldest sister-in-law Su Yao and the second sister-in-law Liu seemed a little dumbfounded. The boss Zhou Shihao's expression was a little strange. However, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the second brother Zhou Renjie. As for stepmother Chen Yun, she remained silent from beginning to end. Her face was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. In addition to Zhou Group's shares, I also own some real estate, cars, private jets, wineries, stocks, securities, antiques, etc. I have divided this property into 2 equal parts, which will be inherited by the eldest son Zhou Shihao and the second son Zhou Renjie. My will has been announced. Do you have any questions? After Zhou Zhengfeng finished saying these words, his eyes swept across Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, and finally stopped on Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to see how this illegitimate son would react. However, before Jiang Chen opened his mouth to speak, a familiar voice floated into Zhou Zhengfeng's ears. Zhengfeng, you left all your property to Shihao and Renjie, so what about me, your wife? You don't plan to leave me a penny? Chen Yun, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, finally couldn't help but speak at this moment. It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly reacted. Zhou Zhengfeng said a lot of things just now, but he never mentioned Chen Yun's name from beginning to end. Could it be that Zhou Zhengfeng forgot? No. Zhou Zhengfeng glanced at Chen Yun calmly and said calmly, Chen Yun, you are my wife, and you have been with me for so many years. How could I forget you? Originally I was planning to leave you some money, but Xiaochen said that he would take good care of you after I died. I see you like Xiaochen very much, too. Since you two have a deep mother-son relationship. After I die, you can move to Xiaochen's house. I believe this child will be filial and take care of you until the end of your life. He will never let you down. Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. Chen Yun suddenly widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and stared at Zhou Zhengfeng, as if she had met him for the first day, with an expression of shock and disbelief on her face. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie looked at each other, and there seemed to be a flash of smile and mockery in the eyes of the two brothers. Su Yao and Liu were stunned at first, then turned to look at Chen Yun, their eyes full of sympathy for this stepmother. Chen Yun was kicked away just like that? She has followed Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years. Logically speaking, even if she has no credit, at least she has worked hard, right? Zhou Zhengfeng didn't even care about the 10 years of marriage. Not only did he not leave her a penny, he also threw her to his illegitimate son Jiang Chen? This is too cruel. But this is what a wealthy family is like. With just a word from the head of the family, you can live a life of luxury and even have more money than you can spend in your lifetime. Similarly, with just a word from the head of the family, he can take back all the gifts he has given you at any time. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng showed the cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness of the wealthy family to the fullest. Swish! Without any warning, Chen Yun suddenly stood up. She looked at Zhou Zhengfeng with complicated eyes, and then glanced at everyone in the Zhou family. Then, without saying a word, Chen Yun turned around and left the restaurant, striding out of the villa. Perhaps it was not until this moment that she came to her senses. From the beginning to the end, she had never been integrated into the wealthy Zhou family. What is the wife of the head of the family? It's just a title. But it was this illusory title that tied her to the Zhou family, to Zhou Zhengfeng, and made her work like a slave for the Zhou family, working hard and without complaint for 10 years. In the end, not only did she not gain any benefit, she was also kicked out by Zhou Zhengfeng with an excuse. How ridiculous. So sad. Tada. Chen Yun left the Zhou family villa wearing a pair of high heels, feeling hopeless. Swish. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen also slowly stood up. He stared at Zhou Zhengfeng with a half-smile on his face and said, "Old man, you are such a cold-blooded and heartless old bastard." After saying this, Jiang Chen did not give Zhou Zhengfeng a chance to speak. He turned to Su Yao and Liu and said, sister-in-law, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Maybe one day you will end up like stepmother. I'm glad that I didn't grow up in the Zhou family. Such a cold-blooded family would definitely raise children who are worse than beasts. Be careful, one day you will be sold out and have to count money for the Zhou family. Jiang Chen sneered, and without caring about the expressions of Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie, he turned around and strode out of the Zhou family villa. Zhou Zhengfeng. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Su Yao and Liu. Chapter 109 Night Bar. Zhou Family Villa. After Jiang Chen and Chen Yun left, Zhou Renjie, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Dad, why are you so nice to a bastard? What qualifications does he have to share our family's property? Didn't his liver fail to match yours? Why did you still give him 10% of the shares of Zhou Group? Zhou Zhengfeng had a cold face and didn't say a word. He just made a gesture to the housekeeper Uncle Zhang. Butler Uncle Zhang nodded, and immediately took out the agreement signed by Jiang Chen and Zhou Zhengfeng, and placed it in front of Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie picked up the agreement and quickly read it through, then handed it to Zhou Shihao. After Zhou Shihao saw the agreement, he handed it to Su Yao and Liu. When everyone finished reading the agreement, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Renjie slammed the table and said angrily, "This little bastard is just taking advantage of the situation." Zhou Shihao followed suit and said, "Dad, this guy is clearly blackmailing you. And you agree to this?" Faced with the questioning of his two sons, Zhou Zhengfeng still said nothing and made a gesture to the housekeeper Uncle Zhang again. Next, the housekeeper Uncle Zhang turned on the projector and directly played the surveillance footage in the living room during the day. At first, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie didn't take it seriously. But when they saw Jiang Chen flip a coffee table with one hand, and let this marble coffee table weighing several thousand pounds smash into the wall of the living room. This moment. Be it Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, Su Yao, or Liu, all four of them almost dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. This is not over yet. Next, Jiang Chen fought 10 people at once and easily knocked down all of Zhou family's most elite bodyguards, including Wang Gang. This scene almost made Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's eyes pop out of their heads in shock. Fuck. This little bastard is so good at fighting? Damn. What kind of feed did this kid eat to grow up? How can he be so strong? No wonder he is so arrogant. The guy next door. Nowadays, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Do you want me to find some assassins to kill him without anyone noticing? Second brother, don't be impulsive. I remember now. Isn't the third brother the young Master Zhang who was on the hot search a few days ago? He is the mysterious rich man who was the oil prince of the Middle East, accompanied by 6 princesses, and emptied out 13 luxury stores in one go. Fuck. Isn't he a bastard? Where does he get so much money? Jiang Chen is not only very skilled, but also very rich. Before you know his background, I warn you not to provoke him. The other side. After Chen Yun left the Zhou family villa, she immediately got into a Panamera and sped all the way to the city center. Jiang Chen got into his Bugatti Chiron and followed Chen Yun's Panamera all the way, and finally arrived at the door of a bar called Night. I saw Chen Yun park the car casually and walk straight into the bar. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and followed him in. The lights in the bar were dim, and the music playing on the speakers was not some explosive rock music, but a very soothing piano piece. Obviously, this is a quiet bar. Each of the tables inside is at least 3 or 4 meters apart, and a small spotlight is hung above each table. The atmosphere is great. Swish. Jiang Chen, who had just walked into the bar, subconsciously glanced around and found that there were not many customers here, only about a dozen or so. But there are more girls than boys. There were about 7 or 8 female guests and only 4 or 5 male guests. Swish, swish, swish. When Jiang Chen walked in, almost everyone's eyes turned to him. Especially the 7 or 8 female guests, after seeing Jiang Chen's appearance and figure, their eyes lit up as if they saw their prey. Damn it! Could this be the legendary place where rich women go to hunt for beauties? Chen Yun actually came to such a place? Is she stimulated? Whoosh! Jiang Chen originally wanted to go directly to find Chen Yun, but as soon as he walked into the bar, he suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his head, found a table in the corner, and sat down quickly. The next second, a young male waiter walked quickly to his side. What would you like to order, sir? The waiter handed Jiang Chen a menu and secretly looked him up and down from head to toe. That's it. Jiang Chen opened the menu, glanced at it briefly, then pointed to a cocktail on the first row of the menu and handed the menu to the waiter. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter left with the menu, and Jiang Chen also set his eyes on Chen Yun, who was not far away. Chen Yun was playing with her cell phone with her head down. I don't know if he was sending WeChat messages or doing something else. In short, she kept her head down and didn't notice that Jiang Chen followed her to this bar. Soon, a waiter walked over to Chen Yun's table and served her a beer. Chen Yun also put down her phone and started drinking. Under the dim light, a strand of hair from Chen Yun's forehead fell diagonally and landed on the side of her face, adding a bit of charm and gentleness to her. After a few beers, Chen Yun's mature and beautiful face gradually turned an alluring blush. I have to say that this old guy Zhou Zhengfeng has a really good vision. A stunningly beautiful woman like Chen Yun, when she was young, would definitely be as beautiful as any campus belle from any university. Sir, this is the cocktail you ordered, please enjoy it slowly. Just at this moment, the waiter brought Jiang Chen's wine. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone to pay, only to find that the small glass of drink in front of him was priced at 1,888 yuan. But Jiang Chen was a nouveau riche and didn't care about this small amount of money, so he was quite happy to give the money. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine, he suddenly discovered that there was a beautiful woman in front of him on the left, staring at him. Damn it! Who is this? You actually want to seduce me? Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze away and met the other person's gaze in mid-air. The other person was a short-haired woman in a black dress and light makeup. Although her appearance could not be said to be stunningly beautiful, it was at least enough to make fish sink to the bottom of their chests, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. In addition, the woman in the black dress also has a great figure, at least on the same level as Su Yao. Perhaps because she saw Jiang Chen looking at her, the woman in the black dress immediately smiled at Jiang Chen, raised the wine glass in her hand, and toasted Jiang Chen from a distance. However, Jiang Chen, didn't give him any face and immediately retracted his gaze. Nonsense. Who knows if the other party is a wine-selling scammer? Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. But Jiang Chen's obvious refusal did not deter the woman in the black dress from giving up. After a slight hesitation, the other party actually walked towards Jiang Chen with a wine glass in hand. Hello. The voice of the woman in the black dress was very gentle and soft. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, the woman in the black dress asked, "Can I sit here?" Jiang Chen trembled his lips, and happened to see from the corner of his eye that a middle-aged man was holding a wine glass and walking towards Chen Yun's table. Then Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and said to the woman in the black dress, "Sorry, I already have an appointment." The woman in the black dress was slightly startled when she heard this, but she did not argue too much. She just smiled politely and said, "Oh, sorry to bother you." After saying this, the woman in the black dress turned around gracefully and returned to her seat. But even though she was rejected, the woman in the black dress still looked at Jiang Chen from time to time, as if she was very interested in Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's attention was all on Chen Yun, so he naturally didn't notice the strongly suggestive look from the woman in the black dress. How does that sentence go? The fallen petals want to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no intention of lingering on the fallen petals. Chapter 110. I'll try to strike up a conversation. Night bar. Chen Yun wore a dark green cheongsam dress, which showed off her mature and plump figure to the fullest. She sat alone in front of a table, drinking by herself, with a sad expression on her face and tears in her eyes. Under the dim light, the whole person exudes a delicate beauty. Jiang Chen keenly noticed that there were several men in the bar, all of whom had their eyes on Chen Yun. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt and black trousers, and a very gentle appearance, walked straight to Chen Yun with a glass of wine. The middle-aged man greeted her very politely, and then asked Chen Yun something in a low voice. However, Chen Yun waved her hand impatiently without even looking at the middle-aged man, and continued drinking by herself. The middle-aged man gave an awkward but polite smile. He did not continue to pester Chen Yun, but with a hint of disappointment on his face, he turned around and left. Next, Jiang Chen hadn't finished his glass of wine yet, but 4 or 5 men came to Chen Yun's table one after another, wanting to chat up this mature and plump beautiful woman. But Chen Yun was obviously in a bad mood, and she drove away all the people who came to chat her up. Seeing another young and handsome boy, he courageously approached her to chat with her, but was still ruthlessly rejected by Chen Yun. Jiang Chen no longer had any interest in watching the show. He simply picked up his wine glass and walked towards Chen Yun's table. The young man who had just failed in striking up a conversation saw Jiang Chen also wanting to join Chen Yun's table, and immediately tried to persuade him. "Brother, don't waste your energy. It's obvious that the beautiful lady is in a bad mood. She came here tonight to get drunk, not to have fun. Take my advice, don't rush into a fight, the night is long, change your goal. Jiang Chen looked at the young man with great interest. He looked very gentle and handsome, and it seemed that he should be a college student. Is it even a stretch to imagine that a college student would come to a place like this and take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a mature and beautiful woman like Shen Yun? This guy is here specifically to hook up with rich women and live off them. After all, as the wife of the Zhou family's headmistress, Shen Yun's clothes and jewelry are all from the world's top luxury brands. Even the bag she was carrying was a new Hermes model worth millions. Such a woman, in the eyes of others, is rich, beautiful, and has a good figure, and will definitely become the first choice for countless men to hunt for beauty. Brother, that's not how you pick up girls. Jiang Chen looked at the young man with a half smile and said, to deal with a rich woman like this, you have to be a little more assertive and domineering to attract her attention. Just watch here while I teach you how to pick up rich women. After saying this, Jiang Chen did not give the young man a chance to refute and immediately walked towards Chen Yun's table. Swish. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, Jiang Chen sat down next to Chen Yun without even saying hello. Next. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He reached out and snatched the wine glass from Chen Yun's hand, then put it to his mouth and drank the beer in the glass in one breath. Seeing this scene, the young man who had failed in his attempt to strike up a conversation just now couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, and his face was full of shock. She was thinking in her heart that Jiang Chen would definitely be slapped hard by the beautiful woman for the way she approached him. Even if the beautiful woman has a high level of character and doesn't bother to hit anyone, she would at least scold Jiang Chen severely, right? I asked you to strike up a conversation, not to steal other people's drinks. Any normal woman would be disgusted by your shameless behavior. However, the facts were completely opposite to what the young man had guessed. Shen Yun was drinking by herself when she suddenly realized that the glass in her hand had been snatched away. She almost lost her temper on the spot. But when she turned around, she found that the person who snatched her wine glass was Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Why are you here? Shen Yun blinked her eyes, smoothed her hair, and then poured herself another glass of wine as if nothing had happened. I was worried about you running out alone, so I followed you. After Jiang Chen said this, Shen Yun's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Ha, are you really planning to take care of me forever? Shen Yun smiled gently, raised the glass to her lips, and drank the beer slowly. The old man doesn't want you anymore. The eldest and the second eldest regard you as an enemy. Who else can you turn to now except me? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Yun with a half smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately put away the smile on her face and asked a very serious question, then what can you give me? What do you want? I want shares of Zhou Group, can you give them to me? Can. I knew it, everyone in your Zhou family is. Wait. What did you just say? Chen Yun suddenly widened her eyes, turned around and stared at Jiang Chen, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrong. He. Jiang Chen suddenly leaned close to Chen Yun's ear and said in a seductive tone, Dear stepmother, don't you want shares in Zhou Group? I can give them to you. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm breath all over her ears, Chen Yun's pretty face turned red. However, her attention was completely drawn to Jiang Chen's words just now. Really? Are you really willing to give me shares of Zhou Group? I always keep my word. What do I need to give? Talking to smart people just saves time. As Jiang Chen spoke, he hooked his finger at Chen Yun, motioning her to come a little closer, as if he had something to whisper to her. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, but still came over curiously. Jiang Chen raised one hand, put it to his mouth, and then slowly moved it towards Chen Yun's ear. As long as you help me deal with the eldest and second brother, I will transfer 10% of the Zhou Group's shares to you regardless of whether the matter succeeds or not. Chen Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and her breathing became a little faster. How can I trust you? This is easy. We can sign an agreement. Whoever breaches the contract will have to pay double the compensation. After Jiang Chen said this, Chen Yun fell silent. A moment later, Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes and said, You also saw today that I don't have any say in the Zhou family. Now I was kicked out by Zhou Jingfeng's words. Why did you still come to me? Because I admire you. Jiang Chen suddenly put away the smile on his face and said seriously, In fact, the first time I saw you, you gave me a very friendly feeling, as if we had known each other in the previous life. What you said couldn't be more false. It's only suitable for fooling those young girls who are just beginning to fall in love. It's useless to me. Chen Yun glared at Jiang Chen unhappily, then couldn't help but reached out and pinched his arm. However, she seemed to realize that such intimate behavior was a bit like a couple acting coquettishly. So, Chen Yun's complexion, which had just returned to normal, suddenly turned red again. Bang! This scene was seen by others, and it shocked many people and broke many men's hearts. Chen Yun, the most dazzling and coolest person in the audience, who has rejected 7 or 8 men who approached her to chat up with her, is regarded by everyone as a super fair, rich and beautiful woman. At this moment, she not only showed the shy look that only a little woman could have, but also took the initiative to interact closely with Jiang Chen, and even played and acted coquettishly with Jiang Chen. Could it be that? Do rich women nowadays like men who are stronger and more domineering? Is this the correct way to open up to Bai Fumei? Learned it. If I meet a fair, rich and beautiful woman like Chen Yun again someday, I must try this trick of Jiang Chen. As long as you learn this trick, marrying a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, becoming a CEO and reaching the peak of your life, all these are no longer dreams. Today, I finally learned something new. Chapter 111 Mom, it's time for you to go home. Jiang Chen, are you the little prince of Middle Eastern oil that was hyped up on the internet a few days ago? Chen Yun suddenly changed the subject and even showed a particularly interested look towards Jiang Chen. Ha, I'm not some little oil prince from the Middle East. Jiang Chen smiled gently, and then admitted openly, however, I did take a few friends to the IFC mall to buy a few luxury goods. You call that buying a little bit? Chen Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chen and said, first you emptied out 13 luxury stores in one go, then you rushed to the Auto City without stopping and bought 6 top-notch luxury cars in one go. This matter has become a hot topic, and you have been affectionately called the new generation of national husband by countless female netizens. Hearing this, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation, hey. Chen Yun was slightly stunned when she heard this. She tasted it carefully, and immediately shouted in shame and anger, you little bastard, I'm your stepmother, how dare you take advantage of me? After saying this, Chen Yun immediately used the soul-chasing and life-taking pinching move and pinched Jiang Chen's ear with incredible precision. It seemed that Chen Yun was about to twist Jiang Chen's ear hard in a clockwise direction. Critical moment. Jiang Chen used a crazy tickling move and tickled Chen Yun's waist like lightning. In an instant, Chen Yun's body suddenly tensed up, and the hand that was pinching Jiang Chen's ear was quickly retracted, and she couldn't help but let out a sweet laugh. Maybe it was because they drank some wine, Chen Yun and Jiang Chen became particularly bold and open-minded. The two of them started playing around without restraint, completely ignoring the envious and jealous looks around them. Half a day later. Perhaps because she was a little tired, Chen Yun stopped playing around and poured a glass of wine for herself and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you rich? Chen Yun raised the wine glass, then squinted her eyes, looked through the crystal glass, and looked at Jiang Chen who was sitting next to her. I do have a few $100 million, which is more than enough to support you in your old age. Jiang Chen had a cool and handsome smile on his face. Under the dim light, he exuded an evil aura, which was very fascinating. Yeah? Chen Yun took a sip of the wine in the glass and said with a smile, then you will have to support my stepmother for the rest of her life. Of course, no matter what happens in the future, stepmother will stand firmly by your side. In addition, stepmother will do her best to help you deal with Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia, and can even help you deal with Zhou Zhangfeng. As soon as Chen Yun said this, Jiang Chen immediately burst into laughter. No problem. Jiang Chen picked up his glass, clinked it with Chen Yun's, and said, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Chen Yun clinked glasses with Jiang Chen, then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Then, she looked straight at Jiang Chen from a close distance with a sharp gaze. Jiang Chen, let's go. Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, Chen Yun suddenly put down her wine glass and pretended to get up and leave. Ha? Where to? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and suddenly a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Ha, what kind of place is this? Are you going to tell me that you really came here just to drink? Chen Yun lifted her hair in a charming manner and gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly jumped, and some movie scenes appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to think further. Aunt Yun, you should go home and rest. Jiang Chen calmly put down his wine glass, then looked at Chen Yun innocently with a pure expression and harmless eyes. You. Chen Yun frowned and couldn't help but glared at Jiang Chen and asked, are you looking down on me because I'm old and ugly and can't compare to those young and pretty girls? Aunt Yun, the old man only has 3 months left to live. Whether he dies or not, what does it have to do with me? But I still hold 10% of Zhou Group's shares, and I extorted these shares from the old man. Jiang Chen, what you mean is? Jiang Chen calmly lit a cigarette for himself and said, given the old man's personality, do you think he will let me, his illegitimate son, safely hold 10% of the shares of Zhou Group? Let's take a step back and say that even if the old man behaves himself and doesn't plan to cause trouble, what about the eldest and second eldest sons? Will they let a bastard like me, who suddenly appeared, snatch food from them? Silence, no words. Chen Yun's face suddenly darkened, as if she was thinking of something unpleasant. After a moment, Chen Yun pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Zhang Chen, what do you want me to do? Aunt Yun, I think you should go back to Zhou Zhengfeng now, play the role of Mrs. Zhou honestly, and accompany him through the last journey of his life. Infernal affairs? Aunt Yun, you are really a smart and capable woman. You can understand things at once. Although there is no evidence, I still suspect you were driving. Half an hour later. Chen Yun carried her bag, looked at Jiang Chen reluctantly, and then hurriedly left the bar. Before leaving, Chen Yun gave Jiang Chen the WeChat business cards of Su Yao and Li Yu. Jiang Chen sat alone in the bar, thinking quietly for a while. Finally, he chose to use his mind to mobilize the mobile phone in his body and tried to add Su Yao and Li Yu on WeChat. Unexpectedly, the first person to pass the verification by Jiang Chen's friends was the dignified, gentle and intellectual sister-in-law Su Yao. As soon as I passed the friend verification, Su Yao took the initiative to say hello. Su Yao, Xiaochen? Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, it's so late, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Su Yao, Xiaochen, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chen, can't I just chat with you if I have nothing to do? Su Yao, if you have something to say, please tell me. If not, I should go to bed. Looking at the WeChat message sent by sister-in-law Su Yao, she looked indifferent, as if she was deliberately keeping a distance from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too lazy to say any more nonsense. He directly edited an explosive message with his mind and sent it to Su Yao. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I am very sorry to tell you a secret. My brother is born infertile. You will never be able to have his child in this life. Su Yao, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, if you don't believe me, you can go to my brother's study and look for a safe hidden behind the bookcase. Inside is his medical examination report. After reading it, you will know if I am lying to you. Su Yao, okay. I'll go look for it now. If you're lying to me, I won't let you go. Ding ding. Jiang Chen had just dealt with his eldest sister-in-law Su Yao, and coincidentally, his second sister-in-law Li Yu had also passed Jiang Chen's friend verification. Li Yu, Jiang Chen? How do you know my WeChat ID? Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law, don't worry about how I got your WeChat ID. I have a shocking secret about you and your second brother. Do you want to hear it? Li Yu, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, fart now. Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law has a really bad temper. Is she in menopause? Listen to my advice, women who get angry all the time will age easily. Li Yu, if you don't want to tell me, get out of here, and don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen, go to sleep. You stupid, brainless woman. Jiang Chen, your husband is secretly transferring the common property of the couple during the marriage, planning to divorce you, and even wants you to leave the house with nothing. How can you still be in the mood to sleep? Jiang Chen, when you suddenly find yourself an abandoned woman and a penniless person, can you still sleep well? Chapter 112. The sister-in-law was furious. Late at night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Su Yao took a shower absent-mindedly, and when she returned to the bedroom, she found that her husband Zhou Shihao had fallen asleep. Swish. Su Yao climbed onto the bed and lay gently beside Zhou Shihao. But she couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. Her mind kept thinking about the messages Jiang Chen had just sent her. At this moment, Su Yao was very upset. Husband. After half a day, Su Yao tried to push Zhou Shihao gently. However, Zhou Shihao didn't react at all. He was still sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. Swish. Su Yao bit her lip, then got out of bed quietly and left the bedroom. A few minutes later, Su Yao entered Zhou Shihao's study. She subconsciously lowered her breathing, walked quickly to the front of the bookcase, and then searched carefully for a while, and finally she actually found a hidden compartment. Crack. After opening the secret compartment, a safe was revealed inside. Su Yao stared at the safe blankly, with a complicated expression on her face. Because she and Zhou Shihao have been married for so many years, she never knew that there was a hidden safe in her husband's study. What's the password? Su Yao took a deep breath and tried to enter a password on the safe, but the electronic screen showed that the password was wrong. Su Yao frowned and entered several passwords in succession, such as her birthday, Zhou Shihao's birthday, and their wedding anniversary, but none of them were correct. At this moment, Su Yao's face became even uglier. The ominous premonition in my heart is becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Su Yao remembered that Zhou Shihao had a first love, and the birthday of this first love was only one day away from the birthday of his wife. Then, Su Yao tried to use Zhou Shihao's first love's birthday and entered a password. Unexpectedly, the safe opened. Zhou Shihao. You bastard. You really haven't forgotten your first love. Su Yao was so angry that she was furious. She wanted to pull Zhou Shihao out of bed right away and ask him what the password was. However, the strong curiosity prompted Su Yao to calm down quickly. She wanted to see whether this hidden safe really contained proof of Zhou Shihao's infertility, as Jiang Qin said. Swish! Su Yao opened the safe, but she didn't expect that the first thing she saw was a photo. The man and woman in the photo are snuggling together, and both of them have happy and sweet smiles on their faces. But when Su Yao saw this photo, the anger that she had just suppressed suddenly burst out again. That's right. The man in the photo is her husband Zhou Shihao. And the woman in the photo is Zhou Shihao's first love. Swish! Su Yao took out the photo and was about to tear it up on the spot, but she suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that there seemed to be a document in the safe. Who? Su Yao once again forced herself to calm down and took several deep breaths before she managed to suppress her irritable heart. Next, Su Yao put the photo back to its original place and reached into the safe to take out the document. After a moment, Su Yao seemed to be struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. How so? Jiang Qin didn't lie to me. Zhou Shihao really has infertility. It's over. It's completely over. If the old man knew about this, Zhou Shihao would completely lose the qualification to inherit the family property. What to do? Ding ding. At this moment, Su Yao's phone vibrated slightly, as if she had received a WeChat message. Su Yao, who was in shock, was suddenly frightened. Her hand trembled and Zhou Shihao's medical report fell to the ground. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, have you found my brother's medical report? How did Jiang Chen know about this inspection report? That's all thanks to Zhou Zhengfeng. Just when Zhou Zhengfeng announced that whoever could give birth to a successor to the Zhou family first would be able to obtain 60% of the shares of the Zhou group, Jiang Chen immediately started to keep an eye on Zhou Shihao. So, Jiang Chen would then find out that Zhou Shihao had locked this inspection report in a hidden safe in the study. Su Yao, Jiang Chen, how dare you lie to me? There is nothing in your brother's safe. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, if you lie to a child, your nose will grow longer. Su Yao, I didn't lie, it's you who's talking nonsense. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I didn't expect that my kindness would be met with your harsh words. In this case, you'd better pray for the best. When the time comes, you'll be sold out by your brother, so don't cry. Quiet. It's quiet in the study. Su Yao ignored Jiang Chen and picked up the inspection report on the ground and quickly put it back into the safe. Then, she quickly closed the safe, restored the secret compartment of the bookcase, and then hurriedly left the study. Su Yao left the study and did not return to the bedroom. I saw her walk downstairs absent-mindedly, take out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, then come to the sofa in the living room and drink by herself. Su Yao, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, oh. I thought my sister-in-law was hopelessly stupid and refused to listen to my kind advice. She insisted on hanging herself on Zhou Shihao's crooked tree. Su Yao, Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, is this your attitude when asking for help? Su Yao, Jiang Chen, what do you want? Jiang Chen, if you call me Master Chen, I will tell you everything. Su Yao, you are dreaming. Jiang Chen, I won't tease you anymore. Go check Zhou Shihao's phone, especially his WeChat, to see who he has been contacting recently. After Jiang Chen sent his last WeChat message, he seemed to have disappeared completely. No matter how Su Yao asked, Jiang Chen never gave her any response. Su Yao's anger has accumulated to the extreme. She put down her wineglass and went back to the bedroom without saying a word. At this moment, Zhou Shihao was still lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, completely unaware that his secret had been discovered by his wife. Swish! Su Yao tiptoed to the bedside, picked up the phone that Zhou Shihao had thrown on the bedside table, and then unlocked the phone facing Zhou Shihao's face. Immediately afterwards, Su Yao took Zhou Shihao's cell phone and quickly walked into the bathroom. Because of Jiang Chen's suggestion, Su Yao opened Zhou Shihao's mobile phone and started checking his WeChat directly. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, a friend named Fa Go on Zhou Shihao's WeChat immediately caught Su Yao's attention. Su Yao opened the chat box between Zhou Shihao and Fa Go. But when she finished reading the chat history between the two people, her eyes suddenly widened and an expression of extreme shock appeared on her face. How so? Zhou Shihao, this bastard. But I am his wife. How could he come up with such a disgusting idea? He has a poor health and cannot have children, so he wants another man to sleep with me instead? Nausea. Brute. Son of a bitch. Why was I so blind to marry a bastard like Zhou Shihao? Woohoo. Why is my life so miserable? Chapter 113. The second sister-in-law was also furious. The other side. Zhou Renjie's villa. After Li Yu returned home, she wanted to take Zhou Renjie directly to the bedroom and try her best to fulfill the old man's will and get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group as soon as possible. Who would have thought? Zhou Renjie suddenly received a call saying that there was a problem with a project in the company and he, the vice president, was urgently needed to handle it in person. So, Zhou Renjie left Li Yu without saying a word and left home in a hurry. Li Yu was so angry. Zhou Renjie has been devoted to his career recently and hasn't touched her for more than 2 months. She needs to be loved too. On this lonely, empty and cold night, Li Yu lay alone on the bed, turned on the projector, and watched a movie while drinking. Perhaps because of the romantic plot in the movie, Li Yu felt that drinking alone seemed to be missing something. Then she went to the kitchen to rummage around again, found a corn as if she were familiar with it, and then made herself some roasted corn. Li Yu lay back on the bed, watching a movie while eating delicious roasted corn. Ding ding. Suddenly, the phone vibrated slightly and a crisp WeChat notification tone sounded at the same time. Li Yu, who was immersed in a fantasy of love, was suddenly startled and almost dropped the roasted corn on the ground. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Chen who sent me a WeChat friend request. So, that's why Li Yu speaks in such a bad tone. Anyone whose good thing is interrupted will definitely be very angry. However, there is no most violent, only more violent. Looking at the last 3 WeChat messages Jiang Chen sent, Li Yu felt like she was struck by lightning. Her heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant, and 2 flames burst out of her beautiful eyes. What? That bastard Zhou Renjie actually wants to divorce me? Is he still secretly transferring the couple's joint property? What is he going to do? Do you want me to leave the house with nothing? Swish. Without any hesitation, Li Yu picked up the phone and dialed a number. Although it was already late at night, the phone was connected after only 2 rings. Manager Wu, I'm Li Yu. Now, immediately, help me check how much money is left in Zhou Renjie and I's couple fund account? What? Only 10 million left? I remember that Zhou Renjie and I deposited 200 million Dragon Country currency into this account. We have been depositing money into the account over the years. How is it possible that there is only 10 million left now? Are you sure all this money was transferred away by Zhou Renjie? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Li Yu's face became extremely ugly. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen sent another WeChat message. Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Li Yu, Jiang Chen, why did you tell me this? What is your purpose? Jiang Chen, it's very simple. I hope my second sister-in-law can stand on my side and help me deal with the eldest and second brother. After that, I can give you a generous reward. Li Yu, even if Zhou Renjie is secretly transferring marital property, that is a matter between us. Do you want me to help an outsider like you to deal with my husband? You are dreaming. Jiang Chen, hey. You treat me as your husband, but I may not treat you as my wife. Li Yu, Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law, when another woman takes your place, spends your money, enjoys your husband's love, and you have nothing, I hope you will not be jealous, and will not regret it. Li Yu, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. After Liu sent this WeChat message, Jiang Chen didn't say a word, but just sent her an address. Dynasty International Hotel, room 1314. When Liu saw this address, her heart skipped a beat and an ominous premonition instantly came over her. Liu, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Why did you send me a hotel address? Jiang Chen, seeing is believing, hearing is not. Second sister-in-law, why don't you just go to this address and take a look, then you will know everything, right? Jiang Chen also found it a little funny. When Zhou Zhengfeng announced his will, he not only opened his eyes to Zhou Shihao, but also took a look at Zhou Renjia's current intentions. Unexpectedly, Zhou Renjia actually planned to ask the female secretary to get a room tonight, in order to fulfill the old man's request as soon as possible and get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group. Moreover, he chose the address as the Dynasty International Hotel. You know, Jiang Chen is the chairman of the Dynasty Group. Zhou Renjia could go anywhere else to fool around, but he chose the Royal International Hotel. Isn't this just walking into trouble? How could Jiang Chen miss such a good opportunity? Let us get back to the topic. Liu received the address sent by Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, she immediately changed her clothes and left home in a hurry. Half an hour later, Liu drove a sports car and rushed to the Dynasty International Hotel in a hurry. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got off the car, a woman in an OL uniform came up to her. Hello? Are you Ms. Liu? I'm Liu, may I ask who you are? Dear Ms. Liu, hello? I am Su Yao, the general manager of the Dynasty International Hotel. I just received a call from the chairman. No matter what you want to do in our hotel next, I will fully cooperate with you. Can I ask who your chairman is? Sorry. I can't tell you that. Although Liu had a lot of questions, she did not forget the purpose of this trip. Since the general manager of the Dynasty International Hotel was willing to fully cooperate with her, it saved her a lot of trouble. Next, Liu immediately asked Su Yao to lead the way and went straight to room 1314 of the Royal International Hotel. On the way, Su Yao was very considerate and called 2 security guards to prevent any uncontrollable situation from occurring later. About 5 minutes later, Liu rushed to the door of room 1314 with great momentum. Su Yao immediately called the housekeeping waiter and opened the door on the spot. In an instant, a sound that made one blush and one's heart beat faster came directly from the room. Zhou Renjie. You bastard. How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Liu had been suppressing her anger all night, but after hearing this charming voice, it all burst out. She just rushed in with a whoosh. Soon, the room was filled with screams from a man and a woman, as well as a chaotic noise. Wife, why are you here? Secretary Wu and I were just talking about work, honey, you misunderstood us. Oh my. Wife, how can you hit someone? Wife, calm down. Calm down. You must calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. The one next door. Liu, did I give you face? Try to make trouble again? Believe it or not, I will divorce you immediately. Chapter 114. It's time for the lottery again. Night bar. Jiang Chen sat quietly in a corner. On the surface, he seemed to be drinking by himself. In fact, he was using the mobile phone in his body to video chat with Su Yao, the manager of the Dynasty International Hotel, and watching the live broadcast of the large-scale arrest of his second sister-in-law Liu with relish. TSK. I didn't expect that the second brother who looks tall and mighty is actually so short and strong. Oh my. The second brother's female secretary has a pretty face and a nice figure. No wonder the second brother is so obsessed with her. Wow. Second sister-in-law is so fierce. With this claw, the secretary's little face is disfigured. Second sister-in-law, come on. Beat up the second brother as well. Right. They are not allowed to wear clothes, and they have to take pictures of their appearance. This is evidence in court. Oh my god. My second sister-in-law got angry and there were corpses all over the ground. Jiang Chen finally understood what kind of mentality the spectators had. One word, cool. Moreover, this is a live broadcast of a large-scale adultery. The chickens and dogs are in turmoil, the chickens and dogs are in chaos, the chickens and dogs are in pieces, the chickens and eggs are broken. The whole screen is full of mosaics. Jiang Chen's blood boiled, his enthusiasm overflowed, his eyes filled with tears, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wished he could go there himself, take his place in his second sister-in-law, and teach the couple a lesson. Ouch. I'm a little drunk. Have a drink and calm down first. Swish. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. Jiang Chen only had time to raise his eyelids before he found a beautiful woman sitting next to him. That's right. The woman in the black dress, who had been rejected by Jiang Chen once before, now shamelessly came up to him again. Sir, don't you feel bored drinking alone? The woman in the black dress has a pair of very beautiful eyes, shaped like willow leaves, thinner and flatter than almond eyes. The narrow lines make the eyes look even deeper. Willow leaf eyes, also known as charming eyes, mean charming eyes like silk. People with this type of eyes are naturally intelligent, clever, gentle, considerate, able to act with ease, have a strong sense of shame, and have delicate emotions that make people feel like spring breeze. In short, this kind of woman pays great attention to emotional matters, is consistent in her words and deeds, is deeply favored by the opposite sex, and lives a happy and peaceful life. Certainly. Jiang Chen found all these things on the internet. He has a mobile phone in his body. As long as he thinks about it, he can search for information online anytime and anywhere. Sorry, it's getting late and I should go home. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and there was less than half an hour left until midnight. The 3 daily lottery opportunities are about to be refreshed, and Jiang Chen is a little impatient to find a quiet place so that he can concentrate on the lottery. That. The beautiful woman in the black dress was slightly stunned when she heard this, and a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness flashed across her face. She never expected that she shamelessly approached Jiang Chen twice, but was rejected by him both times. How could this happen? Could it be that I am old, no longer as charming as I was when I was young, so I am not attractive to Jiang Chen at all? But the beautiful lady in Cheongsam whom Jiang Chen had just chatted up looked to be at least in her 30s. She might even be a mother of 2 children. Does Jiang Chen like mature women? Swish. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already stood up, seemingly ready to leave the bar. A look of disappointment also flashed across the face of the beautiful woman in the black dress. She pursed her lips tightly and lowered her head slightly, and her self-esteem seemed to have suffered a critical blow of 10,000 points. However, Jiang Chen's next words made the beautiful woman in the black dress freeze in place. Do you want to come with me? The beautiful woman in the black dress suddenly raised her head, and her eyes met Jiang Chen's in mid-air. At this moment, the beautiful woman in the black dress instantly understood Jiang Chen's eyes, and her pretty face immediately turned red. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Although the beautiful woman in the black dress didn't say a word, nor nodded or shook her head, Jiang Chen directly grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the bar. Swish. The pretty face of the beauty in the black dress instantly turned red all the way to her neck. She knew very well that if she went out, she would be severely beaten. Maybe more than just a beating? However, she hesitated for just a moment, then bit her lips lightly and followed Jiang Chen obediently. 2 hours later. Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite. The house was in a mess. Jiang Chen, wearing a hotel robe, went straight to the balcony. Alas! It has been decided that the lottery will start at 12 o'clock midnight. I didn't expect that after such a delay, it's already past 2 in the morning. I admit that it was all the moon's fault. The moonlight tonight was too beautiful and hazy, so I accidentally made a mistake in an instant. Jiang Chen sighed, then opened the system main page with his mind. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, black card bounty. Artifact, mind's eye 2 stars. Lottery. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and clicked the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the turntable started to move. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Not long after, there was a slight click sound, and the pointer stopped steadily in the card area. Swish. Suddenly, a glittering card popped out from the turntable. On it was a picture of a burning cartoon man, and no one knew what it meant. Next second. Before Jiang Chen could see the entire card, it was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an anger card. Jiang Chen was slightly startled when he heard the system notification sound. He quickly opened the system inventory and soon saw the card in his backpack. Anger card. After using this card, you can designate a target person, making him extremely angry instantly, losing his mind on the spot, and doing something very extreme. Note, this card can only be used once. What the hell? Brother Tonzi, are you sure this is called an anger card, not a curse card? Directly ignite other people's anger, making them extremely angry, losing their minds on the spot, and even doing some very extreme behaviors. Manipulating other people's emotions in this way and playing with them in the palm of your hand, is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? But I like it. Yes. That's the taste. A hint of a cool and handsome smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good today. What a good start. I wonder what good things will come out of the next 2 draws. Again. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button again with his mind, and the red pointer started spinning rapidly again. May the heavens and the earth help me. If my stepmother doesn't help, my eldest sister-in-law will. If my eldest sister-in-law doesn't help, my second sister-in-law will. Anyway, you have to bless me and win a big prize. I will definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life, and be happy and joyful. He. Chapter 115, Winning a Skill Book. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer rotated rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Not long after, there was a slight click sound, and the pointer stopped steadily in the card area again. Swish. A glittering card popped out from the turntable. There seemed to be a cartoon devil drawn on it, and no one knew what it meant. Next second. Before Jiang Chen could see the entire card, it was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a demon card. A system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly opened the system inventory. He soon saw the card in his backpack. Devil card. After using this card, you can designate a target person to infinitely magnify the evil in their heart, and their body will be controlled by desires, making them do some irrational and crazy actions. Note, this card can only be used once. Damn it! The same thing again? This devil card has a very similar effect to the anger card I drew earlier. They are similar in nature and function, just like a pair of twins. Etc. These 2 cards are tailor-made for the eldest and second oldest. One is angry, the other is mad. If the 2 collide with each other, it would be like Mars hitting the Earth. Will one of them be killed directly? Damn it! The teacher taught us that practice makes perfect. I won't say anything more. Must try it tomorrow. He. Call. Looking at the last chance to draw a lottery today, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a long breath and calmed down. Then, Jiang Chen used his mind to click the lottery button fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer began to rotate rapidly in a clockwise direction. Jiang Chen stared at the turntable intently and prayed in his heart, hoping that he could win the grand prize this time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the pointer slowed down, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and his breathing and heartbeat quickened. Because after turning a big circle, the pointer left the gold coins and cards areas and slowly crawled towards the remaining areas. In other words, Jiang Chen can at least win a reward above the bottle this time, and he may even have a chance to try for a reward in the question mark area. Blat. Just when Jiang Chen was full of infinite fantasies about the future, the pointer that was slowly crawling suddenly lost its strength and stopped directly. Books. The pointer finally stopped at the Gi books area. Swish. At this moment, a book jumped out of the lucky wheel. It was a bit like the martial arts secrets in martial arts movies, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically collected into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. Hearing the system prompt sound beside his ears, Jiang Chen quickly opened the inventory and soon saw this mysterious skill book in the 4th slot of his backpack. Hacker Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, you can automatically learn various advanced hacker techniques, making you a world-class hacker in an instant. Oh shit! Did you really win a big prize? Can you become the world's top hacker in an instant? So awesome! Brother Tonzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used the skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, a huge amount of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Hacking technology, in simple terms, is the discovery of flaws and vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, as well as the technology of launching attacks against these flaws. Hackers can be divided into two categories, good and evil. Good hackers rely on their knowledge to help system administrators find loopholes in the system and improve them. Evil hackers use various hacking skills to attack and invade the system or do other things that are harmful to the network. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it seemed as if only a moment had passed. When Jiang Chen completely digested this memory, his eyes changed drastically. Become extra sharp. It seemed that two cold rays of light, as if real, were shot out. This feeling is just like the peerless masters in the movies, who can make the enemy tremble with fear and lose their souls with just a glance. All right. In fact, it's not that exaggerated, it's just that Jiang Chen's temperament has become a little colder. After all, he has now become one of the world's top hackers. It's not too much to pretend a little when he's in a good mood, right? Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used his mind to open the mobile phone in his body, and then downloaded several apps in succession. Next, Jiang Chen quickly wrote several programs to add several protective walls to the phone. In addition, Jiang Chen also created some attack programs and stored them in this phone in case of emergency. In short, Jiang Chen used the hacking skills he had just learned to turn the mobile phone in his body into a super weapon that could be used for both offense and defense. If he needs to use hacking skills one day, Jiang Chen can use this phone to invade other people's network systems at any time. It feels great. After doing all this, Jiang Chen stretched himself and looked at the time, and found that it was already past 3 in the morning. Then, Jiang Chen returned to the bedroom, crawled directly into the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. That's right. What is the name of the beauty in the black dress? How old is she? How many drivers are there? How much do they like Jiang Chen? These. Jiang Chen doesn't care at all. We are all adults, there is no need to be so serious. We will go our separate ways in the future and meet again if we are lucky enough. Isn't that great? Why should you care about the other person's identity? This is called, not caring about forever, only caring about. It seems quite romantic. Ha 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 ha. The next morning. When Jiang Chen woke up, he was gone as expected. There is only a faint scent of jasmine. It smells nice. Swish. Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed, picked up the mobile phone thrown on the bedside table and took a look at it, and was immediately shocked. There are dozens of unread messages in WeChat. Click to take a look. Jiang Chen discovered that most of these messages were sent by the 6 golden flowers, and the contents were basically the same. It was nothing more than asking Jiang Chen, "What are you doing? Have you eaten? Do you miss me? I miss you. I want to kiss, hug and lift you up, etc." There was no meaningful information at all. In addition to the 6 golden flowers, Bai Qianqian, Qin Xiaoyu, and Qin Si also sent several WeChat messages to Jiang Chen. Also, Lu Ruian found a small account from somewhere and kept adding Jiang Chen as a friend on WeChat, but was blocked by Jiang Chen. None of this is the point. The point is, in the second half of last night, Chen Yun, Su Yao, and Li Yu also sent a WeChat message to Jiang Chen respectively. Chen Yun, Jiang Chen, I have prepared the contract. When will you come over to sign it? Su Yao, Jiang Chen, are you free tomorrow morning? I want to talk to you in person about Zhou Shihao. Li Yu, Jiang Chen, I agree to cooperate with you. When are you free? Can we arrange a time for a face-to-face meeting? Chapter 116, Zhou Zhangfeng is going to get engaged to Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen now has 2 mobile phones. The first mobile phone was his own. He bought the second cell phone just for show. After Jiang Chen and the mobile phone have merged perfectly, the man is the machine and the machine is the man, so there is no need to worry about his computing power. Because Jiang Chen drank the gene medicine and enhancement medicine, the computing power of his human machine is unmatched in the world. Now, Jiang Chen has also learned hacking mastery. It can be said that Jiang Chen is not only a top hacker, but also a super mobile phone. Morning. Zhou Group. Jiang Chen drove the cool Bugatti Chiron and just arrived downstairs of the company. He saw Chen Yun, who had been waiting at the door, walking towards him quickly. Today, Chen Yun wore a black mid-sleeve blazer on the upper body and a pair of black cropped pants on the lower body. The high heels hit the ground, making a crisp and pleasant sound. She was seen walking with a very natural cat-like gait, and her whole temperament was elevated by several levels. Her perfect face and delicate makeup made her look like a girl of about 27 or 28 years old. A limited edition LV bag hangs on her thin and white arm. One word, stunning. Aunt Yun, you look so beautiful today. Jiang Chen walked over with a smile and looked Chen Yun up from head to toe, his eyes showing no disguising his admiration for her. Ha, am I beautiful only today? Although Chen Yun was smiling, she still rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Recalling the scene in the bar last night, she immediately felt depressed. She hinted so directly, but Jiang Chen cruelly sent her back home. Sometimes, Chen Yun couldn't help but wonder if she was really old and no longer as charming as she was when she was young. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen refuse so readily? So, Chen Yun dressed herself up today just to see how Jiang Chen would react. So far, the results are pretty good. Jiang Chen's fiery eyes and his generous praise made Chen Yun feel a little secretly happy. Aunt Yun is beautiful every day. There is no one more beautiful than you in this world. Jiang Chen made a few perfunctory remarks, which immediately caused Chen Yun to roll her eyes again. A moment later, Chen Yun took out a work badge from her bag, handed it to Jiang Chen and said, "Hang this around your neck, and you can come and go in and out of the Zhou Group headquarters as you please. Come on, I'll take you to my office." Just like that, Chen Yun led Jiang Chen into the Zhou Group headquarters. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at the work badge that Chen Yun gave him, and it actually read Special Assistant to the Vice President. In other words, Chen Yun used her authority in the company to directly arrange Jiang Chen to be her special assistant. That's right. Chen Yun currently serves as the Vice President of Zhou Group. In addition to her, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie are also Vice Presidents of the company. Is this the third young master of the Zhou family? So handsome. Which one is the third young master? Look. The handsome guy following behind Mr. Chin is the chairman's youngest son whom he recently brought home from outside. Do you know what the third young master's name is? It seems to be Jiang Chen. Why is the third young master's surname Jiang instead of Zhou? I heard that the third young master seems to have taken his mother's last name. Along the way, Jiang Chen heard many employees whispering. Unexpectedly, he had just returned to the Zhou family yesterday, but these employees got wind of it today and recognized him. It is obvious that someone has spread his identity information directly in the company. Jiang Chen initially suspected that it was Chen Yun who revealed his identity. But when he came to Chen Yun's office, however, Chen Yun told him that the person who announced his identity was actually Zhou Zhengfeng. Jiang Chen, your father not only announced your identity in Zhou Group, but also plans to hold a large-scale family reunion banquet tomorrow night, and has also invited celebrities from all walks of life in Xilan City. When Chen Yun said this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Could Zhou Zhengfeng be so kind? What is his purpose in doing this? Jiang Chen was just an unpopular illegitimate child, and his liver failed to match Zhou Zhengfeng's. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen is no longer of any use to Zhou Zhengfeng. But why did Zhou Zhengfeng hold such a high-profile family reunion banquet to announce his identity to the entire Xilan city? Chen Yun saw Jiang Chen's confusion and immediately explained, "Jiang Chen, your father is going to arrange a marriage for you at this family recognition banquet." What? Engage me? Jiang Chen was immediately startled, and the first thought that popped into his mind was that Zhou Zhengfeng, this old fox, wanted to squeeze out every last bit of value from him. What engagement? In a wealthy family, there is no love, only marriage. Zhou Zhengfeng wanted to use Jiang Chen as a marriage partner to gain benefits for the Zhou family, so he held a family recognition banquet with great fanfare to acknowledge his identity as the third young master of the Zhou family to the outside world. Who does the old man want me to be engaged to? Jiang Chen's face darkened. He hadn't started revenge mode yet, he just made a small fuss at Zhou's house. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhengfeng, the old fox, was the first to attack him. The eldest daughter of the young family, Yang Meixia. Chen Yun trembled her lips and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Meixia? Why does this name make me feel like she's an old lady? Jiang Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chen Yun trembled her lips again, but did not say a word. Swish. She picked up a document from the desk, handed it to Jiang Chen and said, "This is Miss Yang's personal information, you, take a look at it yourself." After saying this, Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with sympathy, and a hint of heartache clearly flashed in her phoenix eyes. Jiang Chen quickly took the information. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Yang Meixia, female, 40 years old, the eldest daughter of the Yang family in Xilan City, the current general manager of the Yang Group, married 3 times, widowed 3 times, had constant scandals throughout her life, often lingered in various nightclubs in Xilan City, and liked male models. Fuck. Zhou Zhengfeng, you old beast. The guy next door. I'll fuck you. Jiang Chen really couldn't bear it any longer, so he explained all the classic Chinese culture to Zhou Zhengfeng on the spot, and only then did his emotions gradually calm down. While Jiang Chen was cursing, Chen Yun stood aside and didn't dare to say a word. It was not until Jiang Chen gradually calmed down that she spoke. The Yang Group and the Zhou Group have a deep cooperative relationship. The old man even plans to let you marry into the Yang family in exchange for greater help and support from the Yang Group. It would have been fine if Chen Yun didn't explain, but as soon as she opened her mouth to explain, Jiang Chen's anger, which had just subsided, burst out again. Old beast. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. If you want to target me, then I will target your 2 sons first. Swish. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then took out his new mobile phone and tapped on the screen quickly with both hands, as if he was editing a text message. Swish. Chen Yun walked to Jiang Chen curiously, then poked her head out to see who Jiang Chen was messaging. Jiang Chen did not hide it from Chen Yun and sent an edited text message to Zhou Renjie in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen re-edited a text message and sent it to Zhou Shihao. After Chen Yun saw the content of the text message clearly, she immediately exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of shock. He. Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Yun with a sneer on his face and asked, Aunt Yun, do you think one of the eldest and the second oldest will die today? Chen Yun. Chapter 117 2 Short Messages. Zhou Group. Zhou Renjie's office. Zhou Renjie had 2 pieces of tape on his face and some bruises on his forehead and mouth. He had a gloomy face from beginning to end after he came to the company today. He really couldn't understand it. The hotel was booked on short notice. The female secretary was also a temporary appointment. My phone has not been installed with any monitoring software. Why did that yellow-faced woman Li Yu not only know all this clearly, but also brought people over to catch him in the act? Originally, Zhou Renjie was planning to file for divorce from Li Yu after he had transferred all of the couple's joint property. But Li Yu now has the video of his extramarital affair and has caught him by the braid, which is very disadvantageous to him. Ding ding. At this moment, the mobile phone that Zhou Renjie threw on the desk suddenly vibrated, as if he had received a text message. Zhou Renjie, leaning back in his office chair, rubbed his temples with his hands first, then picked up his cell phone and looked at it. The next second, his expression turned serious. Zhou Renjie, your elder brother Zhou Shihao was born infertile. As long as you can get his medical examination report and show it to the old man, he will completely lose the inheritance right of the Zhou family. Just a reminder, Zhou Shihao had his physical examination at Huacan Hospital, and the doctor's computer still has his physical examination records and archives. While Zhou Shihao is still unaware, quickly get this medical examination report, then you will become the only heir of the Zhou family. Swish. Zhou Renjie's eyes suddenly widened, and an expression of doubt appeared on his face. Is my eldest brother born infertile? Is this true or false? Could this be a prank text message? Zhou Renjie didn't know who sent him this message. He also tried to dial the number that sent the text message, but there was a dead tone on the phone. However, Zhou Renjie thought about it carefully. His eldest brother and sister-in-law had been married for so many years, but they still had no children. This situation was indeed a bit abnormal. Could it be that? Is what the person who sent this text message said true? Never mind. Why not just go to Huacan Hospital and check it out, then you'll know whether it's true or not. If this is false, at most I have just made a wasted trip and there is no loss at all. If this is true, then my eldest brother will completely lose his qualification as an heir, and all the Zhou family's property will be rightfully inherited by me. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately took his car keys and mobile phone, and then hurriedly left the office. The other side. Zhou Shihao's office. He had just finished processing a pile of documents when he received a WeChat message from brother Fa on his mobile phone. Fa Go went straight to the point and asked Zhou Shihao when the seed borrowing plan would be implemented. Zhou Shihao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied to the other party with 2 words, "Tonight." Next, Zhou Shihao and Fa Ge discussed the specific details to ensure that there would be no loopholes in the entire plan, and then they sat in their office chairs and stared blankly. So what if I sacrificed my wife? Women are like clothes, they can be changed at any time. Money and power are the foundation of men. As long as I can get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group and become the future chairman of the group, it will be worth it even if I have to make greater sacrifices. Ding ding. At this moment, Zhou Shihao received a text message on his mobile phone. Zhou Shihao's train of thought was suddenly interrupted. He frowned unhappily and picked up his phone. However, the next second, Zhou Shihao's eyes suddenly widened and an expression of shock and anger appeared on his face. Zhou Shihao, your second brother Zhou Renjie has already known that you are born infertile. At this moment, Zhou Renjie has rushed to Huacan Hospital, ready to retrieve your physical examination report from the doctor's computer and show it to the old man. If you don't want to lose the inheritance rights of the Zhou family, then go and stop Zhou Renjie as soon as possible. It would be best to find a way to destroy your medical examination records and archives, and never let him catch any evidence against you. Otherwise, you will lose everything. Bang! Zhou Shihao slapped the desk angrily, and the expression on his face became ferocious. He never imagined that his infertility would be known to outsiders. More importantly, Zhou Renjie has now rushed to Huacan Hospital, wanting to get his physical examination report, and then complain to the old man to deprive him of his qualifications as heir. How so? Who is it? Who leaked my secret? Swish! Zhou Shihao had no time to think about all this. He quickly picked up his car keys and cell phone and left the office in a hurry. The most urgent task is to stop Zhou Renjie from going to the hospital to get the physical examination report. As for other things, put them aside for now. Zhou Group. Underground parking lot. Jiang Chen sat quietly in Shen Yun's car, but his eyes were fixed on the direction of the elevator. Bite. Not long after, the elevator door suddenly opened. Zhou Renjie, with an excited look on his face, strode out quickly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system inventory and directly locked a card in the backpack. System, I want to use the devil card. As Jiang Chen silently said it in his heart, the next second, the system prompt sound came to his ears. Ding. Host, please designate a target person. Here. It's him, Zhou Renjie. Swish. The devil card in the backpack instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and the system prompt sound came to Jiang Chen's ears again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the demon card. The card is taking effect. Please wait. Jiang Chen didn't feel anything strange after using the devil card. But Zhou Renjie, who had just gotten into the car, shuddered for no apparent reason and felt a chill on his back. However, he didn't think much about it and thought that the air conditioning temperature in the car was too low, so he turned up the temperature a little. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Zhou Renjie stepped on the accelerator and left the underground parking lot at lightning speed. Ha 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 ha! Brother, I didn't expect you to be such a useless person. Wait until I get your medical report and see how you can fight with me for the property. My eldest sister-in-law is so pitiful. She has been married to my eldest brother for so many years but still hasn't been able to get pregnant. If it really doesn't work, I, as his younger brother, can do it for him. And that yellow-faced woman Liu, just wait and see, sooner or later I will make you kneel down and beg me. Oh, right. And that bastard Jiang Chen, after I get the Zhou family's property, I will definitely find a way to kill you. Unconsciously, Zhou Renjie's emotions became more and more agitated, and all kinds of evil thoughts popped up in his mind like bamboo shoots after rain. However, little did he know that all this was because Jiang Chen used a devil card on him. If Zhou Renjie does not control his emotions, his desires will only become stronger and stronger, and he will become more and more crazy. There is a phrase that perfectly describes this situation. Become obsessed. That's right. Zhou Renjie is now showing signs of becoming possessed. Chapter 118, One Paper to Deceive 3 Women. Zhou Group. Underground parking lot. Zhou Renjie had just left, and less than a minute later, Zhou Shihao rushed out of the elevator. Swish. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system inventory and directly locked the remaining card in the backpack. System, I want to use the rage card. As Jiang Chen silently said it in his heart, the next second, the system prompt sound came to his ears. Ding. Host, please designate a target person. Here. It's him, Zhou Shihao. Swish. The anger card in the backpack instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and the system prompt sound came to Jiang Chen's ears again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the rage card. The card is taking effect. Please wait. After Jiang Chen used the anger card, he still didn't feel anything strange. But Zhou Shihao, who had just gotten into the car, felt inexplicably hot, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. However, he didn't think much about it and thought that the air conditioning temperature in the car was too high, so he lowered the temperature a little. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Zhou Shihao stepped on the accelerator and left the underground parking lot at lightning speed. The spicy one next door. Old second, you bastard. From childhood to adulthood, what have I, as your older brother, not given up to you and everything? I didn't expect that you, an ungrateful bastard, would disregard the brotherhood in order to fight for the family property, and even want to kick me out? Just wait for me. If you dare to get that medical report, I will kill you. The chairman of Zhou Group can only be me. Whoever dares to go against me, I will kill him. Even if you are my brother, there is no room for negotiation. Unconsciously, Zhou Shihao's emotions became more and more agitated, and the anger that was pent up in his heart exploded instantly like an ignited bomb. However, little did he know that all this was because Jiang Chen used an anger card on him. If Zhou Shihao does not control his emotions, his anger will only grow stronger and he will gradually lose his reason because of anger. There is a phrase that perfectly describes this situation. Become obsessed. That's right. Zhou Shihao is now showing signs of becoming possessed. Zhou Group. Chen Yun's office. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. I saw him holding an agreement in his hand. He read the various terms carefully, then picked up the pen and signed his name very happily. The agreement has been signed. Should you be relieved now? Jiang Chen handed the signed agreement to Chen Yun, who was sitting next to him. The next second, a line of text floated into Jiang Chen's sight. Chen Yun's favorability plus 10. Well. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then quickly blinked at Chen Yun and directly opened his detection eye. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Appearance, 93. Body size, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun's favorability towards him has reached 80 points without her noticing. How long have the two of them known each other? This woman, isn't she changing her heart too quickly? But then again, Chen Yun has followed Zhou Zhangfeng for so many years, even if she has no credit, she has worked hard, right? However, the old man did not leave a single penny for Chen Yun. It was obvious that after taking advantage of Chen Yun, he kicked her away. On the contrary, Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son, took out 10% of the shares of Zhou Group without saying a word, which was equivalent to giving it to Chen Yun for free. These are the shares that Jiang Chen won by gambling with his own liver. Not to mention that Chen Yun had changed her heart. Even if she was asked to follow Jiang Chen now, she would definitely not hesitate at all. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to these 10% shares. Swish. Chen Yun carefully put the agreement away, then smiled at Jiang Chen and said, Xiaochun, I still have some documents to deal with. Wait for me for a while. Let's go out for lunch together at noon. Jiang Chen. As the vice president of Zhou Group, Chen Yun naturally has a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Jiang Chen would not sit in her office stupidly and wait for her to get off work. Next, Jiang Chen made up an excuse and left Chen Yun's office. He strolled to the company's Human Resources Department and knocked on the door of the Human Resources Director's office. Come in. A very pleasant royal sister's voice came from the office. Jiang Chen immediately pushed the door open and walked in. After entering the room, he locked the door. Jiang Chen? Why are you here? The woman sitting behind the desk was immediately surprised when she saw Jiang Chen walk in. Second sister-in-law, didn't you send me a WeChat message saying you wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with me? Jiang Chen walked over with a smile and sat down opposite Liu, and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Today, Liu is wearing a white chiffon shirt on the upper body and a light brown hip skirt on the lower body. Her long, straight, white legs are wrapped in a layer of flesh-colored stockings. Her face, lightly made up, is delicate and flawless. The sexy and hot body is very pleasing to the eyes. As soon as Jiang Chen sat down, he smelled a faint fragrance, which did not sound like perfume, but rather like Li Yu's natural body odor. The scent is just right and refreshing. I do want to talk to you, but this is the company. What if Zhou Renjie sees us? Li Yu was interrupted by Jiang Chen before she finished speaking. Second sister-in-law, don't worry, the second brother has just left the company. I saw him driving away with my own eyes. Yeah? Li Yu was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. Instead, she asked directly, Jiang Chen, does the matter you talked to me on WeChat last night still count? Of course it counts. Jiang Chen nodded and said calmly, as long as you can stand on my side and help me deal with the boss and the second brother, whether you succeed or not, I will give you 10% of the shares of Zhou Group. How can I trust you? Li Yu stared at Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to see through his eyes whether he was lying. Swish. Jiang Chen did not answer Li Yu's question. Instead, he took out an agreement he had just prepared and threw it directly in front of Li Yu. This is. Li Yu reached out and picked up the agreement, flipping through it casually. The next second, her eyes lit up and an expression of joy and excitement flashed across her face. That's right. This agreement is the one that Jiang Chen just signed in Chen Yun's office. However, Jiang Chen changed Chen Yun's name to Li Yu's. The content of the agreement is also very simple. As long as Li Yu helps Jiang Chen to fight for the Zhou family's property with all his strength, no matter what the result is, Jiang Chen will transfer the existing 10% of the group's shares in his hands to Li Yu free of charge. In addition, Jiang Chen has already signed his name on this agreement in advance. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, Li Yu picked up the pen and signed her name at the end of the agreement. The agreement was made in 2 copies, Jiang Chen kept one and Li Yu also kept one. The cooperation between the two was officially reached. Li Yu's favorability plus 10. Li Yu's favorability plus 10. Li Yu's favorability plus 10. At this moment, a series of text reminders floated into Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene, and immediately opened his detection eye on Li Yu. Name, Li Yu. Age, 26. Value, 92. Body type, 95. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 70. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that in just such a short period of time, Li Yu's favorability towards him suddenly soared to 70 points. Is 10% of Zhou Group's shares so tempting? First it was stepmother Chen Yun, and now it's second sister-in-law Li Yu. I wonder if eldest sister-in-law Su Yao's favorability will increase dramatically after seeing this agreement. That's right. Jiang Chen plans to use the 10% shares in his hand to trick his stepmother, eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law into becoming his helpers. One piece of paper deceives 3 women. Lie first and talk later. As for other things, we'll talk about them later. Quack. Chapter 119. The second sister-in-law is strong and the eldest sister-in-law is weak. Li Yu is a woman with a very strong character. When she found out that her husband had an affair with his female secretary and was secretly transferring the couple's joint property, she was preparing to divorce her and even wanted her to leave the house with nothing. Li Yu did not try to keep her husband, nor did she beg him to change his mind, but decisively gave up the marriage. If I am not welcome here, I will go somewhere free. It can be said that Li Yu's personality is very similar to Jiang Chen's. Dare to love and hate, be able to take and let go, have your own opinions when doing things, be strong, confident, free and easy, and brave. All right. Jiang Chen was not praising himself in disguise, he just simply admired Li Yu's character. Jiang Chen, last night, you called manager Sure of the Dynasty International Hotel and asked her to come and help me, right? Li Yu put away the agreement, then opened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and stared at Jiang Chen, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chen nodded generously and said, you rushed over alone. If I don't call some people to protect you, what if you get bullied? Are you concerned about me? Li Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and an inexplicable light seemed to flash in her beautiful eyes. You are my second sister-in-law. Isn't it normal for me to care about you? Zhou Renjie is still your second brother, why don't you care about him? He's not my relative, why should I care about him? Then I'm not your biological sister-in-law, why do you care about me so much? Facing Li Yu's aggressiveness, Jiang Chen just smiled slightly. He suddenly stood up, put his hands on the desk, leaned forward quickly, and came directly in front of Li Yu. Since you are not my biological sister-in-law, isn't it better? Jiang Chen stared at Li Yu's beautiful almond eyes from a close distance, with a cool and handsome smile on his lips. His face was so handsome that it took all women's breath away, and at this moment, it also exuded a kind of enchanting charm. Plop! 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 Li Yu's heartbeat and breathing quickened a bit. Although she was pretending to be calm, Jiang Chen still caught the flash of panic in her beautiful eyes. I still have some documents to deal with. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Li Yu, who had always been extremely strong, actually had a blush on her pretty face at this moment. Even. Li Yu also found a rather low-level excuse, quickly avoided Jiang Chen's gaze, then lowered her head and pretended to deal with the documents on the desk. Li Yu's favorability +5. Looking at the line of text reminder floating in his sight, Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you from working. Jiang Chen was a cool man. After saying this, he turned around and left without any regrets. Etc. Li Yu suddenly stopped Jiang Chen, who was about to leave. She pursed her lips and said quickly, "When I'm done, let's go out for lunch together at noon and talk about how to deal with the Zhou family. Don't refuse me, this is the first time I take the initiative to invite a man to dinner." Jiang Chen. 10 minutes later. Jiang Chen left Li Yu's office, then strolled all the way to the door of the company's financial director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen first straightened his clothes, then knocked on the door very politely. Come in. A mature and gentle female voice came from the room. Just listening to this voice, it gave people a feeling that the woman was very weak and easy to bully. Crack. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw Su Yao sitting behind the desk at first sight. That's right. Stepmother Chen Yun is the vice president, second sister-in-law Li Yu is the human resources director, and eldest sister-in-law Su Yao is the financial director. It's a family business, that's what. All important positions in the company are guarded by our own people. Jiang Chen? Why did you suddenly come to the company? The moment Su Yao saw Jiang Chen, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Then, this hint of surprise was replaced by nervousness. Whoosh! Su Yao quickly stood up, walked around the desk, and walked quickly to Jiang Chen's side. Under Jiang Chen's astonished and amused eyes, Su Yao first opened the office door, then leaned out half of her body and looked around in the corridor outside. After making sure that no one saw Jiang Chen enter her office, Su Yao slammed the door and quickly locked it. What the hell? It looks like a meeting of underground workers. Do you think this is a spy movie? Jiang Chen suppressed a smile and looked at Su Yao from head to toe at close range. I have to say, sister-in-law Su Yao really has a strong smell of sister-in-law. A head of shiny black hair was casually tied behind her head with a hairpin. The few strands of hair falling on the forehead and cheeks give people a lazy, casual, gentle and charming feeling. She was wearing a black sleeveless chiffon blouse with a long ribbon hanging from her right shoulder to her waist. She had a large pearl necklace around her neck and a pair of sparkling pearl earrings on her ears. She wore a white hip skirt which not only showed off her slender waist but also perfectly outlined her extremely exaggerated hip curve. The plump and slender legs are wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, and the feet are wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes with stilettos. Anyway, today, Su Yao exudes a strong feminine charm all over her body. She is simply the dream goddess of countless otakus. Crack. After Su Yao locked the door, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Su Yao stroked her hair, pointed to the reception sofa in the office, and then waved to Jiang Chen and said, "Come and sit down." Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to walk over and sit on the sofa. Su Yao is more reserved. She walked to the sofa next to Jiang Chen, first smoothed her hip skirt with both hands, and then sat down very gracefully. Su Yao was sitting on the sofa, with her legs together, leaning slightly to one side, and putting her hands on her knees. From this series of actions, it is not difficult to see that Su Yao is a lady from a noble family and her behavior is very dignified and appropriate. Jiang Chen, I want to talk to you about your elder brother Zhou Shihao. Su Yao trembled her lips, a trace of worry hung between her brows, and a hint of sadness condensed in her beautiful eyes. Sister-in-law, what are you going to do now? Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to win over Su Yao, but asked a question casually, while also keeping a close eye on her. Personal privacy, I long to be a mother and have always wanted to have a child. For this reason, I would desperately squeeze my husband during the fertile period every month. Current intention: after learning about her husband's secrets and plans, she is completely disappointed with him and wants to divorce him, but she is afraid of being retaliated by him and even more afraid of implicating her family. The eldest sister-in-law Su Yao and the second sister-in-law Li Yu have completely opposite personalities. Li Yu is very strong-willed and Su Yao is very weak. Su Yao knew that Zhou Shihao had bad intentions towards her, but she did not dare to resist for fear of retaliation from the Zhou family, which would implicate her parents and family. But then again, Su Yao's family is just a small, second-rate family, and is indeed vulnerable in front of a super-wealthy family like the Zhou family. So, Su Yao was naturally afraid of Zhou Shihao. Chapter 120. Don't worry, I will protect you. Jiang Chen, will you tell the old man directly that Zhou Shihao is infertile? Su Yao did not answer Jiang Chen, but asked him a question instead. Jiang Chen had a keen eye and knew exactly what Su Yao was thinking at the moment. So he got straight to the point and said, I've already told the second brother about this. He's already rushed to Huacan Hospital to get the eldest brother's medical report. At the same time, I also told the eldest brother about this matter. At this moment, the eldest brother also rushed to Huacan Hospital to stop the second brother. Sister-in-law, don't have any illusions. The boss can't hide this matter. He is destined to lose the qualification of heir to the Zhou family. Silence, no words. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Su Yao did not show any disappointment or surprise on her face. Instead, she showed an expression of relief. If Zhou Shihao was revealed to be infertile, then Su Yao would have reason to divorce Zhou Shihao. I believe that at that time, the Zhou family would not deliberately make things difficult for her. At the same time, as long as Zhou Shihao was deprived of his status as heir and lost his power, Su Yao would not have to worry about Zhou Shihao's revenge. The only pity is that she cannot become the eldest lady of the Zhou family, let alone the future wife of the head of the family. But when Su Yao thought about being betrayed by her husband, being arranged to sleep with a strange man, and even getting pregnant with someone else's child, she suddenly felt extremely disgusted. She is not a commodity that can be traded at will. Not Zhou Shihao's tool either. She is a living, breathing person with flesh and blood and emotions. Since Zhou Shihao didn't treat her as a wife but as a tool, there was no need for her to continue staying by Zhou Shihao's side. Although Su Yao has a weak personality, it doesn't mean she is stupid. Even if Su Yao sacrificed herself, got pregnant, and helped Zhou Shihao get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group, she would still be a threat to the company. So, what happens next? Will Zhou Shihao tolerate the bastard in her belly? Will Zhou Shihao tolerate her when her body is already unclean? There is no man in this world who would tolerate his wife being unclean and even pregnant with someone else's bastard. At that time, Su Yao will have only one ending, and that is to be ruthlessly abandoned by Zhou Shihao. Since she was destined to be abandoned, Su Yao naturally had to make plans for herself early. So, that's why she made an appointment to meet Jiang Chen, hoping to get some useful information from him and find a new backer for herself. Why didn't Su Yao look for Zhou Renjie, but instead looked for Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son? First, Jiang Chen's fighting power is very high. This was witnessed by Su Yao through the surveillance of the Zhou family villa. Second, since Jiang Chen was able to find out the secret of Zhou Shihao's infertility, this is enough to prove that he has extraordinary means and there must be a huge force behind him supporting him. Third, Jiang Chen was very handsome, especially his face, which simply touched Su Yao's heart. No way. That's what handsome guys are like. No matter where you go, it's easy to win the favor of women. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Chen took out a 40-meter-long sword. Oh no! He took out an agreement and handed it to Su Yao. What's this? Su Yao was slightly stunned and subconsciously caught Jiang Chen's 40-meter-long sword. Oh no! She took the agreement handed over by Jiang Chen. Sister-in-law, take a look first and then we'll talk. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain anything. While Su Yao was reading the agreement, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Su Yao read it very carefully and slowly, as if she was reading the contents of the agreement word by word. After she put down the agreement, the look she gave Jiang Chen became complicated, and an expression of as expected appeared on her face. Jiang Chen, I know that you are definitely not a man who was content with mediocrity. When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. I just want to be mediocre. I also want to lie down completely, eat and wait for death, enjoy life, and be a happy salted fish. But my strength doesn't allow it. With my looks, temperament, and charm, no matter where I go, I will automatically capture women's hearts, and thus be the target of crazy jealousy from my male compatriots. I can't keep a low profile at all. Well. No more words. It's all tears if I talk too much. Sister-in-law, this agreement. Jiang Chen put out his cigarette and straightened his clothes, as if he was preparing to shake hands with Su Yao and complete the transaction. However, Su Yao smiled slightly and said, Jiang Chen, I want to add a clause to this agreement. Add one to it? What do you want to add? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. He always felt that Su Yao seemed to be driving, but he could not find any evidence. Swish. Su Yao smoothed her hair, pursed her lips, and said a little embarrassedly, Jiang Chen, during our cooperation, I hope you can protect my safety, especially. Especially what? Jiang Chen asked knowingly, his eyes fixed on Su Yao's slightly flushed face. A cool and handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yao raised her eyelids and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Because Su Yao looks gentle and pretty, and looks very weak, even if she shows a fierce expression, it will only give people a feeling of being fierce and ferocious, without any threat at all. The gangster punches excitedly. That's about the feeling. Especially, don't let Zhou Shihao's plan succeed. I don't want to be abused by a strange man and lose my innocence for no reason. Su Yao almost gritted her teeth and said this in one breath. After she finished speaking, an alluring blush soon appeared on her gentle and pretty face. Okay, I promise you. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation, and then added, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will protect you. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this. Jiang Chen's casual words fell into Su Yao's ears, but it was like a bolt from the blue, hitting her heart directly. Because of this simple sentence protect you, Zhou Shihao never said it to Su Yao. This was the first time Su Yao heard someone say they wanted to protect her. This was also the first time that Su Yao felt valued, cared for, cherished, and held in someone's hands. It's just so exaggerated. Because Su Yao lacks love, she will be very moved if she is given a little bit of warmth. Su Yao's favorability plus 10. Su Yao's favorability plus 10. Su Yao's favorability plus 10. Looking at the text reminder that suddenly floated in his sight, Jiang Chen was completely speechless. I haven't even started to exert my strength yet. Your favorability rating skyrocketed so quickly? There is no technical content, no challenge, no difficulty, it's really boring. Name, Su Yao. Age, 28. Value, 92. Body size, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Personal privacy, I long to be a mother and have always wanted to have a child. For this reason, I would desperately squeeze my husband during the fertile period every month. Current intention, Jiang Chen is so handsome and smart, he must have excellent genes. If I had not married the eldest brother but the third brother. Oh no! Jiang Chen is my brother-in-law, how could I think like this? It's so embarrassing. Jiang Chen.